Hill.
Yeah.
I could be in the middle of the Mojave Desert.
Yeah.
And if it's a Friday, I'm in a great space.
Yeah, it is a Friday. A Frisco Friday / Payday Friday / Bay Area Friday / 50 Cent Friday. And we get to wear hoodies in the studio again. We have air conditioning.
Yes.
Wow, that's something we haven't had in 18 months. We have air conditioning, folks. I know there's bigger problems in the world, but we have AC. And I can actually wear a variety of sweaters again.
No, there is no bigger problem in the world than when you work with a bunch of 30 to 40-year-old men who like to get after it sometimes in a hot studio, and you get to have some crosstalks. You get the producers in there that get up at 3 a.m.
Right.
You get a little stanky, so we need some AC going on, all right?
It does get stanky. Now, it gets a little stanky on Bart, too. I'll talk about my Bart right in a second. We got Niners and Browns on Sunday. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to all the truck drivers, including you, Ron and Hayward, the local Dodger fan who I haven't heard from in a couple days. Maybe he'll start talking up the Rams. Oh, wait, they lost too last week. Maybe he'll start talking up the Lakers. Oh, wait, it's not basketball season. They got swept in the Western Conference Finals. But good morning to all the overnight dancers. We're closer. Well, actually, we're a little farther away from the strip clubs. Yeah, it's a little bit of a walk, 20 minutes. But we could make the trek.
You're so sad when you said that. Oh, we're a little farther away.
Yeah, good morning to everybody who was asleep on Bart. I was so jealous of you this morning. I wanted to close my eyes, too.
Yeah.
I did. It was so soothing, so smooth and quiet. And Bart has a new navigation to tell you which stop is next.
Yeah.
They show you like the stops or where you're going. I'm like, oh, wow, the new Bart train. Not bad.
New for you, Bonte. Been around for a few years now, but you
Okay,
know what? You're
all
getting back into it. You're getting back into the groove.
Yeah, I'm getting back
Those
in my
new
groove.
trains probably don't look look as new for you.
Shout out to Odyssey for adding 25 minutes to my commute, but it's all good.
It's all good.
It's all good. Good morning to everybody on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Comcast Business Text Line. We're going to try to power through the show. I don't know what works. I don't know what doesn't work. Tim Jordan, our engineer at 95.7 The Game, did a phenomenal job of getting the studio up and running. The guy was working from 8 in the morning to 10 o'clock at night. So shout out to Tim Jordan. I don't feel good ripping the place because he did a phenomenal job getting this place up and running.
Yep.
It's a lot of sound we may not get to. It's a lot of sound we may get to. Steve Smith checking Jerry Jeudy. Nick Castellanos asking Matt Weiner, what's the question? I've been there before. Phillies beat the Braves. They go to the NLCS against the Diamondbacks. Should be a fun series. Texas and Houston in the ALCS. We got Niners and Browns. And Browns, Spinoni, I guess we'll start there. And by the way, we'll get to kind of pick up where we left off yesterday with our conversation. I got a message. This is how powerful radio is. Radio, or is it just a morning roast? I don't know. But James Flaherty. James Flaherty, Spinoni, is in Marbella, Spain. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Marbella, Spain. He's there. So calling is, he hit me up on LinkedIn, not even Twitter.
If it's 2 L's in Spanish, it's Marbella.
Marbella, Spain. Marbella. So Marbella, Spain. He's in Marbella, Spain, James Flaherty.
So
calling in is a bit of a challenge for him, is what he told me on LinkedIn. Even if I could get through. He goes, Bonte, you are 1,000,000% correct. No one cares about anything else, individual awards, other than winning the chip. If the Niners lose the Super Bowl this year, we may have a quarterback for the next 10 years, but we still lost another missed opportunity. There are no moral victories, but it's a failure if we don't win. Huge disappointment. Case closed. Yes, I was one of those calling for Montana to come back when Young was losing all those playoff games. And I don't care if Steph doesn't win MVP, but the Dubs win a chip. Both are nice, but I'll settle for the chip. Spadoni needs to be educated.
Wow.
Ha! Flaherty, Niner fan since 1968, as a 5-year-old. He's in Marbella, Spain. Marbella. We're getting LinkedIn messages all the way from Marbella, Spain.
You're going more Italian there with the Marbella, but I think it's Marbella.
Oh, Marbella.
It's a little different, a little more toned down.
Speak a little Spanish too,
España.
right? Marbella.
There you go. Well, listen, all I would tell, what's his name again? James
Flaherty.
James Flaherty. Sounds very Spanish. I would tell you, James, listen, I'm glad you've won 5 you've been around for all the Super Bowls. All right. You've seen a lot of sadness and heartbreak the last 20 plus years. And listen, this season, it's going to continue to be special, and they're going to continue to stay undefeated, by the way, because no Deshaun Watson, right. PJ Walker's probably going to start. Night. This is going to take Niners, take the point, take everything this Sunday. Whatever the bets are, Niners.
Well, the spread keeps going up.
Yes, keep taking it. That's all I would say. I don't care if they're coming off a bye. I don't care if it's on the road. I don't care if it's at 10 a.m. on the East Coast. Niners.
Yeah.
It's okay if they, this season they get to a Super Bowl. They don't win it. It stinks. It sucks. It hurts. But Brock Purdy, being the Lord and Savior that he is for this, in the year of our Lord on October 13th, 6 a.m., 2023, this guy being the MVP in his first full season.
That would be awesome.
It'd be more than awesome.
Oh, it'd be
awesome. Amazing.
Okay.
One of the greatest stories in the history of the NFL, as you said. You've said that, Bonte. Your words.
If he wins the Super Bowl, it's going to be one of the.
Even if he doesn't, it's still an amazing story.
It's still a good story.
And you got your guy for the foreseeable future. Yeah. The season's a win regardless.
You see this?
That's a hand.
I'm like Anna, waiting on a ring. That's what I'm doing.
If I had the drop, I'd play it. Let's make that happen.
Right.
Okay?
We don't have drops yet, folks. We need jewelry, all right? But we get into that a little bit later. By the way, YouTube, shout out to YouTube. Said you look like you're being interrogated. You do look like you're being interrogated.
It's the shadows over here.
Yeah, it's the shadows. Yeah. But we'll get the shade up. We'll get the buildings in the background. You'll look good. Maybe I should be on the same. Maybe I should be there with the big buildings. I just got like a floor plan over here. What else we got over here? We got to get some decorations around here. We got to get some art. We got to get some fat heads. Like Tony Kornheiser and Michael Wilbon, PTI. Always wanted to do that. All the little fat heads. Like we get Steph Curry. We get Klay Thompson. We get Brock Purdy.
Lubman will be Tony Reale. He'll be our stat boy.
Yeah, if you could get a stat right. Farhad Zaidi. We get a fat head of Farhad Zaidi. Why not? Get him right here, right behind me. So Farhad knows I'm always thinking about you and everything you do.
It's funny, and this is Inside Radio here, so if you're on Twitch and YouTube, obviously you can find it, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But it's going to be funny if Shasky decides to sit here come Monday, and hoping and praying for Papa Shasky, obviously had major surgery yesterday.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because I got a call from Shasky yesterday. Papa Shasky's doing okay.
That's
everybody.
Awesome.
Papa Shasky's doing all right.
Let's go.
He's a trooper. He's a savage. So Shasky he was doing well. I talked to him a little bit before the Thursday night football game. So Papa Shasky's doing good. Papa Shasky will be okay. I'm expecting a call from him in the next couple of weeks. So everybody out there who was praying for Papa Shasky, continue to pray for him. He is doing A-okay.
Awesome.
But continue.
As I was saying, it's going to be nice when Shasky sits here and Sam doesn't have to see him. So there you go. Isn't that nice, Sammy?
Liking this new studio already.
There he is. He's seamless.
Oh, hey, the board on mic works.
What? See? There you go. We're learning on the fly here.
Who told you that? I didn't hear anything.
Wow.
I'm looking at the Miami Hurricane jersey. So Sam Lubman, it actually feels a lot more relaxing in the studio because I'm not worried about the air conditioning.
Quiet.
Did
you notice it's very quiet?
It's very quiet.
It's like a normal radio, studio.
We're in the actual studio again. We don't have a Jakey fan holding the door open. We did that for 14 months. Number 4 market, man. We must be broke. Really broke.
Crushing it.
Anyway, Cleveland Browns injury report. Joel Bitonio, star left guard, did not participate. Probably not going to play on Sunday. They're running back forward. He participated. He's going to go. Myles Garrett will probably go. David Njoku, you see what happened with him, right?
No, what happened?
Well, you got
his face burnt off.
Yeah, his burnt.
He went full Nick Cage, John Travolta. He took his face off.
Yeah. Oh, face off. Yeah, there you go. I like that. That's
so good.
That's a 2.
Thank you.
But he did not practice. Deshaun Watson is out. We're going to see P.J. Walker. P.J. Walker. Their center was limited. So the Cleveland Browns are pretty beat up today. Pretty beat up.
And they have to live in Cleveland, too, on top of that, which is tough.
You said that. Not
I
me.
said that,
What's
yes.
worse, living in Cleveland or Philadelphia?
Philly's got cheesesteaks. I think the cheesesteaks over the chili spaghetti,
Cheesesteaks are good.
whatever their the skyline is.
Ish Kabibbles was really, really good.
There you go. They'll take the food.
I'll take the food.
I think they got more culture over there, too.
Nah, Philly's a good town.
Yeah.
Philly's a good town. Some of the people
The
there.
people are questionable. It's all right.
Philly's a good town. But Cleveland, off of Lake Erie, or some people call it Lake Jury, the weather is crazy. Now, by the way, we had Mary Kay Cabot on. I felt like we were the first show to have Mary Kay Cabot on all week long. She's been on the Pat McAfee show. She's been on every freaking station, and she's been talking, and she's just said, we make it 4 seasons in 3 hours at the game on Sunday. So the great equalizer for the Browns could be the weather.
Yeah. Could be.
Could be.
I don't see it.
But I don't see it.
Yeah, I don't could
Not
be.
after what Grant Delpit said. Basically said, hey, man, we could catch them slipping.
There is no worse feeling when you're a fan of a team and you're trying to be the underdog. You want to be slept on going in because you're the heavy underdog. Just shut up, be quiet, don't say anything. And then you got one of your players, good player. Grant Delp is a very good player coming out of LSU. Go Tigers, all that. Very good player on a very good defense. Go Tigers.
Go Tigers.
And then you go out and try to light a fire under Brock Purdy, Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk. How many All-Pros were right there? How many Pro Bowlers are going to be there?
I lost count.
It's just, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Unnecessary. You were supposed to be the underdogs. Everyone's talking about the Niners. They're the talk of the freaking sports world outside of Taylor Swift appearing last night again. Outside of that, it's Brock Purdy's the storyline. And now you just made yourself the storyline and you're enemy number one for this offense that's going to run it up. Now, we saw the stats of Jim Schwartz, 8-1 against Kyle Shanahan. He's only scored above 20 points once against Jim Schwartz. Kyle Shanahan led off.
There's a lot of context in that. I was looking into that. Personnel, different defenses.
A lot of different teams, too.
Different teams. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Shanahan probably saw that stat. I was like, all right, let me put this to bed.
Yeah.
I got my guys now.
Yeah.
I'm a head coach. Let's get this going.
This is the most stacked team he's ever had.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, by the way, the Niners, Dre Greenlaw did not practice. He has a hamstring injury. So we'll see if he plays. Those are tricky. Aaron Banks limited with the shoulder injury. Elijah Mitchell was back at practice with the knee injury, so he's back. He was limited as well, but that means he's getting healthier and healthier. The one thing, Dre Greenlaw, of course, hamstring injury. Could you miss a game without Dre Greenlaw? If you do, this is probably the team. And the Niners, by the way, usually they stay overnight on these long East Coast road trips, but since they play on Monday Night Football, and this is an early game on Sunday, they're going to fly back to the West Coast, practice, and then they'll fly out to Minnesota probably Saturday.
And I'm sure that means a lot to the players, obviously, with families and stuff like that, spending some extra few days and not staying on those long road trips. And now it might be fine for your body and fatigue-wise and stuff like that, but for the mentals, being back with your family, your wife, your kids, your significant other, stuff like that, that helps.
Yeah. Hey, our roasters seem to be more excited about us being in the new studio than us. Matt Dehegan's even here, our program director. I'm like, dude, go home. We don't need you. You got our phone lines work today? Thumbs up, phone lines?
Oh, yeah.
888-957-9570. Phone lines work?
Need it.
Might need a little something.
Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570.
I don't have the text line up.
Oh, we'll get it. We'll get it there.
That's probably a good thing.
It's probably a good thing.
Thursday Night Football. As we go around the table here, go around the horn. Russell Wilson threw for 95 yards yesterday.
Excuse me?
Russell Wilson threw for 95 yards yesterday as the Broncos lose. Kansas City kicked a late field goal to cover the spread. They were favored by 10.5. They won by 11. A lot of people who bet on Denver took the points. Sucks for you, but
it's tough.
Russell Wilson, 95 yards passing. What is going on with Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos? You had the Jerry Jeudy incident that I wish we could play because Steve Smith said he's a jag.
We'll get to it.
We'll another guy.
We'll try to get that one.
Yeah, that was. I was like, wow.
That is the talk of everyone of the all sports talk radio this morning. Is that soundbite from Steve Smith Sr.
Right?
Just absolutely eviscerating Jerry Jeudy. He's been a disappointment.
Yeah.
In that draft class, right? You think of those two Alabama guys. Ruggs, obviously, situation there, very unfortunate, very sad situation there. Obviously, with the drunk driving, the death, all of that. And then you got Jerry Jeudy, who's just hasn't lived up to the hype.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk wasn't hyped very much, and he succeeded and exceeded all of those expectations that was bestowed upon him. But to your point, Russell Wilson, is he playing himself out of the Hall of Fame, Bonte?
Well, yeah, he is.
That's unbelievable. He was a lock before he came to the Denver Broncos.
You thought he was a lock? I thought he had more work to do.
Maybe he would have been a lock if they handed the ball off and he would have had 2 rings, because at that point, you're a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Probably don't get the MVP there. It's probably Marshawn Lynch's, but still, you're a 2-time champion. And outside of Jim Plunkett, who else is going to be a 2-time champion and is not in the Hall of Fame as a quarterback? No, and I assume Eli Manning will get in. But he's just awful. They can't even beat the Raiders, Bonte.
Yeah,
they haven't beaten the Raiders since the Raiders have moved to Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's sad.
And they haven't beaten the Chiefs. They've won a Super Bowl more recently than they've beaten the Chiefs.
Wow.
This 2015, is that?
Yeah.
Come on.
Russell Wilson, 13-22, 95 yards, a touchdown, 2 interceptions, got sacked 4 times. Denver could do nothing. Javonte Williams came back, 10 carries, 52 yards. But Jerry Jeudy, who got sunned by Steve Smith Sr., 3 catches, 14 yards. 3 catches, 14 yards. And Steve Smith let him know about himself because he said on his podcast that, look, I wanted to go up to Jerry Jeudy and go apologize and say, you know what, you're playing better. I apologize for saying what I'm saying. But Jerry Jeudy took matters into his own hand and said, Ninja, I don't fool with you. Now, there's a lot of smart people out there. You know what ninja means.
It did take me 30 seconds. I was like, ninja. Oh, God.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Ninja. And then I guess, do I need to relocate to the left side, by the way? There's some controversy here. We'll get to that in a second. But he said ninja.
Oh, am I in the power side? Am I in the power side right now?
Yeah, you know what? We're going to have to fight.
Okay.
This is like Mike and the Mad Dog. We're going to fight for spots here. Make it over to the left side so I don't have to see Lubin unless Shasky see Lubin. But he basically was like, I don't fool with you. And Steve Smith was like, oh, okay. All right, cool. So you better go out here and ball today.
Yeah.
Because you're just another guy. And somebody, and then, you know, you're a first-round pick who's been average, and the Broncos are ready to move off from you. And if any team calls me saying, what do you think about Jerry Jeudy? I'm going to tell them he's just an average receiver, a tier 3 receiver who's just another guy.
Man.
And he goes out there in front of Steve Smith Sr., catches 3 balls for 14 yards. So I can't wait to hear from Steve Smith after this Thursday night football game about Jerry Jeudy. And Jerry Jeudy may be the biggest disappointment. Because when you think about those Alabama receivers, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs III. Jerry Jeudy, to me, was like, all right, this guy's a lock to get 1,000 yards every single season.
Most consistent, right? Like, people were projecting him first, but then the Raiders ended up taking Ruggs because of the speed factor, and he was a baller towards the end of that year. I get it. And Ruggs was playing very well. Like, that was the thing. That year that he was playing very well. He showed the flashes. Obviously, we know what happens there. He's out of the league now. But Jerry Jeudy, to your point, it's just like, man, the hands, like, okay, maybe it was a question mark, but the route running, he was getting compared to Amari Cooper, Bonte. Yeah. That was the comps that he was getting. Cooper, obviously a Pro Bowler, an All-Pro, guy's been around forever. You're going to see him this Sunday for the Browns. But, man, Jerry Jeudy,
Oh, we're getting a break. 2 breaks. We got digital clocks. Wow, big old digital clock. I guess we break right now. Yeah, this segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And it is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com, 888-957-9570. Football Friday. Niner fans, I want to hear from you. What's your predictions for Sunday? What is your prediction? Does anybody believe this is a trap game? I'm having a hard time believing it's a trap game. It's just another day at the office for the 49ers. That's how I feel. How do you feel out there, Roasters? 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. We'll tell you about the guest list coming up as well on the other side, and that is sponsored by Local Arena Tickets.
Attention Bay Area sports fans, get ready for a game-changing experience with Local Arena Tix. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial. Visit localarenatix.com now.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed? Because only the Sleep Number Climate 360 smart bed lets you each sleep up to 13 degrees.
There's like 7 dudes I saw on BART this morning where I was like, yeah, I could ask them if they had 5 on something. It looked like they were on something. They were out cold. They all said what's up, and it was very, very interesting. Very, very interesting to be on BART this morning.
The BART Chronicles with Bonte
BART
Hill.
Chronicles. Episode 1 dropped on Twitter today. We'll have more coming up on the train. Saw a guy sneeze. I put my hoodie up.
I saw a guy
It's
sneeze.
just like, yeah, it was.
Heaven forbid someone does that post-COVID. That's a crime. That's a federal offense, actually,
No,
sneezing.
I've heard rumors about sneezing, but to see it actually happen on BART, that's wild.
Well, especially if you have a honker like mine, and I'm sure Twitch and YouTube can see it right now. When you got something like this, and then you become a father on top of it, so your sneezes actually get louder 1,000 times more over. It's just a fact. When you become a dad, you sneeze louder in the house.
I love.
For some reason, you just have to have everyone hear you.
You know, this job's probably going to cost me my television job being here on the roast because of some of the things we talk about, like Levette and Pacifica yesterday, saying what she said at the end of the show.
Oh, the climax.
Yeah, climaxing.
It was the climax of the show, I think.
Yeah,
too.
it was. Shout out to Levette and Pacifica. It was a great analogy.
Monty
Tyler
on
Miller.
the YouTube chat. It's a great Friday on the Morning Wood.
It is. Head on the swivel, Dave Johnson. Keep your head on the swivel. It's always on the swivel. Always. Not going to catch me slipping. Tyler Miller, wait till you start seeing folks doing a little crack. Well, I can't wait. I cannot wait. Maybe I can get that in the video. Or maybe not.
Don't want to get that in the video. Don't think that'll do well in numbers. I'm watching a lot of like shorts and YouTube and stuff like right now, and they're starting to blur out because they don't want it to get monetized, right? They're starting to blur out smoking cigarette scenes.
Oh, boy.
It's like that's where we're coming to in society. You can't even let one rip. Come on. Let's go. Do better.
Do better. All right. By the way, we're going to try to do better next Wednesday, October 18th, Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro. Now, I'm going to have a slice of pizza in front of everybody. Screw it. The pizza looks so good. Cheese was melting on. Oh, man.
You deserve it, Bonte.
You know what? I'm going to eat a whole
deserve it.
box. I'll share with Ernie Chavez and Drew Down and the rest of the crew.
Good.
Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro. I will not take BART there. I will drive.
No, I will be there.
I hear they have parking. 4 to 6 p.m. for the 2023 preseason Warrior Summit. All the hosts will be there, and we want you guys, the listeners, the roasters, everybody to be out there too. Be sure to come on down and hang out. We're going to talk about the Golden State Warriors as the season tips off October 24th. October 24th against the Phoenix Suns at Chase Center. And that same day,
there it is.
That same day, that same morning, Joe Lacob's going to walk into these new studios. He's going to walk into these studios right here and talk shop for about, an hour? 8:30 to 9:30? No, we won't. No, it's an hour with Joe Lacob.
Yes, come on.
And if he wants to stay till 10 o'clock, he'll stay till 10 o'clock. That's what we do. Whatever Joe Lacob wants. Not like he got anything to do.
No.
Chase Center's right down the street.
Please.
He could go walk.
Oh.
It's fine.
He'll shake your hand and he'll come sit down.
By the way, reports heard from a lot of people about Carl Buzczyk's handshake, our former digital manager.
Yeah.
Say, yeah, he did have a terrible handshake. So it wasn't just me.
I'm hearing from maybe a certain boss here at the cluster of this station, maybe or maybe not look. Joe Shasky's handshake coming into question.
Really?
Maybe not.
His handshake is a little goofy.
Ooh.
Now that I think about it. You know what?
I don't remember the last time I shook his hand.
Yeah, we don't really shake hands.
See?
It's just kind of fist pound.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird like that.
Maybe.
It's a little quirky.
Well, I do that too, but I'm also touching a board every day, so I don't want to be like infecting everyone constantly. So that's why I do the fist pound post-COVID society again. So,
By the way, we got some breaking news in the NFL. The separation is official, according to Adam Schefter of ESPN. Frank Clark, who signed a big deal with the Denver Broncos this past offseason. In the same week, he gave back $1.7 million to help create this scenario. He played 2 games with the Broncos, and now he is on the market, free to sign with any football team in the NFL.
well, maybe he'll just stay in Kansas City.
I think he will. That's
Like,
the first team that popped
right?
up in my head.
Maybe he'll just stay there. It worked.
Just stay in Kansas City.
That
Maybe he goes to Buffalo.
That Denver Broncos team is an absolute dumpster fire.
Maybe
it wasn't all Nate Hackett.
Maybe.
Maybe he deserves an apology.
Maybe
Maybe
he goes to Buffalo.
Maybe
it's Russell Wilson ruining everything.
it's a nightmare over there. Sean Payton could not have imagined this, taking this job.
Oh, my God.
Everyone thought they were going to go to the playoffs. Everyone's talking, the comeback player of the year, coach of the year, Sean Payton. They are an absolute disaster and are on Caleb Williams' watch. But spoiler alert, you still got to pay Russell Wilson $1 bajillion.
Gosh, we'll get into that contract in a second because I want to know if we have the Steve Smith sound. Well, Mike Garofalo ready to roll. Let me know when we have that ready to roll because that was the highlight of Thursday Night Football. It wasn't even the actual game. It was what was said before the game when Mike Garofalo, NFL insider for NFL Network, was standing by with Steve Smith Sr., and this is what transpired.
However, a short while ago, Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy was walking by, and Steve called out to him, and he got a different reaction.
I called out to him because on my podcast, Cut to It, I just talked about guys that maybe have not showed up in a way or in a manner. And so the word that I've used to describe him in the past was a jag, just a guy.
Just a guy.
And so when I saw him, he's playing well. I wanted to say to him face to face, like, hey, I know I said some things in the past I probably shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to say to him. His response, Mike Robb and Bucky, was ninja.
Ninja?
Yes, I'm using the word ninja. I'm just using the word ninja. I don't mess with you. And it was a curse word. And so I was like, all right. And then he repeated it. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I said you were a jag, just a guy who's an average wide receiver they use a first-round pick on that isn't doing anything. I hope today that you actually show up in a way that you haven't showed up in the last couple of years since they drafted you. So if you ever got a problem with Agent 89, I'm sorry for saying that you're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on. And when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you? I will say no, don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3. Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
Wow. Mike Garofalo, excuse me. He's a good dude.
Paisan.
Steve Smith with the walk-off, Steve Smith Sr.
He went full Macho Man, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He's all about that life, too.
Yes.
And it's tough to disagree with Steve Smith. And why would you feel disrespected when Steve Smith's trying to help you out? We know what Steve Smith's career is all about. We've seen him fight in training camp over and over and over. The guy is one of the best receivers in the last 20 years.
He should be a Hall of Famer. I'm looking at his stats right now. He's 3-time All-Pro, 5-time Pro Bowler, receptions leader, 2005, yards leader. Like
I have no problem with him. I had him in a year of fantasy football. He won the Triple Crown. He's one of my favorite players.
And
in the last
he's
20
one
years.
of one of the better undersized receivers we ever. He's 5'9", but did he ever play 5'9"?
No, he didn't.
Never.
As a Keep Talib. Ice up, son.
Yep.
Ice up, son. So Jerry Jeudy, and there's another video by Jesse Palmer where Jerry Judy's just dancing for like a full minute, not even warming up. It's just a bad looking Denver, Colorado. Russell Wilson, you mentioned him. $17 million in base salary. Next season, 37, 40, 40, and then 50. Excuse me, 37, 40, 44, and 50. He has a potential out in 2026. I mean, it's just a mess. It's a mess of a deal. He's not playing. He's not even a top 20 quarterback right now.
He threw for 95 yards.
95 yards.
How is that even possible?
And 14 of them went to Jerry Jeudy.
My 4-year-old son can throw a hitch route to Christian McCaffrey for like 80 at least. Come on. And you're supposed to have this offensive genius in Sean Payton. The more and more the years go by with this guy, by the way, I'm starting to come onto Joe Shasky's line of thinking here. He really is kind of the Doc Rivers of the NFL. This guy had that one early on and got so much praise for it. Rightfully so. It was great. But what has he done since then? A whole lot of nothing. You had a great quarterback in Drew Brees. Outside of that, great. Taysom Hill, is that your claim to fame? Jameis Winston. You had Ian Book have a start for you there a couple years ago. Like, come on.
He's got the one. He's lived off of it. But it's, if he would have got the one and not chirped, that's the problem.
Yeah, a lot of
That's the chirping. When you break the coach code, which ticked off a lot of people, and you call out Nathaniel Hackett saying, man, that was one of the worst coaching jobs ever, and then you get 70 dropped on you this season. 70 points was dropped on you in the football game. The Broncos are about to have a fire sale, folks. Justin Simmons is going to be gone soon. Patrick Surtain, you want to trade him? I'm all ears for that. What do you need for that?
I mean, there's such a dumpster fire. They would listen to offers on that, even though he's the one young player you probably want to build around.
Well, Sean Payton said when the phone rings, he always picks up and listens. So
of course he does.
They're going to be listening to
So do we. 888-957-9570.
So I want to get everybody's thoughts on that Steve Smith sound, because there's some other sound I want to get to from other veteran players. And when is, I guess when you think about NBA players, they're always coming down on the youngsters, and the youngsters coming down on OGs, and there's always a problem. What about these players calling out some of these current players, the former players calling out current players? We'll play some sound on the other side, because I want to get your thoughts on some of the things that are happening in the NFL with some of the verbiage that is being used when describing these current players. That's all coming up. Don't forget, Fieldwork Brewery, in San Leandro next Wednesday, 4 to 6 p.m. For the 2023 Preseason Warriors Summit. That's all coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jerry from Richmond. I've been dealing with R&S Erection of Richmond for over 20 years, and in all those years, they've provided me with exceptional service. I'll be retiring soon, and just want to say thank you for making my job easier all these years.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and in person.
Order for Nick.
So is it possible that fast internet could help your business outrun the rush? It is with Comcast Business. Up-leveling your speed with gig speed Wi-Fi, powering all your devices, and fast downloads and uploads, powered by the next generation 10G network. With Comcast Business, next level speed isn't just possible, it's happening. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying internet bundle. Call or go online to learn more. Ends 11/12/2023. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments. New 50 megabits per second internet and security edge customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and compatible router.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
The new school year is here, which means new teachers, classmates, and things to learn. But for foster kids, this can be tough. Starting a new school with no friends, supplies, and an old backpack just makes catching up and fitting in even harder. That's why Mancini Sleep World and the Ticket to Dream Foundation is hosting a school supply drive for foster kids. To participate, just bring in new backpacks and school supplies to any Mancini Sleep World or donate online at sleepworld.com. Together, we can help local foster kids start the year off right.
Hi, I'm Judy, an agent with Fly Homes, a real estate company changing the home buying game. Like helping people buy their new home even before they sell their old one. Which means we have some apologizing to do to the moving companies. We're sorry because our clients only have to move once, not twice. Oh, and the storage unit people, because there's no need.
Buy now.
I got a text from Chris Mullen yesterday.
Pick up that
As
name.
basketball
Pick up
ramps
that
up.
name you just dropped real quick.
Chris Mullen, that's my guy. It's my
There you
partner
go.
in crime, NBC Sports Bay Area, Warriors pre and post. We'll begin on the 24th, even though it's a national television game. We will begin on the 24th. I think we'll be live at the Gatehouse. And by the way, YouTube, I'm working on the break music. We got to fix the break music. If I get one more message about the break music, I might go into the YouTube myself and change the break music. See, I'm trying to look out for our roasters. They keep texting every day, Twitter, Instagram. Who are we going to fix the break music? We'll fix it. We'll get it going. Until then, play some iTunes. Play some Jay-Z on your phone. I don't know.
Play some iTunes.
But I got a text yesterday because basketball's coming, and you know how we roll around here. We're going to be watching Jordan Poole, and KG actually had a great soundbite. Kevin Garnett was talking about Jordan Poole. You know, he's the new James Harden. When James Harden left Oklahoma City and went to Houston, he brought out a whole new bag. Well, I looked at Jordan Poole's stat line yesterday. He was 2 for 11 against the Charlotte Hornets. It's a preseason game. Doesn't matter, but it's 2 for 11. James Wiseman yesterday, 20 points, 10 rebounds. He was a perfect 8 for 8 against the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wow.
So when Shasky was talking about, you know, would you bring back James Wiseman? Well, Detroit could get something for him if they want to trade him.
Not Sadiq Bey?
Not Sadiq Bey.
I love the Sadiq Bey era in the Golden State, by the way. That was a cool, 20 seconds? And people were mad they didn't get Sadiq Bey, basically.
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
Sadiq Bey wasn't bad.
It's all right. Well, if you go do everything, you got Gary Payton the second. It all worked out. It's fine.
Right.
It all worked out. And hey, if Wiseman's available, absolutely take a flyer on him. You know the people, you know the system. Why not? But I'm rooting for the kid. I'm
rooting for
I don't
Wiseman.
like young players like that are get put in tough situations and they don't meet the expectations early on. I'm always rooting for players like that because you can see down the line if they flame out and stuff like that. They always go back and you look at what could have been. And a guy like James Wiseman has all the skill sets and all the tools to be a really good player.
Double machine.
Double machine. Just get in the right system. Get some playing time. Same with Jordan Poole, man.
I'm not mad at James
Consistency.
Wise. I'm not mad at Wise. I can't wait for pre and post, man. My guys, I hung out with Festus in LA a few weeks ago when the Niners played the Rams. He's ready to roll. Talked to D Wright. He's going to be up and down. He'll be involved. Got the crew back. Zena Kate is going to join us, stepping in for Garrett Burke, who's got a little baby boy.
Oh, congratulations. That's awesome.
A little baby boy. So she's going to be playing mama for a while.
That's fun.
She'll be back on the squad soon. Shout out to KB. Haven't talked to her in a while. Zena Kate is going to do a great job, though, filling in for her, and she'll be part of the crew. So, yes, going back and forth with Willie about some things. And I can't wait for basketball. I cannot wait.
There's so many different storylines this year, and it feels wide open, doesn't it? Like, that's the fun part. Like, I know the Nuggets are really good. They're bringing back Murray. They got Jokic. Jokic is a beast. I get it. And by the way, he's taking a lot of flack lately. I don't know if you've seen that. A lot of his people aren't. It's funny, Bonte.
Wait, what's going on now?
Okay, so Jokic has been saying a lot of stuff like, "Oh, I didn't enjoy my summer because I didn't have as long. Like, I played 2 extra months, and it's just." Jokic was basically just being Jokic. What he says, which is carefree. Like, basketball isn't everything to him, right? Like, he loves his horses. He loves being in Serbia. He loves being out of the spotlight.
Right.
Well, now that he's a winner and now that he's a champion, people don't like that. They're starting to be like, okay, now this is getting old. It's funny when you start winning, Bonte, all the hate starts to come out. Jokic, everyone loved him until he started to win.
Yeah. Well,
Stephen Curry, everyone loved him, Bonte, until what? He started to win. That's what happens.
That's what people hate. People hate on winners.
Yep.
Which is the weirdest thing to be. Hating on winners.
It's jealousy.
Insecurity.
Yes. Projections.
It's bad.
It's bad.
But
how can you hate Nikola Jokic?
Yeah, well,
the guy's just being himself.
As this segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. PJ Walker's going to start at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns, and he has, career record of 4-3. He started 7 games in his career. Last year he was with the Carolina Panthers. Threw for 731 yards, 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He's a former XFL quarterback. So
was he the quarterback in that crazy game against the Falcons where where DJ Moore got the game-winning touchdown, but then he got the excessive celebration and they mixed the extra point.
Which is so bad. Was he the quarterback in that game?
I think he might have been.
He could have been a quarterback in that game. The game was, let me see, November 10th. I'm pulling up the box score right now. Nope, that's not the game. That was Thursday Night Football. They lost in overtime October 30th to Atlanta, 37-34. P.J. Walker was the quarterback, went 19-36. 317 yards, touchdown, interception, got sacked once, ran for 20 yards on one carry.
There you go.
He may be running a lot. He may be running for his life.
He'll be running for his life
for the Cleveland Browns. So I don't want Niner fans to get too cocky, but I'm going to get cocky here on a Football Friday. This will be a massacre. I'm kind of with you now, Spinoni. I would be disappointed if the Niners don't win by 10 or more points. This point spread has jumped over 5 points within the week because of all the injuries. This may get ugly. If the Niners are who they think they are and who we think they are, which is a Super Bowl contender or quote-unquote the best team right now in Week 6, then they should easily beat the Browns. This game should be over midway through the third quarter.
If we're all saying, and Niner fans are saying, that this is the best team in the NFL right now, I'm going to start judging wins then. That's what we're going to do. That's the standard I'm going to hold. Really good teams, that's what you do. You know, the mediocre, the up-and-coming teams like the Detroit Lions, they just need to win. Not the Niners. They need to dominate. Winning, no, seriously. I don't care if it's an East Coast, 10 a.m. You're playing the Cleveland Browns without Deshaun Watson. You need to destroy this team.
I will bet the house, like I did yesterday on the Las Vegas Golden Knights to score over 3 goals against the San Jose Sharks. It was my best bet.
That's poor Sharkies.
Poor Sharkies. Home opener.
Tough.
I asked Lubman. I was on the phone with him. Show call. What's the score of the Sharks game? I didn't watch 1 second of a bet I laid. And it was one of the biggest bets I made all season. What's the score, Lubman? He goes, 1-1. Okay, cool.
Well, they scored right when you were on the phone with me, too, which is kind of cool.
That was kind of cool. That was kind of cool. And then I go home. I forgot I had to bet. I forgot about the game because it was dealing with Baby Chez and playing firefighter and all that stuff. Oh, intermission. 3-1. Going into the third period. And then they handled their business. So I'm making a similar bet on the 49ers this Sunday. How are Niner fans feeling? Is this going to be a bloodbath? Does anybody take what Grant Delpit said personally?
Grant Delpit.
Now, Lubman, I know we got to work on the sound. Do we have Grant Delpit? Let me know when you get Grant Delpit up because I want to replay it. Now, he did say Brock Purdy's playing the best quarterback in the league. And now, when we watched Mahomes last night throwing those picks, Spinoni, Brock Purdy is playing better than Mahomes in 2023. In 2023.
The offense for Kansas City right now, it's interesting because I was watching the game yesterday, and I actually disagree with you because I think Mahomes is still, again, asked to do more in his offense than Brock Purdy is in his. They've kind of turned into a running team. And it's interesting because everyone...
Pacheco's good.
He's really good. That's the thing. Andy Reid recognizes, listen, we may not have the outside weaponry we're used to. Tony had a touchdown yesterday, but he struggled for the most part this season. Travis Kelce had a bajillion fantasy points, I think, yesterday. T. Swift was in the building. You know he was going to show out. But they're kind of just dominating time of possession and leaning on that defense, which is almost Tom Brady Patriots-esque early 2000s.
Well, yeah, and again, you don't need to peak right now. You don't need to be cooking on all cylinders. Just win games. Just win games. And then when you get to big boy football in November and December, that's when you want to turn it up.
Like, that's the thing. I trust, but when push comes to shove, if Mahomes has a defense, that scares me no matter what, who the weaponry
Frank
is.
Clark is now available. Denver just let him go.
Why not?
Right?
Why
not Kansas City? Reunite him with Frank Clark and that defense.
Dude, you know who's a beast for that Chiefs line? Karlaftis. Did not expect that. Yeah. He was a late first rounder, obviously, rookie last year. They lead the league in batted balls down, which is another thing going forward against shorter quarterbacks. Purdy's gotten some batted balls down, Bonte. That's something to watch going forward.
Mahomes did yesterday, too.
Yeah.
Mahomes did yesterday, too. Grant Delpit yesterday out in Cleveland. Here's what he said about the matchup. Oh, let me know. I'll stall a little bit. Here's what he had to say about the matchup against the 49ers.
They got to come see us. At the end of the day, they come to our house, man. And, like I've said before, they're a great team right now. Quarterback's playing probably the best in the league, and the scheme fits him. They have a great defense. Like I said, man, they're riding their high horse right now. So that's probably the best time to get them.
So now the Browns are 10-point underdogs against the San Francisco 49ers.
Over under, I'm looking at too. This is via FanDuel
36.
Sportsbook. Yeah, I'm seeing 35.5 here, 36. Over, right? Am I overthinking this? It feels like
I don't know how much Cleveland's going to score.
That's the thing. They're thinking what I predicted yesterday, even when I thought Deshaun was playing 20-3, 27-3, something like that.
I lean the under because I can see the Niners just taking the air out the football against this defense late in the game. Wow, Cleveland's 10-point underdogs. 10-point underdogs in this game. And Grant Delpit said that. So that's all the motivation the Niners need. Brock Purdy also mentioned yesterday at practice, look, I got another level to get to. He's already playing at a high level.
He is.
There's another level for Brock Purdy.
He's MVP right now.
What does that look like? Brock Purdy playing at another level.
I mean, it looks like more, maybe less incompletions? Perfection? Is that what he's looking for?
I don't know.
I don't know what that looks for because he looks so calm, cool, collected right now. He's hitting these guys on a dime every single time. He's spraying the ball throughout the field. That's what I would look for other quarterbacks. Maybe you're honing in on Kelsey too much, Mahomes.
Right.
Maybe you're honing in on, Justin Jefferson for Kirk Cousins. But it feels like it's an equal distribution for all these guys. Is it Juwan Jennings? Does he need more touches? Bonte Hill? Everything is humming on all cylinders when it comes to Brock Purdy. But for him to say that, that's scary hours for the rest of the league. Because it's true. This is his first full season in the NFL, and he's just scratching the surface.
Yeah.
When you think of Tom Brady, and he had all that early success early on, and again, I'm not comparing him, I'm comparing
but
just
the way he played.
The way he plays.
Played behind the defense,
Correct.
Strong running game, did what was needed.
What was the next element for Tom going forward? Was it the deep ball?
It was basically taking control, saying, hey, I could be the guy that can throw the ball all over the yard.
Is it basically telling Shanahan, hey, dude, I got all the audibles. I am at complete control.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You can get in my ear occasionally, but I'm the dude now.
Yep.
I'm the commander of the ship.
That's what that is.
And he's taking a back seat. He's going to be the guide. He's the, if we're going Top Gun here, he's the guy in the control tower, Shanahan. Now he's Maverick, Brock Purdy.
Got a
Iceman, whoever you want.
Got a random text from my boy Victor. Said, "Tay, you better get a taser for the Bart Chronicles."
Oh God,
not going to do that.
Come on.
This segment is sponsored by Golden
Said
State
he had a
Lumber.
good time.
Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Adam Carolla, remember him from the Man Show?
Him and Jimmy Kimmel.
He's going to join us at 8:00.
Love that.
It's going to be at Cobb's.
Ooh.
Cobb's Comedy Club. We'll get some intel.
Did you used to work there?
I used to work at Cobb's for about 4 years.
How was that?
I loved it.
That's pretty cool.
Taught me a lot. It actually helped me out a lot in this profession because these guys are the stars of stars, in their profession. Dave Chappelle's, Joe Rogan came by, John Oliver, you name it, David Allen Greer, Kevin Hart. I mean, you name it. All the top comics will come through Cobb's Comedy Club, and I got to talk to them. It just Tracy Morgan. And you see how they interact with people. Stars get tired of just taking photos and signing autographs. They were really, really cool. We had some really good times. Got to meet a lot of good people and how to navigate around people who are very successful in their profession. So when I got to sports media and started talking to players and stuff like that, I felt like, you know what? They're kind of in the same stratosphere.
I love that.
Millionaires.
You did drop 50 names there, which I appreciate, but you got to when you're working there.
Well, they were working there. So I got to work there through college, and it was great. True story, Dave Chappelle one time did 10 straight shows. He told everybody to wait. Security, people who sat people, wait staff. He came down with a brick of cash.
Wow.
I was like, oh, he's about to give us $20 each. He gave everybody the crispiest $100 bill. He gave away $3,000 like it was nothing.
Wow.
Just saying thank you for everything. Tracy Morgan, we talked hoops all night. And he would walk around. I don't know if I should say this.
Oh, boy.
Because a lot of people who went to go see Tracy Morgan, they thought they were getting a guy from, what's the show on NBC?
30 Rock.
30 Rock. They thought they were getting that Tracy Morgan.
Oh, it's not the same guy.
So he would walk through the crowd before a show. And he would count how many minorities were in the crowd.
Oh, my gosh.
And then he would do his set. And he'd be like, oh, you guys thought you were getting the dude from NBC? And he would just... Oh, he had people walking out. Patrice O'Neal, rest in peace.
R.I.P.
I watched him make these poor girls cry because they were on their phones and stuff. He goes, why'd you pay for your seats? And he literally just got on them. And I can't repeat some of the things he said to him. And these girls were in the lobby crying. I was like, Patrice O'Neal's a savage.
I hate people that go to comedy shows and don't understand that part of the act may be crowd work, which is comedians going at the crowd. You got to be prepared for that. If you're going to a comedy show, you got to be prepared to get roasted.
All right, we're going to take our first call in a second on the Morning Roast from the new studio.
That's right.
New studio.
What's the name of this place? What do we want to call it? Is there a name for it? Just Kearney?
New studio.
Okay.
No, don't tell people where we work. Don't tell.
We do that all the time.
I saw some people waiting outside. They watched me best. They were bugging
I feel like
me,
we
man.
had shows that literally said we worked on Broadway and Battery last place. We had shows that literally said that in the open.
We were lying.
We
weren't on
have
Broadway and Battery.
listeners getting our. We tell listeners to send us stuff all the time.
No, we do not do that.
What?
I don't. Daryl the Guru Johnson does. I don't do that.
Matt Steinmetz, Dan Dibley, Mark Willard, all these guys are getting
They ask people to send them stuff?
No, they don't ask, but they do. But people ask for our information to send them stuff.
They do send us
Come on. I want free stuff. Free as me. That's what you like to say, right? Come on.
It is. You're listening to 95.7.
Let's get to our caller.
Set for parking around here. You're listening to KGMC FM and AC1 San Francisco. I just want to see if he gets head pop off. How many times I mentioned parking. I think he took the ferry this morning. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday.
Huge.
Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast business text line. I will get you up in a second because I missed your text right now. I will get that website up. We're working on a few things here. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch again. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Eric Crocker also. Forgot to mention Eric Crocker. It's Croc time at 8:30. He'll break down the Cleveland Browns as well. Get into what Grant Delpit said, the secondary of the Cleveland Browns. Can the Browns defense keep this game close against the vaunted 5-0 San Francisco 49ers? All right, here we go. Let's take our first call in the new studio. It's going to be Vega. Vega in Charlotte. How do I do this?
Is it touchscreen?
Is it touchscreen? What's going on here?
It's all right.
Oh, we got Vega. We got Vega in Charlotte, North Carolina. Vega, you're the first caller on the morning roast at our new studio.
Bonte.
Guess what?
Shasky, what's good with y'all?
Well,
man?
we got Spadoni here for Shasky. Shasky's
what's
out.
up, Vega?
Father had surgery yesterday. Papa
I know,
Shasky's
I
doing
know.
really well.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching it on YouTube. I just left from out there. I was at the game for the Cowboys game.
Oh, awesome. Awesome. You have a good time, right? You had to have a great time.
Oh man, I had an amazing time, man. I called it. I was at this sports bar called C&J's Sports Bar.
Okay.
And I was telling everybody before the game that we was gonna blow the Cowboys out. And everybody was looking at me like I was crazy, including Niner fans or whatever.
Right.
And we blew them out. And I'm telling y'all right now, we gonna beat the Browns by at least 20 points.
Woo!
And the reason why I'm saying that is because there is no team in the NFL that's gonna beat my Niners and their quarterback is PJ Walker. It's not gonna happen.
Nah.
If you can't score against the 49ers, I don't care what your defense is, all you're gonna do is just keep on giving Brock the ball back.
You're out there in Charlotte. Give us a scouting report on P.J. Walker, who played for the Carolina Panthers last year in Charlotte. Give us your scouting report, Vega.
Oh, man. I was at the game when we played the Panthers.
Oh, yeah, last year. Yeah.
I was at the game.
Okay.
Yeah, I was at the game. Me and my girl, who's mad at me because of y'all. And y'all made me tell y'all about the girl that I broke up with. That was a Cowboys fan, but that's neither here nor there.
Did you? How many nights did you sleep on the couch because of that?
No, I ain't sleep on the couch because of flowers, look candy, little wine.
Hey,
I do what you got to do.
Hey, Vega, man, you sound like a good dude. You're my type of guy. Do you watch Panther games out there?
International player, Vontae.
No, hey, you are an international player. You sound like one. My player days are over, though.
Yeah.
I'm retired.
Yeah. I pray for you.
Hey, Vega. Bet the house on the Niners. I'm with you. They're going to blow out the Browns. Thanks for the call, Vega.
I bet the house on the Niners against the Cowboys. I not the house, but I bet $500 with the spread. I'm going to do it again this week. We gonna cover that spread. They can't score, bro.
You laid the 10.
They can't score.
Oh, man. Hey, you should have sent the text to the ex-girl.
They just going to keep on giving us the ball back.
Vega,
you
keep
going
it
to
real.
keep giving Kyle Shanahan the ball back?
Vega, keep it real. You text your ex-girl after that beat down on Sunday, huh? Did you text your ex-girl after you guys beat down the Cowboys?
I actually texted her while I was at the game against the Cowboys, just talking crap to her about it.
Was the girl with you?
Yeah, we got into a huge argument about it, but whatever.
Vega?
Like in the stadium, sitting in there watching the game, we got into an argument about it.
Vega, you are one hell of a dude. I got to say. You call me back. You call us back whenever you want to, Vega. Wow. We're international. We're like.
Well, Vega is obviously a great character in Street Fighter. That's what my mind goes to
he was a great
Come
character.
on. Got the little knife. We got the mask. Come on, let's go.
Vega's crazy, man. He's texting his girl with his girl about the cow.
I love how nonchalant. Yeah, she got mad.
That was, you know what? That was the perfect first caller at the new studio.
It was.
That was perfect. That made the morning roast. That is what the morning roast is all about.
Set the tone.
He set the tone.
Got to set the tone.
All right? We went to Charlotte, North Carolina. Yesterday, we were in Little Rock. We're in Wyoming. We're in South Carolina. We know about Can't Open the Cow in St. Louis. We're in SoCal. We're everywhere.
We're going Howard Dean. We're everywhere.
We are everywhere.
Now
got my boy hit me on LinkedIn, James Flaherty from Marabella, Spain, Marabella.
España. Yep.
He's in España. Hit me up on LinkedIn, said I can't call from Spain.
And now we're going to be in Cleveland, Ohio, come Sunday.
Oh.
And there's going to be a statement on that first drive from the Browns. It's good. That first drive, Bonte, in this game, whether the 49ers are on offense or defense, is going to tell me everything I need to know about what kind of game it's going to be.
And I don't know. I looked this up at the break. If they score on their opening drive, the 49ers, that is, would that be a franchise record for consecutive games in which they've scored on the opening drive?
Is it just scores or score a touchdown?
Scores. I'll say scores.
Okay.
Because they scored touchdowns in 4 to 5 games. 7-7, 3-7-7.
Got it. That's a lot.
They've given up nothing defensively on the opening drives. 0-0, 0-0, 0. This will be the 6th straight game if they hold the Browns to a 3-and-out or don't allow them to score. That'd be the 6th straight game they don't allow a touchdown or any points on the opening drive.
And that tells me that is such attention to detail. And that tells me that is a team that practices well week in and week out. That is a head coach that has his team buttoned up every single week. And Kyle Shanahan, I was listening to Evan Giddings a couple days ago, to his point, coach of the year. Too early to talk about that. He's never won Coach of the Year.
We are talking MVPs, Coach of the Year,
Defensive Player of the Year,
Ring of Honor,
Offensive Player of the Year.
I mean, geez.
This team is stacked.
Jeez Louise.
Steve Wilkes getting another head coaching opportunity potentially.
All right, let's go to JB Santa Maria. Are you taking the calls, Lubman? No, we're going to wait till after the break. All right, JB Santa Maria, Coach P.
Is that also in Spain?
I don't know. We're going to find out. JB Santa Maria, you're going to be next. Coach P at Fremont, you're going to be on deck. And then Don Hudson, you're going to be in the hole. We're getting to everybody here. 888-957-9570. Vega out in Charlotte, North Carolina, set the tone. He said he's betting the house on the 49ers to cover the spread and beat down the Cleveland Browns. Where are you putting your money on? You taking that? Is this even going to be a game? Are we over the trap game and the Niners going to send a message? That's what I want to hear from. Niner fans, how confident you feeling about a blowout on Sunday? JB Santa Maria, stay on hold. Coach B and Fremont, stay on hold. We'll get to everybody, and that'll all be coming up. Sponsored by Save Martin, Lucky, California.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef that's tender.
to you by Pfizer.
Comcast Business Text Line. I finally got it up. 408.
Morning Wood.
Vega for president. Vega and Charlotte for president. I like this comment on YouTube from Golden State Lakota. Golden State Lakota. This dude, Vega, toxic AF. And you know what AF means. He's toxic as you know what.
Freak.
I guess you could say freak.
Kind of like the word ninja.
French.
But he said, I like his style. Kind of like toxic style or Vegas style too. It's not bad. He's about that life. Spinelli's got the shade up. You can see the big buildings behind him. He looks good now.
How nice is that?
Look at that backdrop. Look at that backdrop.
See Batman out here. There you go.
There you go.
You can see some other stuff too.
Don't
Don't take that off. Oh no.
Uh-oh. He gets freaking out. He's wearing his Patagonia. He's freaking out.
It's Patagonia.
Uh-oh. No, that's not even a Patagonia. What is that?
No, he's just happy that you're happy.
I'm always
He
happy.
loves that. So he's been wearing that every single day. It's not a quarter zip, so it's throwing me off. Nahegan is the king of the quarter zip.
Well, he's wearing it now because the soda diet is doing him some good.
SOTAweightloss.com.
But I guarantee you, he eats some pizza at the Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro Wednesday, October 18th. How can you say no? We're going to all eat pizza, talk Dubs, 4 to 6 p.m. for the 2023 Preseason Warrior Summit. Shasky will be there. I will be there. I was questionable 2 days ago. I've been upgraded to probable. Steiny and Guru will be there. They're a full go.
I'll be there.
Will and Dibs have no choice. And we expect you guys.
They have no choice.
They have no choice.
As if any of you guys do.
Right. Well, he could actually, he was like, you don't want to go? You don't want to go. You don't have to go.
No, he sounds like he gives you the disappointed parent look. Like,
yeah.
You don't have to. No, I'm not making you go. I just, it's just like I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, which kills you. It's even worse.
I was acting like a diva the other day.
Diva tendencies. It's all right.
I was getting my wide receiver on.
You know what? Sometimes
diva tendencies, DTs.
Yes.
So you got to have them around here. I missed the DTs.
BS and G. That was three.
I was all about DTs.
3 of them right there.
Yeah,
you
diva
kidding
tendencies.
me? Come on.
I had some diva tendencies earlier this week. I want to go to Fieldwork Brew Company. I want to go.
Sound like baby Chez.
I want to talk Warriors. These guys. All they're going to say is they're going to call them on. I already know what Steiny's going to say. I already know what Willard and Diz is going to say. I want to hear that stuff.
Speaking of the Warriors real quick, and we'll get back to the Browns-Niners. And we got calls. Kind of an underdog mentality with Gold State.
Absolutely.
Are they allowed to be underdogs if you're a 4-time champion?
Well, yes, because nobody picked them to go to the finals this year.
Oh, God. Okay.
Everybody said, they're done. They're old. The Kings took them to 7. It doesn't look good. Clay's mentally in a great space. Wiggins, talking to Wiggins at media day. Oh, two-way Wiggs is back. GP2 looked me in my eye and told me, we 11 deep, Bonte. We're 11 deep. So you know what? I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'll have my blue and yellow pom-poms for the Golden State Warriors. They've won titles here. All right? They've hung banners. I've been part of 4 parades.
I was part of a couple of them. Shout out to promo team.
Shout out to promo team.
There you go.
You were part of them,
I was
Oakland,
part of them.
right?
I was taking some pictures.
Yeah, you were out there in Oakland.
I was out there. Come on, let's go.
All right.
I was rooting for them, actually, because I knew the sooner that LeBron would lose, that he would become a Los Angeles Laker. But that's neither here nor there. I just don't know if you could be an underdog if you're a 4-time champion in the last decade.
They got beat by the Lakers last year in the second round.
I thought that was the ref's fault.
Who said it was the ref's fault?
That's what I've been told from the Comcast Business text line at 888-957-9570.
Who said it was the ref's fault?
A lot of people.
No, it was Lonnie Walker's fault.
Okay.
He had the game of his life.
All right.
It's all good, though.
You saying that makes it true.
It's all good. Bonte, how's the BART ride this morning? Let me tell you, it was smooth. I was kind of looking around. Everybody was asleep. There was one Asian guy coughing up a storm and kind of got worried. So I need to buy these masks now because
you got to have a mask.
It feels like I'm just sucking in COVID air.
You got to go Ray Love. Keep your mask on. Check it out.
I like that. That's good. That's good knowledge right there. Like, I felt like I was just breathing in all that COVID energy. So, it's a matter of time before I'm out for about a week.
Oh, boy. It takes a toll.
It takes a toll.
It does. Man.
The newer BART trains are smooth, but they're already dirty. No, you know what? I'm not going to rip BART.
Barton, you're there.
Well, I want BART partnership. BART Chronicles episode 1 out on Twitter right now.
There has to be a triple B in there somewhere. Bonte blank Bart.
Kind of like just the
YouTube. Come up with something. Bonte and Bart. Right. Something that's outgoing and outdoes the competition.
All right. Just Bart Chronicles doesn't do it for you?
No, you know what does something for me?
What?
Brock Purdy. That starts with a B.
No, stop. He doesn't do anything.
That was a segue for those of you in the know. And Brock Purdy and the San Francisco 49ers taking on PJ Walker this Sunday in Cleveland, they need to destroy them.
Yeah.
I am not looking for a 14-3. Oh, if they dominated. I'm not looking for what took place last night in Kansas City.
No, I want to dominate.
I'm not looking you know what took place last night in Kansas City? They played a bad Broncos team that gave up 70 points.
Whoa.
I don't care if it's a Thursday night game against a divisional opponent.
No, you know what I say? What I always say,
you have got
Spinoni,
to tap that ass. Come
Spinoni,
on.
What have I said? Damn. You and Lavelle, man. Pacifica. Listen.
It's Friday. We're feeling good.
Listen, we are.
The morning gross.
Relax, Spinoni. Relax, Lubman. Take off your Miami Hurricane jersey. It's ugly.
I will not.
Go kneel down and run out the clock.
Oh, no.
I will not.
Listen.
Just like Mario.
Division games are different. How long have I been educating you about this? Spinoni, I've known you since 2017, 2016. We did the first draft show together at Fox Theater, Paramount.
Gary and Conley.
Yeah. Fortenbaugh, Papa, and myself doing the draft show. Listen. But I've always told you, division games are different. When Guru sent me a text about a bet, and I said, yeah, the Chiefs game is fishy. I may take the first quarter, and Bill Holmes took the first. He cost me a first quarter line. And I was done with that game. It was nasty. Division games are different.
Blame Andy Reid for the fake field goal. What the hell are you doing?
Before we get to JB Santa Maria and Coach P and Gene, let me get this last thought out. Because off of yesterday's show. And then I sent the tweet out, which got a lot of people in the uproar for some reason. The Niners do have to dominate on Sunday.
Have to.
They got to dominate. Now, if they get the win, they get the win. We'll forget about the game, and they get the win. But I do want some style points this Sunday. Because a lot of Niner fans are tooting their own horn. And look, I don't care about being the best team in week 6. I care about being the best team in early February. I care about being the best team heading into the playoffs. I care about having home field advantage. Being the best team after week 5 does nothing for you, boy. No. It does nothing for me. All right? And so I tweeted out right now, the top dog in the NFC is still the Philadelphia Eagles. And D-Day's coming. The rubber will meet the road December 3rd. And that road is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Till the Niners knock them off, then, okay, we got action here. But a lot of people, and that's why Twitter, and I went back at some people left and right, because Matt, he can always say, oh, you don't need to do that. But yesterday I had time on my hands, and I wanted to do it. It's been a while, Matt, and I needed to clap at some people. It's okay. The Niners are really good.
They are.
It's really good. But so is Philadelphia, and it's okay to admit.
Well, I don't know why there's so much insecurity right now. You're dominating. Don't worry about anyone else. But and if we're going to start judging the Philadelphia Eagles wins, which a lot of people have done, that's why they're kind of flying under the radar. Even though I don't know how you can fly under the radar and still be undefeated, but they somehow are. And they haven't looked like the same team last year. I was like, but they're winning. Like, so if we're going to judge their wins because they're not looking pretty, I'm going to judge the 49ers then too. You better keep dominating. Otherwise, I'm going to judge you if you don't beat PJ Walker by 30 points.
20.
30's a lot. 20. Okay.
Just cover the spread.
Let's cover this.
Let's get to JB Santa Maria. Are you guys taking the calls? You guys taking the calls today? All right. JB Santa Maria. Let's get him on. Then we'll get to Coach P. We'll get to Gene, Uncle Gene. JB Santa Maria. What's happening? JB, you there?
Yeah.
Let's go,
I'm
JB.
here.
What you got, JB?
All right. Let me just say, first thing, Niners are clicking on all cylinders.
Boom.
And our defense is the best we've ever been since 2011. And you have to admit to that. And the reason why is our offense is allowing them to adjust because they're well rested. And last year, the Eagles knocked us off, but this year is different. We are gunning for them. This is our season, and let me tell you, this year is the only year that our defense could adjust during the game and not after the game. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, JB Santa Maria.
Yeah. Thanks, JB. Well, you're talking about that you can go off off script a little bit more, right? Like that's basically what he was getting to.
Yeah,
like Kyle
they can
Shanahan,
adjust.
he trusts his quarterback. They're not sticking to one certain game plan. They can evolve throughout. Now the game plan is still run the ball, play action pass, dominate in all three phases of the game. But you know what? When a guy has Brock Purdy's intangibles, which is the mental game, his quick movements, his quick feet in the pocket, he can be a little more athletic than Jimmy Garoppolo could. It does open up a lot more, to his point, chances for explosive plays. We saw that with George Kittle breaking out against the Dallas Cowboys last week.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be, I can't call it, but physical games like this always favor Deebo Samuel because he loves these type of games, and he loves going against good secondary. So I do like Deebo in this game, but you never know. Yeah, you got so many weapons. You never know what's going to happen. By the way, somebody asked on the Comcast Business text line, 510, all questions are good questions. That's what I learned in journalism school. All questions are good questions.
Sometimes.
Would you start Sam Darnold and rest Purdy? Now, again, all questions are good questions. But why in the world would you start Sam Darnold to rest Brock Purdy? Why does Brock Purdy
What's
need
the line
rest?
again? What's the line right now? What's the line for this game? It's what?
10 points.
10 points. It would drop down to like 5 if you started Sam Darnold.
Wow.
That's, yes.
Right.
Come on. What are we doing here?
Yeah. Sorry. You know what? UC Steve brought maybe 8 o'clock.
That was a bad question.
No.
Come on,
no,
what
no,
are we
no.
doing?
All
We're
questions are
overthinking.
good questions.
That was not a good question.
All questions are good
I'm
questions.
blocking that person on the
No,
Comcast Business text line.
don't do that. Don't do that.
That was horrible.
Don't do that. All questions are good questions. in
I don't
journalism.
want seeing ghosts to be playing in Cleveland,
Well,
okay?
I just don't. I would love to hear from 510 on why Brock Purdy would need rest. Why would he need rest?
He needs to be playing. The guy hasn't even played a full regular
Yeah, I know,
season,
I know,
and we're
I know.
resting
Let's-
him.
let's-
Also, we were trying to win an MVP here, all right? MVP's playing every single game.
Let's go to Coach P in Fremont. Coach P, by the way, shameless shout-outs coming up in 17 minutes. Shameless shout-outs to First Edition at the new studio. My shout-out will be to the new studio, Tim Jordan. Screw everybody else.
Yeah.
Tim
Shout
Jordan
out
and the rest of the
TJ.
engineers. Screw Matt Nahegan. Screw Stacey Kaufman. Screw everybody here that made us move. You know, when I say screw Stacey Kaufman,
Yeah, I was going to say, you're going to
love
get that cut for real quick for contract negotiations? There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Tim Jordan and the rest of the crew deserves all the credit. That's my shout out. Everybody else, Coach P.
And
What's
shout out
happening?
Bart, right? There you go.
Shout out the Bart train.
Bart, you're there.
Hey, the 5 o'clock train was right on time.
Huge.
Unbelievable. Huge. No delays. Got me here in 25 minutes. Coach P, what's happening?
What's up, gentlemen? Good morning. Let's just touch on the basis, the Niners. You asked the question, who's better, Eagles or the Niners? I mean, right now, I'd rather be the one doing the hunting. I mean, I feel like the Eagles are kind of, to quote the great Mac Dre, going off of yesterday's score. And we all know yesterday's score don't count today's ball game player. I mean, we seen last year's game, the NFC Championship. I mean, the Niners were injured. I'm not even a Niner fan, but I've been getting paid off the Niners all season. I mean, I'm like the toxic god at a Carolina, Vega. That was a perfect call to start off the whole day and all that. Or you guys' new studio. Shout out to him. But yeah, I mean, I've been getting paid all year because the Niners are doing it. A team that covers the spread, the team that does dominance, a team that is not afraid of anybody and is basically determined to show another team. We all know this is heading to a crash course in December against Philly. We all know this. I can't wait for that game as a football fan. But look, if this is the Simpsons, the Niners are Nelson, and right now going to Cleveland, the Browns are Chief Wiggum's kid, Ralph. So, I mean, they're going to demolish them, honestly. There's not even a thought of this being a trap game or anything. I mean, Cleveland's a hot mess. And I'm a Raider fan, and we know our situation. We're a mess, too.
Speaking of hot messes.
Basically, the Niners are clicking, and this is the first team I've seen in the Niners. I know you're going to say 2012, 2019. This is the first team I've seen since 94. 94, when they got Dion, they just had a look. Now they got Christian McCaffrey. They have a look. I'm telling you guys. But, yeah, get paid. Shout to the Toxic God in Carolina, Vega. And real quick, you guys do a shout-out. Shout out to my oldest son. He's about to get on a plane. He finished training. He's a Marine. He finished training at Camp Pendleton. He's heading to Carolina to do some more training.
Great job.
Love the show, guys.
Peace. Love you, Coach P. Good
1,
stuff there.
2, 3,
Coach
4.
P.
I love the Marine Corps.
There
you go. My brother was a Marine. There you go.
I didn't know where you're going there.
Yeah. My brother was a Marine, served early 2000s.
I declare a war.
No. A lot of veterans in the Spadoni household, so thank you for your service.
Shameless shout out to 14 minutes. Shameless shout out to 14 minutes. He's right. I'm loading up on the 49ers. Who's with me? It's a body. Like, I don't want to just win the game. I'm kind of with you, Spadoni, and I hear what you're saying, but I do want to dominate on Sunday. I want to let everybody know in Philadelphia to 215, we are coming. We are hunting for your asses out there in Philadelphia. We are coming December 3rd, and we're going to come, and we're going to kill you. They're not going to kill you physically. I'm getting a little crazy here. But I want to send a message to everybody in NFL. Stomp the Browns. Stomp P.J. Walker. You know what? This week's a good week for a shutout. It's a good week for a goose egg. Hey, Fred Warner, what you got? Hey, Bosa. Hey, Rainer Gregory, you want to make an impression on this fan base? Go get me 2 sacks this Sunday.
There is nothing. Thank you.
Yeah, that's the hype I'm on right now.
There is nothing more demoralizing for a fan base than for your team not to score any points.
Yeah.
It's rough, and it doesn't happen often, especially in today's game, Bonte, where every single rule is predicated on offense, and you still can't score a single point.
No,
that's what I'm looking for this week as well.
I want to destroy the Cleveland Browns. Who's with me? 888-957-9570. It's time to send messages every single week in the NFL. Statement games every week, not just the Cowboys. It needs to be the Browns. And then the next week on Monday Night Football.
Against Kirk, you like that,
Kirk
Cousins?
I want to drop 50 on Kirk Cousins. I want to end the Kirk Cousins talk forever.
Is that game personal?
Forever.
Is that game personal for you,
me,
Bonte?
it is personal.
That's
what Mike Florio say. Mike Florio said he's out on Kirk Cousins because this guy takes the day off on a Tuesday.
That's Kyle
If you want to
Shanahan.
be great, you study every single day. All right? Every single day. So Kirk Cousins, we're putting him in the body bag next Monday night. It is statement weeks, and then Joe Burrow comes to Levi's Stadium and Jamar Chase.
That'll be fun.
That would be a lot of fun, but you know what? I want another blowout. I want blowout. Show me how good you are, 49ers. Uncle Gene in the town. I know he'll be at Fieldwork Brewery in San Leandro with his nephews and his grandsons. Uncle Gene, what's happening?
Town business.
Hey, fellas.
What's up,
Can you hear
Uncle
me?
Gene? I got
sir.
you.
Hey, okay. So, fellas, I'm here with my wife, Jan, and we have a message to deliver to the roasters if you can give us a minute or so.
Absolutely.
Okay, here goes. Roasters, this is your Uncle Gene.
And Auntie Jan.
With an urgent appeal. Did you know our 25th ranking game managing system quarterback, Brock Purdy, is one of the lowest paid players in the NFL?
He's been forced to share an apartment with a 315-pound offensive lineman named Nick.
And just think of the indignities he's had to endure. Never having enough room on the couch to watch his favorite TV shows.
Spending half of his salary just to feed Nick.
And always losing wrestling matches to decide who cleans house and picks out the trash. So Auntie Jan and I have started a fundraiser we call
Find Brock a Home.
Our goal is to raise $1 million. People often afford, say, a nice fixer-upper in Mill Creek.
Please open your heart and your wallet generously to find Brock a home.
On behalf of Brock and Nick, who needs his own space and lots of it,
we thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
I don't even know where to go from there. Uncle Gene.
Gene, I think that's a walk-off. I don't think you need to say anything else. That was all that needed to be said.
You're done for the day. I don't need your breakdown. We're going to find Brock a home, and he's going to play well in Cleveland. We're going to find
that music. I don't know if you've ever gotten like a massage somewhere, like if you go to the Chinese massage therapy, like the foot massage and stuff like that. That is the music that you hear at the massage parlor. And it was, I don't know where they're going. It bordered,
I know where he's going.
It bordered on like Sarah McLachlan. Is that what they were trying to do?
That's the vibe I started to get. That's a Doobie Award for Call of the Year right
yeah,
now.
that is.
It sounds like Uncle Gene's trying to get a Doobie Award.
It's something.
He's bringing the production value in, get Jan in there.
I mean,
he's going for
remember last year, Jan played the drums. They had a song. They freestyled. Auntie Jan played the drums. So now I think Uncle Gene heard Kato Pernical always bringing his lady onto the airways, and Uncle Gene said, I'm going to one-up Kato Pernical St. Louis. And Auntie Jan, what a solid performance from her.
I love our callers trying to one-up each other, too.
Yeah,
Holy smokes.
Keep it up, callers. I want to see what you guys got, roasters.
God, what is going on these last 2 days?
That was an infomercial and a half from Uncle Gene, and I respect it.
I'm not mad at it
I'm not mad at it.
Shameless shout-outs. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We're already getting some shout-outs here on the Comcast Business Text line. I don't know where the hell the show's going the next 2 hours, but let's see what happens. John, Uncle John in Oakland. John in Oakland, what's happening?
Relax.
You're on the roast.
YouTube relax on the massage parlor stuff. Go ahead, John.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, John?
Not Robert Kraft.
Hey, I'm calling in to say, man, quit worrying about Philly. You know, that game is not an indication on where the team was at. The quarterback got knocked out, and Philly didn't even win the Super Bowl. Stop worrying about Philly. What y'all need to concentrate on is securing home field advantage and keeping your quarterback healthy. Last time I checked, Kyle Shanahan has not finished the season.
Okay, John, you know what? I'm turned up right now. Who you root for? You a Niner fan, John?
No, I'm a Raider fan.
Yeah, you sound like a Raider fan. I could smell you. I could smell you 15 miles away. Once a Raider, always a Raider. I know how you guys sound. I know your tone. You tell us, hey, you worry about the Patriots on Sunday. Don't lose to Belichick and Mac Jones, John. I ain't having that this morning. I ain't having that, John. You Raider fan. You worry about the Vegas Raiders, and you worry about beating the worst team in the AFC, okay? We worry about the Eagles because we know the NFC runs through Philly, and we worry about we're handling our business out here. You worry about the Patriots, John. Get out of here. I ain't having it. You Raider fans been infiltrating our show the last couple days, hating. You've been doing some hating. I love you, John, but I ain't here for the hate.
You don't love John. No, you don't.
No,
you
I do love John. Get out of here, though. I smelt it a mile away.
That was a hater.
Well, tell us what to worry about. You worry about beating Mac Jones.
Hey, by the way, they're not the worst team in the AFC. That's the Denver Broncos, first of all, because the Raiders have beaten them. All right.
Get out of here.
But to your point,
you guys got a little
this
win.
This is what Bud in Oakland was talking about the other day.
You got a little win against the Packers and Jordan Love, and now you want to come on here telling us how we should feel. We handled our business. We're worried about home field advantage. We want home field advantage. We want the bye week. We want everything. But we know we got something to settle with Philadelphia. That's the team that we need to go through to get to where we need to get to.
There should be an arrogance factor with the San Francisco 49ers right there. No one should hate their fan base for being excited because their team is winning. It did sound salty from John's end. And honestly, as a Raider fan, it made us look bad. I don't like that. I don't like punching up in our weight class. Let's relax, worry about your own business, and go forward. Keep your head down. Don't go Jerry Jeudy on okay? You don't want to be a guy like that. You don't want to be Grant Delpit, all right? Unneeded motivation. That's what you don't want to do. Worry about yourself.
Yeah, worry about yourself. Worry about who your next head coach is going to be.
It's not Josh
Worry about your
McDaniels.
owner hiring the right coach. Worry about getting the right quarterback. Worry about keeping Devontae Adams healthy.
It does.
Don't worry about what's going on over here.
It does annoy me seeing the Las Vegas
Don't worry about us.
The Las Vegas Aces dominating with Mark Davis as the owner, and he can't do anything right with the Raiders. Oh, but hey, we got a Super Bowl. It's all
We're
right.
5-0.
Go ahead.
That's what's happening with the red and
Back
gold.
to the Niners.
Back to the Niners. I smelt that Raider fan a mile away.
Smelt it.
I could smell them.
Smell
Now they're
like
starting to
you
come
were
out
on
the
Bart.
woodwork.
You
It's like
smelt
little
it.
cowboy cockroaches, right? Those cowboy fans, little cockroaches coming out. By the way, not one cowboy fan called the show today or this week. They were calling all last week. All last week. Not one cowboy fan had the gall to dial 888-957-9570 this week and talk about what happened last Sunday. Not one. Guru didn't even wear a cowboy jersey.
Guru was the sacrificial lamb of the
as
fan
he should.
base. Yes.
Shameless shout-outs coming up in 5 minutes.
Can't wait.
Cowboy fans buying new TVs. Love it. Niner Al in San Jose. Let's get Niner Al in here. What's up, Niner Al?
What's going on, Vontae? How you fellas doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, baby. I feel like $1 million. I'm awake now. Al.
Woo! Man, he lit you up right now. He said, "Oh hell, it's not gonna happen.
Not today.
It's not happening.
Not happening. We worried about the Browns, and then we're keeping our eyes on Philadelphia. Trust me, we are scouting them like the Cowboys back in the '90s.
The audacity of these folks that they just don't get it. And you know what? Hate's gonna come our ways, but woo, we love it, baby. I'm telling you, Cleveland, we're gonna go out there and
smash them.
Smash.
Are you worried at all about Cleveland and Niner Al? Like, what needs to happen? Like, for me, real quick, Niner Al, stay on hold. Stay there. I need to see the opening drive score again. I need to see another 30-burger, and I need to see this defense knock it. Like, in the fourth quarter, we need to see DTR. That's how well I know this game is going for the 49ers.
No. That's completely correct. We're gonna just keep the gas on it. Fourth quarter, don't let up. Show them what we're all about, and not all the secrets, you know what I mean. But Niners are on fire, and I just can't wait till we host that Super Bowl trophy, baby.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait either. I can't wait to line them up. 888-957-9570. 4 minutes shameless shout-outs. You know how we do on the roast. Shout out anybody you want to shout out. Shout out anybody. Your high school football teams, your dogs, the local grocery store. Hey, I'm going to shout out Bart. Got me to work on time. New studio. Huge.
Look at this guy. If you're on Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, you can see this beautiful sky. Look at this. The sun is coming up.
It is coming up.
It's a new day in San Francisco, 95-7 the game, and it's a new day for the San Francisco 49ers this Sunday because they're going to kick some ass.
Yeah.
I think they are.
Oh, this is great. Comcast Business Text line before we get to KT in Oakland. Has the morning show done a wellness check with those clowns from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas?
Oh, they're struggling.
It should be called 105.3 The Failures. Well, we played some sound from them on Monday, and they already said, hey, we're not even mad. At least we got this out the way early. We're done. So we got those dudes so jacked up in the brain. It's not even fun no more talking about them. It really isn't. I mean, it is. They have gone out sad considering when they first came on talking about Luka being the best player on the court, to losing that series in 5 games, to talk about last year and them clowns. They are so down bad right now. I don't even want to bring them up.
Well, they're not even talking football anymore. It's all Rangers.
Yeah, it's all Rangers.
The Cowboys got beat so bad, they got to talk about Bruce Bochy and co. now. That's all they got to talk about.
Well,
and it's good. That's great. Hey, they're balling, but they're not talking football.
And hockey's back. They're talking about the Dallas Stars.
Yikes.
Yeah, they're down bad.
Joe Pavelski? There you go. Like that little knowledge?
I do like
there
that
you go.
knowledge. Do like that knowledge.
That's all I know, pretty much. Is Sidney Crosby still playing?
okay.
Is he still in the league?
He is still in the
There
league.
you go.
They lost to the Blackhawks. Connor Bedard.
Handsome man. That's Sidney Crosby.
You would know better than me.
Hey. Yes.
Look, let's get KT in Oakland before we get to shameless shout-outs. KT in Oakland, good morning.
What's up, KT?
Good morning, sir. How you guys doing?
Oh, man, I'm feeling great.
I love sir. I love that.
Yeah, you don't
that's
have to call me
respect.
sir.
Well, that's respect right there.
That
I
is a lot of
appreciate
respect.
that.
And you got a great radio voice, man. What are you trying to Wally Pip us? What's going on?
I don't know. You guys might not like me after this, though. I thought the Brock Purdy fundraiser was pathetic, and let me explain why. Brock Purdy, number one, I just want to say about Brock Purdy, he's better than everybody expected him to be, and that's because he had the time in college to develop, and I think he was overlooked, and he deserves everything he's getting. But to do a fundraiser for a guy who's going to be making millions of dollars in the next 2 or 3 years. I mean, that's just the nature of the business. You get a rookie that low, and that's just the business of getting paid. And if NFL, they're going to take advantage of that. But for people who don't have a bunch of money to come out their pocket to get this guy a home, and he's going to be making buku bucks in about 2 or 3 years. Let me finish. I'm just saying that's kind of sound like an entitlement for you bringing up a spoiled kid. Let him go and earn his money. He's going to get it. And are you going to give the people who's going in their pocket, are you going to give them that money back when he starts making millions of dollars?
KT in Oakland. It was a joke. Uncle Gene and Auntie Jan were having fun. Nobody's going to start a GoFundMe for Brock Purdy. Are you crazy?
What?
KT in Oakland. Do you like to have fun, KT? What do you do for fun?
Hey, yeah, I like to have fun, but you know how people are these days. Some people take that stuff kind of serious.
Well, it sounds like you are.
You are.
All right, hold on, KT. Don't take it too
does.
serious. It was just fun. It was a bit. And now you're being a Debbie Downer on a Friday, a payday Friday, KT. KT, who's your football team? Are you a Niner fan?
Huh?
Are you a Niner fan, KT?
I'm a Niner. You know what? I'm torn between the Niners. I'm a Raider fan, but since they lost and they dogged us in Vegas, I've been more of a Niner fan now because the Niners are a good team, and I got to give them credit. As much as I used to hate on them today, they're a good franchise. They take care of their players, and they're a good team. So I'm rooting for the Niners every time they play, especially against Dallas.
Yeah, well, you're not. You can get off the air because you're not a real Raider fan if you ever root for the San Francisco 49ers and vice versa. That's just a fact. He's a fair weather at that point.
KT,
you can never do
you're
that.
a good dude, KT. I get it. But Uncle Gene was having fun. Don't take it so seriously.
Well, that's the thing. Like, come on.
He's having fun.
Instead of KT, it should be called crazy.
Dude, Brock Purdy got plenty of money, but it's unfair to call Brock Purdy a spoiled kid. Don't do that. We don't know we don't know what he's like. We don't know what his upbringing was. Don't do that, KT. You're better than that.
Well, we know from all accounts he's a great guy.
Gosh, the Raider fans. Jeez. Guys win one game, all of a sudden you start popping off.
Well, apparently he's not a Raider fan anymore, so he's a fair weather.
Yeah, all right. Let's get to Seamus shout-outs.
That's what I'm a fan of. You can get off the air because you're not a real Raider fan if you ever root for the San that's Francisco me. 49ers. I'm hearing and vice myself
versa.
again.
That's-
There you go. That's cool.
There you go. Seb Love it. We're just a new studio, so we got to figure out where the drops are. We even played a We Ready coming in on the game day.
That's true.
We can play that.
We might. Hey, we got another show open coming up. And
We
then
do got
Adam
an
Carolla,
old,
so
we
you
got
know
another
what?
old baby.
So we got another one.
All right, let's go. Shameless shout outs. Let me know, Miami Hurricane. Let's go.
It just goes into the. Oh, let's go. Right
Oh,
there.
let's go into it. There we go.
You
Make me wanna shout. Wanna shout.
Who you shouting out, Bonte?
I'm shouting out Bart, my new home in the mornings, even though it added 30 minutes to my commute, but it's all good. This parking's not free around here. Shout out to Bart, and shout out to Tim Jordan and the rest of the engineers here at 95.7 The Game for getting the studio up and running.
Hell yeah.
I'm not shouting out Matt Nahegan. I'm not shouting out Stacey Kaufman. I'm not shouting out our sales team who were telling people to keep it down. You know we're in a radio station. We're going to be loud and proud here. All right? So shout out to and shout out to the roasters on Twitch, YouTube, and the Comcast Business Text Line. You guys have been bringing it all week. And the callers. And oh, my God, I got to shout out the callers. Lavette, Vega. I mean, we had Trucker 23 in Wyoming. We went down to Little Rock, Arkansas. We've been all over the globe.
We've been everywhere. We're Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide. Let's go, Mr.
Just start
305.
wearing white jeans then.
Huge. Shave the head.
Maybe I'll get some
Why
white
not?
jeans like Baldy.
Let's go.
Like Pitbull. Nobody rocks white jeans like Baldy
No.
and Pitbull. Who you shouting
Wait,
out?
Baldy wears white jeans?
I saw him downtown. He's rocking the white jeans. I'll bring it up on there
That's
with him.
honestly, that's a flex.
Oh.
If you can pull off white jeans as a man,
He had the white
that is
jeans,
something.
the button up with the tie. He didn't even have the taco meat. The chest was just showing. I said, Baldy, where you going to Miami? What's going on? I was just coming from the gym.
I was just coming from the gym.
Just meeting a friend. He was doing his thing. I'm not hating.
Next level.
Pitbull, white jeans. Come on.
Hey, Pitbull's got bangers. People are sleeping on Pitbull.
No, he did have.
He's got some bangers.
He does.
I'm shouting out baby girl, my baby girl, Nora Spadoni, turning 1 year
that's
old
beautiful.
tomorrow. She is the love of my life. She is so sweet. She is now walking. She's talking. She's doing everything, getting in her brother's business. He's starting to get that big brother vibe, like, get the hell away from me. But he's a good big brother, too. He loves her. I love you. Love my wife. Love everyone. I also love the YouTube chat. Shouting out my nose in the shadow of it. It's actually really funny. I got a schnoz if you're on Twitch and YouTube. This is Spadoni. I'm Italian. Got a big nose. It is what it is. But there is a shadow, and it's going to be tough if I ever fill in here. I may have to take your spot from going
you
forward.
should.
Because the beak blends in with the mic muff. It is something to behold. So shout out to the YouTube chat. I can take a joke. 5 older brothers, Bonte. I've known I've had a big nose since I was in 2nd grade. It's
There
all
you
good.
go. There you go. I got to get Edison. I love Edison. He's always shouting out his Lincoln Mustangs. They're my rival, high school rival. When I was at Washington High School, Lincoln didn't touch the bell game. They didn't touch the bell. They didn't sniff it. They've won they beat Washington 10 straight years. They host the Galileo Lions tomorrow at Lincoln High School. So I don't know who to root for. Coach Ferrigno? Hey, Coach, you better win. I'm going to roast your ass on Monday. Lubman, what's going on?
You know, I mean, as we shout out this new building, I want to give a shout out to the old building. It may not have been perfect. The AC may have issues and stuff like that, but it was our home for several years. I mean, I joined there in 2020. You guys were obviously there before me. It was our home. It wasn't perfect, but it was our home. Had a lot of great memories there. You know, I started working with you guys there. We became friends in that building. A lot of great stuff. So you know what? Shout out to the old building. Even though you're gone now, you'll always be in our memories.
Yeah, shout out to that parking lot as well. It was very useful. Negan, shout out.
The names coming in on the text line or on the YouTube chat with my nose.
Shout
is
out
unbelievable.
goes to Matt Weiner from TBS, who did the on-field interview with Nick Castellanos last
yeah.
night. If you didn't see it, he made a statement to him saying something like, hey, you know, you guys play really well. You hit 2 home runs. And Castellanos goes, in the middle of a celebration, is there a question there? Come on, man. You can't do that.
Yeah.
It's a celebration. Like, you know, Matt Weiner is just trying to do his job. Shout out Matt Weiner.
Very awkward interview. Castellanos was like, even on MLB Network, he was like angry about something. Like, dude, you just hit 2 home runs. Lighten up, dude. Lighten up.
Go D-backs is what I would say.
Yeah, good
All
shot.
the names coming in on my nose, by the way. Chris M. Toucan Spadoni, like that
Yeah,
one.
I do like
Spinozzi, Spinocchio is a good one. I'm Italian, so it works. Spadoni can smell colors. I can't. I can also feel sounds. The shadow of Spadoni's nose, that's cool. There you go. Spinozzi again.
Don't worry. Our first day in the studio, we're going to get fat heads, backdrops. We're going to get it all.
Fat heads.
Shout out to
so
Papa
funny.
Shasky, too, who's doing really
Hell
well.
yeah.
Papa Shasky's doing really well after surgery.
He can
Cut the
find
jaw.
the Tums.
Yeah, no, he can't. They get the Tums next to him. All right, let's get to the calls. Alex in Atlanta. What we got? Alex? Who you
Careful,
shouting out,
Alex. Careful.
The unofficial statistician of the morning roast.
And the last time.
What happened last?
All right, gentlemen, look.
You got a little fired up.
All right, gentlemen, I'm shouting out my dad today. I got to enjoy the 49ers-Cowboys game with him over the weekend. It was the first time at Levi for both of us. We had a fantastic time, great memories all around. I just wanted to give him a shout-out and show him some love today.
Love that, Alex, and good to hear from you. Always tweeting the good stuff. Our official statistician of the morning roast, Alex in Atlanta. Love hearing from him. Let's go to Tim from. He's here in the city. Tim, what's happening? Who you shouting out today?
Hey, I want to shout out Scott in Hayward, California.
All right. I got you. You got another shout out here. Comcast Business text line. I want to make sure I get that right. But first, let's go to Greg in Walnut Creek. Greg in Walnut Creek, what's happening? Who you shouting out today?
Hey, shout out the De La Salle San Ramon Valley game today. It's Spadoni. You can be both a Niner fan and a Raider fan. I got two dads. One's a Raider fan, one's a Niner fan, and I love both of them. So you can't say I can't be both. All right, thank you guys.
You got to pick one. I'm calling cap on that. It's a rivalry. It's always going to be a rivalry, even if they moved away. You cannot be fans of both. You cannot be an A's fan. You cannot be a Giants fan.
Yeah.
Pick a side. You can't be a Mets fan. You can't be a Yankees fan.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
That's no.
I'm totally with you there.
I am going to be the fan police when it comes to that.
Yeah, I don't think you could do that. Like Coles is trying to Jim Colesmore. Shout out to Jim Colesmore. Split hats are cool. No. We don't do split caps out here. There'll never be somebody in New York wearing a split Yankee and Met hat. There's nobody in Chicago wearing a split White Sox and Cubs hat.
Too much history. There's too much history between the two teams, too. There's Super Bowls on both sides. Come on, man.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get to Larry from Pittsburgh.
It's America. It's about winning.
Larry, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Larry from Pittsburgh. Hey, shout out to Mr. Chassis, speed recovery. Also, 6 of us are strong are going to the Cleveland game. Cleveland, you're not ready for this business trip. Let's go, Niners.
I like that a lot. There's a Teamster text that I just lost here. I want to shout out the Teamsters because they do a great job. All the construction workers, all the janitors, all the plumbers, engineers, all the people who do the real grimy, gritty work. I want to shout those people out there. Shameless shout outs. We got Adam Carolla coming up 8 o'clock. We'll get one more shout out here. Let's get Tara McIntosh. Tara McIntosh, what's up? Who you shouting out today? What you got? Oh, no, not ready. Okay, we'll put them on hold. No, they're on the phone. I thought they were on. I'm still getting used to the new phone lines in the phone system. Oh, here we go. Teamsters Local 350. Everyone that is grinding. Have a great weekend. That's Phil in a 408. Shout out to Phil in 305. One more shout out here. Let's get Taryn before the break. Let's get Taryn McIntosh in here before the break. What's up? What you shouting out? What you got?
What's up, Bunte? Good morning, Roasters. I want to shout out Papa Shatsky on a speedy recovery. Calling from the great state of Mississippi. I was in Little Rock yesterday, but I'm in Jerry Rice hometown now, Mississippi.
I love that. Mississippi. Shout out to you and everybody out there in Mississippi. The state of Jerry Rice, not Brett Favre. Jerry Rice made that state famous.
Oh, yeah.
Not Brett Favre. All right.
I still know how to spell Mississippi every single time, right?
MISSI. SSI. PPI.
There you go. You got it. Every single time. That was a teaser right there. I didn't know. There you go.
All right, injury report coming up. Let's go.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All right, shout out to the local 483 Sprinkler Fitters. That's from Steve Doe on YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Cleveland Browns announced that quarterback Deshaun Watson will not suit up this Sunday against the 49ers as he continues to deal with the shoulder injury. Watson did not participate in practice this week, and Mary Kay Cabot reported that Watson is dealing with a rotator cuff contusion. P.J. Walker, not Dorian Thompson-Robinson, will get the start in Watson place this week. Boy, the Niners, they're going to miss Justin Jefferson, missing Deshaun Watson, Nick Chubb, Joel Bitonio, possibly. The Arizona Cardinals, who are they missing? Who got hurt from
Kyler Murray wasn't
there. Pittsburgh, they were full squad. They just beat up on Pittsburgh. The Rams didn't have Cooper Kupp.
Yep.
The New York Giants didn't have Saquon, Andrew Thomas. Saquon Barkley, that is.
Hey, you know, it's a war of attrition. I'm not going to apologize for people not having players.
I'm not either.
No.
Just go out there and win the game. And the Niners have been dominating. The injury report Maybe Hillary's got all these people calling him. Hillary from Boxer and Gerson. Justin, are you Raider fans over there at Boxer and Gerson? You got these Raider fans calling our show today, hating.
They're making me look bad. They're making me look very bad. Please just stop talking about the 49ers. They're really good.
Very salty.
They're very good.
And I know they waited to cut. E40 was like, man, y'all don't say nothing when we win, but as soon as we lose, y'all come out the woodwork and y'all be acting like you know what. Y'all be acting like you fill in the blank, folks. Injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. We love Boxer and Gerson here on the Morning Roast. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. By the way, Boxer and Gerson, real quick, they're going to have to send us to the Super Bowl this year. We're getting home field advantage. NFC Championship be at Levi's, going to Las Vegas. So get your money right for the Super Bowl at Boxer and Gerson, because you're sending us to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas. That's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Adam Carolla, formerly of The Man Show. He's in town for Cobb's Comedy Club. Who wants to laugh a little bit? Adam Carolla coming up on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Cozy up to fall deals at Whole Foods Market. Save on air-chilled boneless, skinless chicken breast for $5.99 per.
day, the morning roast.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Yo, Spadoni in for Joe Shasky. I think Bonte Hill's over with Sarah and Vinny right now. He's just doing other radio station hits. He's just gone. Matt Nahigan's running down the hallway. We're in a new building here. Got Sam Lomman behind the glass. We're crushing it. It's Niners. It's Browns. Week 6 out in Cleveland. No Deshaun Watson. It should be no problem for the San Francisco 49ers as Bonte Hill runs back through the hallway. He's sprinting. He's doing radio hits left and right. And we have Adam Carolla, famous comedian, coming up shortly. Bonte, what were you just doing?
Oh, no. Sarah Vinny kidnapped me. 97.3 Alice. This is nothing. I made it. I was on 97.3 Alice. That's the big time.
That is big time.
That is the big time. I could do a show with them.
Oh.
They were
I would
good.
like you to do
We
it
had a
with
good
me, but
vibe.
that's fine.
Felt like we had better chemistry than Shasky, Spinoni, or anybody in this building.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, you're
kidding.
not.
It's
No,
a
you're
little
not.
joke. It's appropriate to have a joke because we have a comedian coming on. Adam Carolla, formerly of The Man Show. Remember The Man Show back in the day with Jimmy Kimmel? They both made it big.
I probably shouldn't have been watching that because I was watching it when I was like 8 or 9 years old, but it is what it is, especially with those opening parts where it was scantily clad women jumping on trampolines.
We call that great parenting.
There you go.
That's what that is.
Or lack of parenting.
Or
One
lack
or
of
the other.
parenting. Lack of parenting. And you're probably aging Adam Carolla. Adam, good morning. Welcome to the Morning Roast. Long time no talk. He's at Cobb's Comedy Club this weekend, tonight, tomorrow. Also has shows coming up in Spokane and Tacoma, Washington, October 28th and 29th. He's going up to Sacramento. Now, when you go up to Sacramento, make sure you wear a Lakers jersey or a Warriors jersey because Kings fans, they're a little salty right now. They're a little sensitive. Make sure you let them know where you're from, Adam.
I shall. I am from Los Angeles, by the way, born and bred. One of the few people in show business that's actually from this dump.
And you're actually one of the few people who is a Rams fan. Like, there's like 5 Rams fans, and you're one of them. I was down at SoFi Stadium earlier this season. I couldn't spot a Rams fan. It was our unofficial home opener for the 49ers.
Oh, man. When the Rams played the Steelers in the Super Bowl in '79, they played it at the Rose Bowl. The Rose Bowl is about 4 miles away from the Coliseum where the Rams play, and there were many more Steelers fans in that place than there were Rams fans. As a matter of fact, everyone here is from somewhere else, and whatever their childhood team was, even if they left when they were 7 years old and they lived here for 40 years, they still root for their childhood team. So there's almost no Rams fans in LA.
Do you think the Super Bowl, that win, is going to help galvanize that fan group as because you're going to have a lot of kids, right, in LA who maybe have just became Ram fans, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old. So do you think like 20, 30 years down the line, there'll actually be a legitimate fan base there? Or is it always just going to be, you know what, there's too much going on, too many out-of-towners coming in to live in LA, and they'll never just have a true, massive fan base compared to other these big markets?
Well, I think your theory would be correct, except for Gavin Newsom is running California into the ground so fast, and LA is such a dump that all those 8 and 9-year-olds, when they graduate high school, are moving to Texas.
Oh, no.
So we're going to lose our Rams fan base again because they're all going to Florida, Nashville, Texas, and Nevada.
Man, a lot of losses there in Texas for them Cowboys in Houston, Texas, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, a lot of sadness down in Texas, and I'm not mad at that. Adam Carolla here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. What's your thoughts on Brock Purdy before we shift over to basketball and talk about what you're doing here at Cobb's this weekend coming to San Francisco? I used to work at Cobb's Comedy Club, and I remember a set you did back in the day. You showed your salaries before you made it big time. Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah.
You showed your salaries, man. It was like $7,000 a year, $8,000 a year. You made it big time. I think you were working at McDonald's making $15,000 a year.
There were some zeros in there, and there was a lot of $3,000 and $4,000 a year.
Now you're making that today.
That was the chart.
Now you're making that today.
Besides losing money talking to you guys,
go ahead.
That was my Social Security statement. So at some point in your life, they'll send you your Social Security statement, which'll show you all the money you've made every year you started. And I looked at this thing and I just marveled. I worked at McDonald's. I made like $2,000 that year. You know, I made first year in construction, I made like $6,000. So at the bottom was like $2 million a year, because that's what I got in the show, you know, after I got in the show business. But I looked at it and I thought, this is the greatest chart I've ever seen in my life. But we're talking about Brock Purdy.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on Brock Purdy?
You know, it's funny how we are as a society. He kind of, when you see him being interviewed and stuff, he doesn't look like a quarterback. He doesn't have that you know, that Garoppolo look or the Tom Brady look. Like there's something about him that just doesn't. He just looks like, you know, a dude who works for Uber Eats or something and drops you off some chicken or something. So he doesn't really have that look. Once he gets on the field, he looks like it. I mean, he's playing lights out. How can you argue with how the guy is playing? And, you know, it's one thing to score, I don't know, 48 points, 44 points, whatever they scored the other night, but lighting up Dallas's defense, he's playing lights out. He just looks like the kid next door.
So Adam, and we're talking to Adam Carolla, famous comedian, one of the funniest guys in America. I've been watching you since I was like 8 or 9 years old, and I probably shouldn't have been watching the show, The Man Show, with you and Jimmy Kimmel, obviously. But you know what? My parents weren't awake, and I was watching G4 late at night, and you guys were on. Loved the opening scene with all the women jumping up on the trampoline.
Don't we all?
Do you think a show like that could be made today?
Well, it's funny. I saw Jimmy last night at an event for a movie we did called Windy City Heat, which is now 20 years old. It's a long story, but if people want to see a really funny movie, they can look up Windy City Heat. But I always answer it this way when people go, do you think you could make the Man Show today? I go, I could make the Man Show, but I don't think Jimmy could make the Man Show. He's got a real job.
That is a great point. Adam Carolla doing 2 shows at Cobb's Comedy Club this weekend. Check them out. Tickets on sale. It's a really good time with Adam at Cobb's. I miss Cobb's when I used to work there. You're also a big Laker fan, and we got the Warriors coming around, and obviously the Lakers ended the Warrior season in 6 games in the second round. And on your driver's license, apparently, it says Adam Lakers Carolla. Now, my man over here, Joe Spadoni, is smiling from ear to ear because somehow he got a job here by being a Lakers fan. And having to work with him during that series was very, very painful. When Lonnie Walker lit up the Warriors in that fourth quarter, and I sat up here and I told the roasters, I told everybody on these airways, I'm depressed this morning, and he was just had that little smile, that little snicker. Adam, you root for the wrong teams. Just don't bring that purple and yellow out this weekend, please.
Well, when you grow up in L.A., especially when you're the right age and you got Showtime and that whole world that you just saw in Winning Time, it's really hard. Especially the Rams weren't. The Rams were okay back then, but they've always been, you know, fair to middling with a couple of good seasons. At some point, they packed up and went to St. Louis. So I never really was a baseball guy. I mean, you know, Dodgers had some good years for sure with Tommy Lasorda, but I just wasn't a big fan of watching baseball. So, and Lakers isn't really my middle name. I just wrote it in when I went to the DMV. But it's on every it's on every document I have. It's on every official piece of paper I own. I just wrote it in, and they let me write in because I do not have a middle name.
So you brought up Winning Time. What'd you think of that show? Because my girl, who's not a huge fan, was really intrigued with Winning Time. She doesn't know the history of the Showtime Lakers. She's not a big sports fan. What'd you think of that? Growing up, knowing the stories, and then watching it kind of play out, I don't know, it was all the parody. I thought it was pretty funny. I know a lot of people are not happy with it. People who worked with the Lakers, worked with Jerry West. What'd you think of Winning Time, Adam?
I thought John C. Reilly should be nominated for an Emmy, man. Yeah. I think he knocked it out of the park. I loved it. I thought it was a great series. I'm surprised that it's canceled. I guess it was canceled for ratings reasons, or at least that's what I heard. I thought it was a fun watch. Now, I'm of a certain age, and I grew up in L.A., so when they're showing, you know, stock footage of the old Forum, and they're talking about Chick Hearns. You know, I grew up listening to Chick Hearns talk about the mustard was off the hot dog and put them in the popcorn machine and all that stuff. So all those names, all those faces, all those places, even when they're just going through L.A. in the late 70s, early 80s, that's where I grew up. So it's hard for me to separate myself from it, but I thought it was a great series. I loved it. If I was Jerry West, I'd be pissed off, but I loved it.
So, Adam, obviously you go to different markets here and there. You're in the Bay Area market now, and, you know, some of your stuff that's hitting over in Texas or Florida may not be hitting the same way over here. So I'm just curious, as a comedian, when you're going from different markets and seeing what's hitting and what's not, you're obviously sticking to script. Is that, I don't want to say difficult, but what's the feeling like when you're hitting somewhere so hard and it was the exact same show, the exact same thing, but you go somewhere else like a San Francisco or San Jose, and it's just like, that didn't hit the same. Is it just like whatever for you, you're just going to keep going? I'm just, the thought of a comedian doing that, because I feel like it's one of the hardest jobs in the world, going up there with the microphone. Hell, I have a 1-hour show Monday through Friday. I'm just talking about sports for an hour, and I'm scared to death half the time. You're trying to make people laugh, which is one of the hardest things to do in anything. So how's that feel for you, going from different markets and having the same act and not hitting the same way from place to place?
Well, it is interesting, you know, especially now in this, you know, climate of division. And, you know, you do shows in West Hollywood on the Sunset Strip at the Comedy Store, and that is a different audience than you get when you're in Nebraska or Wisconsin. You know, when you're in Appleton, Wisconsin, that's just a different crowd. What I started doing when I went on the road is I came up with a list of jokes, and it's just a set of jokes called Jokes I Can't Tell in L.A. And so I go, these are jokes I can't tell in L.A., but I'm in Appleton, Wisconsin, so let's see if you guys can handle these jokes. And it makes it fun, and it makes them feel like they're in on something. But I was literally thinking about San Francisco, because I was like, wait a minute, San Francisco's more woke than L.A. even is, and half my jokes are totally offensive. But I thought to myself, I'll do them. And if they don't work, you can screw around with the crowd, and you can have some fun, and you can call them uptight. And maybe I'll try the set of jokes that won't work in L.A. in San Francisco, which theoretically they'll work less in San Francisco. But it's fun. I mean, I have tons of jokes. And the thing about my offensive jokes is they end with a punchline. My thing is you can be as offensive as you want. It's got to be true, and it's got to end with a joke. You can't just be offensive for the sake of being offensive. If it ends with something funny, then it's funny, and then screw the audience.
At one point, you said cancel culture is destroying free speech and killing comedy. We want to expound on that. What did you mean by that? And you still believe that to this day, Adam?
Well, it's caused a lot of comedians to second guess what they're going to say. And much like the great Magic Johnson bringing the ball up the hardwood back in the Lakers day, you wouldn't want Magic Johnson thinking about the implications of where he was going to pass the ball. You just want him going down free form like a great jazz musician improvising, you know? And comedians are, for the first time in a long time, thinking, vetting, like, can I tell this joke? What if I tell, you know, I've had comedians say to me about jokes, like, oh, that joke that's really funny. Too bad you can't do it, you know, or I'd love to tell this joke, but I can't tell this joke. And you don't want comedians up there like in their head, second guessing. You want them, by the way, you don't want any artist second. You don't want a painter or sculptor or a poet like sort of second guessing themselves, like vetting jokes and material. And we're at that point now. So I see a lot of comedians, like a lot of comedians come in to do my podcast, and you're talking about women or traffic or airline food or whatever, they're fine. You bring up race or you bring up transgender, you bring up something sensitive, and you see them stiffen up, and all of a sudden they kind of stop talking. And then you realize the person who's been talking about everything just stopped talking because I brought up some transgender story or something like that. And I just don't want comedians stiffening up that way.
Interesting stuff there. Adam Carolla will be at Cobb's Comedy Club tonight, tomorrow. Check him out there, Tacoma and Spokane, Washington, October 28th and 29th, and up in Sacramento, November 14th and 15th. Adam, good luck. Not really good luck to your Lakers. We're not worried about the Rams too much. We got you guys in our back pocket. Have a good show. Thanks for joining us today on the Morning Roast.
Thanks for having me.
Anytime. Adam Carolla here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Can we do something? Because I was at I was down at Alice with Sarah and Vinny, and I missed the show open. Did we go We Ready?
We did not. We went, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. That was me.
Can I get the show? Let's reset this back. I need to turn this baby back up. It's Niners and Browns. I want the show open at 8:18, Love, and I'm putting you on the spot. Go ahead, go show open. Don't look so stressed out. It's okay. Just pressing buttons here. We're all right.
We Ready might be hard, but we can do show open. I need a huge oh baby from you is what I need.
We ready? Because it's a football Friday.
It is.
It's a football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. The Niners are going to crush the Browns on Sunday, right, folks? 888-957-9570. Am I a little too overconfident about Sunday's game? P.J. Walker is starting at quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. P.J. Walker. Okay? Are we really worried about the Cleveland Browns? I'm betting the house on the Niners.
This is via FanDuel. I'm on there right now. They have one of the most popular parlay bets of this Sunday. It's plus 860. They got the 49ers on the money line, 49ers money line first quarter, second, third, fourth, and minus 9.5.
Parlay all those things together?
To plus 860 right there.
Wow. Yeah,
$10 right there wins you $86.
You know, in betting and gambling, I try to maximize a game.
Mm-hmm.
If I see a game with a lot of value, like I'll be watching Stanford and Colorado. How can I maximize that football game? Can I hit the first quarter spread? Can I hit a team total in the first half?
That at Stanford or is that Colorado?
It's at Colorado. Ooh. Oh, if it was at Stanford,
yeah, everyone. I was going to say everyone's going to go see.
It'd be sold out. But it's in Boulder, Colorado. Maybe I should fly. Nah, I'm kidding. Not doing that. Not doing that.
Colorado play Cal?
I don't believe they do. I don't believe they do. Give me the show open again. I miss my old baby. Are we still working on it?
Still efforting it.
Okay, all right. New studio. 888-957-9570.
I love that. That's our go-to now all the time.
Excuse
if there's anything that happens at new studio, we're good. How long does that last, by the way? A year?
I'll let it last till June. Hey, new studio. We still have to figure things out.
New studio.
Okay, didn't figure it out.
Whatever.
New studio.
Hey, that take didn't land. It's a new studio.
It's a new studio. Oh, yeah.
Niners
I don't know
didn't
where
cover.
things at.
It's just,
Oh, why were you late to the 8 o'clock segment? New studio. I didn't know how to get in.
Got lost.
I left my key card in the building.
Salespeople stopping me. You know, we see sales left and right.
Why the salespeople, by the way, and I want to bring people behind the curtain here as we talk Niners and Browns. And 888-957-9570. I'm turned up. I'm turned up about this 49ers football team. They're 5-0 right now. They're clicking all cylinders. However, Drake Greenlaw was out of practice yesterday with a hamstring injury. I don't like hearing that. I need Drake Greenlaw on the field. Aaron Banks, Elijah Mitchell, limited. Aaron Banks, of course, had the shoulder injury suffered against the Dallas Cowboys. But the fact that he's limited gives me good hope that even if he misses this Sunday, he'll be back for Monday Night Football against the Minnesota Vikings. But peeling the curtain back here for everybody wondering about the new studio and where we're located. We're on Kearney Street, 85 Kearney. I'll give out the address. I don't care. 85 Kearney. Come take some pictures. Come say hello. You can see the.
Come take some pictures.
You could take a picture of the selfie with the great Sam Lubman and Matt Nahigian.
Huge.
All right, or Nahagian, as Steiny says. I don't even know if it's Nahagian. I've been knowing him.
Well,
for 6
is it
years.
Kearney or Carney? Because it's
it's Kearney.
Well, it's EAR. Like you pronounce that heart.
It's always been Kearney,
but it's Carney.
It's Kearney.
Right?
No, when I think of Kearney, I think of kicker. CARNEY.
Neither here nor there, but we're peeling back the curtain. You can see if we're on Twitch and YouTube, you can see this beautiful skyline behind me.
Right.
It's finally gotten to the point where the shadow's still there. You can still see my schnoz. It's all right. It's big.
But you know what I feel sorry for? The salespeople have to work right behind us. And they think,
oh boy,
that it's going to just be a normal office where things are going to be quiet and all that stuff. No. We are loud. We're obnoxious. This is a clubhouse.
We're passionate, Bonte. We are passionate about. We get in this line of work not for the moolah, but because we love it. We love sports. We live, eat, and breathe this stuff every single day. All right?
Can you say San Rafael for me?
San Rafael.
Oh, I thought
He
somebody
wants me to say San Rafael, which is how I would pronounce it.
San Rafael. Cardi. I never heard somebody say Cardi. It's Kearney Street. Kearney Street. But the salespeople think that we're going to be all quiet.
No.
And we're going to be, hey, we're on the phone here. Hey, you're in the
This
wrong
isn't
state.
NPR. I'm not going to be quiet and asking you about the Dow. It's not how it's going down here. That's all my dad would listen to back in the day, and it'd be like the worst connection we had down in Monterey. I hated it every single second. Sorry, NPR. I don't know if they're an Odyssey affiliate or anything.
Next
like that.
rejoin. Next rejoin. Save it.
It's all right. We'll save
New
it.
studio.
New studio.
New studio.
Hashtag new
If
studio.
you notice, we haven't had any sound bites. So we're going to read all the quotes.
Oh, we played.
Some of the
Well,
sound
hey,
bites.
we played
with Steve Smith,
Steve
telling
Smith.
Jerry Judy. That's right.
Jag.
888-957-9570. There's
Great
already
show.
been, Cardi Lansford. That's a good one, rocking New
There you
Era.
go.
Cardi Lansford.
Spelled differently.
Been a good show. We played the Steve Smith sound. We had Uncle Gene and Auntie Jane run a promo.
That was
for Brock Purdy.
That was the most interesting thing I've heard in a long time. That's how I'm going to say it. Could be the most interesting soundbite. That's what it's going to be. Like Dos Equis, the most interesting man.
Yeah.
Gene kind of is that guy. We got
Uncle
a lot of
Gene.
interesting callers here, and I can't wait to see him next week, Wednesday, Bonte.
Well, we got a couple people we're going to see next Wednesday. One, we're going to be in the Dro. And I invite all the Raider fans, even Tony in Oakland, who I pissed off this morning.
Oh, God.
I'd love to see him at the Fieldwork Brewery. Just tell Tony, why are you hating on the Niners?
The one team that brings Raider fans and Niner fans around here usually is the Golden State Warriors. There you go.
So Wednesday, October 18th from 4 to 6 p.m., 2023 preseason Warrior Summit. Boy, we are milking these summits, baby. We're going to have an all-star summit, an end-of-season summit, a bye-week
I
summit.
think we're going to have a summit when the A's move to Las Vegas. Can we be live from Las Vegas?
How many people will show up to a San Francisco Giants summit?
Oh, God.
How many people will show up
Invite
to that?
Kapler to come. He'd be the life of the party.
He might come. We might get him on the show soon.
That'd be sweet.
Just might.
He might live near here.
He's still in the city. No, he's still in the city, lurking.
Lurking. He's just hanging out.
Apparently, we had a bunch of people call before Shameless Shoutouts wanted to come at you about your Eagles tweet. Tell them to call. Okay.
Fine, come at him.
Come at me with the Eagles tweet then. Come at me. I'm here. I'm bulletproof. I want the smoke.
Can you explain what the
888-957-9570.
tweet is?
All right, let me pull up the tweet because I don't tweet much these days. But I felt like tweeting anyway because I'm getting a little tired of, man, we're the best team and we fight. I don't care about being we're 5. The Niners are 5-0.
Yeah.
They're playing some really good football right now. I don't care about being power ranked number 1 or number 5 or number 3 or number 4. I don't care about that stuff. But I sent out a tweet. And let me pull it up because it's got a million replies. Not really, but I said, until the Niners beat Philly, I say I have the Eagles as a top dog in the NFC. Being the best team going into week 6 doesn't mean a damn thing. Just saying. Doesn't mean anything to me right now.
Doesn't.
They have to beat Philadelphia. To beat a man, you got to beat the man. And right now in the NFC, the Philadelphia Eagles are on the top of the pedestal. For some reason, people just lost their minds. Lost their freaking minds about it. Some people question, you're not a faithful member. You're a non-believer. Well, I do pay for season tickets. I'm part of the email list. I got an increase in season ticket prices next year. So if you want to call back and come at me about this Eagles tweet, feel free.
I can't wait till you ask Eric Crocker next, former NFL
we got
DB,
Crocker. I forgot
about
about
this
Croc time.
because Eric Crocker knows his stuff.
He does.
DB, and I think he would agree with you. This guy has a healthy respect for great teams, and Philadelphia, whether you like it or not, they're undefeated too.
Yeah.
They're right up there with you. They might not be getting the pub, but this team was in the Super Bowl and was a Jalen Hurts fumble away from winning it.
Jalen Carter, Darius Slay will be out this week against the New York Jets for Philadelphia.
Zach Wilson season? Is that what you're saying, Bonte?
Well, Fletcher Cox plays. I mean, come on, they're so deep on the defensive line. But what's coming up in the game is Croc time. Croc time. He's another Laker fan, unfortunately, but you know what? Crocker's coming up.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that. That's great.
He's coming up, sponsored by the Golden State Warriors.
110,000 teammates who go above and beyond to support their clients' financial goals. Like Emily, who helps clients create a plan to build the future they want. Like a wedding, having kids, or retirement. All real achievements her clients have shared photos of.
Butman. Give it to me when you got a chance. It's a Football Friday / Bay Area Friday. Brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. We had to do that over. I didn't get it in for the 8 o'clock hour. I had to pop Eric Crocker's eardrums out. You know what I'm saying? You know, we always do this on game day, Friday before game. We got the We Ready coming up. And you know, I noticed at Levi Stadium last Sunday, Spadoni, they had this blaring right before the opening kickoff. Right before the opening kickoff. And I'm thinking, there's somebody down at the Niners listening to the morning roast. They know what's happening with the We Ready. They know what's going on here. It's time to beat up on the Brownies on Sunday. Let's go. 888-957-9570. Roasters, I want to hear from you. Eric Crocker, you know who he is. He's a factor. Locked On 49ers podcast. Brian Peacock, he knows his football. I can't wait to talk about the secondary with him. His defense of the Cleveland Browns, Brock Purdy, and the comments on the Philadelphia Eagles. We got Croc Time. Croc Time's got the earbuds in. He's chilling. Oh, there he is. He's got the Niner hat on. He's got the swag, man. He's in a new backdrop. Crocker, where are you staying in the mansion, man? Where are you living these days?
Nah. Just in the living room. This is my wife's doing with the designing and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's a good call, man. You know, I got
to stay out of that and just kind of let her do her thing.
Happy wife, happy life.
Happy wife, happy life. I know all about that life, man. Just you question where the pillows are at, and they get on you, and it's a 15-minute conversation. I'm just trying to move on with my day, man. I'll just ask the question. You're a smart man, Crocker. You're a smart man, which is why we love having you on. Niners and Browns. Obviously, everybody's talking about Brock Purdy. We'll get to him in just a second. But I love talking secondary with you because you know your DBs well. You coach it. You played it. And this Cleveland Browns secondary is very, very intriguing. I love this matchup between Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, the physicality of these three guys against the physicality of this Browns secondary. Is this Browns secondary the real deal? Are they going to cause some problems in the pass game for the 49ers?
Man, they got some guys back there that'll challenge you, and when you look at kind of the way they built that secondary, they got a couple guys who were ranked really high on just kind of my pre-draft rankings and whatnot. Denzel Ward thought he was CB1 in his class. I think Jair Alexander was in that class as well. Terrific job being able to get him, utilize him, a smaller guy, but he plays big, scrappy, super athletic, tough guy. He's kind of more famous for that big hit, and the announcer was like, barbecue chicken, I don't know if y'all remember that, but anyway, smack the guy, for a guy that's 5'11", 180, he also brings that physicality. You got Greg Newsome. He was CB2 in the class for me when he was coming out, and I was in a class with J.C. Horn, Patrick Surtain, and we've seen how good really both of those guys have been, especially Horn when he's healthy. But, man, and then on the back end, man, you got Juan Thornhill.
Yeah, I like
He's
him.
on his second team now. But he's a guy that I love coming out of college, coming out of Virginia. A lot of versatility, a lot of ball skills. So Emerson is the other corner I think the 49ers may be able to take advantage of, but they're all definitely playing at a very high level. And when you have a pass rush like they do with guys like Myles Garrett down there, coming off the edge, I think it makes it a little bit easier for the guys on the back end.
Yeah, this is going to be a stiffer challenge for this offense to try to move the ball down the field against this Browns defense because of all the different things Jim Schwartz does as a D coordinator. I know everybody's blowing up that 8-1 record against Shanahan, but there's context to it. Shanahan's been around, different personnel. He hasn't had personnel like this with McCaffrey, Deebo, and Ayuk. But with that pass rush, the secondary is able to play a little bit more aggressively, right? Man-to-man defense that they'd like to do. Jim Schwartz, they're going to cause some problems here. Is this going to be the game where the Niners don't score 30?
I keep waiting for that game, and I thought maybe it would be last week playing against Dallas Cowboys, having Michael Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, and you got LVE at that second level with the linebackers, and you got Stephon Gilmore, and I'm like, okay, number 2 defense in the NFL, they're going to really challenge the 49ers. It did not happen from the jump, so I'm kind of giving up on thinking that teams will really challenge the 49ers to the extent that they'll just really slow them down or stop them from scoring 30. It's one of those things where I kind of have to see it to believe it. I would say if the Browns had any chance of really slowing down the 49ers offense, it might be due more to the weather as opposed to being able to just stop them defensively for an entire game. They'll get some stops. They might get some turnovers, man. You go back and watch the Cincinnati Bengals and Cleveland Browns game and how they just harassed Jamar Chase T. Higgins, Boyd. I mean, shut those dudes down. So it's a very talented group. But the 49ers, they're not just going to line up and say, hey, we're going to line up our guy is better than your guy, and we're going to throw the ball down the field. Obviously, Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of putting guys in advantageous situations to where it's not about Denzel Ward versus Deebo Samuel. It's about Deebo Samuel versus your scheme. And that comes down more to Schwartz, as you kind of mentioned before. But I think Kyle Shanahan is going to be up to the challenge, and he has a lot of weapons to really do it.
So outside of Taylor Swift, and we're talking to Eric Crocker here, former NFL DB, Locked On 49ers podcast. Outside of Taylor Swift, Brock Purdy, biggest story in the NFL, Eric. He says he can get to another level. What? I know he hasn't even played a full regular season. This guy's playing like an MVP right now. What does that another level for Brock Purdy look like?
Hell, I don't know. It's been great. You know, I think from the physical limitations, right? Like those are always going to be there. So playing on a different level because maybe I can start to use my legs more, or I can make more power throws or explosive throws. That's not going to be his game. But maybe from a mental standpoint, just truly understanding pre-snap, post-snap, you know, where to go with the ball. There could be plays that he's looking at on film where it's like, you know what, I left this play on the field. You know, maybe I threw a 8-yard pass when really I could have hit this 20-banger or something like that where it could have really hit a defense over the head. So whatever it is that he thinks that he can take to another level, I think it's things that we won't even truly be able to notice unless we understand or in the meeting rooms and know where he's supposed to go with the read. Like, that's the only thing I can think of. He's played terrific. He's been super efficient. He's taking care of the ball, put it on harm's way a couple of times against the Giants early on. But outside of that, I think handling pressure, talk about the Giants game, a team that blitzed him 84% of his dropbacks. That didn't work. Going against the Dallas Cowboys, you got Michael Parsons, Lawrence, those guys. That didn't work. He might be the only person that can stop him at this point. I mean, I don't know what to do. I'm out of answers for these opposing defenses that have to go up against him because he's handled everything extremely well.
No, he's passing all the tests, Crocker. We're talking to Crocky here, Eric Crocker, Locked On 49ers podcast. We love him on the roast. Purdy 5-0 last year, 5-0 this year, won the playoff games and then got hurt against Philadelphia. But I want to move on to McCaffrey because a lot of fans, you know, they're always worried about workloads. And we had a question today. And it was, look, I went to journalism school. All questions are good questions. I'm not going to say a dumb question, but one guy was like, you know, maybe you should rest Purdy this week for Sam Darnold. I'm like, hey, well.
No, it was the dumbest take of all time. It was a horrible take.
The sports radio, Crocker, you know what time it is. Yeah, it was wild, right? But Christian McCaffrey, it leads me to Christian McCaffrey because everybody's so worried about his workload. And me personally, I'm like, man, I don't want this guy to leave the field because of all the matchup problems he causes here. Are you concerned as a former player? Do players even think about workloads and usage rates and all that stuff? Because McCaffrey is running the ball and he has the most carries in the league so far.
You know, I think it comes down to Kyle Shanahan, and we've seen how he is with his players when he has a guy who knows he wants to utilize them a certain way. You know, you kind of go back to, 2021, Elijah Mitchell's rookie year, and Elijah Mitchell was coming in with a banged-up knee, banged-up rib, broken finger, coming off an injury. Had other running backs, you know, healthy and available in that game. And Kyle said, now, even though we're up like 3 scores on the Rams on primetime TV, we're going to continue to run the ball with Elijah Mitchell. And he carried the ball 27 times. So I don't think Kyle Shanahan really cares about workload. I think he just wants to get the job done with whoever he can count on getting that job done. Right now, obviously, it's Christian McCaffrey, and we understand all the different things that he does to really help this offense. And not just himself, right, with his ability, you know, the running, his contact balance, picking up yardage. And obviously, last game, I think it was a little bit more on a shorter yardage situation or shortage yard. I think it was averaging like 2-point-something yards per carry. Like, it wasn't great. But even then, he still affects the game in so many different ways, whether it's a guy motioning and then the defense looking at Christian McCaffrey. So even at a game where he's not rushing his best, he's still affecting the game at multiple levels. And there's not a lot of guys in the NFL that have that type of impact on the game. So you are better with him in there, but you would like to see them at times, hey, man, spill a guy like Elijah Mitchell, who, I know, obviously he's hurt right now. He can
Jordan Mason,
healthy, but get Jordan Mason in there. Get Ty Davis Price in there. And, you know, if there's 25 carries in the game, I would like to at least have those guys get 7 of those carries and McCaffrey get the other 18 and then contribute however he's going to contribute in the passing game.
So shifting over to the 49ers defense, what did you make of the Niners trading for Randy Gregory, and what kind of impact do you think he's going to have on this team going forward?
Man, I loved it, man. I loved it. I've kind of been looking at this situation with Drake Jackson, and if you kind of go back historically in drafts, you don't really find a lot of great edge rushers outside of the first round. You might find one at the top of the second round, but it's rare. After that, it's kind of a crapshoot in the edge rushers. I think the 49ers, because you have Nick Bosa, and, even last year he played so well, defensive player of the year, you expect, like, oh, man, Drake Jackson, like, that's the guy they drafted. He's going to be so good. It's like, hold on. He was, like, the last pick in the second round, so typically edge rushers that last that long, they're not great. I mean, you can look at Max Crosby. He's kind of an anomaly when it comes to edge rushers being taken a little bit later. I keep talking about DeMarcus Lawrence on the Dallas Cowboys. He was taken at the top of the second round. But typically, outside that first round, you don't really see these edge rushers that are super impactful. So when you have an opportunity to go and help him out, right, and maybe not have to utilize him as much, I think they've even had Cleveland Farrell playing on the field more than Drake Jackson, right? Okay, who's going to be that other dynamic pass rusher? And you go and get a guy like Randy Gregory, and he hasn't been a high sack guy, but he's definitely a high impact guy. And he was a guy that really caused fits against the 49ers when the 49ers played the Cowboys in the playoffs. Now, he also kind of sits for the Cowboys. He had two big bonehead abilities. Right. One where he held, I want to say it was like Daniel Brunskill. He just kind of like tackled him to the ground. I think he punched Deebo Samuel in the helmet one time. So can you eliminate the bonehead stuff that can cause you to lose games? So I think those things really hurt the Cowboys in that playoff game. But as far as the talent and having him opposite Nick Bosa for a majority of the snaps, I think that's a big-time win for the 49ers.
Yeah, pairing him with Chris Kocurek, one of the best defensive line coaches in all of football. He's going to get the best out of him, as you mentioned, Crocky. I like the Randy Gregory pickup here. I do worry about Frank Clark. Where is he going to end up? Back in Kansas City? Or is he going to go to one of these big boy teams, Buffalo? That's going to be very intriguing because they all are loading up after looking at what the 49ers have done so far. This may be a silly question, but to you, what is the better unit right now? Because under Kyle Shanahan, it's always been led by the defense. And coming into training camp, I think we talked about this. Maybe we didn't. But I thought maybe this is the year at times the offense can pick up the defense. Because if there's one area of weakness, maybe it's slot corner with Isaiah Oliver Gordon gets fast twitch guys, quick guys coming in the slot like Turpin did last week in that Cowboys game. What is the better unit right now? Is it the offense or the defense?
Oh, man. I remember that was a huge question. That's definitely for me heading into the season. Hey, man, if the defense regresses a little bit, can the offense kind of pick up that slack? And we haven't quite seen it to that extent. Right. And I don't think the defense has regressed to the extent I maybe could have potentially seen a drop-off with them. Maybe they're not the number one defense. They're right up there, right? But when you watch them, it doesn't feel like it's as good as last season. Maybe they're still top 5, though, right? So that's still a good defense. The offense is better. Like, this is the best 49ers offense I've seen since, man.
98?
Mid-90s.
Yeah,
right?
That's what I was thinking.
98, 97. And those were terrific teams with, Jerry Rice, Terrell Owens, J.J. Stokes, Garrison Hurst, Steve Young. Like, those were terrific teams with really good offenses. I think this offense has been as efficient, if not even more efficient or better than some of those teams that were really kind of loaded up. So, Terry Kirby, he was another dude back in the day. Yeah. But man, like it's been fun watching this offense. And again, I don't want to crown them and say they're just better than like the '94 offense or some of those mid-'90s teams. You got to kind of wait to see how it all plays out. But right now, as it stands, I mean, they're through 5 games, they've done things that no other 49ers team has done. In the history of the team, no team has scored. It was 4. At first, it was 4 straight games to start the season of over 30 points. That never happened. Now it's 5 straight. And then the 5th one was 42 points against the number 2 defense, right? Yep. Now they're going to Cleveland, and that's going to be a big-time challenge. But, I mean, again, they're clicking on all cylinders. The quarterback, who is kind of, you got Kyle Shanahan playing puppet master, but the quarterback is making every throw that you need him to make, down the field, making the right decisions, not turning the ball over. I mean, I haven't really seen an offense like this by the 49ers in a lot of years. So I think this is the first year in a long time you could definitely say, I think this offense is better than the defense right now.
Yeah, no doubt. And they're scoring on all these opening drives, 7-7, 3-7-7. The defense is not allowing points. So they're setting the tone early and playing downhill, not uphill, trying to come from behind here. Last one for you, Croc, because we do appreciate the time. We know you're a busy man. I sent out a tweet yesterday that I didn't think nothing of it, I just said, look, man, until the Niners beat Philly, I still have the Eagles as the top dog in the NFC. Being the best team in Week 6 does nothing for me. I've seen the Niners be great in October and November and flame out in the playoffs. We've all been there before. But until the rubber meets the road, December 3rd, we're going to find out who the best team is in the NFC. But I'm just going based off of what Philly did last year and what they brought back. And I know they're not clicking yet they're 5-0. Do you subscribe to that as a former player, saying to be the man, you have to beat the man, and right now that man is Philadelphia?
You for sure got to beat the man, right? Like, that was a big thing for the Dallas Cowboys, even though now you find out they didn't really take it personal until they saw a T-shirt. Now they want to take it personal. A little weird. I don't know if I would take it personal after two butt kickers in the playoffs. But with the 49ers, you definitely you want that game, right? Like, you want that game. The third, it might mean more for the 49ers than it does for Philadelphia, but there's been a lot of chatter throughout the offseason. You want to go into that game and you want to kick their butt. Mm-hmm. And, I've talked about it. Really, you can mention kind of it's crazy calling them, having them saying that they're having a slower start because they're undefeated like the 49ers are, but obviously some of their games have been a lot closer. It reminds me a lot of like the Golden State Warriors. Like, these regular season games for these two teams, it doesn't really matter a whole lot, right? Like, the thing that matters most is just, getting everything together, continuing to build that continuity. But at the end of the day, you know who the two best teams are in the NFL.
Right.
It is the 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. So everything for them is gearing up towards that week, 13 game, whatever it is, all right? And then, all right, when you see each other in the postseason, how is it going to go down? Mm-hmm. But everything else, a slow start for Philly and stuff like that, man, I don't worry about any of that. Don't worry about the power rankings. We know who the two best teams are in the NFL.
I'm with you, Crockett. And they still have that defensive line and offensive line that wins in January and February. And don't sleep on the Detroit Lions because they're good in the trenches as well. And we see how football plays out. It's one in the trenches. You got to give the quarterback time. You got to be able to run the ball, and you got to get after that quarterback. And both teams can do that very, very well. Can't wait for that matchup. But first, the Niners got to handle business Sunday against the Cleveland Browns, which I expect them to do against P.J. Walker and company. Crocker, man, always a good time with you on the Morning Roast. Thanks for always spending some time with us. And look, he's stunting. He flexing with the living room, man. I know what you're doing, Croc. I know what you're doing out there, man. You got the nice little pillows and painting. Look at that, man.
Nice.
Get out of here, Crocky. Thanks for the time. Look at him. Oh, we got blankets. My man, Croc, keep up the good work, man. Locked On 49ers podcast, man. Appreciate you. All right, Eric Crocker here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Always good insight from him, breaking it down, the X's and O's. Cleveland Browns, of course, he knows about that secondary. Says it's going to be a stiff challenge for the Niners against his secondary, but he expects Shanahan to cook us some great, great schemes. 888-957-9570. Niner fans, where are you at for Sunday? You betting the house on the 49ers. Anybody worried about this game? Is it a trap game? Because I don't buy it. I don't subscribe to that. This is not a trap game for the 49ers. This is go out, handle your business, rest the starters in the fourth quarter, come back home, get ready for Monday Night Football in Minnesota.
49ers are too good of a team right now and too buttoned up, too polished to have a quote-unquote trap game. And Kyle Shanahan will not allow that to happen. He will not allow this team to sleep on the Cleveland Browns. Even though the fan base might, we might, Kyle Shanahan will not allow that. Yeah. And what I expect it to be hard-hitting and maybe low-scoring early.
Yep.
I think the Niners might have a little fits early on, but the Browns offense, I think it's going to have a tough time this week. A lot of 3-and-outs, and that defense, eventually, Myles Garrett, Denzel Ward, they're going to get gassed, Bonte, eventually. It just happens to I don't care how good your defense is. If your offense can't stay out on the field, they're going to get exposed eventually. Like, look at the Broncos yesterday. Broncos actually were very good defensively. Very good.
Helped the Chiefs to 19 points.
And it wasn't even close. The final score does not indicate how close that game actually was. It wasn't close at all. So that's what I'm going at here is as long as your defense and Nick Bosa and co are getting after P.J. Walker, which I think we all expect to happen, it's going to be cupcakes and rainbows onto Minnesota Monday Night Football.
You got two good defenses here on Sunday. All right, the Cleveland Browns are number one in the league when it comes to yards allowed. They've allowed 197 yards per game. Now, you think about the games we've watched.
Yeah.
Baltimore, they gave up 2 pick-sixes. All right, against the Pittsburgh Steelers, Monday Night Football, they gave up the fumble late in the game. Deshaun Watson was loose with the football. I mean, it's unbelievable how badly they played offensive football. Their defense was lighting up Kenny Pickett, lighting up the Pittsburgh Steelers, yet they lose that football.
And they have an offensive head coach in Kevin Stefanski who's pretty freaking good. He's well respected around the league.
Got to take care of the ball. Remember, Watson got called for like 2 face masks in that game. 2 face mask penalty. But they gave up 197 yards a game. The 49ers defense giving up 267 yards a game. But that's third in the league. That's during the league. So Cleveland will come back. They will regress a little bit, and maybe it starts this game against the 49ers. But you look at the sack totals for both teams here. Now, Chargers are up there because of Khalil Mack and the 6-sack game against the Raiders.
That's his
Buffalo.
one game he'll do well this year.
Right.
You can always circle the Raider game for Khalil Mack.
No
He'll
doubt.
do well in.
But the Niners in one more game than the Cleveland Browns. They play 5. The Browns will play 4. Cleveland, 12 sacks total. The Niners, 13 sacks on the season. So you want to see the total get up there for the 49ers. However, quarterbacks are getting the ball out quick against this 49ers defense. Daniel Jones didn't hold the ball for longer than 2 seconds on that Thursday night football game because Bosa and company were coming.
I'm interested to see. I'm going to find the prop bet. What do you give me for a Randy Gregory sack this week, Bonte Hill? You think he's going to get enough snaps here where he can get some action?
That might be plus money.
That might be. I'm not mad at that
money.
one. You know, you were talking to Eric Crocker just now, Locked on 49ers podcast, and you can find that entire podcast that we just had an interview with him on YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game, like and subscribe, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. But Eric Crocker was saying, like, listen, it's going to help guys like Drake Jackson, like Cleve Furl, like Nick Bosa. You cannot have enough depth on this team. And I likened him to what Dante Scarnecchia was in New England. Chris Kasarik, that is, the 49ers defensive line coach.
I like
what
that.
Dante Scarnecchia was in New England, if you don't know who that is.
Or Bob McKittrick of the 49ers.
Sure, there you go.
Give
More
me Bob
local angle.
McKittrick.
Well, I'm just saying, the last dynasty,
I know,
the
I
last
hear you,
20
I hear
years.
you, I hear you, I
was
hear
Tom
you.
Brady.
Rest in peace, Bob McKittrick.
There you go. And Dante Scarnecchia, like, he had a lot of no-name guys on that offensive line for a long time with Tom Brady. Now there were some guys, Nate Solder amongst others, that were there for a long time. But what he would always do is wheel and deal with that offensive line, constant revolving door. But Brady, in those big games, always staying upright, always going there. I liken that with what Chris Kasarik does and how he molds and mends defensive ends that may have been flamed out, like an Arden Key with the Raiders, like a Cleve Furl who showed up this year. Guys like that. Kerry Hyder Jr., another one, got released. Now he's on the Texans back with D'Amico Ryan. So I'm looking at what this guy can do, and everything he touches seems to be gold. Randy Gregory, let's get a sack this week. Let's go.
I'm going to look up those props in just a second. 888-957-9570. I guess some people wanted to call and come at me about the Eagles tweet from yesterday. We can do that if you want to. I'm not really look.
I don't know what's so controversial about saying the team that won the NFC,
whatever.
you still have to take them down.
Whatever. If you want to be the best team right now, fine. I don't really care about that. I
No.
care about being 5-0, and I care about being 6-0 after Sunday. Now this Cleveland Browns defense again. A lot of people throwing that stat out. Shanahan 1-8 against Jim Schwartz defensive teams or coach teams or whatnot. I was kind of doing a deep dive yesterday about this, and I was just like, there's too many moving parts here. There's too many different variables. It's not all on Shanahan on why he lost those games. It's not all on Schwartz and why he won those games. Now Shanahan gets to see the Schwartz defense, and this is a very, very good defense. Now, if he struggles this Sunday, Shanahan, that is, with calling plays against his defense, and Brock turns it over, then we got something cooking. Then we're like, oh, man, maybe this is real. Maybe we need to keep Jim Schwartz out the NFC. You keep him out the NFC West. But I'm not gonna buy into that stat so much. I don't think it has any bearing on Sunday's contest.
No, I don't either. And you looked at all the different teams that Schwartz is a part of, the Titans, the Browns, and you got the Lions back in the day, obviously. So I wouldn't put too much stock into that. What worries me is just that guy coming off the edge. Myles Garrett. He is one of, if not the best defensive edge rusher in the league. Him, Nick Bosa, Max Crosby, what have you, Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt. There you go. I think those are the best guys in the league right now. And Aiden Hutchinson obviously doing it in his second year. Pretty damn incredible with the Detroit Lions. But Myles Garrett, guy's a physical specimen, Bonte. Have you seen him during the NBA All-Star Game weekend? That guy could play in the NBA right now if he wanted to. He's a tank out there. As much as we like to marvel at Nick Bosa, and rightfully so, physical specimen, that's what Myles Garrett is to Cleveland. He is their beast. He is their Reggie White kind of a guy. And he's lived up to all the hype. Like to Eric Crocker, who again, referencing
you know
him.
what, though? Remember we had Baldy on last year, and he was a little disappointed in Myles Garrett. Felt like he didn't give it his all every single snap. Now, I don't want to put those words in Baldy's mouth, but I remember Baldy was a little down on Myles Garrett. Said, I expect more. I expect more from this guy. Now, give Jim Schwartz credit. He's moving them around over the center, over the guards, over the ends, and I believe he's going to line up a lot over Colton McKivitz this Sunday or Spencer Burford. He'll test Jake Brendel. So moving around a little bit, but Baldy was down on Garrett, and a lot of people were down on Garrett. They say we wasn't living up to the hype for a second.
Down on Garrett in his 16-sack season is pretty incredible. Baldy thinks he should have gotten.
Was it last year or the year before?
It might have been the year before, but the year before he had 16 as well. But Baldy holds him to a higher standard.
Yeah.
So Baldy's basically saying this guy's so damn good.
The sack
He
numbers
should
look good.
He should be getting 20 plus.
Has he had
sacks.
16 the last 2 years?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. I thought I knew it was
He has
up
80
there.
for his career joining the league in 2017. This guy's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I
like,
mean-
this guy's already a Hall of Famer, probably. He's
Well-
on the trajectory.
Well, the total sack prop, the prop bet for total sacks this Sunday is over 4.5. Over 4.5.
For the Browns or for
both teams?
For both.
There's
Interesting.
going to be 5 sacks in the football game.
Okay.
That's a prop that I like. I do think there will be at least 5 sacks in this football game. I really do. Well, it's a tough one. I've been burned on that bet before. It looks good. It looks appetizing. But you can see P.J. Walker maybe not throwing the ball more than 15, 20 times.
Yeah.
Maybe the Niners have the ball a lot. They control the clock. Throw the ball quickly because they know Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is out there.
No
So
Nick
I don't
Chubb.
know.
No Nick Chubb really hurts the Browns because if they did have Nick Chubb, I do think I would have given them a puncher's chance in this game because I have that much respect for a running back of that caliber. Even if they do load the box anyways against Kareem Hunt and dare PJ Walker to throw against them, which is probably what they're going to do.
Yeah.
But with Nick Chubb, I would have given them. But Kareem Hunt, who was their other running back that they got this week? Ford.
Ford, yeah.
Yeah, just.
Well, Joel Bitonio's not going to play.
And that's another
possibly
massive
a left guard.
Yeah,
He's not going to play.
that's huge.
Conklin's
Just-
out in this
yeah.
game. It's going to be tough sledding for Cleveland. But their defense, look.
No DPOY, by the way, for Myles Garrett. I thought he won one, but he was two-time All-Pro.
Well, look at the yardage they've given up here. 142 total yards against Cincinnati, as Crocker mentioned. They were all over Joe Burrow. All over him. Pittsburgh, they gave up 255 total yards on Monday Night Football. 55 rushing. Shut down Najee Harris, which is not a hard thing to do when you got Matt Canada calling plays for the Pittsburgh
Yikes.
Steelers. Tennessee, they held them to 94 total yards in that football game. 94 total yards in that football game.
That's embarrassing.
3 points they gave up to the Tennessee Titans.
94 total yards.
94 total yards.
Russell Wilson threw one more than that yesterday.
Yes. 95 passing yards. 26 rushing at all for the Tennessee Titans. They shut down King Henry and the Tennessee Titans. Baltimore had nearly 300 total yards, 131 rushing. I think that defense is on the field so much. It was just like, you know what? This game is done. This game is done. So this defense does pose a threat. I could see the Niners winning by 20 and not scoring 30.
Okay.
They could score. They may score 27. They may score 24. They may score just 20.
So you like the under in this one? If I'm looking at it right now, 35.5 on FanDuel right now.
I like the under, but I'm kind of like Scott Van Pelt. Unders are for boring.
It's rooting for an unders might be the most unwatchable thing in sports.
Yeah,
Always root for the over. Any sport. In tennis, I know you're a big tennis guy like I am.
Yeah.
Rooting for the over amount of like games in a set and stuff like that. You want tie breaks. You're rooting for Djokovic. You're rooting.
Brad Gilbert the
Come
other
on,
day.
BG Tennis Nation. Let's get him in
I was
here.
texting him, we were talking.
Let's get him in here.
We call him right now.
I love BG, man.
He actually is my pregame show.
Oh,
he is my pregame show. We talk while I'm coming to the show. He'll just pick up the phone.
He'll rip the Raiders for you too. His
Well, we
favorite
don't
term,
need
by
that.
the way, for the Raiders is their Swiss cheese defense. That's what he calls it. You know why?
Defense is better this year.
Actually,
though.
I know, but in the years past, you actually call DJ Hayden burnt toast is what he used to call him back in the day. Burnt
DJ
toast.
Hayden, a
Remember
name
that
I
name?
haven't heard
a
around.
long time.
Is he still in the league?
No, he's not. He was a
chance.
Detroit Lion for a second,
Yeah, he
and then he was
was.
out. He was out. No, but the Raiders defense has been good. They
DJ
haven't
Hayden
given up.
from Houston University.
Yeah, he had that. He almost died.
University of Houston.
He almost
Yeah,
died.
that's right.
They had
That's
to
right.
repair his heart and stuff like that. It was
Yeah, that's
crazy.
right. So Jerome Ford is the starting running back right now for the Cleveland Browns. We'll see Kareem Hunt, as Ken Carman told us yesterday from 92.3 in Cleveland, our sister station. Kareem Hunt just came off the street.
Yeah.
Apparently he lost 10 pounds, but 10 pounds ain't enough for Kareem Hunt.
No.
Got to lose a little
That's
more.
the bare minimum. Congratulations.
He needs a soda diet. That's what he
SOTA weight
needs.
loss. There you go.
He needs a soda diet. A lot of people need
I saw
a soda diet.
Nahegan smashing those protein bars from SOTA weight loss.
I got my protein bar coming up for the next break.
Nice.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California to learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress. Go to first5california.com. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line, YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit
Let me
Union.
let me ask you. Let me throw something at you.
Because I was going to throw something at you.
Well, I'm going to throw something at you.
All right.
Throw it.
If let's say the Niners lose to the Browns.
Oh no.
What is your thought process right after the game?
They're not better than Philly.
No.
That's the first thing I think about. I am on operation. You got to topple the Philadelphia Eagles. And maybe, just maybe, the stars have been aligning for the 49ers, and they've been catching guys shorthanded.
But don't you think they're in kind of a bad situation where the expectation is that they're going to win every single game? You know there's going to be bumps in the road, but you can't I mean, it's going to happen. But I feel like if they lose to the Browns, it's like everybody's going to be like, oh, my God, maybe they're not as good as they are.
No, that's the expectation
it's
you
gonna
need.
happen.
That's the expectation you need. If this is a Super Bowl team, then you cannot lose to the Cleveland freaking Browns. You just can't.
Well,
that's the expectations. That's the expectations in all the big boy teams and fan bases and markets. For the New York market, for Philadelphia, for Chicago, all those things.
We're a big boy market.
You're a big boy market here. This is a big boy team that has Super Bowl aspirations. You cannot lose to P.J. Walker. That would be an embarrassment. An absolute embarrassment.
I want you guys to pull up the Steve Smith stuff for me in a second, but to Spadoni's point, yes, you can't lose to P.J. Walker. P.J. Walker was just on the practice squad, okay? You lose to P.J. Walker after coming off that win against the Dallas Cowboys. Now, a letdown could happen early on. I could see a slow start for the 49ers in this football game where it's the first game where they don't score on their opening possession. I could see that happening. But you cannot lose to P.J. Walker. You cannot lose to a team without Watson, without Nick Chubb, without Joel Bitonio. I don't care how good their defense is. You get stuffed by Jim Schwartz and company, and you lose this game, and I know Stefanski's the head coach. That's a bad look for the 49ers. And it makes me recalibrate where they're really at. Yeah. Are they really up there with the Philadelphia Eagles and the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs? And then how does Brock look?
That's the thing.
Because then all of a sudden, if they lose, obviously Brock's not playing well, then all this MVP talk that's been going around here, which is absurd when you think about mid-October. Why are we talking MVPs and Ring of Honors and Hall of Fames and all this stuff? Then we got to recalibrate where Brock is. And all of a sudden, we're going to look at him differently. And all of a sudden, the people who are waiting to come out of the cut, because they're waiting.
Yeah.
The Robin San Bruno, and I love Robin San Bruno. He's waiting.
He's
TC
quiet.
Sacramento.
Where is Rob at?
TC Sacramento. They're waiting to be like, so Brock, what happened? We can't have a loss on Sunday.
No.
That would be a bad battle. Matter of fact, you know what? The next 2 weeks you can't lose.
Oh, you can't lose to Kirk.
You definitely can't lose to Kirk Cousins.
You cannot lose to Kirk Cousins.
You can't lose to Kirk.
There's a host from 10 to 2 that will not let you forget about it, by the way.
Gosh, of course Matt Steiner takes Kirk Cousins. That's so
He's a good
brand.
quarterback. He's been good this year.
It's okay. What's their record?
Well, it's not his fault. It's not his fault. Real quick, by the way, and this was a topic we wanted to get to yesterday, and we can get back onto this in a second. The ownership between these two teams, or not the ownership, I should say, but Jimmy Haslam and Jed York. Jed York felt like where Jimmy Haslam was a few years ago, where he is just getting destroyed left and right. And a lot of it was because of his own doing. Jimmy Haslam, a lot of it, and you guys played the sound bites earlier in the week, a lot of it was, you know what, just not good enough to compete in this market if you're going to be doing that. This is a team and fan base that was dying, just dying. And Jimmy Haslam goes out and plays for Deshaun Watson, and now it's looking like that's going back and biting him in the face. The negative PR, alienating himself from all the ownerships. Jed York felt alienated from this fan base just less than a decade ago.
Oh, this is about 5 years ago.
And it's done a complete 180.
Before the Shanahan hire, he was the worst owner in this market. He couldn't walk down the street. Not only did he move the team out of Candlestick down to Santa Clara, people were irate with the Harbaugh firing, the hiring of Jim Tomsula, the hiring of Chip Kelly. And the only thing he could do is bring in Shanahan. And even then, it was like Shanahan got hired and said, I need you to keep your mouth shut. We're going to work on John Lynch. Nobody saw the John Lynch hiring coming out. It came out of nowhere. Yeah. Nowhere. And this year, and Pete Carroll, and remember, Seattle was a little ticked off because of the way the broadcast meetings went when John Lynch was calling that divisional round game with Atlanta and Seattle.
Yeah.
And Pete Carroll's like, he was asking some interesting questions, not typical questions that you have in these meetings the Friday before the game. So now that Jed York has stepped out of the way, and the guaranteed contracts, we talk about Joe Lacob spending money, and Joe Lacob will be live in studio next Wednesday here on the Morning Roast, 8:30 in the morning. Don't want to miss that. Joey Lightyears will be in the building. He's already guaranteed a championship for the WNBA team. They don't even know who's playing. We don't even know what the jerseys look like yet. He's saying they're going to win a championship within 5 years. But he got all the love, and he spends a lot of money. He's in the tax, and he deserves his credit for that. But Jed York, quietly, gave Jimmy a lot of money. Gave him the biggest contract for a quarterback at the time. Kittle paid him. Warner paid him. Bosa paid him. Trent Williams paid him. Deebo Samuel, he got paid. Even though he had the DTs going on last offseason, he got paid as well. Right? D Ford got paid. They swung a trade. He got paid here.
Yep.
Quan Alexander brought him in. They paid him. Jimmy Ward extended him, paid him. Then, of course, he moved on to Houston. So Jed York quietly, they're making a lot of money down at Levi Stadium. That team store is always packed. The stadiums have been packed. You've been in the playoffs. You've been in 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years.
You're getting another Super Bowl at Levi's, by the way.
You're getting another Super Bowl and the World Cup.
Yep.
Taylor Swift just sold out 2 shows.
Yep. Beyonce was just there.
Beyonce was there. Jed York right now, his power rankings, if he could get a Super Bowl, boy, oh boy, oh boy, what are they going to say about him now?
It's interesting when I juxtapose what's going on there with the 49ers too, not just the Browns, but with the guy like Mark Davis, because we're seeing it week in and week out now with fans videotaping him, trying to egg him on, saying, what the hell are you doing? The entire stadium in Vegas is half empty. It's all filled up with opposing fan bases now. You just saw that with the Steelers. You saw that with the Packers. You're probably going to see it with the Patriots this week. And I'm just juxtaposing that with what was going on with Jed York in those down days. Opposing fan bases were packing that place up. Niner fans did not want to show up to support a losing product and a losing ownership. And it just goes to show you, if you could just get the hell out of the way as an owner and allow the big boys in the room, the Kyle Shanahan in this case, and John Lynch in this case, if you make the right hire, everything changes. So I do give Jed credit for that because it's not as easy as it looks. Mark Davis, you know who he's hired his last 3?
Yeah.
Jack Del Rio, flamed out. He got that 1 playoff appearance. Bye-bye. John Gruden, dumpster fire. And now Josh McDaniels, dumpster fire. Before that, it was Dennis Allen because he hired Reggie McKenzie to hire him. It's not been good. And then juxtapose out Jimmy Haslam. Who's the last? Kevin Stefanski might be the best Browns head coach of my lifetime.
We played some of the quotes and some of the clips of Jimmy Haslam in the past, and he has no clue. And he also owns the Milwaukee Bucks now. It's going to be very interesting because he's got Giannis coming up.
Game time.
But you think about Jed and what Karma Policy, who joined us, what was that, Tuesday? Karma Policy joined us?
Very
Tuesday,
good.
Wednesday? Very good. The former CEO, president of 49ers, 5 Super Bowl championships. Karma's watching every single game. And he brought up some of the Jed York's, the beginning of Jed York's tenure. It was rough like Eddie D's. People forget, Eddie D, he hired this guy named Joe Thomas, and I was just reading the Bill Walsh book in Maui. He brought up Joe Thomas, who was the GM, and everybody had a blackball, but Joe Thomas knew he could snooker. Eddie D, he was close to the family, and he ruined the team. He was trading first-round picks left and right. He was terrible, and Eddie D was terrible. So he hired Bill Walsh, got him in there, and Eddie D was like, I just want to win. But those first few seasons was rough. Ask old school Niner fans. Jed York started off the same way, and he tried to pull a Eddie D. When they were, 0-5, 0-6, was 0-9, he goes, we will win the NFC West. He texted Schefter that. And Schefter tweeted it, and it was just like, boy, I mean, what are you doing here, Jed? You've done nothing. You're not Uncle Eddie. You haven't won Super Bowls. You were a kid. But now you look at him. Give him credit. He hasn't been in the public eye. He hasn't given any quotes. I would love to have him on the Morning Roast. I've been dying to interview him, to give him his flowers, to give him his credit. The Niners are now a relevant team again. They're back to being a blue blood organization. And look at the way Niner fans are traveling on the road. Jed York has done great as an owner. He deserves credit when you look at Jerry Jones and Jimmy Haslam and some of these dumb owners around the NFL.
Absolutely. And it's to your point, I never see him. He's never in like the booth or anything like that, right? They never pan to him during a game. At least I can remember, because that's the guy you're always seeing Mark Davis. You're seeing Jerry Jones. You're seeing all these guys from the broadcast. He's MIA, but I think that's great. That's what he wants. You know what? Keep your head down. Stay humble, out of the public eye. What was the last thing he tweeted? He tweeted about the draft, right? That's the last thing I can remember. He tweeted the zip code to like North Dakota or whatever.
Actually, Cole tweeted me one time. Remember that, fellas?
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow.
He Cole tweeted me. I was like, man, Jed York is maturing right before our eyes. He goes, oh, my wife doesn't think so. And he had a little jokey joke. But I give Jed credit, man. He adjusted. They're getting big events at Levi Stadium. They're making money. People are wearing Niner jerseys all over the place. Jed deserves some credit. He's gotten the Niners close to being back to a Super Bowl, empowering the people in front of him. John Lynch, Adam Peters, Kyle Shanahan, they sign off. Hey, Christian McCaffrey, you want to go trade for him? Hey, Jed, what do you think? Do what you do.
Yep.
You got to go get that Lombardi, and we got to go take a break before we end
You
this
get
show.
credit for that. Knowing when to break. Look at that.
Look at that. I know the clock's here. We know the clock's. We're a little late, and that's presented by Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com. That's cleanwaterca.com. from the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Bank of America is the proud employer.
hell's that? Even Lubman doesn't know.
That's a remix of some sort.
You know Lubman is rattled. He's got the frizzy hair with the ponytail in the back. Look like he's going straight to Go to Gay Park after
I
this.
love it because he's got the beautiful red hair that matches that bright orange jersey.
Can't believe he's wearing a jersey after what happened last week against Georgia Tech.
You know what? That's a real
I
friend
rep
right
hard.
there. Ed Reed goes hard into club.
I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask him.
Go
okay.
Nora. Go baby
I don't have
Nora.
that drop, so I got to do it myself.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
my
hurt,
Ed Reed-
dog.
Yeah, that's my Ed Reed impersonation. I'm hurt, dog. Don't ask me if I'm okay.
Man. You know, the boss man just came in here, Matt Nahagan, or Nahagan, according to Steiny. I don't know which one it is. He's
Gotta
the boss
Google it.
man, though. He's like, it's very interesting. The Niners didn't trade for Deshaun Watson. What if they did? And you know what? My thought was, thank the heavens I don't have to talk about that anymore.
Seriously.
Honestly, Brock Purdy has proven that, sure, if he's the quarterback for the foreseeable future, cool.
It's great.
Cool.
It's a win for the season.
It's a little-
Season success.
It's a win. It's not the ultimate win you want.
I mean, it is. The Browns feel like they get one when they got Deshaun Watson, but how's that looking?
We'll just wait. Let him play 17 games. Let's see what happens. But, all the data tells you that Brock's not going to drop off. Brock's going to get better and better. But what if they did trade for Watson? Things would be so much different. The pressure will be ratcheted up. Who would they have been able to pay? Who would have came here? Like, it's just, now it's crazy to even think about because of what happened with him personally.
Well, yeah,
and now
that's
he's in
the-
Cleveland. And now everybody's just like, you know what? Just don't even want to touch him.
Well,
and he doesn't look the same.
We were just talking about Jed York. That tarnishes his legacy. Paying a guy like that all that money, then you're looking like now.
Yeah.
How do you view Jimmy Haslam? How do you view him after? I think a lot of people after they saw the amount of money, guaranteed money they gave after all of those sexual assault allegations from him, they look at him even worse than before when he listened to a homeless individual tell him to select Johnny Manziel. Now they're looking at him like, you're paying all your money to this guy to be the face of sports in this city?
Yeah.
LeBron's gone.
Yeah.
Deshaun's going to be the face here? It's not Jose Ramirez
Brutal.
of the Cleveland Guardians.
Brutal.
It's not, I can't even think of who else. Is it Myles Garrett? Is that the face? The
was Nick
quarterback
Chubb.
needs to be the face.
Yeah.
And
Does the quarterback have to be the face of the franchise?
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
For it to be a winning franchise, generally, yes.
Okay.
If I'm trying to think the faces of
Because, who would be the face of the Miami Dolphins right now?
Tua.
You sure it's not Tyreek Hill?
I think it's still Tua.
You sure it's not Mike McDaniel?
Can the coach
I mean,
be
if
the
you can't
face?
face to just players only, because I do think you're right. Like, coaches can sometimes be more of the face. Like, right now, looking at the 49ers, like, you make the argument that Kyle Shanahan is, like, the face of the Niners right now. It just isn't-
I think it's Brock Purdy. He's the biggest story.
He's
in football.
becoming the face.
Yeah.
Still Shanahan's doing.
Yeah, no, but I agree. He's becoming the face.
Right,
I do
he's
agree with
becoming the
that.
face. But I like that, Lubman. I do like that angle. You're onto something there. But I look at Miami. When I see the Dolphins, I think Tyreek Hill's the face now. Like, Tua's the quarterback, and he's playing at a very high level. I think Tyreek's the face there. That may be one team. There's like the Detroit Lions. Who would be the face of the Lions right now? Dan Campbell?
Aiden Hutchinson slowly.
Dan Campbell?
Yeah.
You
Campbell,
know, we don't think of Jared Goff as the face of that franchise right now.
Seattle, is it Pete Carroll right now?
Yeah, we don't think Geno Smith is the face.
Not Kenneth Walker.
Maybe
Sure.
DK Metcalf is the face of the Seahawks right now.
But that's the thing. You want the quarterback to be the face,
I
because
hear
if the
you.
quarterback's the face, then your team's pretty damn good, probably.
Depends.
Probably.
I mean, Jimmy was the face of the 49ers. And
Well, he was the face in other ways because he was just so damn gorgeous. That's why.
Is he that handsome? I don't.
Well, Jade's now a fan
I'm not
of him,
one
so
to.
yes.
I'm not one to judge.
I'm fine with my
Uh,
masculinity to admit
by
when
the
another
way,
man's
little
good
note
looking.
here. We're talking about Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett primarily lines up at right defensive end. So
interesting.
Looks like he may line up over Trent Williams for the most part.
That'll be a fun matchup.
All pro matchup.
Yeah.
So far, Trent Williams has allowed just 4 hurries on the season, no hits or sacks in the first 5 games of the season. Obviously, Myles Garrett has produced 5.5 sacks and 23 quarterback pressures. That's
Man.
a heavyweight battle.
That is. I can't believe he had 16. Did he have the quietest back-to-back 16-sack
did.
season in the league?
Because TJ Watt's in that division.
Yeah.
And Cleveland weren't doing anything.
Yeah. And
You
Nick
know?
Bosa was such a savage last year.
You know what? Shout out to Jimbo on YouTube. Nobody just said on YouTube before we get to the lines.
What do you say?
Said I look younger today.
Wow.
Trust me.
It's the lighting.
Trust me. If I could go back 10 years with these gigs, being 31 instead of 41, oh my gosh, it'd be so good.
Be so good.
Be so well.
What?
But life is good now.
Life is good now.
Life is good now.
Shout out, baby Chaz.
No, we did King of the Hill yesterday, 669 yesterday. I ranked my top 7 quarterbacks in the NFL so far in 2023, and my top 7 quarterbacks, Brock Purdy was number 1. And after watching Mahomes yesterday, who's going to disagree with that? Let's go to Rhea in Lancaster. Got to talk to my girl, Rhea. Rhea, what's happening? It's game day. It's a football Friday, Rhea. How's the hubby doing this week?
Good morning, guys. Happy Friday the 13th. The show has been perfect for this Friday the 13th.
Yeah, it's been a while, 2 days on the show,
everything
Rhea.
is crazy.
It's been a while, 2 shows.
I love it. He's quiet because, his Dodgers went home, too.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a quiet household. It's been fantastic.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. It was a lot of Dacu towards the TV on a Sunday, and then he went to bed early because he knew the Dodgers were going to go home. Yeah, when it was 4-0, he was already going to bed. He was like, forget it. I was like, well, you never know. It's early. No, they're done. So,
what's Sunday going to be like for you? Because the Niners are playing the Browns and they're starting P.J. Walker. Is this a game where you're like, they need to make a statement and end it early? What if they win it 20-10? Will you think differently of the 49ers if they stumble in this game against this great defense in Cleveland? How are you going to look at this game, Rhea, considering both scenarios here?
I don't care. As long as they win. I don't care. As long as they win. I want to win anyway. I want to blow out. I'll take a close win. They are still my dominant 49ers, and I feel like they're going to be undefeated this season. I'm betting putting all my chips in. I just feel like we're not going to lose. I just feel that way.
Are you also looking at the Philadelphia Eagles very, very closely every week after the Niners play?
Yeah, I watch their games when they play, and I feel like, no. I think we're a little more buttoned up than them right now. So
interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'm not as nervous about them as I was last season.
All right.
So yeah, but also, can I give a quick little shout out? I want to shout out my little new cute stadium bag that's being delivered today because I will be at SoFi for Monday Night Football. And I'll be rooting for them Chargers to beat up on the Cowboys.
What a disaster that game.
You'll be the one Charger fan there.
Yeah, because it's going to be a Cowboys home game. It will be a Cowboys home game.
I know, and I'm not even going with my man. One of my best friends, she's a Cowboy fan too, and she's never been to SoFi. So I was like, okay, fine, I'll go with you.
Yeah, SoFi. And you said you're proud of Jed York, right? I saw that in the caption. You mentioned that, proud of Jed York.
Yeah. Yes, that's another thing. I thought about that a week ago because I was like, wow, I was there. I've been a Niner fan since '87. I was there when all that Trent Baalke, Jim Harbaugh mess was going on, and I'm just so proud of how he pivoted and just realized, like, okay, I got to be better. And the last time I saw him, George Kittle was being interviewed by NBC Sports Bay Area, like in the tunnel, and he came up and he hugged George Kittle with a bear hug, like he just was, like he's just such a happy man right now.
Right. He is a happy
and
dude.
I'm just
He should
proud
be
of
happy.
him.
You should be happy, and you should be happy as well, Rhea. She's living a high life. Husband's a
Crushing
Cowboy fan, best friend a Cowboy fan, and they're all miserable because they just gave up 42 to the 49ers. And now they're taking it personal, Rhea. How about Micah Parsons, huh? What a chump he is.
Yeah, he was talking. I was like, be quiet, Micah. You didn't do anything in the game. Quiet. Why is it not personal before the game?
Yeah, I know.
Now it's personal.
Where has he been? Thanks for the call, Rhea. Appreciate the call. Hey, where's he been the last 2 years? You played them. They ended their season the last 2 years.
It tells me that the league has gone soft a little bit. It's all, and this is in the NBA. It's in Major League Baseball. A little too much love in today's society. A little bit too much, in my opinion. You know what I liked the other day, real quick, Bonte, before you get to that? Chet Holmgren doing a little chirping at Victor Wembanyama when he's getting all that love for that dunk on him. He's like, yeah, it's great, but he headbutted me. Like, I want a little more of that. I want a little more of, you know what? I'm tired of all that love. I should get the love.
Bryce Harper staring at Arcia.
Love that.
Did you see Arcia in the dugout getting back at Philly fans? He was sticking the tongue out at Philly fans. Man, he looked bad. His season ended very, very poor.
Love that. I know you hate those fans doing that to him, but.
Well, whatever. For Philly. Not all Philly fans. There's some really good Philly fans. There are.
There are some good ones.
Some really good ones. It's not all of them.
All 5 of them.
No,
10.
I'm telling you, I may make that trip. Maybe a 24-hour Philadelphia trip.
Wow.
Really thinking about it. May just fire on it this weekend to say that.
They probably got parking over there.
I'll do the show here on Monday. I'm not going to go there, man. I'm thankful to have a job.
You know what? The vibes are good here right now.
The vibes are good.
The vibes are really good.
They're getting better and better and better.
It helps that there's no salespeople here, but you know what?
Well,
That's
we
all
do
right.
have to make money. They better get their butts here.
They will.
How about they sell something? It's time to sell something. We're in downtown San Francisco. Walk down the street, sell something to the Pokeball. Hey, Pokeball, you want to sponsor King of the Hill?
I will say, though, when they do come in, the camaraderie of the entire station being together, I think it's going to galvanize us. A lot like Brock Purdy has galvanized the San Francisco 49ers locker room as Sam Lubman and Bonte roll their eyes at that segue. You don't like that one?
What a
segue. Thank you.
Well, you were talking about the face of the franchise, and I wonder, as we end the show here, about 20 minutes, 25 minutes, you talk about face of the franchise, it has to be your quarterback, and I'm looking at some text here, 310 Comcast Business text line. Well, Ray Lewis was the face of the Ravens for a very long time. Justin Jefferson, face of the Vikings, that's from the 650. Does the quarterback have to be the face of your franchise, or do you even care? I bet you there's a lot of people who don't even care.
I just look at the quarterback matchup this week, and I'm looking at it at a different angle as we're going to wrap up here in the next 20 minutes or so. 25-minute tease, Donnie and Koo next. Don't go anywhere, though. I'm looking at these two. Deshaun Watson, I just can't think of a worse face, and they don't want him to be the face right now. Don't get it twisted. They want Myles Garrett or Nick Chubb. Hopefully he gets healthy and gets back soon. They want one of those guys to be the face because the NFL has not. Have you heard a lick of Deshaun Watson anywhere doing anything? No, they don't. They want him out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah.
There is no one happier that Deshaun Watson is garbage this year so far. The Cleveland Browns are bad than Roger Goodell because he understood he was in a no-win situation when it came to this guy. It was either suspend him for life or give him like a season suspension, which is basically what they did last year. And he played a couple games and then he wasn't very good, and that was it. So he is so happy that Deshaun Watson is bad, but I cannot think of a polar opposite faces of your franchise when it comes to the quarterback this weekend than Brock Purdy, this rising star, young guy. You know, he's a religious man of God, man of faith, what have you. You know, he's getting married. He's engaged now. Everyone I haven't heard anyone say anything negative about this man. That was Deshaun Watson, just 2-3 years ago?
Yeah.
That was him.
He was the poster child, man.
It just goes to show how things can change so damn quickly.
I can't believe it.
Neither can I.
Came out.
It was wild, and more came out. It was just wow.
I really love Deshaun Watson, man.
Who didn't?
It's tough to even talk about. Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to make you put you in an uncomfortable situation.
No.
But comparing the quarterbacks, it's hard not to be like, if I'm a Browns fan, it's like, man, look at what they got going on over with Brock.
We had the Browns backer guy on Bud yesterday. And he's like, you know what? It is what it is. We're here now. A lot of Browns fans don't even care. They don't even care. People get over things very quickly. Now, the reason why they're giving them
half the fan base does.
If Cleveland turned around and won that division and went to the playoffs, most of their fans will be wearing number 4 jerseys, watching jerseys. They would.
God, I would just have a very tough time, even if they're winning, wrapping my head around that guy being the face. I still wouldn't want him to be, but to your point, he would be. He would be.
Let's go to Couch Potato. Couch Potato here on the roast. What's up, Couch Potato?
Fellas, I love you guys, and I'm going to try to keep this clean. I'm so upset. Jed York stinks.
Oh, listen, Couch Potato. Why do you say that?
Listen, last night I got an email from one of our seatmates. Shout out Section 234. All the longtime OGs have been buying season tickets since the 80s. And Lou says they doubled the prices of our season tickets next year. I thought, Lou, you didn't read it right, whatever. I checked my account just now and verified they doubled the season ticket prices for next year in our section. Not the whole stadium, but at least 8. We were paying $225 a ticket. They're now $460 a ticket. Ooh. And guess what? They didn't even give us notice, an email, nothing. The only way I found out about it was someone happened to check to pay their invoice for next year and found out. How's that? Thanks, Jed, you jackass.
Jeez. My goodness. Couch potato coming in hot. Hot potato?
What I say about that is we all have choices in life.
Yeah.
You don't want to spend the money on the season tickets? Don't spend the money on the season tickets. If you don't like it, now mine got raised, but it wasn't doubled. It wasn't much. I'm going to renew. I know what I'm getting in for. It's expensive.
Winning costs.
Look at it. You're a good team. You're a premium team. You know, you can move around. But you can also watch the game on TV. I'm sorry. It stinks that your tickets got doubled up. I feel for you. But you can make a choice. You can make a choice.
Yep.
You could sell your tickets. You could buy them and sell them. Or you could just say, you know what, I'm out. And I will watch the games from a bar, or I'll buy single game tickets, and I'll sit somewhere else. But you don't have to go. So, I mean, you know, they're in the business of making money too.
Yes. And if they win a Super Bowl this year, you don't care.
If I'm the owner of the team and my team's winning, guess what? In Madden, I raise the prices all the time because my team in Madden is always in Super Bowl contention.
There you go.
I'm paying top dollar. You get the things. Fans are not happy with the seats. Well, you know what? You don't have to come. But I guarantee you somebody else will fill your spot.
Yep.
They'll spend tickets.
No, it's a fact. Look
They'll
at
spend money on tickets.
I mean, are Warriors fans complaining because of the tickets right now with all that winning afterwards?
Yeah.
No, they understand why they cost more, Bonte, because it's the place to be in sports.
Yep. We got D in San Francisco ready. D in San Francisco, she's ready to roll.
What's up,
or
D?
he or she. What's up, D?
What's up?
What up, D?
Man, nothing much. Hey, hey, what's up, Vontae? Hey, I just gotta say, bro. You know, at the end of the day, man, I'm a loyal Niner fan. So you know, if you know, I watch the game from the bar, from my living room. It don't matter to me, man. So long as we win, baby.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about.
Exactly.
But I gotta go back to what you said though. You know, as far as the face of the franchise, it's got to be the quarterback. It's got to be. I must say, I got to go with that notion, bro.
Why is that?
I don't know. It just seems like at the end of the day, the buck starts with the quarterback. So you know they're the ones that's out there. They're going to set the tone. I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, Tom Brady set the tone when he was out there. Montana did the same thing.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people might have said Rice was the guy or John Taylor, but you know, hey, you know, Montana had two before Taylor, Rice, Rathman, and all of them got there. So, you know, I think at the end of the day, you know, the tone has to be set with that. So
I understand. I don't disagree with that. By the way, I'm seeing some text here on the Concast Business text line, one from the 925. They're converting those sections to club level, which is why those tickets are getting doubled. So now it's becoming a club level seat. So that's why maybe they were doubled.
There you
That's
go.
why. The season tickets did go up overall. They did go up overall. Was Terry Bradshaw ever the face of the Pittsburgh Steelers?
I wasn't alive in the 70s.
I wasn't
so I
alive.
couldn't have told you that.
But
I
watching
see
NFL films,
I saw a lot
you
of
would think
advertisements with them.
Mean Joe Green, you know, Franco Harris.
Yeah.
But is there somebody said like nowadays we look at teams where like the quarterback is the face of the franchise? It almost seems like the teams that are doing really well these days are those teams where the quarterback is the face. Like you look at, you know, the top teams in the league right now, Niners, Eagles, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs. All those teams have in common. Their quarterback is the face of the franchise right now. We are kind of not sure between Tua and Tyreek right now, or are you putting the Dolphins in that upper tier right now? Other places around the league. The Seahawks with Pete Carroll, or the Cowboys. Who's their face? Is it Dak or Jerry Jones? So I almost think if your face of the quarterback, the face of the franchise is your quarterback, kind of to what D said, they do set the tone. The quarterback is the leader of that locker room. It's the hardest position in sports. So I think, you do kind of want your face to be that quarterback to set that tone, unless it is sort of like, you know, a transcendent player at a different position.
No, it's a good point. But and I will say to that point, it doesn't have to be to win a Super Bowl either. Matt Stafford was not the face of that Rams team. Aaron Donald made the winning plays in there. Aaron Donald was that guy. Nick Foles, I don't even know if he was was he the face of that team?
No,
or was it the whole dog thing with Jason Kelsey, Lane Johnson, guys like Fletcher Cox? Like, I don't even know if Nick Foles was the face of that team.
No, he wasn't.
And he was an interim guy, right?
He
So
wasn't.
there are, like, Joe Flacco wasn't the face. Again, to your point, that was Ray Lewis. That was a swan song, right?
The Legion of Boom, when they won the Super Bowl, the Legion of Boom and Marshawn Lynch were the faces of that team. Russell Wilson later became the face of the Seahawks, and obviously that's when the Seahawks started to turn on him. Personally, we see Russell Wilson playing himself out the Hall of Fame, 95 passing yards yesterday. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. I don't think
Hell,
it's an
even-
end-all, be-all, but Lubman brings up a good point. All the top teams right now do have top-flight quarterbacks who are the faces of their franchise.
No.
I can't dispute that.
It's a good point. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was like, dare I say even Peyton Manning with the Broncos when they won it? It was Von Miller's team.
Yeah, it was.
Wasn't it?
Von Miller and
No fly zone.
And no fly zone with Aqib Talib,
Yep.
led by Aqib Talib. Let's go to George in Los Altos. George, we'll get George ready. Sorry, man. I'm a quick trigger with the calls. I'm just trying to get him in and out before the show's over. George in Los Altos, what's happening?
Hey, bro.
What's going on?
I don't think we can automatically say that the quarterback is the face of the franchise because, sometimes there are coaches that are just larger than life. And so they have to be the face. And not every team has a marquee quarterback like we had with Joe and when others were playing. You just can't do it. I mean, even Terry Bradshaw, who won 4 Super Bowls with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I know I'm old and you all weren't born yet.
I brought that up, though. Hey, George, real quick, George.
Yeah.
You got to be impressed. I just brought that up. That Terry Bradshaw, was he really the face of the Pittsburgh Steelers? Because growing up, learning about those Steelers teams, they always showed the defense. They always showed the great Mel Blount playing bumper run coverage, or Franco Harris, Rocky Blyer, all those teams. And Bradshaw was almost like an afterthought.
You're right. And that's the point is, and by the way, I was in college, and I know you're a young man, Bonte, but let's not talk about that.
No, we don't
anyway,
have to. We don't have to.
What I'm saying is you're absolutely right, but the quarterback does not have to automatically be the face. It just doesn't.
There's a
And
few
that's just
examples.
my point.
Yeah, there's
No,
a few
that's good.
there's a few examples where, but that's more the exception to
Washington
the rule.
football team, when they won 3 Super Bowls.
Yeah, you're right.
John Riggins.
Yeah.
Joe Theismann, but you could say John Riggins was the face of that franchise. Doug Williams wasn't really the face. He came in, filled in for Dre Schrader. You could say Art Monk or their great wide receiver trio or, Dexter Manley, Charles Mann.
The Doug
Joe
Williams
Gibbs.
one was a little unique because of the historical significance of it. So maybe that one's a little different. But the Rippin one, maybe to your point, Joe Gibbs was probably the face of it because he was the head coach.
The Washington teams. You could say the offensive line, the Hogs were the face of that franchise.
Oh, hell yeah. Oh, you could say the Steel Curtain was the face of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
I mean, you could go on. You could say the Purple People Eaters were the face of the Minnesota Vikings.
Right. The Doomsday Defense.
So I mean, yeah. My point is that we cannot automatically anoint the quarterback, and the quarterback has to be the face because I just don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I think it's situational.
Yeah, no, I'm with you, George. I'm with you. I'm with you with that one. Thanks
Thanks,
for the
George.
call here on a Friday. Like you look at those Tennessee Titans teams right now, King Henry is the face.
He
There's
is.
no doubt. And when it was Steve McNair and Eddie George, they both shared the spotlight. It was Eddie George and McNair. At times it was McNair and Eddie George, but it flip-flopped.
The difference between all the teams we have just referenced that were older, and then hell, even with the Ray Lewis team on the defense, I don't think you could be a defensive team and win the Super Bowl now. You have to have a great offense.
Interesting.
You have got to have a great. In today's game, sure, the plays here and there on defense help. You got to score, man. You've got to score. The difference in the game last year for the Philadelphia Eagles and why they ultimately lost was a turnover on offense. There was a scoop and score, but it was scoring. Like they had to keep up with each other constantly just to stay in it. And Mahomes, obviously, with the bum ankle, has a miraculous second half. He's amazing. They end up winning another Super Bowl, his second. But you need to be able to score in this team, which is ultimately why you need the quarterback to be the face, because the quarterback's got to be the best player on the team to win now. Especially when you're going up against the AFC gauntlet, Bonte. It all comes back to Brock. He's going to be going up against.
You do need offense today.
He's got to beat Hurts. He's got to beat Mahomes. He's got to beat an Allen, a Burrow, a Herbert, what have you. I know those guys can score, and I know Brock can score. So ultimately, that's why the face of my franchise has got to be the quarterback, because he's got to be my best player, Bonte. He's got to be my best player for me to win.
That's a good point.
gotta
I'm not
be.
mad at that. Was Jalen Hurts the best player in Philadelphia last year for that team?
Yes.
I look at their defensive line.
Super Bowl he was.
Super Bowl, he was great.
He was amazing. That was the greatest
great.
game I've seen him play.
He
The
was
one
great.
mistake cost him.
He was great. No, it's got me thinking. Ideally, you want the quarterback to be the face of the franchise, but like I'm looking in the box here, and Dehegan and Lubman put this in the box. Is Shanahan right now the face of the 49ers? You know? Is he right now the face of the – he has been the face of the 49ers
He has
for the first
been.
6 years.
It's becoming
Is now
Purdy.
Purdy?
It's becoming
Is it now
Purdy.
Purdy?
It's becoming
Is he the
Brock.
official face of the 49ers? And by the way, the season ticket thing got me bugging a little bit.
It did. I saw the look on your face. That got to you a little bit.
Well, I pay season tickets. I don't
Yeah.
get into the game
Yeah.
free no more. I haven't been to the press box at Levi Stadium in over 2 years.
Yeah, you
so
go
I've
a
been
lot.
spending my money, going to Levi Stadium, sitting there with the people at 227.
You and Shasky, you guys go. You guys are diehards.
So I spend
You're
money
there.
too.
Yes.
So I'm not just saying what I'm saying because I don't spend money there. I don't get in for free.
Yeah.
All right. My money gets charged. My credit card gets charged for the tickets, and it's on, and I sit with the people. I like, I was thinking about that on the way here. Watching a football game as a media member, when you have to cover all the sports. I don't mind covering basketball as a media member. It's all fun. But watching football as just a fan and not having to worry about being on the field, doing videos or going to pressers or being there all day long. Watching football as a fan is the way to go.
Yeah.
It's the way to go. So, it is what it is. Anyway, the face of the franchise. Is Kyle Shanahan still the face of the 49ers? Or is it Brock Purdy, the face of the franchise? We could do that for the last 8 minutes
I like
here.
that question.
Last 8 minutes here. Because you look at the top teams right now, and I can't disagree with Lum, and I can't disagree with you. Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts, right?
Kansas City,
Patrick Mahomes. Buffalo, Josh Allen. Cincinnati, Joe Burrow.
Outside of that,
is Brock Purdy now the face?
Brock Purdy. He's got it. How crazy is that? Taking a step back, Mr. Irrelevant, which he's going to be called the rest of his life. But listen, that's fine. It's that nickname. People are like looking at it like, stop calling him that. I was like, no, it's becoming ironic at this point because he's anything but irrelevant. He is so relevant that he's becoming an MVP candidate before our eyes.
Right.
So it's just the fact that he was the last pick in the draft and in his first full season in the NFL, he's already getting talked about with the likes of Patrick Mahomes and the Josh Allens of the world. It's just take a step back, 49er fans. It's unbelievable. It really is. Now he's becoming the face of the franchise when you've been looking for a face since Steve Young.
Well, not only is
pretty
it
incredible.
Not only is it unbelievable, because I don't know if Jeff Garcia.
No.
Did we ever consider him the face? It was more T.O. than Jeff Garcia.
Yeah.
We never really gave Jeff Garcia his due for how well he played. Jacksonville, Trevor Lawrence. They're now leading the AFC South. We think about C.J. Stroud with the Houston Texans. Anthony Richardson with the Colts.
I was going to say it's not Jonathan Taylor. I think of Anthony Richardson. Yeah.
But Anthony Richardson is hurt.
Yep.
Chargers. Well, obviously, no more Joey Bosa. It's all about Justin Herbert.
Just a few games in. Who's the Houston Texans face right now?
C.J. Stroud.
It's C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Not even D'Amico Ryans.
Nope.
And I thought it'd be more D'Amico Ryans this year, as I thought they would struggle coming out of the blocks, but they haven't. They're 2-3, and they've been competitive. Dallas, Dak Prescott. They're trying to force him to be the face.
Yeah, he was.
It's not working out.
Now it's like the bad face.
It is pretty
He's
wild.
a heel.
It is pretty wild as we look. Oh, we could go rapid fire? We want to bring back OG rapid fire? Do we have the sound? We don't have the OG sound for rapid fire.
Oh. Sam's got the finger up. He's
got the finger up. All right.
Oh, I like this.
888-957-9570. In or out? In or out? We got 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Phone lines wide open as we end the show on the Frisco Friday / Bay Area Friday / 50 Cent Friday / Bay Area
New studio Friday.
All that stuff. Purdy or Shanahan? Who's the face of the 49ers right now? Kyle Shanahan or Brock Purdy? 888-957-9570. In or out? Rapid fire. 888-957-9570. Purdy or Shanahan? Who is the face of the 49ers right now?
It's got to be Brock Purdy because I don't think the 49ers, until they have proven that they could win a Super Bowl, it's going to be Kyle Shanahan. No. Brock Purdy's showing us now that he is the reason this team is going to win a Super Bowl. Not Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan was trying to find his guy. Andy Reid wasn't maybe he would have been a Hall of Famer, but he wasn't looked at as one of the best coaches in the league until he found his Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes took him to the next level. It's time for Brock Purdy to take Shanahan to the next level.
Here's one from Moco Coco on YouTube. It's Christian McCaffrey.
No.
Christian McCaffrey.
Why isn't McCaffrey the MVP conversation then?
He is in the MVP conversation.
He's behind Brock Purdy. He's behind him. He's the leader in the clubhouse for Offensive Player of the Year.
They cater to quarterbacks, no doubt about it.
Again, it goes to that, though.
Leader in rushing. What would the Niners look like without Christian McCaffrey? I don't want to see it. But
we don't want to talk about that.
We know what they looked like last year. They looked very pedestrian. All right, let's go lines. Line one then. Line one. Shanahan or Purdy? Who's the face of the 49ers?
I say it's Purdy because Shanahan's face is aged like 20 years.
Damn. Why you got to go
He's
there,
starting
man?
to look like the lobster, like his
No,
dad.
he
Yeah.
looks a lot less stressed out because Jimmy Garoppolo's no longer in that locker room. Shanahan has smiled more this year than he smiled in the last 6 years.
That's a great point. Josh McDaniels been hitting the buffet hard in Vegas because of Jimmy.
Let's go to line 2. My man, Boz. He knows I'm sitting in the section with the people. We always look at each other every first down. Boz, what you got? Face of the franchise. Purdy or Shanahan?
What's up with it? What's up with it?
What's up,
hey,
Boz?
man, it's the physicality of the team. I don't got either one right now.
It's the
I feel forward to the team.
physicality. It's the physicality of the team. That's
I'm
I
not
like
sure.
that.
I'm not sure they can put that as the face. They can't put the word physical.
No,
right there
but
as
you
the
know what you
picture
could
of the
do,
face
though?
of the
You know what you do? You put Trent Williams, you put Nick Bosa, you put Javon Hargrave, you put Eric Armstead, you put Mook Dog, Javon Kinlaw, and you put the big boys up there. And Deebo Samuel. Physicality. I like where Boz is going. We can sell that. Line 3. Shanahan or Purdy? Who's the face of the 49ers right now?
The face is Brock Purdy, and I'm 100% sure that dude calls his mom every night before bed.
Okay.
That's good. Hey, he loves his mom. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Say hi to your mom. They want to hear from you.
You know
all
what? I
right?
haven't called my mom in a few days. Maybe I'll call
You
her
need to
after the
do
show.
that.
Maybe
Love all
not.
the moms out there.
Maybe not.
Shout out Zach Wilson.
Line 4. What you got? Purdy or Shanny? Purdy or Shanny? Who's the face of the Niners?
Glock Purdy. Glock Purdy.
I like it. I like it.
Night.
In and out. Line 5. Who we got? Purdy or Shanny? Who's the face of the 49ers?
I'm going to say Big Dog City. I say Shanahan, live and die with him.
Who's that, Shanahan?
Yeah, Shanahan, you live and die with him.
Big Dog City, what's happening? You know, Spadoni loves you, by the way. He
I
does
love Big Dog City. He's my guy, man.
Hey, Spadoni, I love you.
There it is.
That
There
made
it
my
is.
Friday.
There's a drop right there, Spadoni. The first person to ever love you in radio history. Line 1. What you got? Purdy and Shanahan. Who's the face of the
It's
franchise?
got to be Purdy. But let me just say this too: when you got multiple stars on the team, you got multiple faces of the team. I think Joe Montana, Ron Black, Jerry Rice, they were all faces of that team.
I heard what he was saying. They were all the faces. Ronnie Lott, Jerry Rice, Joe Montana. Yeah, multiple faces there. Line 2. Let's go. Line 2. Purdy or Shanny? Who's the face of the Niners?
Well, when we watch NFL pregame, whoever the cartoon face is the face, right? It's usually McCaffrey.
Not going forward.
I like McCaffrey. I'm not mad at CMC. There's a lot of CMC love right now. Which hey, this is a good problem to have if you're 49er fans. Got all these different guys who could be the face of the franchise. Line number 3. Nobody said Nick Bosa or Fred Warner. Surprised. Line 3. Purdy or Shanahan? Who's the face of the Niners?
It's got to be Shanahan because if it wasn't for Shanahan, then Purdy wouldn't have been drafted in the first place by the Niners. So you got to go Shanahan. He's the one who's steering the ship right now.
I like that. I like it. Line 1. Last one here. Rapid fire. A lot of fun. Purdy or Shanahan? Line 1. Who is the face of the 49ers right now?
It's going to be Brock Purdy with Block 30 all day long. Oh, Niners.
There it is. Rapid fire. A lot of fun there. Purdy, Shanahan. It's mixed. We got some CMC mixed in. I like the physicality. You put the big boys up there.
That doesn't work on the graphic for Fox. You can't put Patrick Mahomes versus 15 guys on the graphic. I don't think it can handle that.
Did you not see the CMC graphic that NBC had on Sunday Night Football? Run CMC.
That was
so
cool. That was cool.
Why can't Chris McCaffrey be the franchise? Because on YouTube, y'all, it's E40. He goes, no, it's damn near E40 being the face of the Niners.
I kind of like that. I think that's more for the Warriors. I'm seeing 40 at every single one, man.
He's at
the preseason game when me and Benny were there. I
Yeah,
saw
see,
him.
there
I
you
saw
go.
40.
Yeah, 40, front row 40.
I don't know how that hat, that cap, that beanie, whatever you want to call it, stays on his head, but it does.
It does. He got swagger, man.
He's got swag.
Swag.
I think him and is that the missus that he comes with some occasionally?
Yeah, he comes with Mrs.
They were
Stevens.
they were matching.
Oh, Mrs. Stevens comes.
They were on
dripped up.
point.
They got
Yep.
the Gucci. They got the Louis V. I love Mrs. Stevens.
I don't think I could ever get to the point in my relationship with Jay where we're matching clothing. I don't think I could do that. I'm out on that.
I try to wear. I try to.
Then again, I don't have the Louis Vuitton like the my guy E40's got.
Yeah, no, that's a different level.
That's a different level.
There's levels to this. All
There
right,
is.
fun Friday, man. New studio.
Not
hashtag.
bad.
We'll get the drops coming in. We'll get the We Ready going. We'll get all that stuff. They called to be the face of corporate greed. I love that.
That's good.
Oh man.
Hey, greed is good. Gordon Gecko, greed is
man,
good.
I'm sorry that the tickets. Look, my tickets got raised too. I'm not happy, but you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not missing out on 49er football. I like going to the game. It's brought my family together. I love it.
It would be one thing if the Niners stunk and then the ticket prices were this outrageous, but they're very good. So I can live with that as a fan.
All right. I better stay ready on part. Yeah, that's right. Brock Chronicles. Damn, I got to take part.
Hashtag be ready.
Oh, I'm not ready for that. I usually just hop in the car, do what I do. All right. Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
All right. Spadoni, hell of a job the last 2 days.
Thank you, guys.
Send our prayers and condolences to Papa Shasky. I heard from Butcher yesterday. Papa Shasky's doing great.
He's on the mend.
He's on the mend. He's going to salve it out. Shasky's doing a lot better.
Awesome.
Spadoni, you did one hell of a job.
Thank you.
One hell of a job. You drove some calls. We got calls from places I never heard of. So,
Bada
Spadoni,
bea. There you go.
the floor is yours. Your final thoughts.
I had a great time those last 2 days. And you know what? Shout out to all the engineers again. Tim Jordan, Seth, Robin, Talk, all you guys that are grinding. This was a really hard transition. I know we were only a couple blocks away. Well, like 20 minutes away walking, but a couple blocks nonetheless. And they did a great job. We're up and running. Sam, thankless job back there. You and Matt crushing it today. It was very difficult. New board. You're gonna have to teach me all this come Monday time. I don't know if we'll have the pregame show. We'll see. I'll let you all know. 5 to 6, Monday through Friday. Hit me up there. But shout out to, and once again, shout out baby girl, baby Nora, turning 1 year old tomorrow.
Birthday, sweetheart.
So happy birthday.
Happy birthday, little mama.
Yeah, so my final thought is just watching these baseball playoffs, seeing 3 of the 4 top teams get knocked out. Guys, bye weeks in baseball do not work. I don't know why that was considered a good idea. You got these guys playing every day for 6 months, and then you put them on ice for a week before the most important games of the year. Whoever had that stupid idea, Rob Manfred, get out of baseball.
Works for the Astros. They keep winning.
They don't have a Pasoy problem?
They don't have a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
It's that Dusty Baker leadership.
That's right.
Look.
You got one?
Final thought is I'm 2-0 my shoebox bets. A shoebox bet is you take every damn dollar you have in that shoebox and you put it on that team. I have another one.
Uh-oh.
But it's going to be out on my Twitter account. Matt Nahigian. That's the only way you get it. I'm hiding my picks now.
You are so thirsty.
Dude, I'm 2-0.
Flex, you are 2-0. Who are the first 2 games? Niners?
I don't even know. Okay.
Well, by the way, Daniel Jones out for the New York Giants. Buffalo was giving 14.5. Sunday Night Football coming off a loss.
I gave out the Niners over the Cowboys. I said they were going to smash them.
Yeah, you did. Wow. That's 2 games then. Because you also gave them out for the New York Giants.
Yes.
Thursday Night Football. Maybe we'll go with the Cleveland Browns then. Shoebox game. By the way, my shoebox bet last night was the Las Vegas Golden Knights scoring 4 goals. I didn't watch a second of that game.
You didn't need to.
Didn't need to. Just saw the money add up in the account. My final thought is, I love the roasters. Love you, roasters. YouTube, Twitch, the phone calls today. The last week and a half. It's football season. Warriors are coming around. Can't wait to see you, San Leandro, next Wednesday night. Joe Lacob in studio next Wednesday morning. I love the roasters. I love you guys at 95.7 The Game. All right, that was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. Wait. Brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation changing your network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Steiny and Guru.
Ladies and gentlemen, banking with BMO is now arriving in California. The seatbelt sign is off, but buckle up because...
free Odyssey app. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Hello? Hello?
Hey. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello?
First day of school, Steiny.
Matt Steinmetz, Darryl Guru Johnson with you.
In the limousine.
A new studio in San Francisco. And somebody's going to have to adjust the camera because when I stand up, it cuts off the top of my head. Go check it out on the YouTube chat, everybody. This is different.
This is. I like it, though.
Wow.
It's new, Steiny. It's new. Yeah.
Are you all right, though? Because you cannot see out the window. At our last place, you could see out the window, but now I can see out the window.
I think that's a good thing because when you make me want to jump out the window, I won't have those thoughts because I can't see it. How about that?
All right.
It's payday, Steiny.
I know. You didn't even know that. Yeah. You didn't even know that. Hey, 49ers Cleveland, 10 a.m. The kind of game you hate, a 10 a.m. start on the West Coast.
Why would you say that?
Because you love Sunday night football first.
Okay.
Then the 105 game second. And then the 10 o'clock games you're not a big fan of.
But I
know you, partner.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I do love football at 10, and now I've grown to love the 6:30 a.m. games too. So the fact that the Niners are playing at 10, I'm good, Steiny. I'm good.
Okay. Look, I'm adjusting the camera. Oh, I can adjust it. Now, hold on. Oh, you're going to have to bear with us today,
and
listeners.
I think they got skinny
Like you
cameras.
do,
I saw Dibs yesterday looking Slim Jim.
Hey, by the way, Sam, your kicker had a nice game last night. Butkus.
Oh, now you're
I know it's Butker. Stop it. Well, who didn't know this? Deshaun Watson wants no piece of the Niners.
He got the Niner flu.
Yes, he does.
That's weak.
It really takes a little steam out of that game.
People said we lost 10 pounds each, Steiny, on new cameras.
Really? Wait till I take my sweatshirt off. Woo!
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is essentially a road game for us. I'm unsettled, Goo. But how about this? Watch this, Goo. Watch. Everybody on the YouTube chat, watch. Look at that.
Yeah.
Hey, Evan.
Hey, you look good, Steiny.
Hey, Evan.
Don't break it on the first day.
This is great.
I heard the guys yesterday saying I was going to be the first guy to spill something. We'll see.
Yeah, you're the leader in the play.
We'll see. We'll see. So no Deshaun Watson, no Nick Chubb, and the 49ers now head into Cleveland. 10-point favorites. I think the line started at 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Fire! It's all the way up to 10.
Yes, it is.
I'll tell you what, you seem like, tell me if I'm wrong, you, Evan, and I were talking before the show. You feel like this is just a walk in the park. Because I got to remind people, before you answer, Cleveland with Myles Garrett, get this.
Okay.
Right now has the number 1 defense. So I know the Niners just destroyed Dallas 7-0 after the first quarter with all that went wrong for Dallas. So I got to tell you, Steiny, if there's rain or precipitation, I'm kind of excited to see if Cleveland can do something that Dallas couldn't.
You know what's funny is I'm watching the Kansas City Chiefs game last night, but that's kind of my point. I think the Niners are due for a game like that where it's ugly, but they just win because they've been so impressive.
Yeah.
They've looked so good. I get it. Cleveland's defense is pretty good, and maybe the weather won't be great. So maybe this is the game where the Niners 21-13 or something like that, or 17-9. Maybe we're looking at that kind of game for the first time for the Niners.
And we haven't made a big deal about the 10 a.m. start. You said
That's
traveling
true.
back east. So, Steiny, I'm lightweight excited. I just hate the fact that we're not watching Deshaun Watson, who, again, in the game he got injured 2 weeks ago before their bye, teammates were questioning if he could have came back in the game. So just think about what's going on there, all the money that they've given him, and you got your comrades saying, you know what, we think you could play. That's foul.
Well, Bernie Kosar was on the morning show yesterday, and he said the rotator cuff is a tricky injury.
I heard him.
So
Shout out to
if he
Bernie.
can't play, he can't play. He can't drive the ball through, according to Bernie Kosar. So no Deshaun Watson, no Nick Chubb, and the 49ers look for their 6th straight victory to start the season. And because it matters, Eagles at Jets. Eagles at Jets.
Oh, no doubt it matters.
This weekend.
I'll tell you what, Philly has played some close games, mainly week 1 with New England. The Rams gave them a run for their money. It's the NFL Sunday, NFL Steiny. Any given Sunday, Al Pacino, Jamie Foxx. So, again, I'm lightweight excited from a defensive standpoint for Cleveland to see how they try to attack Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
You know, I am looking at the camera, the YouTube camera.
Yeah, you look good.
No, you look better. We might need to switch seats.
Well, you got other options.
Okay.
Yeah. You're like a little kid. You played with the camera first when you should have just left it alone.
No, but
I look slim.
I got to put it in the right spot because you know me. I stand up, I sit down. I stand up, I sit down.
This is awesome.
I got to settle.
Who's got it better than us? We talk sports for a
Sarah and
living.
Vinny across the hall. Right. They have it better than us.
Dude, you had your pin out for an autograph.
Did you see their paychecks? They have it better now.
Counting people's pockets.
But then again, they're legends.
Yep.
They are legends.
Like Acura.
Warriors-Lakers tonight, preseason game. And you said, Steiny, I don't know why, but I'm excited for
I
it.
am.
Is it on TV?
Of course it is. Yeah.
Okay. What station?
I'm sure. Yeah, I believe ESPN. I'm guessing it's one of the stations. It's being aired. Kaminga, probable. I guess he little digit messed up a little finger.
Yeah, on a dunk. He messed up his finger, apparently. Yep. But he's going to most likely play tonight, which is good.
I'm excited, honestly. Not just football. Shasky and Bonte are going to have the owner of the Golden State Warriors, the Don, Joe Lacob, in here in studio in the new digs on Wednesday. Stoney, I'm excited to hear what comes out of his mouth. Like,
what do you want to know?
I
know what he's going to say.
Clay and the Kerr. I know the guys are going to ask him.
Okay.
Yeah.
He'll
the
say,
WNBA.
Oh, we're working on it. Oh, yeah, we're working on Clay and we're working on Steve, and both guys we're pretty sure want to be here.
Joe gives you more than that.
He'll give you everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Kawakami podcast.
It's a good thing that you aren't doing the interview because he would say to you, you'd be like, Joe, this should be easy. This should be easy, Joe. And he'd say, Guru, what do you know about negotiating? And then that's when he would kind of
I'd be like, Joe, I sold mortgages. Ameriquest Mortgage. Yeah. Most important investment people have, Stoney.
He's going to say that they're going to work on those extensions, and they can work on them through the season. And I'll bet you he's not going to be now. The difference between you and me is you'd say, well, good answer, Joe. Good answer.
I've never
and I'd say, hey, Joe, why don't you tell me the difference between what happened to Myers last year and what may happen to Steve Kerr at the end of this year? Tell me what the difference is, Joe.
Potatoes right there.
Mm-hmm.
And don't bury the lead. We got a guest, Daryl Pollard.
That's right.
Former Super Bowl champion for the 49ers. He'll be joining us.
He'll be joining us at noon.
Yep.
Noon today, Daryl Pollard.
First guest in the new digs.
Yeah, two-time champion. Two-time champion. Over under 500 Steiny Mike touches a day.
People saying I look 25. Dude, we went from Jenny Craig and soda to the Slim Jim cameras. Shout out to everybody. Oh, boy.
Chris M. with a good line.
What'd he say?
On the YouTube chat.
You want to say it?
Guru asked Joe for a photo.
No, that was one of my regrets. I did it for my daughter. Yeah.
I got to move the mic because people can't see my face, and they really want to.
Mm-hmm.
And this is different. This is really, really different.
Well, we got a problem.
Uh-oh.
We got a glare. They can't see the waves. Yeah, I'll be at another station.
Pull the
but I like it. We're good right
now. Pull the shade down.
Leave them wanting more, Steiny.
Brock Purdy talked to the media yesterday, and you know what he said?
Talk to me.
I can play at another level. I hope he doesn't mean a worse level. He says he can get better.
But what did you say yesterday? Will it look like what it's looked like? Because it's looked perfect.
It's looked pretty good. It's looked really good.
I don't know if it can look any better.
I don't think
9 TDs to 0 picks.
I know. I don't.
Maybe that was confidence he was talking about.
Yeah, and I think what also we got to acknowledge is that the competition hasn't been off the charts. So as the competition gets tougher, if he stays playing this way, that will be kind of an improvement. Because they're going to have to beat some good teams on the way to the playoffs this year.
And right now, I know there's Detroit. We'll see Dallas get up off the mat. But right now, Stoney, it is a two-horse race in regard to the top two teams. Like we thought coming into this season, both 5-0, Philly and San Francisco. And we'll see, who gets to 6 first and has the lead in home field advantage. Because that's what this is about.
It is. It's about getting the bye and then home field throughout the playoffs. Mm-hmm. I got a couple things that I want to get into today because I'm having a terrific year, and I think I built on that terrific year with what happened last night in baseball.
I was hoping you retired that whole year, but you brought it to the new building.
Yeah, no, we're still in 2023.
Oh boy.
I'll tell you what happened last night.
What did you predict?
The 5 best teams in baseball.
Oh, my God.
Atlanta, 104 wins. Baltimore, 101 wins. Dodgers, 100 wins. Tampa Bay, 99. Milwaukee, 92. The 5 winningest teams in baseball, gone. They're all gone.
And you want to know why?
That's what you get when you expand the playoff system.
Nope.
You get worse teams with a chance to advance.
Dude, what happened is when you win the amount of games you just mentioned and you come and you show up day in, day out in the grind, that is 162, tell me what you think here.
Huh?
I'm going Bowie Kuhn. You deserve a 7-game series. You shouldn't get the small appetizer of a 5-game series.
Yeah.
That stinks.
I don't disagree with you at all.
They got to fix it, man.
What do they have to fix?
Now I got to watch Arizona when I'm going to be watching the game like, oh, this is supposed to be Atlanta, L.A. No. Come on.
I mean, the one thing that's clearly, well, I shouldn't say clearly, but looks to be a disadvantage is when you have a great record, then you got to take 5 days off after the season while the teams you may end up playing are playing straight through. But, look.
I'm with you. I feel bad for the team.
You know the solution, don't you?
What?
Let's add another team. Let's make it 4 wild cards. 3 division winners, 4 wild cards. Why not? Or let's make it an open tournament.
Well,
it's a joke.
You're going to lengthen the series.
Well, we can do that.
That's what. Dude. All Freeman, everybody, Mookie Betts, they were cold as ice.
They were.
Albies, I don't like it.
What specifically? Tell me.
Because I know Arizona is not better than the Dodgers. But I know or I feel. You know what I'm saying, Stoney? Baltimore is better than what they showed. I think there was a lot of pressure. And let's talk about it, Stoney. Rest versus rust.
Okay.
I mean, do we need to see anything other than the 2023 MLB playoffs? You just talked about it. All those teams are gone home. Now, do we sound SOFT because they could have handled their business in a 5-game series? But don't tell me this is not hurting the product.
Well, the reality of the situation is we're seeing in baseball pretty much what we're seeing in the NBA, and that is a marginalization of the regular season.
Well, the NBA's done something about it this year. They took it away. Ain't none of that jive going down.
Please.
Kawhi, Paul George, you're going to show.
You want to bet? I'll bet you on that.
But at least they're trying to crack down on it. The cops have arrived.
No, they haven't. They have not arrived.
I believe the cops have arrived.
I don't think so for a minute. Cold as ice, foreigner. Good one, 408. I like that one.
But Stoney, what about this memo that went out? We looked into the science of load management, the NBA, and we found that it doesn't work.
Well, and what I found is that I've never seen the report. The bottom line is the less a guy plays in basketball, the more likely he is not to get hurt. The NBA has come out and said, well, we've been studying load management, and actually it doesn't protect you any more than if you played a full season. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's believable. That's believable. Your chances of getting hurt if you play more games do not increase. I mean, that defies logic. defies logic. If a guy plays 80 games and one guy plays 60 games, the mere fact that one guy's playing a third more games means he'll probably get hurt more than the other guy.
But anything can you don't tear your Achilles or break a digit or a leg, Steiny, on you're not a battery. It's not dependent on how much you played. Things can pop off at any time. And Uncle Looney on the YouTube chat, Steiny says it great. It's still a series. Step your game up or go home. I kind of feel like that, but you just cited 4 teams that kicked ass that are at home watching lesser teams play. And I believe it's because they had 5 games off. That was rust, and you didn't get the whole best of 7.
What I think is that in both baseball and basketball now, there are teams, the Philadelphia Phillies, they coast. They coast during the regular season. Wow. They do. They're
But
just
how
looking.
dangerous
they're
is
just
that?
not dangerous when you're good enough to say, you know what? Let's shoot for 90 wins. We get 90 wins, we're in the postseason. That's all we care about. Who cares if you get 104 wins? What does it do for you? Like, what does it do for you? And we saw it last year in the postseason. The Lakers get to the Western Conference Finals as a 7 seed or whatever it was. We saw the Heat get there as an 8 seed. I mean, you can't. You can't have the regular season meaning more if you're adding more teams to the playoffs. It just doesn't. It makes no sense. By the way, 888-957-9570. Is that still the number here? At 95.7 The Game? 888-957-9570. You can call in. You can be the first caller in the new digs.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. Open phone lines.
Looks like Kittle got fined $13K.
You can talk about whatever you want.
For the F.
shirt?
Dallas shirt.
Yeah. I didn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I mean, come on. He was paying homage to Gary Plummer.
Who did it a long time ago.
Yeah,
for
against
sure.
Dallas.
Load management. Load management works, and it's going to keep on being used. It'll just be something that's camouflaged. Be camouflaged is what it'll be.
Well, I think you're wrong on the NBA. I think they're really taking, like, they were promoting this, and now they're just doing it, coming up with fictitious reports. Like you said, you hadn't read the data.
Who can tell me if Steph Curry has a sprained ankle or not? Who can tell me that?
The Warriors.
Right. Okay. Hey, Steph, you have a sprained ankle tonight. Okay.
Oh, wow.
What's the I mean, who's going to know?
You think it's getting to that point,
Yes. Of course it is.
So you're talking about faking. You ain't cheating, you ain't
let me ask
trying.
Hey, I'm serious about this. The Golden State Warriors, okay? This is big for the Warriors.
Got a game tonight.
They got Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. They got Klay Thompson. You really want, Warrior fans, you really want the Warriors to have to adhere to that. You really want the league saying, hey, Steph, you got to play 78 games this year, come hell or high water. Hey, Klay, we know you've been out for 2 years, and you've been playing now for 2 years, and you're ready to take the next step.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to need you to play a full season. You can't do that. I mean, what does that mean for the Warriors?
And that's what I wanted to ask you. So you're saying behind closed doors, it's not let's go kick ass every night. Are you saying they think, hey, you know what? Let's shoot for the 6th, the 7th seed, the 5th seed. But you can't manipulate health, Stoney. Things are going to pop off.
No, you can. You can. And that's what the Warriors did 2 years ago. When Steph Curry missed the final, 11 or 13 games of the year, and they brought him back for the playoffs. But he missed the last 3 or 4 weeks.
But we saw him get hurt. Like, that was legit.
Right, but he could have played.
Mm.
When they won the title 2 years ago, Steph Curry, I need to look at the numbers, but he missed like the last 12 games, and everyone was saying, well, maybe he can come back for a few to get ready for the play. He didn't. He didn't need to play that. He came off the bench in the first game back, and they won. But if I'm a Warrior fan, I want the Warriors to try to buck this. Absolutely. Whether they follow the rules or not.
When will you know?
How about this? If you tell me Klay, Dre, Steph, and Chris Paul all play 75 games or more, how are they going to win it all? Then they're going to go play 25 playoff
Yeah,
games?
but it's like a Rubik's Cube. It's a combo of when they miss and who misses.
But
They're not all going to be out together.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I can't believe you went 70. I was at 65. Like, I'll take 65.
Well, that's the point. If they're not hurt, then how are you going to miss 17 games?
Oh. Wow.
If you're a Warrior fan, you want this NBA to stick this, is what you want. You don't need the Warriors getting penalized for making sure to try to keep their team healthy. That's just me. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see some people.
Yeah.
I see some people on the phone lines. We're going to get to them on the other side. That way.
Patrick Felipe wants us to chime in.
Who's he?
On YouTube.
Okay.
On Jerry Judy, Steve Smith situation. Oh, we will. We'll get to that.
Sure.
buddy.
There's another one I want to get to.
Yeah.
Alana Rizzo.
Oh, boy.
MLB.
Love ya.
Who?
Lana.
She's off. Alana.
Yeah, I call it Lana.
Her name is Alana.
But when you have swag like this, you give her a nickname. It's Lana.
Do you know she likes one of the things that to me is one of the most important things is to call a person by their right name. It's very important.
Right.
So you better know. You better know.
She's got swag. She'll be fine. We should have her on maybe next week.
That's all right.
Dude,
we're going to play some of what she said yesterday about something that I don't think she's on the money on at all. There's reporters in the clubhouse, and if something happens in that clubhouse while the reporters are in the clubhouse, fair game. Sorry, it's fair game. That's the way it's been. That's the way it's always been.
Snitches get stitches.
No, then get them out. It's very simple. You got a problem with somebody reporting on something they see
That
in
are
a clubhouse.
credentialed, to get in.
a clubhouse, then get them out of the clubhouse. Stop telling me a clubhouse and a locker room is a sacred place if you're allowing the media in. Then it's not a sacred place. So make up your mind about whether you're going to have the media in the locker room or not. Because if they're in, then it's not sacred.
Quit being so sensitive. That's what I didn't like. We'll get to
From
it.
who?
Everybody. I got my list.
Who's on it?
We'll get to it.
You're ad-libbing now.
Oh, no, please.
I think.
Just take a deep breath. We're in a new.
We may have to.
It's all good. It's not our first segment almost in the books. Dude, this
you know
is
what's funny
awesome.
is when we came and toured, I said, "No, I'll stand here." And you
don't
do
like
that.
it?
I don't know. I got to get a feel for it. 888-957-9570. You too can be the first person to call into our show at our new studio, Steiny and Guru. Hey, NFL Week 6 is here, and so is our red and gold coverage on 95.7 The Game. Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings, they get you started. They're going to get you started early on the kickoff show starting at 8 o'clock, and that's right before the 49ers and Browns play. And then there's overtime. They break it down all following the final whistle with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings before and after every single game. Listen right here on 95.7 The Game, your home for the best red and gold coverage. We're in a new
Consumer
place.
Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic. Their 100% US-based support is just a click or call away. Plus, activation is always free. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands to treat ED at up to 95% off. That's right, the same active ingredient as the brand name for 95% less. It's the same ED medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Here in the Bay, our cars take us and our stuff where we want to go. But they can't take us anywhere with overdue tolls. If you've got
guys running around like chickens without heads here. New studio. Everybody's a little bit discombobulated.
Not me. I love my new body. Yeah, Snotty.
Man, hey, by the way, what happened? I thought you were boycotting wearing cowboy stuff.
Yeah, I don't have anything
What
else.
the hell's that shirt? That's
Oh
a
my,
Cowboy
is that what
shirt
the text
in
was?
any league.
Dude, wow.
Dude,
that's
you
a
belong in the
four.
Western Plains.
That's great. I was like, what the hell are they talking about? Yeah, I had to look good for the new digs, man.
Hey, go ahead.
Oh, no.
I
was going to say another Brown player has the Niner flu.
Yeah, try to say this guy's name.
Listen, Spadoni, All-Pro, left guard, Joel Bitonio has been ruled out for Sunday.
That's too
I guess
bad.
a knee.
That's too
They
bad.
running scared on offense.
That's too bad.
Yep.
888-957-9570. Going to start getting calls in a second.
Whatever.
By the way, you guys, you want to know why I don't jump into the Vine, the show Vine.
Oh, I boycotted you too much last night.
Well,
y'all was fighting.
Well, then why did you send me something of James Wiseman?
Oh, no, that is different. Yeah, because he's part of the Bay. He always.
No, he's not.
Yeah.
He has nothing to do with us anymore.
Steiny.
He's got nothing to do
We'll
with
follow his career. 22-10.
So,
this is great.
Evan talking about the Niners on the thread. Not the Niners, the Warriors on the thread. Okay.
Yep.
And he said something like, you know what? Everybody's counting the Warriors out. First of all, not everybody's counting. And he goes, oh, you know what this season is? Underdog season. That's what they're going to call the Warriors, underdog season. You've got to be kidding me.
Set you off like Latifah.
You got that? No such thing. You cannot be. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
You're 4-time champions and you're begging to be. Are we underdogs?
Well, they didn't
Are you
say
champions or are you underdogs?
They're champions now.
Okay, well then let's lose the underdog.
That was Evan having some fun. He's nice with opinions.
No, he was dead serious.
Well, no, the GMs have been surveyed. And
Right.
Nobody had the Warriors
That's
unless they
right.
picked to win.
Yeah. You know, okay, does that mean you take your championship credentials from them?
Hell no.
Exactly.
And you still got
Suck
the
it up,
shove.
Warriors, and try to compete for a title.
Mm-hmm.
The point of it was,
There
if
we
you're
go.
going to call them
Evan.
done, then aren't they underdogs
No,
this season?
they'll never be underdogs. You cannot have a 4-time champion that's an underdog. No 4-time champion worth their salt would ever allow themselves to be called underdogs. Too much pride on that team.
Well, then they can't be done.
They could be.
Hey,
I'm not playing into it. I'm not playing into it.
But Evan, he was having no.
But you can't have it both ways. You're going to be here all season long. I know what you're going to do. You're going to be referencing this title from a long time ago.
It was
2
2022.
years.
Stop.
2 years ago. You're going to reference that all the time, and then you're going to say, Steiny, Warriors underdogs. No, I won't allow
I've
it.
never used
I
that
can't
word.
allow it.
Yeah, you and Evan, you see, I stepped out. I was at the gym, but you and Evan were going at it. It set you off.
All
Hey,
right.
Let me
Oh,
say something.
I was going to take a call. We're
All
going
right.
to try to do this.
Never go full Jeff. Get your facts right and get back to me on the YouTube chat. I wore this 2 weeks ago, last payday.
You
So
did.
don't say a week ago. It's been 2 weeks and dry clean.
You dry clean that?
Yeah.
Why don't you just wash it and iron
Do
it?
this thing with, you don't want to mess this art up. Go ahead. So who's our first caller?
Let's
Who
go
messed with
to
the camera.
What do you mean?
I don't look the same. God, I had it
Okay,
perfect. When we
let's
came
try. You know what?
Who we got?
Let's go to James in Walnut Creek. He wants to welcome us to our new studio. Hi, James.
Jay.
What's up with you guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say congratulations on your new office space and your new studio, because I know what it feels like to move your things and have a new space to create and whatnot, because I'm a creator myself. And, second of all, I wanted to ask you, what happened to the last studio? Did y'all have rats or roaches chewing through the cords and cables or something?
Nah, we just went Jeffersons. We had to move on up, baby. So, yeah, we got some new digs.
It's a consolidation sensation.
Yeah.
That's good, man. Well, y'all have a good morning, man. Thank you.
All right, thank you, James. Appreciate you listening,
A
man.
part of history. First caller.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. 888-957-9570. Stein and Guru. From 88 Kearney.
I get to do it. Can you tell people what you text the thread, the work thread?
Which time?
The address. We've
What
been
about it?
moving here for 8 months. And the day of, Steiny texts Divine, what's the new address? Then the boss texts back saying, hey, we're going to be at the old studio. And he texts the old address where you've been for 5 years.
Right.
And you reply, what address is this?
Yeah.
You know that's funny, right? It's like, dude, wake up. Anyway.
I did. Like,
put you on blast.
So, yeah, we parked at the old spot and took a long walk over here.
Well, you did.
For the time
I'm across
being.
the street.
For the time being. And, yeah, I was on the way over, and I'm like, where am I going? I don't know where I'm going. Somebody said 88 Kearney. Okay, what floor? It's a big building.
And it was crickets on the vine. I had to laugh.
Let's go to Drew Down, he can be highly volatile on the YouTube text. What's going on, Drew Down? How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going, Steiny?
Going well.
What's going on, Guru? Hey, Steiny, man, I thought we had a truce, bro. We met at the summit. I'm waving the white flag. I got no ill will towards my man, so I'm waving the white flag on that, Steiny. I'm on your side, brother.
Because you were killing me for a while.
Yeah, well, some of it deserved, some of it not. You know, let's let bygones be bygones.
I'll do that. Are you coming to the summit next Wednesday?
Oh yeah. I just want to say you guys looking great. On the feed, looking pretty in the face, slim in the waist.
Yeah,
you guys looking good. Oh yeah, definitely looking forward to seeing everybody out there. Shout out everybody on the YouTube chat, all my guys on there. And sometimes I kind of feel like I'm Kyle Shanahan, so I want to help educate a little bit.
Okay.
As far as the rest rule goes, the rest rule goes for the NBA. So the league will pre-approve load management for stars who are 35 years by opening night or who have amassed 34,000 regular season minutes or a combined 1,000 regular season and playoff games. Those 7 players are LeBron James, of course, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, James Harden, DeRozan, and Mike Conley. So I just wanted to point out about, how can they tell if Steph is hurt? Steph and CP3 are exempt from this rule. So if they need some extra rest, they don't have to lie to kick it. They can be rested as needed. So
that's great stuff, Drew.
That out to you guys.
So Drew,
add a little knowledge to the show. Yes, sir.
So 7 guys are actually exempt from the rule.
That's correct.
Okay, because I do know that for Klay Thompson, he doesn't fit into the one category of star because he hasn't been an All-Star for 2 years, 3 years.
That's correct.
Okay,
that's correct.
So technically, Klay Thompson's got to be careful, and Draymond's got to be careful, but Steph and Chris Paul can take off whenever they want.
Basically, yeah.
All right. That's good info.
Make sure we get a picture,
right.
Drew. You know how we do it when I see you Wednesday, baby.
Yes, sir. Yeah, you guys have a great rest of the show. You guys looking great, sounding great, and I can't wait to see y'all next week.
Thanks, Drew. Appreciate the call. Comeback player of the year, Drew Down.
He was coming at you?
He's just... That's funny. You get these guys on social media. They use language they would never use face-to-face.
Oh, look that different.
And then you say, dude, that's harsh. And they're like, just kidding.
Yeah. Cute boy gangsters.
Exactly.
I got to get some rest.
For what?
They got some bags. You can see them different in the other studio. I was to the side.
I'm looking at you right now, and
yeah,
you'll probably want to wear a different shirt on Monday, I would think. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Can you see the calls on it? Do you have a computer that you can see the calls? You want to take one?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'm getting ready.
Well, 2 people just hung up.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Oh, there they are. They're back. Let's go to Michael. Michael's in Oakland. He wants to talk about the Warriors. Hey, Michael, how are you, man?
Mike.
I'm good today. How you guys doing?
We're doing well, thank you.
That's good, man. I love listening to y'all. Y'all make my day. Even y'all talk about some very serious stuff on here, but y'all keep me laughing too at the same time.
That's what's up.
And I love that. And that was touching on the Warriors, because I'm a diehard Warrior fan and Niner fan. And I was just looking at the Warriors because I'm thinking, without a man in the middle, how far you think we can go?
It's a good question. It's an issue that Goo feels strongly about. You do, right?
No, I'm gonna go NBA ref. Let's be technical about it. They've never had a big man. They got Looney. They got Jackson Davis. They got Draymond. It's worked in the past, so I'm not worried. I wish they had that active big like Wiseman in Detroit, but he's gone. So we'll see how it goes. But they know what they're doing, right? In the Warriors, we trust. We got to see how it works out.
Yes, I'm rooting for them all the way. However far they go, I'm going with them, so it doesn't matter. But still, I was just looking at it realistically. And, you know, because last year we got killed with the big man. You know, Davis killed us in the playoffs.
Yep, no doubt about it. Hey, Michael, thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Well, he'll be shooting threes this year.
Well,
we
the
ain't
other
gotta worry about
and
it.
just to Kyle Shanahan you, which means educate you. Anytime I say I'm going to Kyle Shanahan somebody, it means I'm going to educate him. Do you think it's fair to say the Warriors? I mean, I think Andrew Bogut was pretty big.
Oh no,
and JaVale McGee.
Yeah, but
what about Mo Spates?
Oh, those are all
so they've
my
had
guys.
big men.
Zaza.
Yeah, they've had big men.
But you know what I mean.
No, I don't.
I want that Anthony Davis type. Yeah, I want that James Wiseman pack.
Okay. Well, those are two completely different players. One's going to go to the Hall of Fame, and the other
22
might
and
not
10.
get a second contract.
Oh, boy.
What a pick.
I'm going to do that every game for James.
Hey, who's the guy on social media? I can't.
That narrows it down.
That's a good one. Guys on social media, and you used a phrase that this guy on social media uses, and I can't stand this guy. He goes up to people and he goes, "Hey, what do you do for a living?" And they go, "I'm a sports reporter." And he goes, "That's what's up."
Oh, I don't like that.
You guys know what I'm talking about?
No, that sounds lame.
You know what?
No, what's funny about that?
It's not funny, but
That's
you
what's
use that
up?
phrase. Yeah, that's what's up. Come on out there, 888-957-9570. You know what I'm talking about. It's that guy. What are we doing online, too? Go up to people and what's your body count? What are we doing, dude?
I'm not.
Grow up.
Yeah, that's that.
Grow up.
Pull my finger humor.
Exactly.
I ain't into that.
We're not into sophomore.
And who's going to give you the truth answer?
I think they all do, though.
Well, it's a double standard.
The Warriors, this is from the 925 Comcast Business Text line. The Warriors couldn't handle the Lakers. The Lakers couldn't handle Denver. How are the Warriors going to handle Denver? You know what? I think that's a good question, so I'm going to present it to Daryl the Guru Johnson.
They got to do it with what's between their ears, their brains, Stoney. As far as who's stopping Jokic, right now, I don't see an answer. Maybe it'll be by committee. Don't sleep on Looney. He's getting stronger, Stoney, and he's throwing that weight around. You just got to make it difficult. But if you're coming at me like my wings from Roundtable, traditional, on how do they have a player that can just one-on-one stop Jokic or any other big, I think that's how other teams are going to plan to attack the Warriors. Who's going to protect the middle? We will see. And if I don't want to say this, if Chris Paul gets his way and somehow he starts and Looney's on the bench, you're starting the game off small, and I hate that. I just hate that. But I'm from Missouri. Show me, Steiny. Show me. But that's a concern.
We've got a person on the YouTube chat by the name of Young Whale.
That's
and
new.
I know.
He or she is new.
He's new. He or she's new. I'm going to say he. And he says that's what's up is bass slang. That was. Yeah. You knew that. Oh, please, no, you didn't.
Messy Marv. He's a rapper from him and San Quinn did a song. What's up? Yeah. What's up?
No, it's that's what's up.
Yeah, but still, that was in the song. What's up? Yeah.
You did not know that was from the Bay. You're just saying that.
It's from the Yay. So you knew I knew it. We call it the Yay, Stoney. Yay area.
The guy who does it on the social media doesn't necessarily do it in the Bay Area.
I don't think he's doing a good job because you didn't remember his name.
Nobody knows those guys' names.
Seriously. We know the guy that says trash. That's Bubba Dub. The comedian. Steiny was trash. Anybody that has a bad game?
I don't. Young. Thanks for the call, Young Lay. Young Whale. But by the way, great knowledge from Drew Down. That's one of those where I worry. That knowledge was so good, Drew Down, that I worry that every other listener's like, Steiny, you should know that.
Did we fact check it?
You should know that.
Did we fact check it?
I don't think it has to be fact checked.
Okay.
I think he's right.
All right. So what does that mean?
He
can sit as many, like you're exempt.
When you're a certain age, yes.
I don't like that part of it either.
Curry fits.
So now 65 might be, well, you said, how are they going to win if all those guys play 65? They'll figure it out. Coach Kerr will figure it out.
Yeah, no, you're right, Sorge. I like that.
Yeah, and the song's called That's What's Up.
No, but he's calling your shirt a rancher shirt. I like that. Rancher. Yeah. You going to lasso some horses today, Goo? Some bulls?
Yeah, if it got some ice cubes in it.
You gonna milk some cows?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little too loud. Anyway, Steiny Guru.
How's Evan doing?
New digs.
We ain't talking
He's
to him.
frazzled.
All right. Oh, he looks good. He's in control.
It's never good when Lubman's the least frazzled.
Sammy!
Sam got a good game out of his kicker last night.
Man.
Steiny, I can't stand that guy. He's usually exactly.
Give us a name.
Nobody knows who he is. He's just
But you remembered him. He
he's
stood
just a
out.
tool.
Yeah.
He's a flat out tool. Bunch of guys like that I can't. Oh, there is one guy I kind of like, and I don't know what this guy's name is either. Tell me if you've heard of him. Actually, you know what? I'm going to bring Philmo Mike in because I got to ask him.
To bless the new digs.
Hey, Philmo, what's up, man?
What's up, baby?
Okay, hey Philmo, there's this dude.
Hear me?
Yeah. Philmo, there's this dude on the on social media. He's it looks like what he does. Young fella, about 25. It looks like, and it looks like what he does is he goes into the inner cities, and he finds somebody who looks like a tough guy.
Yeah,
and he walks up to him and he goes, "What you looking at, homie?" And he, you know what I'm talking about? The guy I'm talking about.
Well, there's so many.
He goes, "What you looking at, him?"
So many years.
He goes, "You want to get cut up?"
You can't be doing that in the Bay. You can't be doing that in the Bay. You're gonna mess around and get popped.
I mean, sometimes guys.
Mike, that's real.
Sometimes guys pull out a gun. I'm serious.
No, we seen it.
And then he just runs away.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
Seriously. Some weird looking white boy. He said, dude was trying to play with him. He was like, "Hey man, leave me alone."
Exactly.
He kept playing like, "No, I want the picture," and he popped his ass.
Yeah,
you can't be playing like that.
Hey, Mike, real quick before you get into it, did you see Marshawn in Vegas? Some dude put him on his live. And he was like, "Marshawn, say something to the camera." And they're walking through the casino. And Marshawn was following him like a bull. Dude was panicked. You can't be playing like that.
You can't be playing like that, man. Remember Friday? He was like, "Bruh, everybody ain't playing."
My favorite movie. You the only one playing, right? Oh boy,
Steiny.
Yo,
Steiny. I know you looking weird right now because you ain't never seen Friday. Steiny, you have to go see Friday, brother.
Sad.
Yeah,
Just
I
sad.
think
Turn
I'm
in
good.
your street card.
I don't
I've been
have
trying
one.
to get him to watch it
Steiny,
5 years,
You
Mike.
don't get the Steiny. Until you see Friday, you not gonna be in the Black Golf Federation, bro. We ain't gonna let you. You ain't gonna get your Ernie Johnson pass.
Well-
You're not gonna get your Ernie Johnson pass, brother.
Oh,
I've seen Hoop Dreams.
That has nothing to do with
That's
Friday.
a great movie.
Does that
But
count?
It ain't Friday, bro.
I've seen. I saw a
Dreams
movie
was good.
called American Pimp. Great
Look
movie.
at this guy. Okay.
How about that one? And
That was a great. Hey, that was a great
That's a
movie.
great
Steiny.
flick.
They had some pimps right around the corner.
Fillmore Slim.
It's
Fillmore Slim.
Philmo Slim.
Fillmore Slim.
Yep.
I just want to give a shout out though, real talk. I want to give a shout out to Lubman. Lubman be holding y'all down. You feel me? He be screening the calls and stuff like that.
What happened to Evan, Mike? What about Evan?
Oh, Evan always do his
Okay,
thing, man. Evan Giddies, man, he's very smart. Hey man, he's smarter than us. Man.
Yeah,
He's
boy.
smarter than us for sure.
I don't know.
Hey,
about
but
that.
my last point was, I just want to say, man, damn, I need to stop smoking. I just literally forgot what I was going to say.
You know
You
what?
on the right show then.
Yeah, you are on the right show. It happens to me 4 times a day. You got?
Oh man.
You know what?
Hit us
I
back.
wanted to say that. Oh my God, I can't remember.
That's
My-
a- yeah.
as Mr. Robert Steinmetz would always say, well, Mike, it couldn't have been too important
There
if you
you go.
forgot.
Boy,
But-
yeah, that Snoop Dogg will get you. You got to watch Friday. It's
Yeah,
just,
no, I don't.
It's part of the culture.
I actually don't have to. I might.
How you get fired on your day off?
510. Oh, I was laughing at this line. Guru's back in the saddle again.
That's a
Oh, 510. You get us. You complete us. 888-957-9570. Light show today, so we're going to need callers.
I don't think I can.
I don't think I can generate content for 3 hours today, so I'm going to need some help from the Bay.
You got to
From
call.
the Yay.
There you go.
It's actually 4 hours, but
Yeah,
Well,
Evan,
3
this-
now.
yeah.
3 hours and 7 minutes. Oh, no. Sorry, 17. We got to carry the afternoon show for the first 10 minutes. I forgot about that.
Do you know Dibbs is listening? He going to come in fired.
Of course.
What up, Dibbs?
Of course he's
I'm a little jelly. They were the first show to kind of do it in this. Well, we would have been the middle anyway. It'd been Bonte and Shasky.
We were going to be last.
Yeah.
We were last. Hey, I do want to, on the other side, and I got to give Evan a heads up because we're still getting to know each other in here. I am going to use that Alana Rizzo sound next.
It got you
segment.
heated.
I mean, I got to be careful.
Well,
I got to be careful because I think she's totally out of line. Quite frankly,
I just love that she was passionate. I don't like the whole.
So, but you just like
the whole
when
subject matter is whack. If you say something, it should never, with your chest out, or insinuate something, talking smack. That's why I like what Kittle did with the shirt. He was letting everybody know I'm having some fun with it. When did we start? Oh, Steiny's talking mess about Shaq. We can't go to the next locker room and tell him what he said. Nah, that ain't how they use Moses Malone and the old good dudes used to do it. Stand by what you say.
Hey, Goo. If we had a report, they used to have this back in the day, media reporters, where media people used to be so important that they'd get reported on. You know, they'd be like, hey, Ralph Barbieri, he got a raise. And they'd be like, cover Gary Radnich and so
the legends.
So if we had a reporter in here,
okay,
you think for 1 minute I'd say, dude, Nahigian's such a horse's behind, I can't believe it. No, I'm not going to say that. I know a reporter's in the room.
But that's your boss, so you should be.
You're missing the point.
No.
You're not going to say something in front of a reporter, and reporters are in clubhouses. That's a fact.
What if I said something, Curry misses a three? I'm on the Bucks. I'm Dame Lillard.
Okay.
And I'm in the locker room. We win the game.
Right.
Man, Curry, he looked nervous on that shot. I'm okay with that getting back to Steph.
Okay. Well, it should. Now, in the NBA, there's a 10-minute cooling off period. So if Damian Lillard says that right after the game, there's no writers in there. There's no writers in there. But 10 minutes after the game, they let the writers in. And guess what?
It's all fair game.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru in a new studio. This is more downtown than our last studio.
I like this.
We are downtown. We are right in the middle of all the crime.
They got a door
right in the middle.
And a door woman.
No, I'm just kidding.
Don't you feel good?
About what?
When you come in and you see this is legit.
The other place was legit too.
Nah, we didn't have security. This is awesome.
Wait.
I might start wearing some suits.
Did you see the security dude? He ain't helping anybody.
You're one of those guys, huh?
I mean, did you see the long hallway before you get there?
Boy.
There could be trouble brewing before the security even knows what hit him.
I feel like we're in New York, but we in the SF.
Yeah, see, that crackled a little.
And tenderloin.
Well, you've been cracking you've been loud. Not in a bad way. I'm not used to this. Like maybe I got something turned up too high. But you're coming in hot.
How do we sound, Bay? 888-957.
Did you say Bay?
Bay.
My voice,
How do we sound, Bay?
I like
Bay
it.
Area.
Yeah,
like how do we sound,
hip.
Bay Area?
Like a hippopotamus.
So anyway, I want to get into that on the other side. Maybe we can stir up some emotion from some sports fans.
600 on YouTube on a Friday.
That's
big.
Usually during football, it's a little more.
Now that's not factual, but you said it to just hate.
I love doing stuff like that.
Shout out YouTubers.
Break at 10:57. Warriors Summit. Okay, hey, Warriors basketball is back, and so is the Warriors Summit. Next Wednesday, October 18th, join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Leandro from 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public. Join 95.7 The Game for the Warriors Summit. They're getting ready to start their adult rec league this year, the Warriors. And
boy,
they could have. I mean, they're gonna.
That's why we ain't getting
it's
nobody.
a 50 and older league. I'm kidding.
Yeah,
that's why
they know.
I like that fun. Anyway, next Wednesday, Warriors Summit. Be there, be square. Mm-hmm.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local Arena Tix.
That came over the air. All right. A couple nights ago, Atlanta Braves player Orlando Arcia, after Bryce Harper got thrown out, doubled up to end game 2.
Yep.
They were in the Braves clubhouse. Reporters were in the clubhouse. Okay? That's what reporters do after a game. They're going to go talk to the players. As reporters are in the clubhouse, Orlando Arcia says something to the effect of, yeah, way to go, Harper. Attaboy, Hart.
Yeah.
Just like, yeah, way to go. We just finished the game because you got doubled up. And a reporter heard it and reported that Orlando Arcia said that. And Alana Rizzo of the MLB Network didn't like that one bit. Now, there's been an update to the story, which we will include after, but this is what Alana Rizzo had to say about this particular reporter who was in the clubhouse who reported on something that happened right in front of him.
Out. And I am so irritated with all of these people, these bloggers or podcasters or not even reporters, not even journalists going into the clubhouse. You're ruining it for the rest of us. The guys that come in the postseason and don't have any clue of the pulse of the team, and it's making it worse for the people that are there every single day, covering this team on a daily basis, and then some jack-off comes in at the end of the season that gets a credential, God only knows why. And the clubhouse is a sacred space. Ugh. And I remember, I've been in clubhouses for the last 16, 17 years. I remember I would go in there, get my job done, and get out. That is their space. So for this idiot to go in there and take something out of context just to give himself a name is ridiculous. And I completely understand what Travis d'Arnaud is saying. I completely understand what Kevin Gossman is saying. You guys can throw up the tweets right now about Kevin Gossman, what he was saying about the fact that they should be allowed to talk in their own clubhouse. Now, there are non-media areas and clubhouses. I understand that. But that's ridiculous. You have to have some sort of decorum intact. If you're going to be lucky enough to cover a Major League Baseball team or a professional team, this is what Kevin Gossman had to say. It's ridiculous us players have to watch what we say in our clubhouse. And you know what? He's absolutely right. That is their space. It is not a space to go in there and linger around and watch their televisions and you know, just kind of, you know, hang out in there. That's not your space. Some of y'all mad. All I'm saying is that you should not be allowed to quote a player or say you heard something like this in the clubhouse when you, the reporter, are not talking to that player. First of all, this guy, Jake Mintz, that's not even a reporter. That's taking away from true reporters and true journalists. Where were you on the random Tuesday in April in Cincinnati when this team was playing in Cincinnati? Where were you on a rain delay and you have to sit in the press box for all of this time? It's ridiculous.
Oh, my goodness.
What's ridiculous is that rant.
You know, I'm right behind you. Jack who?
I mean,
what a hater. She sounds like a hater.
So
the blangers.
So just to set it all up for people and kind of how it looks. Locker rooms are usually a large rectangle, or a clubhouse, even in basketball. Usually a large rectangle. And sometimes guys are at their lockers, and when there's media availability, you can go talk to players at their locker. If there's a player you want to talk to, but he's not around, you know what you do in that locker room? You linger. You linger and you wait for him. And so what the situation usually is after a game or sometimes before the game, if there's media availability, you have a locker room with, I don't know, a half dozen to a dozen reporters just kind of standing around and lingering and waiting for the guy they want to talk to be available. So there's just lingering by reporters. So by her standards, what if two guys got in a fight? What if there's a fight in the clubhouse? You can't report on that because it didn't involve you?
Oh, no, you should report that.
And
You're
here's
working,
the other thing.
Steiny.
Take it up with the Atlanta Braves and their credentialing system. If you got a problem with non-journalists in the room.
She sounds like she does.
Well, then who gave non-journalist credentials?
And who made you God? She was acting like she was better than all the people that she mentioned.
She knew.
Get over it.
She knew.
Gosh. And where were you on a Tuesday? Like, why does that matter? And for Kevin Gossman, who's not in the offs, I just stand on what you say. What's all the secrecy, Steiny? If I got something to say it. And if they run, well, don't say it. Oh, somebody's around here. But, man, that's scared business to me. But I just don't like her. I'm better than the bloggers, the YouTube, whatever. That was offensive. That was foul. Think she regrets it?
Yes. Apparently she already regrets it.
Oh!
But the one thing I will say is this is such an easily solved problem because I'm actually with her. I don't think reporters belong in a locker room. I don't think they belong in a clubhouse. But if you're allowing them in, then it's not sacred. So if you want it to be sacred, get the media out of there. They can't come into the clubhouse. They can't come into the locker room. The players will come into a room where the media will be available to interview them in a separate but adjacent room to the clubhouse. It's
so you're saying
easy.
Just take that off from access from everybody.
Yeah, because I do
That's
think
their safe haven is the locker room or the clubhouse.
Exactly. And the pro sports leagues have encouraged this from day one with the reporters because they want reporters to have access so they can tell baseball and basketball stories.
Somebody asked Patrick Felipe on the First NorCal Credit Union, Steiny, what's the press room for?
Press room's to write your story. The press room is usually either where they'll bring players. See, during COVID, they shut down all the locker rooms. And then at that point, they would bring everybody that anybody wanted to talk to up to the podium. So that's in a press conference setting. Then there's the media room, which can also be in the press conference room. But that's where the writers actually sit down after they've had all their access to write their stories or to file their reports. That's the press room. But you don't want them in there? Then stop letting them in there.
I don't believe the guy that reported what Arcia said. I don't think he violated anything.
I don't either. Apparently, Alana Rizzo,
her boss got to her.
Well,
there's no doubt. Don't say go on that rant and back it up.
Or she listened to what she said. This is more Alana Rizzo.
Philadelphia Phillies. But before we get into that, I wanted to give a very heartfelt apology to Jake Mintz and the entire BBWAA. What I said yesterday about Jake was completely inappropriate. It was inaccurate and it was beyond unprofessional. I got caught up in the heat of the moment, but I have to say the media, of course, the BBWAA and the credentialed media do a tremendous job covering the sport that we love. And what I said was completely off base. And I've had an interesting 24 hours and I've learned a lot more. And I apologize to Jake. I talked to him already. I apologize to him privately, and I also apologize to him publicly. They do a good job in the clubhouse, and I was completely inaccurate in my assessment of what went down there in Philadelphia.
So my boss got to me.
No.
And I am pleased.
You know, that reminded me of.
What? Or somebody got to her like you need to get in front of a mic.
She's just reacting to new information. I know somebody that does that.
So what was inaccurate about it? Because you talked about it, look at Chasky. You talked about a certain people that you acted like they were beneath you. Yeah, what about that part of it? Don't come back 24 hours later. Oh, they're great. You talked about them like they didn't belong. They were beneath you. And now, that email came. She probably got called. Hey, you need to call me.
So
you want to keep this gig? You need to go to the mic and come on, Steiny.
Do you think it's similar to on a Monday you'll call for Shanahan's firing, and then on a Tuesday you'll say he's a quarterback whisperer and genius? Is there any correlation there?
Hold on,
hey,
yeah.
I just asked him.
Okay, no, I'm going to put that to rest in the cemetery. Why do you take everything out of context? The next person that calls me on that, it happened because of how he treated Trey Lance when he broke his ankle. So that was said not after a regular game. That was said because I got caught up in the moment because I was riding for Trey.
Remember when
I told people what was going to happen. You were with me. If he kept running Trey up the middle, something was going to happen. And then the kids' season went down the drain. So I was coming from that standpoint.
Well, let me think of another
whispered
one.
sweet nothings,
Think of another
boy
one.
wonders, all that stuff about Kyle on the football field. So let's put an end to that in the new studio. I never called for him to be fired because of what he didn't or didn't do on the football field. How? Yeah.
What the hell was that?
How? I came clean.
Okay, let's think of something else then that I can like.
Well, get back to me.
She's just.
I can't believe you're giving her a pass on the apology.
Why?
Her boss said, "Hey,
You have to give.
but you know."
So what she did was unforgivable.
No, I don't believe she had that. Oh my gosh, you know what? I was too harsh. I believe her boss called her. Hey, look, you went in. You drove the bus over a lot. Who are you? So that
I'll tell you
that's
right
what
now,
that
Jason Mintz is a legitimate reporter. That's the first thing she
Okay,
found
Jake.
out.
All
Jake. My bad. That's
Jake
the
from
first thing
State
she
Farm.
found out.
Yeah.
Then the second thing she realized is it's the teams and baseball who issue the credentials. So if she's got a problem with people who don't belong in the locker room being in the locker room, that's the team or the league's fault.
No, you're right there.
Here's my thing, 888-957-9570. And I'm being honest here. Do you guys care about that as sports fans? Do you even care about something like that? Or is that the kind of inside baseball that you have no use for?
I love it.
I kind of like it, too, because it at least shines a little light on the business to people that don't maybe necessarily see it day in and day out. You're not going to believe, hey, you know what?
Somebody said that was my first tirade in the new studio.
That doesn't count.
Huh?
That was a baby tirade. You did a baby? That was a goo-goo gaga tirade.
I'll give you one.
Hey, how about this goo? What do you think I'm drinking?
Some coffee.
No.
Not yak. I know you ain't that dumb. What you got?
Carbonated water. You
Look
can
at
get
him.
water here at the new studio.
Look at him.
With the bubbles.
Look at you.
Wow.
Hey, you still got your doctor's appointment next Friday?
Next Friday.
Dude, you're like a brother.
I may have to miss some time. I should probably tell the boss first instead of the whole Bay Area. And not for a while, though, boss.
You good, though, huh?
Not really. I'm getting a hip replacement.
Like, you golf all the time.
Doesn't really bother me during golf.
Oh,
bothers me when I sleep. I cannot sleep.
Oh, that's the worst.
I'm in pain.
Yeah.
They say a hip replacement now is not a big deal, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Anybody with knowledge? Anybody have a hip replaced out there? I have a couple buddies that say it's not the biggest deal in the world anymore, but I would love to hear a firsthand account or a firsthand account from a doctor who's replaced a hip before. Yeah, so I got to go in next Friday, and then we set a date.
Wow. So you're doing it for sure. It's done deal.
But I think it's still going to be months down the line.
Damn.
Super text.
Well,
We got a super text.
Donation.
Just in the nick of time.
Give it to me.
This is from, Jim Mole, our favorite, one of our favorite. Happy Friday, fellas. He's paying $4.99 to have this read right away. Happy Friday, fellas. With the new location, does that mean post-show rounds at the old ship are done? Where am I buying rounds now? That's a great question.
I don't think it's done. If you walked here, we can go there. That's our spot.
Yeah, let me tell people so much more than they really need to know. We're still parking at the old building and taking a long walk over.
Well, you
here.
guys are.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're right.
Yeah, across the street.
But you're paying out of pocket.
Yeah, no
Oh,
doubt.
okay. Yeah. I was going to say.
That's right.
Well, let me find out. Goo's got parking in the building, and your boy doesn't.
Yeah.
So we got to go get our cars. Actually, maybe you can give me a ride over there because it's a mile. It's a 20-minute walk.
Now, if you tell me your hip's bothering you, you're in the caddy. I'll come bring the car right up front. I'll think about it. Because we need that break right after. Before I see you.
That's
so by
true.
the time you walk.
Well, that's one thing I noticed. I'll say, we'll be done at 2:10. I'll be like, see you down there, Goo. And I'll be like, okay. And I'll walk down there, and I'll get there at 2:16. You don't usually get there till about 2:30.
Yeah, I pop a couple Advils after 4 hours with you.
You need a break,
Yeah.
is what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. That's fair. So anyway, I got to
Keep us posted. Health is wealth.
Yeah, next Friday. I'm going to it hurts, though. It hurts when I sleep. And you know what? How about
They got
this?
the gummies. I've been hearing that
I take a lot of aspirin, too much aspirin, too.
Okay.
But, a buddy of mine
Well, this
saw
is
me the other
cannabis.
day.
The gummies. Pain relief.
Yeah.
I try to get Norm on it.
It doesn't really work. But a guy the other day commented on my gait. He said, your gait doesn't look normal.
What does that mean?
GAIT, my walk. He said I was
I've
limping
never
just a
heard
hair.
that. Your gait.
Yeah, it's like a gate is like what they call your pate. They say it in horse racing, too.
How did you respond? Don't be looking at my gait.
No, I said, dude, my hip is killing me.
Oh, man, Steiny. I'm going to take it easy on you.
You know what he said then? He said, you know what you should do? Take a walk before bed every night. 10, 15-minute walk. There's a million anecdotes. None of them seem to work. None of them seem
I
to
can't
work.
believe she apologized.
Of course she did.
That came from her superiors.
Have you ever apologized?
All the
like
time.
on the air? You know?
Oh, my gosh.
I don't remember you or
Oh,
I ever
Scotty,
apologizing.
stop. Yeah, I had the rant
'Cause-
about the BART. Remember that way back when? I apologized.
Oh, about the lactation.
Yeah. Dude, your vocab is it's incredible.
Oh,
Yeah. But I've done, yeah.
You did. That was a bit you kind of did.
My thing is if I said something about, let's just say certain ethnic races.
Oh, boy.
And then came in the next day and apologized.
Right.
Once you say some stuff, you can't bring it back. You can try to do the I would miss. You spoke with your truth. She says some things that don't sit well with me about the podcasters, the bloggers, how many times you show up. Like, who are you? So you can apologize, but you don't get that back. She lost some people. The people
she lost you.
Well, yeah, I didn't like it.
She lost
you. You know
you.
what? I was misinformed.
Well,
okay.
I mean, in fairness, maybe I shouldn't even tell you this, but is it okay if I ever get into that kind of hot water and it's a racial thing? Can I say I have a black friend, Daryl the Guru Johnson?
I don't think that'll help you. Yeah, that will help you because when you use that, you're drowning. You know what I mean?
All right. What if I told you the truth though and said I have two black friends, you and Dana?
Yeah, you got more than that.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
You got Bonte. You got a lot.
I do. Come to think of it,
Daryl, your other brother, Daryl.
exactly. Daryl Davis,
Yep.
Filmo Mike.
Look at you.
Hey, Filmo Mike. It sounds to me like you can't take my street cred away from me. I may have more street cred than Mike.
You got to watch Friday, though, Steiny.
I'll do that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to get to the 49ers right now. They play Cleveland Browns on Sunday, 10 a.m. game.
Trap game? It's the number one defense.
It's not a trap game. Can you have a trap game when you're missing essentially your two best offensive players?
Okay, I give
this
you
is
that.
so disappointing.
I'll give you
they're going to play the Vikings without Justin Jefferson.
But what about
they played
Purdy? The injuries are on the offensive
That's
side
true.
of the ball for Cleveland. What about this number one defense? Myles Garrett, Trent Williams? Because Micah Parsons and Trent Williams, TKO. So let's see if Myles Garrett can kind of give them the business. But I'm eager to see Brock Purdy on the East Coast start.
That's fair.
10 a.m.
That's fair.
You know, if you want to, on paper, the number one defense in the league. And I wonder if that bothers the Niners because they feel like they are. But right now it's Cleveland when you look at the metrics.
Yeah, and listen, the one thing I'm not saying, I'm not comparing what the Niners are doing right now to, for example, the first Warriors championship when there was a guy missing all the time. Because one guy in football, I don't think.
Speaking of which, we'll have Darryl Pollard at 12, former 49er Super Bowl winner at 12, Scotty. So we could ask him about trap games. But go ahead.
That's true. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I just don't. I mean, really? We're playing the Cleveland Browns, and I don't get to see Deshaun Watson or Nick
He had
Chubb.
the Niner flu.
I knew he wasn't going to play.
And their best offensive all-pro tackle out, left tackle.
They said 40% chance of rain. Brock Purdy, has he played a game in the rain in the NFL yet?
That's a great one. Because I got to believe in college, Iowa State, he played in everything.
You would think.
All right.
You would think that he did. Two undefeated teams right now, Eagles and the 49ers. 49ers at Cleveland, Eagles at the Jets.
-10, Steiny. This thing started at 3. It's Niners -10. I got to tell you, it feels like 3. Deshaun Watson not playing? Come on. Who's their Walker?
P.J. Walker. Yeah. Not to be confused, P.J. Washington,
Look at you.
NBA player.
Yeah.
How about this stat, though? And I actually always liked this guy, Jim Schwartz.
Yeah.
You know what Kyle's record against Jim Schwartz is?
As
a head coach and coordinator.
Now, you wouldn't bring it up
That's
if he
right.
had a winning record. I'm going to say 1-3.
Close. 1-7.
I got to tell you, I tingle. Like, that's got to mean something.
Ownage is what it is.
And he ain't got no injuries on that side of the ball. We'll see.
Yeah. So that's
There's no way they slid. This ain't a. Come on.
I'm just saying. Remember when the reason I like Schwartz is because he was in the right during the Harbaugh handshake. He was absolutely in the right
between coaches.
And I got, oh man, Harbaugh.
That's what makes me love him, though, man.
That you know what? Gutless. He ran away. He ran away like a meek mouse when Schwartz was coming after him.
What was the other option?
The option was
dude, are you really tripping this hard?
Dude, he shook his hand hard and he hits him on the back. Hey, do you guys
After
know
they
out there?
won.
Do you know what I'm talking about here? When somebody may just come up to you and hit you right here, lower back.
This happened.
And it may as well be a gunshot. It hurts so much that your first reaction is to fire on somebody. Seriously. So Harbaugh hits him with the hard handshake and the smack in the back and then runs away.
He was hot.
That ain't cool,
Schwartz
man.
was hot.
That ain't cool.
Yeah.
But but here's what we do in our society and in the Bay Area with our heroes. Oh, it was Harbaugh, so it was okay. That's our guy. He's on our team.
I bet he regrets it. I think he said as
Jim
much.
Harbaugh doesn't have one regret in his entire life, I'll bet you, except the 4 throws to Crabtree.
That's a 4.
Seriously, I don't. Anyway, I like Schwartz. Good defensive.
I'll watch that game, keep
defensive
that in the
mindset.
back of my mind. But he ain't faced this. He ain't faced Kyle with this at his disposal. Might
Not
have
yet.
been when he was coordinator for the Skins. It was the Skins in with RG3. I don't know if they played. I got to figure one of those.
Oh,
battles.
Kyle.
Yeah,
Kyle. Yeah.
One of those battles count.
No, I get that. Darryl Pollard coming up in a half hour. He played quarterback for 7 seasons in the NFL, 2-time Super Bowl champion with the 49ers in 88.
I'm going to ask him
and
where his
89.
ring's at. Do you wear them? Like, what do you
That's
do?
compelling. What? It is.
I just, like, we
I'm
always
being
talk about
honest.
rings and what they mean. Like, does he have them in a safe?
Yes, he has them in a safe.
Or if it
Wanna
were
bet?
me, I would wear them everywhere
I
I
know
went on a
you would.
Sunday
I
or
know
a
you
playoff game. Bling, bling. Bling, bling. I might wear both
I
of them.
can't stand that he would do that.
Oh, there's no doubt. I wore my championship Yahoo ring when I won the fantasy championship.
Dude.
Got a trophy coming for baseball. Won that league. Frisco Ballers. Bonte's getting that. So when I get that thing in here,
I guess what I'm.
IG Live. What you got?
You break a championship ring out for a special occasion. It's not an everyday ring. And the fact that you're an
You do
everyday
have a
ring
point.
guy, 888-957-9570. You win a championship ring. It's a special occasion, right? You're not wearing it around the Tenderloin. Even Pacific Heights. I'm not going to judge. 888-957-9570. I see you waving, Evan. I'm getting out. And that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru.
Yeah.
You know who we are. How's it going? We're in a new studio, and this camera's too close up to me now. I don't like that at all.
Oh, boy, yeah. You ain't got the slack in it. Now, you look good, Steiny.
You can see my wrinkles.
You don't have many.
Hey, Haley Cavender's in the portal. Oh, the portal. Haley Cavender? Do you even follow sports?
I do.
She's a college basketball player. The Cavender twins.
For who?
Miami, but they're in the portal.
Wow.
They started out at Fresno State.
You like the portal?
I don't even know what the portal is.
That means you can get out of here and go somewhere else and no problem. Coaches do it all the time, so I do like it.
What is it? You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know.
If you don't like a coach or you don't like your situation, like Pajinski, he was in
okay.
I forgot where he was at.
Oh yeah, right, like Iowa or something. Purdue.
Gonna know.
Okay, but so what does the portal mean? That you can just transfer like that,
and
you don't have to wait.
Exactly.
That's the way it should be.
Come in your living room and lie. Oh, I'm gonna be here, Steiny, and then they're out on the first thing smoking.
That's the way it should be, right?
I agree.
Of course. That's the way it should be. Steiny Guru here.
Dude, I'm excited, man.
About
where we're at.
Yeah. We still got a lot to figure out.
But everything's new. The internet is faster.
I mean, I love challenges.
Evan, I can see my guy,
yeah,
Evan.
But he's not the same today.
Right, but he's the guy that flies the plane. He got to find all the gas. You and I just talk.
Yeah, but he's flying the plane like, what's his name, an airplane, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Dude, that was you go tell your dad, that was a great scene.
49ers, they're still undefeated.
So you don't think a trap game, huh? You ain't worried about it?
No.
I can't wait to see Purdy against this.
Real quick, who said that this camera adjusts automatically, that one?
I didn't tell you that.
Because it doesn't. Because are you looking at the YouTube now?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's not going to work. See, the camera's going to be a problem if I get up and down.
Because it just has your top of your head.
And I know.
Little forehead, little faux head.
So we got to work on this.
Yeah. You can't even see me.
No, I can see you.
No, you see
my head looks like a rectangle. My head looks like a shoebox.
There you go. That's my guy.
No, my head looks like a shoebox.
Remember you said refrigerator? That was the best one ever.
No, we're fine now, but thank you, Evan. But now what? Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everybody bearing with us for today's show.
Daryl Pollard at 12.
Daryl Pollard at 12.
And I will ask that ring question. That's what people want to know.
Actually, nobody wants to know.
I'm asking the real stuff.
Do you think Steph Curry wears his ring? Of
no,
course
that's
not.
Nah, but
what do you mean? He doesn't. Have you ever seen him with a ring on?
He ain't that tight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I want you to be not that
tight. Oh, no,
tight.
I'm that Danny Terrio. I got 4. I'm wearing 4. Who's like that in the NBA? He used to be the Houston,
usually guys that don't produce.
The Houston Rockets announcer, and he wears all this flamboyant stuff. With
Calvin Murphy.
That's my guy. Him and my boy from the Knicks with the beard.
Walt Frazier.
Walt Frazier. That's me. I'm going down to the end. I'm going to look fly or try looking fly. Venus flytrap.
Warriors in the we got Peter on the line.
All right.
All right, should we try to take a call?
Let's do it.
Let's hold on one second. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru are in the new building. Everything's new. Everything's unique. We're battling through.
But I look like a shadow.
The number's 888-957-9570 if you want to be one of the first to get in and talk to us about anything. We can talk about the fact that Kyle Shanahan is owned by Jim Schwartz. Owned.
I think he would scoff at that.
Who?
Kyle.
Well, he's not going to scoff at 1-7. Those are facts. Yeah. Let's go to Pete. Can we go to Pete in San Ramon? Pete in San Ramon, as Rick James would say, give it to me, baby. Hey, Pete, you're on.
That's a 4.
Come on.
PD.
Pete.
Hey, hi, guys.
Oh, hey, Pete, what's up?
Friday.
Yeah.
It's a payday Friday.
Yes, it is. Guru didn't even know that.
Yeah, that tells you how bad it's going.
Yeah.
Oh,
Allocated.
man.
It's allocated, Petey. Go ahead,
Guru.
baby.
Okay, Guru, anytime you want to learn all the info about the Rolling Stones, let me know.
There you go. Wow. So you can go deep onto the Rolling Stones?
The first time I saw them live, I was too young to drive in 1965.
Wow. Hey, okay, who's the drummer that died?
Charlie Watts.
That's my man.
Actually,
Look at him.
I
The
was thinking-
Stones.
You know what?
What's their best song? What's their biggest hit?
Impossible to say.
Is it really? Like Drake?
Pete, it's impossible to say the Rolling Stones' best song, right?
Any given day, pick one.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna
You know
go
what I've
to
been
the
playing
lab today.
You know what has just made my latest playlist, Pete, is Waiting on a Friend. Great song.
That's a nice one. The one I've been featuring lately is I Just Can't Be Seen With You, a Keith Richards song on Steel Wheels.
I just can't be seen with
Interesting.
you. Oh, I gotta listen to that.
Interesting.
I can't even sleep with you because I'll always be awake.
That's great.
Is Mick Jagger.
I'm gonna check
at
him
his
out on the
finest.
way home.
Thanks, Pete. Appreciate it. No, you're not. You never do this. It's like me and Friday. You say you will, but you're not.
This is where I get mad.
Well,
I put in our girl Taylor Swift, and I went through her catalog. It was cool. I still don't.
She was
get
at the
it.
game last night.
Oh God! But the Rolling Stones, I'm gonna go to their best and play them. You know, they put a compilation of their best hits.
Yeah,
Or are you saying go albums? Just go through a whole album.
Now, that's a great question. And ordinarily, I'd give you a smart ass answer.
Well, Marvin Gaye,
I'm
my
not gonna-
all-time favorite artist. If you just go through his compilations, they don't miss. Everything's there.
It's a how do I want to put
Sexual healing. Let's get it on. Everything is there.
I'd rather focus on greatest hits versus albums.
Okay.
I prefer to listen to an album, start to finish, because I think that's the way it was made. But you know what? If you want to go to the compilation, that's fine.
Because isn't that
That's
the
how you-
gumbo of the albums, the best of?
It's somebody's idea of their best stuff.
Okay.
But
I'm mad at
I'm
you.
not hating there. Hey, by the way, I've been waiting on this one for a while. I forgot. Did you ever come across a band or a music thing and you hear them and you're like, I like that song. And then you're like, who are these guys?
Oh, I got Shazam. I got the app. And you just press
No,
on
I
it
know who
and-
they are
okay,
now.
Okay.
So I saw this, I heard this band, and I was like, I like that song. Who are they? I've never heard of them. Got a couple more songs, and I was like, these guys are good. But I've never heard of
It's
them.
the new rappers for me, Stoney. I'm not familiar.
So I may need some help out there. Has anybody out there heard of this band? Snowy White and the White Flames. Anybody?
Snowy White and the White Flames. I have
Snowy White. Help me. Help me. Let's take another call. In the meantime, has anybody out there heard of Snowy White? Really, really like some of their songs. Gus and Tracy. Hey, Gus, how you doing, man?
Good, man. How you guys doing, Steiny Guru?
How are you, man?
Hey, so how's the smell of the fresh paint in the new building?
It's pretty good.
It's awesome, man.
It's pretty good.
Yes,
we'll
sir.
get pretty soon. They'll be smelling of cigarettes and booze, but right now it's okay.
And also too, I don't think the millennium new generation. I don't even think they know what an album is. To tell you the truth.
Wow.
Touche.
That's a good point.
Touche.
Hey, but the reason why I'm calling you is because yesterday you guys were talking about how many wins the Warriors are going to get.
Yeah.
I personally think they're going to get more than they did last year. What they won 43 last year?
Yeah, 44.
44. Yeah, I think they'll get. I think they'll win more than 44, and I think that because I think Kuminga, and Moody, and the kids that they drafted, and having CP2 there, I think they're going to do a lot better this year.
Well, the last time they won 50 games, they won the title. Thanks a lot for the call, Gus. Appreciate it.
Damn, Steiny, is that last time they won 50, they won the title.
Yep.
I didn't have that on my
53 and 29.
Wow.
Remember, they started 18-2 that year.
That was incredible.
This year, their over-under number is 48.5.
And I went over. I told you, I just feel like they're going over.
That's a tough number. Admit it, Warrior fans, that's a tough number.
All the stuff that went on last year, and they got 4-4.
And you're hoping that Jordan Poole was all of the problem.
Yes.
And maybe he was. We'll see.
But when we played that Steph soundbite, it sounded like you were right. There was some other stuff, agendas.
Yeah. Let's go to David. David's in Denver. Let me tell you something about Denver.
High.
Let me tell you something about Denver. It's getting more days of sunshine than any other city in the United States. Right, Dave? See. Hey, I need somebody to help me in there. Dave in Denver. Dave is in Denver. Hey, Dave.
Hey, do you guys got me?
Yes, sir.
All right. How's the weather out there in the Bay?
It's 66 and
overcast.
A little overcast.
Yeah.
How about the Big D?
Well, we're good, man. It's about a solid, probably about the same. I think we're at about 68, 69, sunny skies. It's getting colder, though, at night. I'll say that.
Yeah.
So winter's coming.
Yeah. Game of Thrones.
I gotta tell you guys, man, especially after last night, the disparity of me being a Niner faithful my whole life and then seeing all the Broncos country walking around here with their heads down, just full on dejected. It's a sight to see, man. I feel bad. I really do feel bad for them out here. It's a struggle. So it makes me so much more thankful. And I just had 2 points
that
I wanted to throw out there for you guys. First is the CMC trade, I think, will go down as the best in franchise history. I think getting him, I know it remains to be seen, but the dude is just, I mean, from watching him in his Stanford days and now having him be a Niner is like, for me, as a fan, best trade ever. Best trade ever. I'm calling it now.
That's a great
Secondly,
call.
Yeah. I mean, man, this guy is unbelievable. Undersized. You know, he was kind of written off almost in Carolina because of the injuries, but when I first saw him play, I went to see him play against Cal at Stanford, and seeing him in person, my own eyes, I was like, this dude's going to be a baller. And he is for us, man. He's awesome. So I'm so stoked about that.
Plus, he's got
Number
pedigree.
2 is, he does. And number 2 is actually my dad works at a Whole Foods out here where Lisa and Ed, his parents, shop at. So I'm trying to get my dad to get me a signed jersey from the family. So we'll see how that goes.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. Last thing, Brock Purdy, man, as a Niner faithful, I'm just going to put it out there and say he could have a bad game. I don't know if it's this week, next week, whatever. He can go out, throw picks. Everyone's been waiting, asking when he's going to have that game or what. For me, even if that happens, I'm going to tell you guys straight up, if he has a horrible game, come Monday morning, I'm still going to be 100% unequivocally, fully committed that this dude is our QB for the future. I am 100% comfortable with him as our quarterback. All those questions should be now laid to rest. I know for many fans it is, maybe for the national media, not so much, but dude, this guy, no matter what happens, I'm on with them. I'm going to ride or die with them until the end, man. And I think there'll be good things, but he's our guy. I just want to say that. He's our guy.
Appreciate it, David. Appreciate it. I don't think he's going anywhere either.
What's your sound clip, your sound bite of Steph Curry's the best thing to happen in my career? I wonder if Kyle's
I'm going to
saying
take that back.
McCaffrey's the best thing to happen to my career.
My career can stand on its own 2 feet, come to think of it.
Well, you said it.
I know, but.
Well, remove yourself right now. It's about what he said.
No.
Kyle's feeling real good about that trade. And then right behind McCaffrey.
Best trade of all time? What are some other great 888-957-9570? What are some other great Bay Area trades?
Now, I got to be careful here because I don't want to disparage anything McCaffrey's done. Kyle had his team in the Super Bowl and a step before another Super Bowl without him. So, again, I gave him his flowers yesterday.
They haven't lost with him in the regular season.
What'd you say Spadoni said about a question he asked? He liked it. That was something I said that I liked yesterday, giving Kyle's his flowers. But they got to a bowl, though, Steiny, is what I'm saying. He did it
so you don't think it's a great trade?
No, it's phenomenal.
I mean, they gave up a fourth.
Oh, my gosh.
Among other things.
And right now, if you had to bet who's going to win it all, it's Niners.
I'm trying to think some other great trades in Bay Area history. I know a bad one. Involving Robert Parrish and Kevin McHale.
Chris Webber.
Didn't the 49ers trade for Steve Young?
As John Black, the former PR, they very well might have. They may have traded for him.
The Buccaneers.
Would know.
Greg's in Oakland. Hey, Greg, how you doing, man? What's up?
How you doing, guys? Hey, listen. Okay, I told your producer I was going to put Goo in the corner, but I'm going to put a football comment out here first. I saw that Sunday game, and then I saw Monday Night Football, and then I saw Thursday Night Football. And what I discovered is that we have a team now that's eclipsing even the best teams. I saw some pretty fair football between Miami played all right. Denver didn't play as bad as a high school football team, but they're just on a whole different level. And it was amazing to see Dallas come and represent all the other good teams and get stomped. I just thought that was beautiful. And I'm a Niner faithful. I'm a Purdy fan. And Guru, I need you to name me the 4 members of KISS.
Gene Simmons.
Beth,
hold on.
Yeah.
Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley, Peter Paul, and Peter Paul and
Yeah, you're thinking of Peter, Paul, and Mary.
I got two.
Nice trio from the 60s.
I had to bring this one back up on you. I had to bring this one back to you, Guru, because when you said Peter Paul, I just remember laughing, and it didn't come up again.
What's his name? Peter what?
It's like Peter Chris.
Peter Chris.
It's Peter Chris and Paul
Stanley.
Paul Stanley.
Paul Stanley.
Boy. Yeah.
Yes, good stuff.
I couldn't get that out of my system since the last time you said Peter Paul.
I'm
Have
glad
a
I
great
can
one,
help,
guys.
buddy.
I love you.
Appreciate it, Greg.
My best friend back in the day, Paul Montemayor, he's in Florida, found me by listening to the Odyssey app. He goes, "You're not Daryl," because we had lost touch.
Right.
This been a long time.
Right.
And his favorite group was KISS. And, me being a brother, I was like, yeah, I'm a Rick James kind of guy, but I thought I had all 4 of them.
Oh, you only had one.
Paul Stanley. But Gene Simmons was the lead. He was the man.
Yeah, he was, I think he was the lead singer.
Now, who ate the bat on stage?
That was, don't tell me. What's his name?
That's the nastiest thing I've ever seen
Black
in life.
Sabbath, dude. Why can't I think of it? Don't tell me. If somebody tells me this in my ear, I'm going to knock him out, I swear to God. Ozzy Osbourne.
Oh, there we go. Ozzy.
Can't stump the Schwab.
That's nasty.
Can't stump the music Schwab.
Look at.
By the way, none of you guys have heard of Snowy White?
Yeah.
Actually,
how'd the tune
it may have been Alice Cooper.
That ate
the bird or whatever that bit off the Let's go to Dave in Walnut Creek. Save us, Dave.
People saying Ozzy.
Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, fellas. Are you forgetting about Justin Smith?
That's a good one.
Oh man,
the cowboy.
Look at you.
All right, buddy. That's it. You guys have a great weekend.
What did they give up for Justin? Do you remember? I guess I got a computer in front of me.
Yeah, you would know better with the computer in front of you. I'm driving with Bluetooth. You guys have a great day.
All righty. Appreciate the call, Dave.
He said Justin Smith.
It's Dave in the Creek. What do you think of the new studio? We're basically halfway into the show.
Some people, they can't see me. We can keep it real. I got
and I'm up way too close.
Yeah.
And we got a problem.
Because you look perfect when we started.
Well, we got a problem with me standing up and sitting down.
What's who you are?
Yeah, nobody's heard of Snowy White. Interesting. They're good. They're like bluesy. They're bluesy. Evan, what's going on back there? Can you give us a status report? Can you talk on the radio right now?
I can.
Okay.
That's our guy. But he does more than us, and he ain't overwhelmed, but you could tell.
Yeah, we're all trying to get familiar with our new settings.
Man. I know. It's you know what?
Don't worry though. We will be able to connect with Daryl Pollard in about 10 minutes.
Thank you. There's no way I got to move this every time I stand up or sit down. Am I the only host that stands up and sits down?
Yes. Well, the only one who does it every 10 seconds.
It looks like Justin Smith was a free agent. He left Cincinnati, came to his 49ers, and signed a 6-year deal. So there was no trade.
What was the guy's name again from the Creek?
He was in the car.
Yes,
March 1st, 2008, Smith signed a 6-year, $45 million contract to play for the Niners.
Well, let's think of some Warrior ones. David Lee. He was a trade, I believe.
Okay.
Iguodala.
That man.
Iguodala was a trade.
Yeah, and how'd that work out? That was great. Even though George Karl, they still don't like each other, right?
Actually, you know what? We're forgetting the biggest trade for the Warriors.
Hold on.
Bogut.
Yep. Start of the dynasty.
No, the start of the dynasty was when you drafted Steph.
No, the start of the dynasty is when you said Monte Ellis has to go. We got to get a big guy. Oh, and Zach in San Francisco. Hey, Zach, sorry we stole your thunder, but we can talk more about it. What's going on, Zach?
Oh man, yeah, you guys did just steal my thunder. No, I mean, I'm younger. I'm 28, born and raised in San Francisco, Bay Area sports fan. But for me, the trade that always comes to mind is that Monte Ellis for Andrew Bogut trade, and more so just getting Monte Ellis out of here and letting Steph Curry do his thing, letting him grow, letting him, be ball dominant, letting him make mistakes, letting him run that team. And I think that really made him into the player he is today.
It's a good call, Zach. It's a good call.
I was so hurt with Monte.
You know why? Because they
he
gave
had
up
a tattoo of the Bay.
Because they gave up scoring.
No, Stoddy, stop.
Because Bogut was mostly a defensive player.
Get the tapes of Bob Fitzgerald calling Monte Ellis games when he was in a zone.
Why?
Monte!
Why?
It was a great timeout. It's all we had.
That actually wasn't. See, that's the funny thing about that campaign.
Monte Ellis had swag before swag. Ricky Henderson invented swag.
Can you have swag on a 32-win team?
If you were cold like Monte, you could. Little mid-range, Monte was
Well, how do you explain the fact that they got good as soon as they traded him?
There's a lot that goes into that.
There's nothing that goes into it except getting rid of
Remember, we had him on
a
our show.
one-dimensional player.
The Mississippi Bullet.
There you go.
You sure it's not the Mississippi Missile? Mm-hmm.
Either or.
I think you're right, actually, either or. No, that was a trade. Do you remember when I
hated that trade.
Do you remember when I said it used to be a drop? It's sad.
Oh, that was your number one.
That was after that trade.
Dude, no,
that's when I said it's sad because the Warriors were obviously tanking. And I was like, it's just sad.
Dude,
it's sad that we got a tank.
Is that the origin of that?
We got a tank.
Wow. And look what you built the tank. No pun intended.
We got to go. We got Darryl Pollard on the other side. And he's a two-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers.
You know what you want to ask him?
In
you know where you're going?
What?
You know where you're going with DP?
No. You want to start out?
No. Why? Because I come after.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Seriously. You get the
you
first.
warm them up in butter, and I come with the season
No,
salt.
and I'm being serious here. Ask the first question. Ask him
okay.
about the rings because that'll loosen him up.
Right.
Because I heard he's a tough nut.
Okay.
So I ask him about the rings, and he'll tell you they're in a safe deposit box in Antioch, and that's what.
Like you know. You might be right.
Darryl Pollard is on the other side, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, it's a Football Friday brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Darryl Pollard on the other side, former 49er, played cornerback for 7 seasons, and he's a 2-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. He's on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local Arena Tix, a family.
a Friday, 12:02.
Yeah.
And let's go out and introduce Daryl Pollard. Played cornerback for 7 seasons in the NFL. 2-time Super Bowl champion with San Francisco in 88 and 89. Daryl, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Hey, I'm looking forward to it. How you guys doing today?
Yeah, we're doing terrific, and so are the Niners. I mean, do you see a weakness in this team, Daryl, when you watch it from afar?
You know what? It's really, really hard to find that, to be honest with you. I remember before we used to be able to, see a couple of spots here and there, but these guys are really playing team football, and there's a lot of team there. I mean, probably most and more than any other team in the league. They look extremely strong this year.
Hey, Daryl, let me ask you this. How has the game of football changed in your eyes since you played? Because you won it in 89 and 90, went back-to-back. But when you sit down and watch the game, what's the biggest change you see?
Man, the money.
Well, there you go.
You know what? The game is always going to be a violent game. As much as they try to make it as safe as they can, there's some pluses and minuses to that as well. I mean, you want the guys to last as long as they can, and some of the below the knees and the head area is definitely the areas that you really want to protect, because that seems to be the areas where we get hurt the most. But other than that, man, the game is open up. It's a passing game. It's not a run game like it used to be. We're seeing the ball in the air. It reminds me of the Big Sky, where we used to see the ball in the air 40, 50 times a game. Now we're seeing that NFL. Nobody's really looking at a lot of running, although it's happening from here to there. You see Mr. McCaffrey's doing his thing. And a few other running backs around the league. But the game is still the game. They're throwing the same spots on the field, some of the same routes, getting there different ways, and it's beautiful to watch.
Daryl Pollard joining us on 95.7 The Game, 2-time Super Bowl champ with the San Francisco 49ers. Let me ask you about Kyle Shanahan. When you watch a 49er game and watch their game plan on offense, what makes it so difficult to defend? Why is Kyle Shanahan such a great offensive football coach?
Well, first of all, obviously it's the detail, paying attention to details, the things that Bill Walsh used to talk about. He is a child of nepotism because he's grown up in it his entire life. So to be able to move the X's and O's around and to make things happen and put people in difficult situations for defenses to have to cover, that in itself is going to always get you ahead of many others. It's beautifully orchestrated, like I said. It's just for him, to me, it's like, it's not what can you do, it's how often and how successful you are at doing it, because he's putting the pieces where he wants it, where he wants, and he's got a really good quarterback in Purdy, who reminds me a lot of Joe, of how he just kind of sits back there calm, cool, and collected. I think we're starting to see a little bit more expressions out of him than we saw in the beginning, because he's even becoming more and more comfortable. But Shanahan's not putting him in those tough positions where he's got to throw in tight windows. I mean, there are times when he does, but for the most part, with the athletes he has on the field, he's got a shot at just about anybody he wants to throw the ball to.
Yeah,
Daryl. Situation.
Man, that was my next question to you. I mean, we take 1 million calls. I asked my partner, how much more do you need to see? Where are we at? Can there be regression with one Brock Purdy? It's incredible, but where are you at? Because it sounds like you've seen enough. But when you bring up Joe Montana and you look at the numbers and the starts, Daryl, I'm like, how far does he have to go, or where are you at in what you're seeing from Brock Purdy?
So it's interesting because that conversation is had. I'm in a group text with all the old DBs and a few of the other guys that played all the way back to Saladin Martin. And Saladin Martin watched, the development of Joe, and he's like, you know what? This is exactly how Joe became who Joe,
right,
who he became. It's the exact same steps. He was. Joe was third round pick at that time, although, Purdy's a little bit further behind him. So when you look at that, you like, okay, I got the perfect guy. I got a guy with a lot of skills, a lot of intelligence, And he's a sponge. He's not a know-it-all. He's not trying to be someone else. He's being himself. And I think that the timing of it all came into play because Shanahan was forcing guys to try to play ahead of their game and what they could do at the time with both Jimmy and with Lance. And through injuries, he had no choice but to slow it down. So that allowed the perfect mixture. You weren't, mixing oil and vinegar. You actually were, you were mixing sugar and water, and it came together. And I think the sweetness is what we're seeing.
Daryl, and we're talking to Daryl Pollard, former San Francisco 49er, two-time Super Bowl champion. That's the question that I kind of have, Daryl, is if he's played Purdy's played 10 regular season games. He's 10-0. He's got a 70% completion rating, and he's got 20 touchdowns to 2 interceptions. I've stopped asking, can he keep it up? And I'm starting to ask, well, how can he play better? What does him playing better even look like?
I guess we have to wait and see because, the guy is making some great moves. I don't know. You got the Mahomes out there that can throw the ball at any angle to anybody, anywhere on the field. Although every now and then he takes risks like he did last night and caused the game to be a lot closer than I thought it should have been. He stays within himself. Right. At the end of the day, he stays within himself. He doesn't try to play outside of what he knows he can do and do comfortably. And I think that's going to be the challenge for every defensive line is how quick can we get in his face to make him uncomfortable? Or, take advantage of maybe some of his attributes that you can't change, like his height. Is he going to have to drop the ball a little bit, take a deeper drop to get over guys because they're getting in his face quicker? So a lot of it has to do with that offensive line, too. We can't take away from how much better our offensive line got because the line is tremendously, to me, better than what it was last year.
Hey, Daryl, you played on some great defensive units in your day with the Niners. Bosa got his contract in the offseason. He was worth every penny. They brought in Hargrave. But when I watch Fred Warner and Greenlaw get after it, I don't know if there's a better linebacker tandem in the game. Can you just share with us your thoughts when you watch Warner and Greenlaw get after it?
So anytime you have a set of linebackers, because linebackers weren't built that way, they weren't asked to do as much. We played, and I think Ray Rhodes was probably one of the first defensive coordinators, or maybe just at this time he was even a DB coach, that brought the linebackers in the room with us and actually studied, the passing film and what was going on, and them understanding drops, because not only are they there to fill the gaps, they're also there to fall in those holes. We saw Ray Lewis do it when he was in Baltimore, and that made him, a great linebacker and a Hall of Famer. Any linebacker that you can get that has those attributes that can move east to west really, really, really quick, identify, understand the routing combinations that are coming on the field, and can help those safeties out, because corners are going to be on their own. But to give the corners some help, safeties have to come into play, and for safeties to have to come into play, linebackers got to help in that area. So with the game being more pass, you got to have more agile type linebackers. These linebackers are not only big, they're fast, they're strong, and they're extremely intelligent. And so when you have that kind of mixture with two guys that are just, man, they're physical. They're physical. They're ready to get at you. They can't wait to eat every play. And that's a different type of linebacker than when we played back in the day. So no, it's going to be hard to find that combination when you have two guys like that work so well in tandem, with not only with their D line but also with their secondary. They're the glue to bring the two pieces together.
Go ahead, Goo.
Hey, Daryl, my partner, we're the odd couple. I love him to death. I got a little more style than him, but I always talk about, if I had a championship ring or rings, I'm the type of dude, Daryl, don't judge me, I'd have it on at the fish fry, wherever I'm wearing my stuff. So I said, Daryl has two. I'm going to ask him, Steiny, do you wear yours throughout the week? You got them somewhere tucked away? What do you do with your rings?
They're put away, but for different events, I'll bring them out.
There you go.
Because of the years of damage to your hands, I don't know too many football players have got straight fingers anymore. One fits and the other one doesn't. So, you just gotta bear with. But
I love it.
I mean, I think it's a little too much to wear both of them at the same time. I'm not quite Jerry Rice where I can walk around with a big helmet on my chest, with a Run DMC chain hanging off my neck. I'm not quite that guy.
Daryl, I once got into it with my co-host. The Warriors had a player, Ivan Calderon, and he was on the team in training camp. I think I remember this correctly. He ended up getting traded, and they got him. He got a ring the year the Warriors won a championship, though he played no games for the Warriors. And Guru's saying, I'd still wear that ring all over the place.
Zero.
And I'm like, you can't wear the ring. He didn't play a game.
You know what? It's sometimes for those guys that happens to, because I can name a couple different situations. I know a guy that's got a ring that only played in the Super Bowl for a team, and he wears his very proudly. There are guys that, didn't touch the field. They got rings. It happens, but at the same time, the work is really done throughout the week. We look at our stars, but what makes our stars is everybody else doing their job. So you can't take away just because you haven't seen a guy on game day. You have no idea all the work and what he was asked to do during the week to help prepare everybody else to go out and make it happen.
Wow.
Daryl, great stuff, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for joining us.
I got a quick one for him.
And my guy's got one for you.
We got a mutual friend, Billy from Atco Pest Control. He said he golfed with you the other day. We may get on the links. Anything we need to know about his game on the links?
So I didn't see anybody play. I was at one hole. I didn't get a chance to see. I kind of told the guys, the distance, because it was one of those hole-in-ones, win whatever the prize was. I don't know if I should disclose that or not. But anyway, having said that, I can't tell you anything about his game. So
okay.
What I can tell you is there were 2 foursomes on every hole, and they finished that tournament within 4.5, 5 hours. So I would have to say that you have a pretty good group of golfers all around, and they all knew what they were doing. So that question's, is he really doing his job, or is he at the golf course? Other than that, I'm gonna leave it be.
What's your handicap, Darryl?
I'm not telling you.
Come on.
I can't tell you.
Well,
I
okay,
can't tell
you know what?
you.
I know what it is by the fact that you're not telling me. You're an 18.
Yeah, okay. I'll take an 18. I'll take an 18. I'll take 18. So look, when we go out and play, you got to give me some strokes, and I'm gonna put some money down, and we'll go for it. I'll take 18.
I'm gonna have to do some homework. I'm gonna have to do a little homework first. Maybe I'll call Jerry Rice. I'm sure you played with him. Oh man.
Yeah, I played Jerry before.
Thanks a lot, man.
Hey, Darryl, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it, and hopefully we can get you on down the line a little bit.
Hey, man, thank you guys, man. I enjoyed it. Hey, anytime, holler.
Cool.
Thank you.
Darryl Pollard, 2-time Super Bowl champion with the San Francisco 49ers. You played cornerback for 7 seasons.
I've never heard a guy not want to give his. I'm learning the game, the handicap.
I haven't either.
So
he's better. He's good.
Oh, okay, got
so do you see what he did there?
I thought maybe he wasn't that good when you don't want to disclose.
That's what I thought. And then so I picked a relatively high.
He said he has some chicken to put down.
And so he said, yeah, you give me 18. So that tells me he's probably he might be a single-digit guy.
So let me get this straight. He's on a thread with former 49er players, former NFL
defensive
players.
backs, it sounds like, are secondary guys.
And Joe Montana's coming up when the conversation is about Brock Purdy. So, Steiny, I get everything. I'm not telling you guys Brock Purdy is Joe Montana, but his mannerisms are different than what Jimmy Garoppolo did under center. A young Trey Lance, I'm not telling you he's Joe, but Steiny, he's earning what he's getting. And when I say that, yeah, Brock Purdy's in a great system, but he's mastered what he's supposed to do, if that makes any sense, man.
No, that stuck out to me.
You cannot rob Brock of that.
That stuck out to me, too. And I was listening to Darryl Pollard talking about how he sees some Joe Montana in Brock Purdy, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I'm glad he said it, because you know what happens when we get maybe a little bit premature there.
Yeah.
But like I said, I do not even have to look at Joe Montana's first 10 regular season games to tell you that he wasn't as good as Brock Purdy. There's just no way.
and maybe he wasn't in the system.
Probably not.
Like Brock Purdy is, but, nonetheless, it is what it is. And, Steiny, I'll say this before we get out of here. I know we got 2 hours. If they don't win the Super Bowl this year, and I know we're only in week 5, headed to week 6, Steiny, when are we going to get it? When
I'm
are they
sorry.
going to get
I
it?
had somebody in my ear.
Okay, you all right?
No, I'm not all right.
You're looking good.
I'm not all right.
You can't
Obviously,
see
me
me.
standing and sitting is going to be an issue.
Oh, wow. We'll figure it out.
You know what? Hire somebody else then. Hire somebody who's stapled to the chair or who stands
Look
up.
at Lucas. Look at the Lucas is the man.
Next person.
You okay?
No.
Yeah, your hips hurting. A little flare up.
You know what? It's like
But you're the only host that,
that's because I'm the best. It's like I'm going into a basketball game, and because I'm the best because I have a great right hand and a great left hand, and I can use both, it's almost like somebody saying, yeah, you just use your right hand today, Steiny. Why?
That's
you're too good when you use both.
Oh, only you could come up with that. Dude, I
let's
mean
try
what
to
I
take
said.
Let's try to take a call here.
All right.
Got to give notice to the guy.
It's Euphoria.
Jay Voltron in Oakland. Can we go to Jay Voltron in Oakland? I noticed that his is now. What's the difference between yellow color, white color, and light green? Just get Voltron on. Hey, Voltron.
Hey, I got a quick question for you guys.
Okay.
You guys mentioned about the trap game. So tell me what you guys think, because on week 12 we have the Seahawks, and then week 13 we have the Eagles, and then back again with the Seahawks. So to me, that's a trap game right there. So I just want to hear what you guys think. That's 3 weeks.
Goo?
I'm gonna say this. For me, the trap game is the next game that you play. I don't think you can look down because so many things can happen. I think this game this week, being on the East Coast, Deshaun Watson out, their best their left tackle out, Steiny. I don't think I feel comfortable saying something 2 months from now will be a trap game. I'm the immediate. I'm the microwave society. So it's about the now. But Cleveland's got the number 1 defense, and I feel like
then bet on them. Then bet on them,
no,
Goo.
that would be dumb.
Why?
The offense can't. I feel like
the line
offense
is set for it to be 50-50.
The offense is going to get suffocated by this great Niner defense. That's a given. I'm just wondering to see how Brock Purdy handles Myles Garrett trying to come after him. We saw what you did with Micah. He didn't come after you. He couldn't get close.
Klay Thompson had one of the greatest quotes of his career fairly within the last year, and I'm going to use it on Mario Royce. Good show, guys, but sometimes you're just a mess. Duh. Of course we are.
That's I'm gonna give you
Of course we are. That's the point.
Well, there was
Super
a compliment
Mario
in there somewhere. It's the new studio.
Let's go to this guy's name looks like
who we got?
I thought we had somebody, but we don't. So we'll go to Susie in Stockton.
Jay Voltron, who I left, right?
There was okay. Let's just go to Susie in Stockton, and I'll get through this.
Hey, Susan.
Oh, Susie in Stockton. No,
the green. Well,
first of all, it's light green.
The light green.
Okay, Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, how you doing?
Hey,
Susie,
buddy.
we'll get to you once they figure it out.
I love the show, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you about Brock Purdy. I mean, he's really like light years ahead, even when Joe started, because Joe had to sit behind DeBerg for 1 year, and then he took over, and they didn't have a great record. But then that third year, man, they went all the way. And a lot of people don't remember this, but in the championship game against the Cowboys, which catapulted us to the first Super Bowl, he threw 4 interceptions in that game. So Joe's mystique really was in the last quarter of that game, if you really look at it. And then, of course, winning the Super Bowl. So I just feel that, Brock Purdy, you're right. He's like, come on. He hasn't lost a game.
Right. Absolutely.
So, which is incredible.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Bob. Appreciate the call. And thanks to Evan and Lucas for
our guys,
being able to
the dream team,
have it come through in the first place. So now I can pick either of these people. Is that correct? Okay. Let's go to Susie in Stockton.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Hi, Susie.
You guys were talking about trades earlier. One trade going back to the 2017 draft, we traded with Chicago. They moved up to 2. They got Trubisky with that one. We got a boatload of picks, but the one that matters is in the following year's draft. 2018 third-round pick, we got Fred Warner.
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at that one.
No, those are
Man.
Those are good ones.
Is that how it went down?
No, those were good ones.
We didn't have the right name, though.
I know. I think I might have butchered it with Calderon. Who was the guy that we got into it over?
Oh, Caspi.
But Caspi, didn't he play? Did Caspi play games for the Warriors, didn't he?
I want to.
Yeah, the beginning of the 18th season, he was a guy, but I don't think he played in the playoff run.
Oh, of course he didn't.
Yeah.
Of course he didn't.
Still wear the bling.
No, you don't.
Evan, would you wear it? Are you that uppity to wear? Oh, I wouldn't.
Uppity?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Like, dude, Caspi was part of the team.
It's called class.
They give you a ring. Would you wear it?
I'd probably have it somewhere in the house. I don't know if I wear it out.
Exactly.
Because that you weren't a big part of it is why you wouldn't wear it out?
No, but even if I won a
Thank
championship and I was a star player, I don't know if I'd be flashing my ring.
See, I'm like Shaq and Jerry Rice. Jerry has them all on the hand. Remember the Philly game? Running on the field, bling, bling.
But if you were a champion, chances are you'd be a role player. Jerry Rice was the best player in that team, so he can do it.
Oh, see, now, okay, yeah, I see what you're doing.
You know what I'm doing.
No.
You know what I'm doing.
It's the same across the board.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I'm part of the Niners.
No, you're not.
I got a ring. Jerry had all 5 in Philly.
You do realize Steph Curry doesn't wear his rings.
I got you. Shaq does.
Not all at once.
I wear all my rings. That was bad.
That was awful.
Who was that? Was that Susie?
Isn't it? I don't know who that was.
Susie.
Oh, Susie.
My bad, Evan.
Gotcha.
Hey.
Yeah, no, you guys were a bit
Gotcha.
disappointed.
Oh, there's a text here.
Hey, I need you to back up
Steiny,
off my
when I got
camera.
that new hip, I was thinking, wow, I should have done this 5 years ago. I was dancing again 5 days a week. Good to know. Thank you very much, 510.
I hope it's not like I'm rooting for you. Knee surgeries. Norm had one replaced, and they advised him. Somebody was like, you got to get both. And it happened. So he eventually got both. I wonder if you should do both.
No, my other one's fine.
For now.
It's like that old joke.
It's
I went
fine
to the doctor, and I got a bad hip, and I said, "Doctor, how's my hip?" And he said, "You know what? You look like you're going to need a hip replacement." And then I say, "Oh no, that sounds serious. Well, will I ever be able to dance again, or dance?" And the doctor says, "Sure." And I say, "Well, good, because I can't dance now." You get it?
Yeah. New studio. I'll give you one. It sounds like you were at the
It goes
punchline.
like this. It goes, "Hey, Doc, I know I need a new hip. Will I be able to dunk after the surgery?" "Sure, you'll be able to dunk." "Oh, good, because I couldn't dunk. I can't dunk now."
I'm going to give you another one. Yeah. Dude, I like
I
this.
I don't.
You're too close on my Zoom, though. I'd like you to back up. It's too much of your meathead.
What do they call it? Putting in a ticket?
Yeah.
I'm going to put in about 17 tickets today.
Get in line.
What's all right. 888-957-9570. I'm going to open up the mothership right now to callers. I see Will and Marin. I'm going to get to him on the other side. He's light green. If you're light green, that means you're ready to go. What else do I got to do here? How about NFL Week 6 is here. So is our red and gold coverage on 95.7 The Game. Lorenzo Neal and Evan Giddings got you covered on the kickoff show. That starts at 8 a.m. before the Niners-Browns game, which starts at 10. And then overtime breaks it all down following the final whistle with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings. Before and after every single game, listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Your home for the best red and gold coverage.
Hi, I'm Holly O'Neill, Chief Client Care Officer at Bank of America. Each and every day, our employees come to work to make financial
money changes. This is Alicia Keys. And
do you know
Jay-Z.
the title?
Empire State of Mind.
Oh, my man.
Oh, man. I made a Yankee hat more famous than a Yankee
the
can.
line. That's one of the best bars ever.
Mama took a bus trip. Now shit. Everybody ride her. Just hey, we're in a new studio here, everybody out there in the Bay and
Lucas
beyond.
messed up my camera.
And thank you to Lucas, Director of Sports Programming.
Yep. DSP.
One of those.
Why would you laugh?
Because it's one of those made-up titles. So anyway,
God.
he came in here and fixed the camera, and now the camera follows me like the paparazzi. Look at that.
You're like a little kid.
I am. All right, let's try to take a call. Let's go to Lewis in Novato. Lewis in Novato. Hey, Lewis.
Hey, what's up, Steiny? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. Getting used to our new digs, but we're having fun.
Good. I just wanted to call and encourage you to have that hip replacement. I've had both my hips replaced, and it's the best thing I've ever done. I got range of motion back. There's no pain. The recovery is just you have to get up and walk. About 6 weeks, and you feel like a new man. I have to totally encourage you to do that, Steiny. So if you have any trepidation, please put that aside, and you'll feel so much better afterwards. And plus, I got a couple insights for the football teams here too.
Yeah.
I mean, football boils down to three things, doesn't it? Injuries, turnover, and line play. 49ers have great offensive and defensive lines. They don't turn the ball over, and they're relatively healthy. So if those things continue, I don't see anybody that can stop them. Buffalo has got a good offense, not much on defense. The Cowboys already proved that they're a fraud. The Eagles are the only team that would scare me, but if you get them at home, I think you can handle them.
I mean, well said, Lewis. Appreciate the call.
And that's what it's about, home field advantage.
Absolutely.
Whoever it's
positively.
against, you want that. If you get there, Stoney, that NFC Championship game in the yay. God, you look better. I don't.
We need some kind of background here. No, you look better too, actually.
Nah.
It's just don't worry. It's just your shirt.
No, my shirt is fly.
If you wear another shirt, it'll look better.
Stop.
Let's go to Word. Word's in Oakland. He's got something for you. What's up, Word? How you doing, man?
I'm chilling. Goo, your boy Daryl Pollard did everything except tell you, man, don't be wearing the ring to the fish fry. Dude, you do have a Cadillac. Is your Cadillac dented?
No.
Okay. Because I always be like, man, a dude be like, yeah, I got a Benz or I got a Cadillac. And you see it, it's like, dude, you couldn't get $1,000 for that thing if you try to trade it.
Now, Word.
So my point is, you take stuff with luxury to special occasions, special events.
Yeah.
Showing up at a fish fry with a Super Bowl ring, man, you're going to be having a bang. It's going to be all scratched and banged up. You're going to be having stones falling out from banging on the domino table. Like, come on, man.
But I take care of my stuff, Word.
When you have your fellas come over and have a drink and a cigar smoke in the dungeon or whatever you call the lab, then you show them over.
Okay, what about this? I'm going to dinner with the family, with the wife and kids.
Yes.
I got it on.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
okay.
not the fish fry.
Not
the
Sizzler, though.
Not Sizzler. Yeah, you better be going somewhere
House
cool.
of Prime Rib, maybe.
Oh,
I
boy.
don't want to see your hand sticking out the drive-through window with a big old ring on it.
That's too funny.
Thanks, Word. Appreciate the call,
All
man.
right, man. Love you, fellas. Have a good one.
That is great, man.
Right, so you notice I stand up now and the camera follows me.
I'm jealous now. You got yours fixed.
One thing I found is the camera does like me.
Not
Always
earlier, it
has.
didn't. People were saying, I'm glad you weren't looking at YouTube.
What happened?
No, you look great.
I do look a little older.
No,
Look a
you
little
look good.
haggard.
You look great. You look great, Stoney.
Should
Let's
we take
get to it.
Should we take Will and Marin?
Everybody, it's our first show ever in the new buildings.
Will, yeah, 888-957-9570. Steiny and Guru with you. We're joining you from 88 Kearney, right?
Not Tierney. Kearney?
Kearney.
Oh, I thought
Kearney
it was
Street.
Kearney. Hit you so hard, I take you out on a gurney. I thought it was Kearney.
Freestyle Friday.
Yeah, Evans.
We saw Joe Shasky. He used a term that I've never heard before. I said, "What part of what neighborhood is this in the city?" He goes, "Fidei."
I didn't hear him say.
What is Fidei? A financial district.
I didn't.
No,
oh, boy.
No, that's not.
I didn't hear him say that.
He made it. He made that up.
Fidei, but you get it. That's a sales term.
I had to ask him what he meant by it.
That's phenomenal.
It's not
phenomenal.
You know what? That's just copying off Denver and Lodo. Lower downtown.
Oh, that's horrible. Lodo.
Let's go to Will in Marin.
Will.
Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Sorry, I'm in an attic right now, but I just wanted to say that I'm just so grateful that we have Brock Purdy, and I just want to just give nothing but positive vibes. I'm so happy. I'm really enjoying this ride, and I just wanted to say this. I'll say it. After watching him play, even through last year and just some of these Sunday night games with just like the top quarterbacks, Brock Purdy is the best quarterback in the NFL, and it's not even close. And the reason why I say this is like, okay, he may not be flashy. He may not do like all these crazy one-footed, backward pivot throws like Mahomes. However, my grandfather, who was a professional baseball player, told me that when they make it look easy, you know that they're great. And literally that's what he said. He was like, this kid makes it look so easy and so simple. And the way that he goes about it, my grandfather said, this young gentleman is the definition of a pro's pro. And everybody needs to just block out the noise from all the national BS and just enjoy what we have, because literally he said this is literally a diamond in the rough that is ready to bling. And he said that just enjoy the shine while we got it.
Hey, Will, you're the man.
Shout out to Brock.
Hey, Will, before you leave, take it one day at a time, man. One of my good friends fought that good fight, and he's clean and sober, man. So I'm praying for you.
Oh, hey, thank you so much, Guru. I got February will be 13 years for me. And I really appreciate that. Compliments like that is what keeps a guy like me going. So thank you so much, Guru. It's the little things.
You're the man, Will.
So a day when I'm upset and I want to do something, I really appreciate that, man. I'm going to think about those words when I want to drink one day, and I'm going to say, you know what, Guru's looking out for me, and I don't need to do all that. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Too.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate the call.
No doubt about it, man. Sharing that, I just appreciate him sharing
I must have missed him saying he'd been clean.
Oh, yeah.
Did he say it early in the call?
No, he used a different word that he would. Yeah, so that's
good for him.
Yeah,
Atta baby, Will.
Hey, I don't know if I like you giving out the actual address.
Who cares?
I do.
You have to so people care.
Hey, boy. Just say the street.
88 Kearney.
Hey!
By the way, there's no doorman either, so you can just come right up. Hey, did you notice?
Get buzzed in, bro.
No, you don't.
I'm lying, Dylan. Dude, you are just
you have such an inflated opinion of
us. Now, hold on. Let's keep it real. You got to have your card to get in. You can't just It's Fetty Eddie. Federal.
Yeah,
giving out the ad. I don't like that.
I forgot what I was going to say.
My name's Matt Steinmetz. I live on blah, blah. No.
Nobody cares.
Dude, when you say something wrong, they do. Hey, let's go by Steiny.
Keep talking, because I had something that I was going to talk about, and I forget.
You and Philmo Mike, we making him forget. Niners, Purdy.
I can't.
He's diamond in the rough.
Had something to do with our
you.
Did you notice? Okay, if you haven't, the theme of the day, everybody, is we're in a new studio. Everything's new to us today. It's a new studio. I got a new microphone. Guru's in a new spot, new location. Everything's different. Notice those? How about those elevators? They don't have floor numbers on them.
They're like the Circa Hotel.
It's unbelievable. I've never seen that before.
But you press on the outside where you're going, and it knows, and it takes you. So
it's like a smart elevator.
Yeah, there you go.
So
you got to have your key card.
Picture this, world. You walk into the elevator.
Dude.
There's no buttons, and you just got to rely on it to take you to the right floor. It's unbelievable.
You're playing. Outside are the numbers, bud. You put your card up against it, and you pick your floor, and it knows what floor you're going to.
I know, but that's different than when the buttons are on the inside. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
I guess.
14. So anyway, these are brand new. I don't think I've ever seen these before. What's on your mind, Goo? You look very focused.
I hate you gave the address. No, just this Cleveland
88
game.
Kearney.
Yeah,
Tell me you hate it more.
Dude, I'll stop.
88 Kearney in the heart of FIDI, the financial district.
I'm going to tell you what.
Yeah.
I am excited to see this Niner offense against this number one defense,
especially
Cleveland Browns.
How about the rain? Right, a little moisture?
Brock's thrown a ball in the water in his life.
We would figure.
Yeah, but not since he's – well, what was Philly? Just fog before he got hurt?
Philly was a hurricane.
No, I'm talking
He got
about,
hit by a hurricane in Philly.
I'll give you a
You
Denzel
get it?
one.
That's a 4. Let's go to Brandon in San Jose. Wants to talk about how the Niners have gotten better. What's up, Brandon? How are you, man?
Hey, good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, thank you.
So, just real quick, does it smell like a new car? You got a fresh new digs there,
Just
huh?
like it. The bathroom, everything, man.
About ready to light a cigarette to make it feel more at home.
I broke that issue.
There you go. There you go. Well, congratulations. I'm sure it feels fresh and clean for you guys.
Thank you.
So, real quick, Niners are doing great. Obviously, there's always something to fix. I love everyone's comments, but where I think we could really progress and start maybe make some changes is special teams. If our special teams killed it, then we would truly be 4-star general. So right now it's kind of mediocre. We really don't have a good run back special teams player yet. So that's just my comment. I mean,
what about McLeod? You don't like him? He almost broke one against Dallas. I feel like every time he gets it, he's a problem.
No, he's talented, but we got to get him open out in the field with some blocking. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, if there's anywhere where we could probably do a little bit more, is special teams on the defensive side and special teams on the offensive side. That's all I got to say. Let me know about your comments.
Thanks, Brandon. I would say the verdict's out on the field goal kicker. He could be tremendous.
Moody.
I mean, what if Moody's like Butker and can hit 60-yarders?
I mean, man.
Order the rings.
Look at you.
Seriously, order the rings.
Well, what about this? How about you go to Dallas or Seattle or any other city?
Mm-hmm.
And I love the caller's point. If that's all you have on the to-do list is to fix the special teams, business is pretty damn good. Because let me tell you, Sean Payton, that thing looks like a thesaurus, his to-do list. I mean, it's some teams playing some bad football, Stoney.
Can I bring something up, and I'm being serious here? Because I was watching this game last night, and I'm watching it now.
Yeah.
Did you see when the laminated play sheet? Did you see when Sean Payton had it? It was like shaking. Like he didn't seem very steady.
You
I didn't
shake
like
more when you get older.
I know.
Probably had a lot of caffeine.
I know. I just was worried about him.
Man, why's your hand shaking? That's my wife. I'm like, damn.
One of the things that I said yesterday, how about, you want to hear a cautionary tale?
They just
Before you do, I was just going to say, I'd be nervous if Russell Wilson was my quarterback, too.
Well, it has
now,
to do
I'm
with
gonna
Russell
defend
Wilson.
Russell. Russell's numbers are the same as Mahomes, if not better, in some categories going into last night. Completion percentage, touchdowns,
Go
the
check
interceptions.
this, Evan.
No doubt. I saw
Evan,
this. I
go
won't tell
check
you what
this.
outfit I saw this on. It
In
was a
fantasy
television
or-
show. No, just real life. Up until last night's game, he had Mahomes beat in some categories. We just are laughing at Russell because he's got good hair. I'm just telling you. It was minimal interceptions up until last night. It was the same or equivalent to Mahomes.
We'll see how
but
right
he's
you
a
are.
joke now.
We'll see.
Russell's a joke.
We'll see.
And he deserves some criticism.
Can I tell you a cautionary tale? Because you're a Warrior fan, right?
Die hard.
I said something yesterday that it's easy to scoff at, but we're seeing it with Russell Wilson.
Go ahead.
Guys get old in a hurry.
Man.
He doesn't even resemble who he was in Seattle.
I think somebody told
And that's
him,
a year and a
you
half
cannot
away.
ad-lib. Don't run, but he looks like Dak. He didn't got you need soda. Both of them got thick, Stoney. They got that Tony Romo body.
I mean, and that's
you know what I'm saying? You're just below the waist. It looks like it ain't fluid.
And that's the
fact
one
that Evan
thing.
ain't got back at me, I'm feeling confident because
Who
I
did?
know what Evan ain't got right back at me. But, yeah, his completion, Russell, compared to Mahomes going into last night's
Well,
game.
there's a lot of quarterbacks with some statistics better than Mahomes right now.
Well,
of course.
Yeah, I was just saying.
Including
Russell's
Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, he's a cherry picker.
Kenny Pickens, too. That guy's, he's 3-2.
Is he still starting 3-2? Hey, real quick, to both of you. Steiny, they brainwashed him like a Colt.
Who?
Russell.
Like a Baltimore Colt?
I'll give you one. And they told him, don't be yourself. Something's up. It's strange. He's
getting older, Goo.
You think that's it?
Goo.
Why would they give him 200 and something million to come?
Why did the Cleveland Browns give Deshaun Watson that much money?
Well, it's even worse for the Broncos. They traded for that contract,
Oh,
right?
my God.
That's true. Anyway, it's the one thing that we never really talk about with the Warriors is what if there's a noticeable decline with one of their big three.
All right, I'm going to get off this.
One noticeable
I'm going to get off this thing, Evan.
Hold on. One noticeable decline for any of their big three, and I do think they won't be able to win it. They need all three of their stars playing at a level that they were at 2 years ago, and even if they can get back to that level of 2 years ago, I feel like they were deeper 2 years ago. But you want to say something and interrupt my train of thought?
No,
it happens a lot, and we'll do that.
I'm just defending the guy.
Who?
Russell. If I asked you how many touchdowns he has through week 5, what would your guess be? Just real quick.
4.
12. Okay? If I asked you how many interceptions he has through 5.
12.
I tell you he's at 12. How about his interceptions?
Don't say 2.
4. I'll take that with a quarterback rating of 99. They're not playing well. He's not the same, but he's such a joke because his wife is a star and he Mr. Unlimited. But when you look at the numbers, remember that video he did, Mr. Unlimited?
No.
And it was so corny. He's losing people. But 12-4, I'll take it.
Dak Prescott's got better numbers than Mahomes.
Well,
here we go. Here's his disclaimer. Here we go.
Can you give those to me? Because I don't believe
If you didn't know we were in the Bay
Completion
Area.
percentage.
Here we go.
QBR. No.
Dak has like 4 touchdowns on the year, if that. He don't got 12.
Well, not after last
But,
week.
hey, that shocked you, though. Seriously. Purdy's 9 touchdowns, 0 picks. You want that. But 12-4, he's not all their problem. That shocked you. 1,300 yards through 5 games. Completion percentage of 66.
Well, how do we not know that? How did we let Guru get this stat without us knowing it?
It shocked me last night. I was watching the program, and I go, damn, it ain't all his fault.
I thought he was going to come down Jerry Judy's road like everybody else.
Oh, we got to get to that.
If we get to the Jerry Judy thing, I will say this. Evan has to set it up because the only thing I understood about it was the Steve Smith, Jerry Judy.
Okay.
I don't know this Rod Smith.
And Mark Schler, Stink. Who
I don't know him. I just know that Steve Smith.
All right.
I just know that Jerry Judy better be careful because Steve Smith's a real one.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Okay.
Sleepy Floyd, who's been on the station before, 95.7 The Game. Even Monte Ellis, just former athletes. Magic Johnson, where's the line of critiquing your current team? Or just former athlete. Like Magic will put tweets up, but it's always about the team, not the individual.
Tweets are terrible.
I just feel like Shaq, Barkley, they have the license to critique Steiny and Goo, and it ain't coming from a place of hate. I think stuff's getting out of control because these young guys are taking it too personal.
Oh, so the guys who are critiquing aren't hating.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
Gotcha.
Did you think Steve Smith was hating? We'll get into it. I know we got to set it up, but I thought it was phenomenal the way Steve said what he did.
We'll play it on the other side.
Okay. But is there a line just in general?
I think there's a line the other way with the athletes from the older generation.
Now, I'll say this for that. I think there's some athletes in the league right now, current Warrior players, no shade.
Current.
They probably don't even know Sleepy Floyd or what he did against the Lakers in the fourth quarter. Like, no harm at him, but you know what I mean? They're probably like, who's that guy?
Yeah, it's like when Brandon Miller, the guy from Alabama who's now on the Hornets, like he said his favorite player was Paul George. That just goes to show how, in my opinion, like little historic context
there's nothing
there is.
bad about he's being honest. PG's this guy. But boy, ask him about Larry Johnson, Steiny or Muggsy Bogues.
I mean, in fairness, Sleepy Floyd
he's a G.
Local legend, right?
Yes, thank you. Regional. He's a regional legend.
My God.
Regional, yeah.
Regional in D.C. and in the Bay Area.
Look at you.
Go to Chicago, and nobody.
You think? I'll never forget that fourth quarter.
Right. It was a fourth quarter in a game.
The only game they won.
They lost 4-1.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't want – see, this is where people are absolutely right about me. The camera's not moving.
Boy.
Lucas!
Yeah, I thought the director of sports was your best friend.
Lucas, the camera has stopped moving. This thing is...
The amount of
This ain't gonna
people that
work.
comment on my
It's just not going to work here. I'm just telling you. At 88 Kearney, I don't know if it's going to work.
No more Tracy Morgan. Let Denzel
Does anybody
now.
have any Gorilla Glue for Steiny's chair?
What does what's Tracy Morgan?
Remember, some people say I look like him because I used to be Denzel when I put on all that weight, and I'll fight. Evan knows it's my kryptonite.
Well, you're just-
but
Yeah,
now
after-
I'm getting Denzel because I'm
Well,
slimmer
you were
on
just
the-
prepping for a role.
After Equalizer 3, I don't know if you want to be Denzel
Hey,
Goo.
I walked out of the
Trying to play
theater.
Flip Wilson in the
Denzel,
movie.
we're both getting old, boy. He's got to turn it over to his son. What's
I
your
couldn't
word,
make it through
Haggard? Denzel didn't look right and equal. He's just getting older.
Oh, yeah, David Washington.
David Washington.
He's in the new movie, The
Denzel's
Creator.
son. He is awesome. You haven't seen any of his work.
Who?
Denzel's son, David Washington.
No. What's Denzel been in?
Equalizer 3.
I've never seen it.
Steiny, look
Throw
like,
me some Denzel movies, and I'll tell you if I've seen them.
We're just saying he looks older. The camera ain't his friend anymore.
Shawshank. That's Denzel.
Oh, my God.
Right?
It's Morgan Freeman.
What time we got the crossover?
Seen Philadelphia.
Graduation day. I saw that.
Philadelphia. That was Slim Denzel.
I saw that.
Malcolm X.
Yeah.
I saw Malcolm X. Denzel.
Yeah,
Washington.
they ain't got me. I like
Glory.
who I am today.
Never saw it.
I even got.
I don't like war movies.
You've never.
In fact, Spadoni came up to me the other day and he's like, "Hey, Steiny, I got this. I know you like documentary. I hope he's not listening. I know you like documentaries. I got a real good one. And there's like Civil War. This guy. I'm like, okay.
Did you tell him that?
No, I said I'll keep my eyes open.
I'm about to text him.
John Q.
Denzel, just
No.
forget this. It's what do you do for fun, man?
I
You don't watch the Oscars because you have no opinion on nothing because all of your things are docs.
I watched the documentary awards.
Flight.
Nope, never saw. Oh no, hold on. I've seen.
You saw Sully, didn't you?
No. I saw.
Saw the Tom Hanks one, but not the
I
Denzel
no.
one.
Dude,
you ever see Father Guido Sarducci? Old Saturday Night Live. He used to say he used to teach a course in it's everything you'll remember 10 years after you've taken a course. And so I guess I have seen that Flight movie. You know why? April 13th, 14th, and 15th. I was drunk each of those days. The 14th, 15th, 16th, and the 17th.
That.
I've seen the movie. That's the movie, right?
Well,
it's about a drunk flight
yeah.
flight guy.
Did one of the most amazing landings ever. Own one.
But he was not good enough.
I even got a Genuine in here. I'll take it, Steiny.
You mean a G, like the group, Genuine?
No, the singer, R&B singer.
Ginuine.
Yeah. Back in the day. I
Hey,
used
Lucas,
to
you going to
get
come in
that.
here and fix this again?
Leave it just as it is.
But I'm going to stand.
You're
What?
too much of an athlete. You stand up and sit down way too quickly for
Well,
it.
I'm also.
It's a nervous thing you got to have.
Yes, it is. It's a tick.
Like ADD.
Yeah. I told you when my parents would get. How much time we got here?
You
Well,
should know.
Yeah, we got a break.
Yeah.
If you care, I'll tell you a story about my parents and how they would try to talk to me. And what we got here? Daryl Pollard. He was on an hour ago. Oh, man. Hey, look, we're in his studio. Can we see if the phone lines work, everybody? 888-957-9570. Just call, say hello. See how we're doing. We will get back to sports on the other side because I do see the boss is still lingering. On 95.7 A Game.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in. Online, on the phone, and
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
So, if a kid doesn't want to take a nap, is that called resisting arrest?
Oh, my goodness. That's a fine.
Woo!
Boy, that might be your best one.
Welcome to the new studios.
Yes, sir.
95.7 The Game. You want to come out, say hello? I'll be happy to give you the address. That does bother you, doesn't it?
I think it bothers a lot of people.
I don't care.
Well, Bonte don't like it either.
Oh, really? He texted you?
No, somebody said it in the chat. You never give your workplace when you're an entertainer.
No, that's your home address.
No, when you're an entertainer, it's your work address, it's your home address. You might say something about somebody, and they might pull up, and you ain't about that life.
Okay, so
we're at 9,000 Kearney.
Okay, so under that thought process, Steph Curry would get ambushed every time he went to Chase Center. Does that happen? No, it doesn't.
They got security.
Not outside. They don't. I mean, Walter is right at the.
What up, Walt?
I haven't seen Walter in a while. Hey, by the way, it's Friday.
It's been the off season.
I want to punch him.
Okay,
it's 1 o'clock. You know what that means? It's time for our weekly picks.
Who's in first?
Steiny, Guru, and Evan, along with one lucky listener, will make 5 picks for the NFL this weekend. So caller number 3, 888-957-9570, can participate and play the game with Guru, Evan, and myself.
Dude, I can't wait to see how last week went.
I know, me too. I don't know what my record is.
Well, I'll tell you what, you and Evan got a loss. You took Dallas into points. That one I knew. I got to be.
I can't stand this guy.
It wasn't a good week for any of us. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Guy's got the system licked. There's no doubt about it.
Evan, I didn't like
Be
that.
a fan of the Cowboys, but root against them. Love the Niners, and then, I don't know.
Or use intel.
Every base is covered.
I'm the real Martha Stewart.
What does that mean?
Inside info. That's why I picked against Dallas.
888-957-9570. Caller 3. Caller 3.
Let's go,
play
baby.
The game. Play the game with us. By the way, did you see new coffee machine at the station?
I don't drink coffee.
No, you drink that sugary Red Bull.
You ain't seen me with one a couple of days ago.
Yeah. No. All right. So do we want to – let me know we got a listener.
You know where you're going with your picks? I already looked at them.
We don't know what the games are yet.
Well, if you can figure out they're the primetime ones, the Niners. I know them, Steiny.
How do you –
because we pick the same ones each week.
We got our caller.
What are you talking about?
I'm just messing with you.
Who's George Bush Sr.? Who we honoring today? Hello. Here's where I need you.
Yeah, the name is on your screen, I believe.
KC Marin. KC's in Marin.
Let's go, KC.
Hey, KC, what's going on, man? Da-da-da-da-da-da. KC Marin has gone from white. Hey, KC and Marin.
How you doing, boys?
Dynamite, man. Dynamite. You know how to play? You just make a pick. That's all.
I know how to play.
Let's go, baby.
Go.
All right, KC. I like the attitude. This is when I turn it over to Evan.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start week 6 of our NFL picks against the spread. After 5 weeks, Guru, you are 15-9-1, a 2-3 week last week.
Let's go!
Steiny, also 2-3 last week. You sit at 13-11-1, along with our callers, who also went 2-3 last week, 13-11-1. Tough week for your boy, 1-4.
Evan, you went 1-4.
Yeah, now I'm 15-9-1 . So you and I are tied. We're going to be okay.
I like where I'm at.
Oh, good. Let's
you
go.
know what? I'm going to – come on, Steiny.
Get
Take
some
it
right.
Take it seriously, Steiny. Here we go.
All right, boys. First game on the slate. Now, I have been told via a little birdie that this San Francisco game is actually off the board right now.
Is it really?
Yeah. That's how much the number is at. All right, I guess moving in the wrong direction if you're a Browns fan. But the last I saw it was San Francisco -10 on the road at Cleveland. So that's what we're going to work with for this exercise. San Francisco -10.
Let's guess first. Let's go to KC and Marin. What's up, KC?
Gentlemen, I'm going to go Niners.
Why?
Niners. It's Cleveland. Enough said. Cleveland, Ohio. It's Ohio.
All right, fair enough. Goo?
Yeah, I never thought this was going to be close. I mean, it's off the board. Big spreads don't scare me. Niners minus 10 easy.
Evan?
I think the Niners have covered both of their double-digit spreads so far this year, so I'm going to go with the 49ers. I can't bet against them.
Niners are 4-1 against the spread this year.
That one should have been McVay.
All right, this is the one where don't get too cute and pick what everybody else doesn't pick. I'll pick the Niners.
I'm proud of you.
I'll pick the
Man,
Niners.
ain't hard.
That's a lot of points.
I know you don't want to.
That's a lot of points.
Not when you're that good.
But the weather may not be great.
All right.
Cleveland's 10 o'clock game. All right. Game 2.
Game 2, Seattle at Cincinnati. I think this is going to be an interesting one. So the Bengals are hosting the Seahawks, and the Cincinnati Bengals are minus 2.5-point favorites at home. They're 2-3. Seattle, coming off a bye, is 3-1. Who you got, guys?
Goo?
I'm going Seattle. I'm a Pete Carroll fan, but I watched Cincinnati destroy Arizona. It was close early. I don't think Burrow's all the way back. I'm going to shock you guys and take Seattle plus 2.5.
Evan?
I think we should give it to our caller first.
All right. KC?
Hey, thank you, Evan. Seattle's the worst city I've ever lived in my life. I hate it. I'm going Cincy.
What's the matter with Seattle?
Wow, it rains.
People are horrible.
Where else have you lived?
Mexico, Bahamas, the city. I've been around a little bit.
Okay. As Gary Radnich would say, you've lived a little. All right.
Yeah, I didn't think Seattle was catching a stray.
Yeah, exactly. Who's next?
All right, last pick. I'll take Cincinnati in this game. I got Cincinnati minus 2.5. I think the Bengals are starting to get back on track, and they'll defend home field.
I'm with the Bengals also.
Yeah.
They had a nice effort last week, even though they were missing T. Higgins. But I do think they're coming back, the Bengals. I got the Bengals.
All right, our third game, as we always keep track of the Philadelphia Eagles. They are on the road at MetLife against the Jets, minus 6.5, the Philadelphia Eagles at 5-0.
I'm taking the Eagles. The Jets are not very good, and the Eagles are. There you go.
I'll go. I'm going to shock you guys. I'm going to take the plus 6.5 in the Jets. I think they win this game. They're not out of it, and they got a damn good defense. I'm taking the Jets plus 6.5, Evan, and I feel good about it. When you got a good record, you can take chances.
KC.
Man, I love Goo going for the underdog, but I'm going to go Philly. I'm going to stay with a favorite.
I think that's a smart move, KC.
Yeah, I think the Eagles are
that.
also 4-1 against the spread this year, just like the 49ers. I'm not going to bet against Philly. I think they cover by a touchdown on the road against New York and Zach Wilson.
Because that's what it would take, a tug.
All right, boys.
Extra point.
Game number 4.
Yes.
The Rams. We're going to stay in division this time. NFC West or worse, depending on if you're the Cardinals. But the Los Angeles Rams are at home, are on the road against the Arizona Cardinals, minus 7.
KC, start us off.
I just saw a highlight of the Jim Rome and the Everett highlight from the Rams. So I'm going to go Rams to Chris Everett and nod to him.
You mean when he turned the table over? All right.
That was
great. Yeah.
I'm going to take the Cardinals in this game. They're better than we think. And they're getting 7?
Yes, plus 7.
Yeah, I'll take the Cardinals.
I hate to do this, Evan, but I'm going to follow Steiny. I'm taking Arizona plus 7. I like the Rams, but that's a lot on the road.
Yeah, I actually, this is a sneaky spread. I'm kind of perplexed as to why it's a 7-point
Bonte
separation.
would say it's fishy.
Yeah, because of that, I am gonna go with the Rams. I think Cooper Kupp being back is a big plus for their offense. So I'll take the Rams minus 7.
All right,
lone wolf.
And then our last game, none other than Monday Night Football. Guru's hapless Dallas Cowboys trying to bounce back against the Los Angeles Chargers. And Dallas Goo on the road at SoFi Stadium, despite it probably going to be a home game for the Cowboys, they are minus 2 in L.A.
When I got that Russell Wilson nugget, I also got a nugget that the Chargers have averaged giving up 300 yards in the air on defense in every game. They average giving. So I'm going Dallas plus 2.5. There's no way
Dallas is favored by 2.
Okay, they win by 3. I'm taking Dallas in the points.
I thought Prescott stinks.
It don't matter. You can still.
I thought Pollard wasn't very good.
You can have a good night. I'm taking Dallas minus 2.5.
See,
Go ahead.
I'll take the Chargers.
Caller.
KC.
I can never pick anything Texas. Let's go Chargers.
Caller throwing punches today.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike Guru, I'm not going to bet against my team, so I will be taking the Chargers +2 at home. I think coming off the bye, they got some for your boys, Good. You guys are looking closer to 500 at the end of this week.
He forgot the Chargers had a bye.
Eckler's back. Derwin James is
have
back.
a bye?
Yeah, they're coming off the bye.
You didn't know that, did you?
Yeah. Look at the Braves and the top teams in baseball off that so-called bye.
KC, thanks for playing. You want to say anything else before we hang up on you?
Say something nice.
Hey, gentlemen, I appreciate our weekly segment. I'll talk to you guys next Friday. Have a great weekend.
KC. I do think KC, this is the second time he was on.
I don't believe so. I have all the callers listed here.
Oh, you do?
Yeah,
Thank
not
you,
one of them.
Evan. Starting trying to throw shade at Evan.
Nobody said, hey, I'll talk to you next week at this time.
Well, he's a regular. He'll call
That's
in,
right.
but not for this segment.
Okay.
Dude, we're first place. Me and Evan tied.
Man, that's
You
really
can take
important.
chances
That's
in.
really important. It's a bit, Goo. Don't you get it?
Yeah. When you're losing.
What do we do?
We're about to
That
get
is
into-
true. You're talking big about fantasy and Travis Kelce earlier.
Ain't said a peep about characters. It's only revealed when things are not going that well for us.
See, I disagree with that. Too.
Well, I'll tell Norm.
Nobody can front run like me. And
That's the whole point.
Exactly. Hey, Goo, supposed to play some pickleball later, but it looks like that may be falling through. Somebody's hurt in our foursome.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Serious injury?
I don't know. So are we? What are we
Yeah.
doing?
We're
What
going
are
to
we
the
do-
top floor,
What
baby.
are we doing after the show?
We breaking into new buildings.
This is really weird. Somebody said we're near a place called House of Shields, which is a tavern restaurant.
Yeah.
And we're also, I tell you what, we're near one of my favorites, Sutter Station.
How far is that from here?
It's on Market.
How far is that from here?
About 3 or 4 blocks.
Okay.
It's not as nice as the High Horse. Let's just put it that way.
I got you.
Oh,
little
boy.
grimy.
A little bit.
We got to play that to get into that Steve Smith, Snotty.
Call for it. It's your show, too.
I'm trying to see if I could play it.
Play what?
The sound. Can I play from over
mean,
here?
I don't think so. I kind of feel like trying this board, too, but I'm
Hey,
afraid
maybe Monday we'll sit somewhere different. Test out the combos.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll let you sit over here. I think you want to sit over here.
I don't know. I really don't know, Goo.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I'm looking over there to my right. Look back at Evan. You could be right here.
I mean, the other thing, maybe.
It looked like we're at a date. It looked like we're at at dinner.
No, it looks like we're doing a TV show, but
Well,
we're not
you
in the
look like
same
you're
city.
in Wrigley Field with that bar in front of your face. Remember, I went there. I wanted my
Obstructed
money
view.
back. What the hell is this?
What'd you pay for parking? They want to know.
I'm gonna find out. I just came in, got my ticket, and you got to pay before you get it.
Got to make sure the car's still there.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no alerts yet. I got the smartphone. I talked to the caddy like the Batmobile.
I have no
got
idea
the
what you're
smart-
talking about.
When something's going on with the car, if it malfunctions, it talks to me. If the
What
car's
does it say?
unlocked,
Your car's malfunctioning?
or it's open, somebody buy it. Pretty cool. $12 a month.
Dude.
I like it.
All right, play the Steve Smith sound, but set it up first, please.
Okay, so the Steve Smith sound is connected to a interaction last week on social media between former Broncos running back Philip Lindsay and current wide receiver Jerry Jeudy. And a lot of people have called out Jerry Jeudy for not producing, despite Guru's apparent statistics for Russell Wilson. Jerry Jeudy has not been involved in that whatsoever as a former first-round pick. So Phil Lindsay tweeted out last week saying, damn, all these receivers are getting money, but no one's basically doing anything. So former Broncos Super Bowl champion Rod Smith chimed in and just said, agree. So Jerry Jeudy clapped back at both of them, saying essentially, well, it's all good because you're watching from your couch. And also kind of came down Rod Smith's road, which Mark Schlereth, a former teammate of his in Denver, did not appreciate. He had some words for him. But then when it was brought up on last night's, I think it was the pregame Goo,
Yep.
the Amazon broadcast before Chiefs and Broncos, Steve Smith had some choice words
Wow.
for Jerry Jeudy
Listen
after
to
an
this,
apparent
Tiny.
conversation.
I called out to him because on my podcast, Cut to It, I just talked about guys that maybe have not showed up in a way or in a manner. And so the word that I've used to describe him in the past was a jag, just a guy. Just a guy. And so when I saw him, he's playing well. I wanted to say to him face to face, like, hey, I know I said some things in the past I probably shouldn't have, and I'm sorry. That's what I wanted to say to him. His response, Mike Robb and Bucky, was ninja.
Ninja?
Yes, I'm using the word ninja. I'm just using the word ninja. I don't mess with you. And it was a curse word. And so I was like, all right. And then he repeated it. So I'll say it again. I'm sorry that I said you were a jag, just a guy who's an average wide receiver they use a first-round pick on that isn't doing anything. I hope today that you actually show up in a way that you haven't showed up in the last couple of years since they drafted you. So if you ever got a problem with Agent 89, I'm sorry for saying that you're an average wide receiver that they eventually will move on. And when teams call me and asking, should they trade for you, I will say no, don't trade for Jerry Jeudy because he's mentally unable to handle constructive criticism from people who watch specifically, can he be a wide receiver? He could be a wide receiver. He's a tier 3.
Wow. Wow. Jerry Jeudy. First, Rod Smith was a baller, Stoney. Not Jerry Rice, but he was a baller, Super Bowl champion. All he responded on the tweet was, guys getting paid, not doing anything, which is the truth. I still think Jerry Jeudy is the truth. He's just in an effed up system in Denver. Do you think Mark Schlereth was wrong coming over the top on Twitter saying to Jerry Jeudy, who clapped back, like, that's why you're on your couch? I didn't like that from Jeudy. He's retired. Of course, he's on the sideline, so I don't know what you're saying. He ain't unemployed.
How did you refer to the Broncos situation offensively?
It's a S show.
But I thought Russell Wilson had 12 touchdown passes and 4 picks.
Numbers lie. Russell was horrible.
So how many
last night.
touchdowns does Jeudy have?
I don't know, but it's not enough for what he's getting paid, and he's pretty irritated.
Well, he stuck it to Steve Smith.
Steve Smith tried to apologize for calling him a jag, just a guy, and he goes out there on the field, and before the game, Jeudy says, ninja, and it's a different word. Right. I don't mess with you twice, back off.
Right. And then he went at, and what can we get to the rest of the story? Yeah. Did you see what Jeudy did last night? 3 catches for 14 yards. Put that in your pipe and smoke it, Steve Smith. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Well, now you got material. But, I mean, come on, Jeudy. Like, everybody's not against you, man.
But this is one of those things that sometimes I struggle with. You did an unbelievably persuasive job last segment of explaining to Evan and I how Russell Wilson is actually getting it done. Like, their offense is pretty good. He's thrown 12 touchdowns in 5. Why isn't Jeudy the beneficiary?
I don't have that answer. That's above my pay grade, but I'm just going to tell you this because we're going to get into it. Stoney, the 12-4 for Russ, those are numbers. But if you watch their offense, especially when they need to do things, it's inept. But he has the 12-4, so it's bigger than numbers. There's something fundamentally wrong with the offense, and maybe it is Russ. I don't know. But, Stoney, Jerry Jeudy is not putting up numbers like a Brandon Ayuk, like these Justin Jefferson. So he's frustrated. But to be immature and not let Steve Smith apologize to you, that's where I just kind of get off the train. And then Mark Schlereth, you're in the business now. You got podcasts. You do a show in Denver. For you to come over the top, I agree. Maybe that set him off. And that's why I was asking you, Warrior-related or not, the old heads talking, would that bother you? If somebody came over out of nowhere, hey, Clay, you're shooting too much, and some random person tweets that, and then Barnett comes out of the woodwork, I agree. Now Clay and Barnett are going at it. Everybody's too sensitive, man.
Yeah, do you guys think it's tied into the discussion we were having earlier in the week about Dante Whitner's comments towards Dak Prescott saying Dak sucks? And a lot of players hearing that sound and maybe being sensitive, but also trying to kind of figure out why all these old players are coming down their roads.
Darryl Pollard told us the reason. Money.
Oh, man.
I think that's a big, big part of it. I really do. The thing about Steve Smith, though, is, I mean, he was going over to say, dude, I probably shouldn't have said something.
I appreciate that.
I mean, who the hell doesn't accept an apology other than Dibs? Apology not accepted. That's a bit that he used to do.
Yeah. Wow, Steiny, you're right. But maybe he's so mad.
About
because
what?
I'm about to tell you. He's watching Jamar Chase get 15 passes thrown his way, 18 attempts. He's watching Justin Jefferson. These guys, Steiny, it might be bigger than money. It's the fantasy aspect and component. Jerry Jeudy's, his input, am I saying he's perfect? No, but I think that's 90% of this. Like, dude, I'm capable. I played at Bama. I'm a baller, and I'm doing nothing.
How are we going to do crossover today? Are we going to be able to do it?
Yep, there's 4 cameras in the room.
Now, why would you say we couldn't with 100 mics staring us in the face?
Because
Evan's like, good question.
Because you don't know. Because not everything works right now.
Oh, okay.
That's obvious. Those guys back in that studio.
Dude, they got pizza out there. Randy's got pizza.
I know you're kidding.
Dude, he's got
This'll
the pie.
piss me off.
Yeah. Well, we're going to break in a minute.
I'm not going to eat during the show.
Well, we got a break.
No, and these guys, it probably won't save us any.
Now, that'll
That's
get
true.
me riled. Nah, that won't happen. They'll hook us up. Come on now.
By the way, my prediction is the 49ers will win a game very similar to the way the Chiefs won last night. They're going to cover, but it's going to be like 19-8.
Well, I'll tell you what. I hope that's Week 13 against Philly, because then that would be, hey, nothing went wrong here. Philly's they're in our way, but we beat them. But I don't see that happening in Cleveland, with no Deshaun Watson and their best offensive tackle, their starting offensive tackle.
Well, that's why they're only going to score 8 points.
Yeah.
Cleveland. See, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
And the 49ers have a good defense. So, in other words, I'm just reinforcing everything that you've brought to the table today. You said that Cleveland defense is going to be good.
I'm interested
So
to
I
see.
said, well, maybe they won't score 35 points. That's why I said 19. And then I'm thinking, well, Cleveland doesn't have any offensive players.
Yeah.
They're missing the best back in football and their quarterback.
They got
so
Amari.
maybe they'll have 8 points, 19-8. I think it's going to be 19-8. They got
Evan
who?
and I kind of got in Amari Cooper. Evan and I kind of, he don't know this. I know we're up against it.
We're not.
He said Kansas City's coasting. And
They are.
Steiny, outside of Kelsey, and Mahomes is my guy.
This is it. Here we go again.
Outside of Kelsey, I'm telling you, they're going to
Okay.
come up against a team. Oh, take 87 away.
And here we
you
go.
got nothing on the outside. I'm just telling
You
you.
want me to tell you why you're full of it?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why you're full of it.
Go ahead.
Because when the Kansas City Chiefs stub their toe a little bit and don't look great early in the season, they stink. They might not be good. They got a problem. But when the Warriors win a title and they start 3-7, it's fine. It's a
I don't
championship
get the
hangover,
comparison.
and they got pedigree, and don't worry about it.
Those
I
are like
cannot
my
stand this double standard.
If you listen to anything that comes out my pie hole,
Seriously.
coming into this season, I said, Steiny, I don't like the lack of weaponry
what
for
I'm
the
talking
Chiefs
about, Bay
outside
Area.
of Kelsey. And I just feel like they're struggling. They were in the
They
red
are
zone.
struggling because it's a Super Bowl hangover.
Defensively, they're not. Their defense has gotten better. Offensively,
Okay.
they had the ball in the red zone.
Why do you give the benefit of the doubt to the Warriors but not the Kansas City Chiefs?
Well, the Kansas City Chiefs are the defending Super Bowl champs.
Right. But I'm saying last year you gave the Warriors the benefit of the doubt when they got off to a
Yeah,
tough
but their
start.
culture took a hit. It was bigger than basketball.
You know what? Can you lose that phrase?
Actually, I'm like Spadoni. I
I
kinda
can't
like
stand
what
it,
I said.
actually. It's big. Like, okay.
Hey, when Spadoni said he liked it,
You know what?
I'm going to use that.
You know what? I can put an end to that. And I'll just say, explain what you mean, and you'll have trouble.
Please.
It's something that, you know what?
That's
it
my
sounds
view.
good.
Please.
It sounds good, Goo, but I'm going
I
to.
did a whole show on explaining what bothered me about last year. Oh, we can get into it.
With the Warriors?
Oh, my God.
No, because Steve Kerr and Steph Curry might be listening.
Our guys.
I don't want them to scare you
The
off.
chef.
All right, 888-957-9570. Evan giving the universal sign for time to take a break. And that means it's time to say Warrior basketball is back. And so is the Warrior Summit next Wednesday, October 18th. Join us at Fieldwork Brewing Company. Go ahead out and get your pizza. Welcome, Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro, 4 to 6 p.m. It's open to the public. 95.7 The Game. It's the Warriors Summit, Wednesday, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to...
I was. I got to get the volume levels right.
Dude, that pizza was great.
Yeah, we just had boss. Well, not the boss. I'm sure there's somebody more important than him. But somebody got us a pizza. Escape from New York.
Boy,
it's very good.
Yeah, great movie.
Very
too.
good. And now, ordinarily, Goo, I wouldn't have had any because I usually have a little bite to eat for breakfast, and then it'll hold me over till dinner. But I didn't have any breakfast today, so I had 2 little slices.
There you go. Oh, you had 2.
I did.
Oh, you went in.
Scarfed. My dad used to use that word. Did your dad ever use that word? It means just eat like a
he
pig.
called it greedy.
Scarfing down food. Yeah. You wanted to say something. Wait, we had something we were going to talk about.
Tibbs gave us a bombshell on somebody we talked about today.
It wasn't that. What? I said, I know what we're talking about, the last segment. But what was it about?
Well, Jared Judy?
No, it had nothing to do with sports. Nothing.
Denzel
the
Washington?
$120 a month.
Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Expensify.
You people.
Look at him, man.
You people out there that work in big buildings, tall buildings with a lot of floors. So apparently, how many floors we got on this? Like 20, 25? It doesn't matter.
Yeah, some of them.
25 floors. And we're on 10. 88 Kearney.
Hey, dude.
And
man.
no, so I guess they have something up on like the 18th floor. It's like a lounge.
Mm-hmm.
And according to sources, there's no way this is right. I'm sorry. You pay $10 a month and you can go up there and have a pop, like after work.
Or 6.
There's no way. $10 a month. It's like what they call in mortgages the nut. The nut is $10 a month. You still got to pay for the drinks. There's no chance.
It's incredible. We'll find out, Jack.
You're telling
Only
me
one way.
You're telling me Guru and I could post up at this lounge, throw a tenner out, and we're good.
I'm getting here at 6 a.m.
Is this common? People who work in office buildings?
Hey, dude, ask me what I'm doing after the show, after our show, after the after show.
We're going up to the Expensify Lounge.
After that.
Then you're going to take me to your car.
Yeah, after that.
Driving me back to my car.
I'm going to Fremont.
Why?
I got 2 cousins. Berkeley plays Washington High School at Tacfadena Stadium in Fremont, and they're playing each other, my 2 young cousins, so I'm going to go watch it.
Is that Pac-12?
Yeah, what is it?
Pac-12?
Excuse me, high school.
Oh,
Berkeley High, Washington High.
I can't think of anything I'd rather do less.
Because you don't like the
Watching
kids.
a high school. No, I don't.
Those are my cousins. Dom plays quarterback.
Let me guess.
Brian plays quarterback.
Let me guess.
Dom plays it all. Yes, Nighty.
Let me guess.
Not like high school, no contract, just passion.
Let me guess. Your nephews are part of that explosive 3rd unit.
Oh, no, I just told you. Brian's the quarterback. QB.
We're talking JVs?
Freshman. They're in the 9th grade.
Yeah, but you sold it like
I
it was a
played-
big varsity showdown.
Get back to me in a couple
Well,
years.
if he's playing
and
freshman-
Dom is playing safety,
So he's
laying the wood.
So he's got no shot of playing varsity as a sophomore.
Oh, no, this kid.
I did.
No, Steiny, they got guys
No,
looking
but I
at him.
did.
Both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Runs in the family. We have arms.
It's
I told you, we got to. Evan, if you knew how good I was at baseball and football, all of it.
Then why did you play JVs as a junior?
I didn't want to get hurt.
It is the ultimate.
How did you get that info?
I know it all. Skip.
Nah, no, I'm not Skip.
Did you play against Shooty Babbitt?
No.
Oh,
I
he
played
went to
against
Berkeley.
Darren Lewis. Remember the Giants center fielder? Played at Moreau, went to the pros. Yeah, he pitched.
They called him D-Lou. Yeah.
He wasn't even born.
He hit 236.
Shout out D-Lou. Saw him at Ibanez's party. He said he listens to the show.
Oh, I'm sorry. He was a hell of a player.
Yeah. What did you say?
He hit 236 one year.
Please, that dude could roam a center field with the best.
Right. I'm glad he didn't say line drive into the gap.
A's and Giants. He
Most
played
home
for.
runs D-Lou ever hit in a season.
12.
That. I'm going to guess 9.
But typical Steiny,
What?
all you care about is the long ball.
Basically.
Oh, my
What's
goodness.
baseball?
But, Evan, I went 12. He might have hit more.
You're both wrong.
It might be 6.
17.
8.
All right.
I was closer.
Highest batting average, E.
Might be
And
236.
I believe he owns a little gold glove.
Same season.
268.
He does have a gold glove.
Yeah.
268.
In which year? No, that's pretty impressive. 1998 with the Red Sox, played 155 games, hit 8 home runs, hit 268.
Dude, and
He
has
hit
a
it
gold
in
glove.
Fenway Park.
That's a great year.
Stop.
That is not
Wade
a great.
Boggs lived in Fenway, and he's a legend.
With all due respect, that is not a great year. I think this guy's a heck of a player.
You see the rest of this guy's career? No disrespect, but compared to the rest of his career, that is a great year.
Yeah.
Career season.
Dude, how many years? I believe how many years in the bigs?
13. Dude, that's a long time.
Put some respect on my man's name. Union City, stand up. D. Lou. Yeah, Steiny.
That guy's got a pension.
Yes, he does.
Talk to us.
You know who doesn't have a pension or didn't the last time I spoke to him? Brian Cardinal. Remember him?
The janitor?
I
custodian.
Hey, I loved his game.
Of course you did.
He was,
you and Eric Musselman.
I love guys like that, the hard hat dude.
Eric Musselman used to play Brian Cardinal in front of Mike Dunleavy just to get Mike Dunleavy mad.
Are you serious?
Yes. Of course, yes. Yes. What else you want to talk about? What else you want to really know about?
Are coaches that like...
I'm on one right now.
Hey,
Who do you
are
want to know
coaches
about?
really that like
Yes.
you would do that?
They're really that petty?
That
Yes.
is wow.
Yeah, they are.
I wish remember we talked to him a couple years ago.
You want his number? I'll give it to you right now. I'll
I
probably
didn't
get
ask
back to you
that.
in 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to see Berkeley High at Washington High.
Oh, boy. The Yellow Jackets.
You sound jealous. You could come.
No chance.
Yeah.
Playing pickleball.
Well, you were. Somebody got hurt.
Speaking of something I can't imagine doing.
Pickleball?
Yeah. I'm out.
I'm just so sick of society trying to reinvent sports because they're not good at other sports. Pickleball, you eat pickles. All of a sudden now it's pickleball, and all you've done is stolen off of tennis.
Well, paddleball was taken.
And what's the other new thing?
Ping pong?
No, the thing on ESPN where they show it
Hacky
like
sack?
No, it's worse than that.
Cornhole.
Oh, my
I
God.
thought you were going to say disc golf.
Cornhole.
Disc golf's pretty. I would play disc golf.
You would play disc golf.
I'm being real.
So
guys.
would you.
What is that?
You got that
Evan,
part
what is
hippie
that?
thing going.
What's that?
It's
Lord.
golf with a disc.
Use a frisbee.
That's called frisbee.
No, you're trying to.
Oh my God!
You play.
This is what we do.
You play on a golf course, honestly. Oh, Roberta.
Hey,
Roberta, how you doing? Oh no, we're not ready for Roberta.
Oh,
sorry, it hadn't been screened.
Steiny.
Call hasn't been screened.
Why would you play frisbee on a beautiful golf course?
No,
seriously.
It doesn't have to be a hot take right here. It's a fun little sport. How
about activity? I don't know if it's a sport.
What do you mean? Neither's golf.
But frisbee's frisbee no matter where you play it.
That's why it's called frisbee golf. All right, let's try. Somebody's got to. Okay, let's.
That bothers me.
Hello.
Steinmetz,
hey,
Steinmetz and Guru, you guys are both doing a great job.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, man. Hey, everybody loves singing Steiny. So, and you guys were saying it the other day. I'm surprised it didn't dawn on you because Guru referenced the album the other day, The Chronic, about somebody's chronic. I forget what player, chronic injury. But Steiny, you could totally do this for Guru. Flex your hip. What's the difference between me and Goo? Me and Goo. You familiar, Dr. Dre?
Oh wow, I'll let you handle it.
I have no idea.
This dude's a pervert.
I have no idea.
Man. Guru, man, you got to hit Steiny up to
I'm
Chronic
trying.
2001.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Dre, Eminem, Exhibit.
Oh, they're from NWA, right? Yeah, I remember them. We got a break? I don't feel like
You never seen that movie, huh?
What?
NWA. Just came out about 4 years ago.
I saw Boys in the Hood.
Well, Straight Outta Compton is the name.
I saw Boys in the Hood. We got to go,
All
Goo,
right.
but hold it. Red and gold. Hey, NFL Week 6 is here. So is our red and gold coverage. The game is Sunday at 10 o'clock. You can hear Lorenzo Neal, Evan Giddings. They'll get you started at 8 for the kickoff show, starting at 8 a.m. Overtime afterwards with Mark Grandy and Evan Giddings. And before and after every single game, you can hear the red and gold report right here on 95.7 The Game.
Attention Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for a game-changing experience with local Arena Tix. A family of 4 saves about $150 when attending the favorite Bay Area sports game. Sign up now at localarenatix.com and enjoy a 30-day free trial. Visit localarenatix.com now.
When you wanna have fun and have scratchers to scratch, there's a playful way you can do just that. Scratch with the key or acrylic nail. Scratch with the quill from a porcupine tail. Use a belt buckle from your friend Lamar, or scratch with your pick while you play guitar. You can scratch in a bunch of different playful ways. Scratchers from the California Lottery. A little play can make your day.
Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas? ¿Cómo te llamas? ¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Do you ever feel like your life is going round and round in circles? Like you want to move forward in your relationships and your career, but life just seems to take you for a ride. Thankfully, California Psychics can help. Whenever you find yourself spiraling into uncertainty, our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to move forwards in life. California Psychics is the psychic service more people trust. That's why we can guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. So, there's never been a better time to give our service a try.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru now joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley.
It's a party,
New
baby.
studio here, downtown San Francisco. What they call FIDI. Dibs, have you ever heard FIDI? Well, I can't hear you. FIDI Financial District.
That's Willard.
According to Joe Shasky.
Willard, have you heard FIDI?
I had never heard that before.
That is
No,
incredible.
I
That's
had
mine.
never heard that.
That's my Mophie. Thank you.
Your Mophie.
Somebody's got to get Dibs turned up.
Let's
Turn
put
it
the-
up
Oh,
now.
gosh.
Okay.
No, don't do that.
Willard, can I
Don't
put
do
the
that.
rat on the table
Please
early?
do not yell into your mouth.
Can I come out with
Okay,
a rat
okay.
on the table early?
Yes, you can.
These cameras are a blessing from the radio god.
I
I have lost 20. Dude, this is great.
No joke. This is not me like being
You don't need it.
opportunistic on the
Yeah.
moment. No. No joke. On the air yesterday, we said we can't wait until Guru is here tomorrow. The man's on the soda diet. Combined with these cameras, you're not going to even recognize the man.
Man.
And so
No more Tracy Morgan.
we're here.
Denzel on line
and
one, dude.
Congratulations to everybody who lost north of 10 pounds yesterday on this radio station. It's at least half of us, and the other half. We're now slumming it with the rest of you. Now our bodies are not a wonderland. They are what they are, and we go
I
and
like
we go from there.
myself with
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Dibs, I love it. Yeah.
I still look a little lumpy.
You
Quite
look good,
frankly.
Steiny.
Thank you. We got it. Okay. Oh, yeah, you just got ad lib. Oh, sorry, Mark.
No.
Sorry, Mark.
Because I got some.
Hey,
go ahead.
No, Deshaun Watson. Come on. What are we doing?
Yeah.
It's like I was going to. Need Goo. What do you? Brock
traffic.
Purdy.
Yeah.
Really good player.
Yeah. Dude, I'm mad Deshaun's not playing, but I'm excited, Willard, again. We had Daryl Pollard on earlier. He was talking
Yeah, he was
about
good.
Joe Montana, and he's on a thread with former NFL players.
I saw this quote.
Okay, and
Yep.
that's all we need to say. No shocker. But I want to see Brock go up against the number one on paper rated Browns. That's enough for me Sunday. I know they're going to just dismantle the offense, the Niners D. We got okay, but this is a test for Brock on the road.
Sure.
10 a.m.
I mean, I am sort of like, for me, last weekend was the last quote unquote test that we need to see passed.
It was actually his second time passing.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's passed all the tests, and 3 weeks ago, Kyle Shanahan said, "Look, it's been too long to still be having this conversation,"
Man.
and it is. And so I don't look at it through that lens. I get what you're saying. It's a cross country trip and an early start and Myles Garrett and a hard defense, and it's the NFL. So sure, I want to see this team every time they play. I can't wait to see the 49ers every time they suit up right now because they're the best team in the NFL. We were just sitting in the other room. Maybe you guys can answer this. We were having a conversation about who scares you, and this is based on watching the Chiefs last night. Now, I've already said out loud that Brock Purdy's having a better year than Patrick Mahomes. Shannon Sharp's out there today talking about how Brock's not as good as Patrick, and it's like, duh. That's not news.
Okay.
That's not a hot take. So this is not to say that anyone's better than Patrick Mahomes. He's the face of the league. But the 49ers would can the Chiefs right now if those two teams played football against one another.
No doubt about it.
They would can the Chiefs, potentially and maybe probably by double digits. That offense is not moving the same way. And
they got one option. It's
they have
87,
one weapon,
and they're running.
They have one weapon.
There's no doubt
and
about
so,
that.
And so we can use the same conversation that we use about Brock and use it for every quarterback.
Man.
Which is if you take all of their weapons and the good stuff around them away, they're not going to be as good.
So wait, you're saying that a good team is only a good team if they have good players
Correct.
around a good quarterback?
And now that's a hot take, isn't it, Dibs?
Man, sizzling. Where's the bacon sound? The
Like
old school
this.
bacon sound.
I've never heard the word can.
It's
For
short
pounding
for
somebody.
it's short for S-canned. You know when you get S-canned?
Yeah. I mean,
and you know
it's
the
just-
S. Yeah.
Mollywop.
Yeah. He's using the shorthand, which is canned, which I like. It's a rare thing of Willard's that I actually like because
Very
it's
rare.
it's blank canned, and you can't
Yes.
say the blank, and you could say S-canned, but you just say canned.
Yeah.
I got you.
And they got canned.
Fair enough.
They got canned like a Del Monte tomato.
Nice. You probably like that, don't you, Go?
Yeah, I'm giving him a 4.
Well, it's Willard, so I'll take a 3, and it's his 4.
I'm just excited, guys.
I'm not
me
scared of anyone in the AFC.
No.
At all. The Philadelphia Eagles, right now, to me, we're only 5 games in. That's the conversation.
And what if I told you
those are the two teams?
I want to trump Philly and say Red Cross is their biggest opponent, and it's health. I mean, that's where I'm at.
Of course
And
it is.
I was in your living room last January watching the Super Bowl with
Christie's,
the lovely
but okay.
Christie
Yep.
and the kids.
I can't afford that
And
house.
Patrick Mahomes made sushi out of mincemeat. It was incredible on one win. It's the chickens have come home to roost.
Wait, chickens too?
Hey, they don't have enough weaponry. And I'm not saying they can't go back. They're laboring. They were in the red zone, Willard, all night.
Yeah.
I'm like, you don't want to see the Niners.
They're just really young. Like, even that receiving core last year, while it was sort of unimpressive.
You had Juju.
Well, you had Juju, you had Marquez Valdez-Scantling.
Oh, yeah.
You had a bunch of guys who are not ones, but a bunch of guys who've been around the block.
But you had a one thrown it to you, so that made you better.
Yeah, I mean, now when you're trying to figure out on a weekly basis whether Rashee Rice, Sky Moore, or like, who knows who it is that's supposed to be good. There's a guy named Justin, I think. Is there a Justin?
Couple of them.
You know, whatever. It's like nobody knows
Justin
who that core
Wilson.
is. Yeah, or Watson, I think it is. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
He got hurt, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Hey, real quick, just forget about sports for a minute.
Uh-oh.
So you guys have toured this building, right?
We have.
Have you been up on the floor where the lounge is?
Oh, no, I've not been on any floor.
Are you
other than-
kidding me?
than this
Yeah,
one.
I went to the lounge,
I didn't go.
and they said it's like Spendify or Thirstify.
Expensive.
There's a bar, Willard.
Whatever it is.
With
Yeah,
rooms.
but I've been hearing about this, but
Okay.
I've not gone.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Well,
Why do you ask?
because
We're gonna be
getting,
there in a
we're getting
few.
different kind of information. There's a
Well, I can
monthly,
tell you my experience.
There's a monthly fee apparently,
Make me
Yeah.
but it doesn't mean it's all you can drink. It just means you can get in there and have a drink that you pay for.
I
think.
figured you would let us know.
Well,
All he
Kenny,
cares
the
about.
institution,
Yeah.
Wardell,
Junior.
yes, said,
Although I don't know if he dropped the junior like Mike Dunleavy
that
was trying to
what
drop
did
the
you think of
junior.
that? I love it.
Which, until I hear it from Mike Dunleavy Jr. himself, he is junior.
Right.
why would you want to drop that? Just
Only if you were mad at your dad. Honestly.
That's not true.
But your thoughts when you heard
Because-
that?
Why would he want to drop the junior?
Because he's in his 40s and he doesn't want to be called junior.
But-
it sounds like you're being patted on the head.
His
He's a
father,
grown man with a general manager job in the National Basketball Association.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. goes to bed at night and dreams of having the career that his father had in the association.
But you're putting thoughts and dreams in his head.
I'm not putting anything in his head.
He doesn't want to be junior. It has
Then
no-
when he says that, then I will go with it.
I believe that.
have
I
another-
believe that he has.
I have another
Yeah.
level to this, believe it or not.
Ken Griffey Jr., did he drop the junior?
Of course not.
No, of
want
course
to.
not. Right,
How about
because his
this?
dad's an institution.
My sources have told me that Dunleavy within the offices is referred to as Junior. They
Like-
call him Junior. Hey,
Just-
Junior.
Yeah.
Well,
Maybe he's trying to get rid of that.
maybe he's maybe he doesn't want that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now he's in position to do it.
Because it had to come from him.
There have been a lot of people in sports, and I would imagine outside of sports, they get called something for years while they're just like,
Right.
they're coming up. And
Or
then
you get called Iggy when your name is Iguodala.
and you don't like it.
No.
And
Thank
so
you.
at a certain
I've
point,
never called him that.
you have enough cachet to step forward and be like, I actually don't want to be called that anymore.
Sure.
So maybe that's where we are. I haven't heard it directly either.
All right, but
But didn't like an email go out?
Well,
from the Warriors or
Bonte said he
something?
got an email.
Yeah,
on
Bonte
something.
got an
Okay,
email.
so we're going from a Bonte email to a Steiny and
Well,
Guru
he's become more
segment
important, Diz,
to a
the
crossover
organization.
to me.
So now people are going to be calling your name more often than they ever have. in
Right,
press release,
right.
Reports. So he probably was like, you know what? Let's just cut the junior off because I'm Mike Dunleavy.
Apologies to Bonte's email inbox. I'm going to wait until I get something that's more
got you.
concrete. And I love Bonte, and
Right here.
I love his
Did you
inbox.
see his Bar
No,
Chronicles this
hang on,
morning?
hang
Did
on,
you see his video?
I'm emailing
Might have
Dibs.
missed it.
Hang on, I'm going to email him right now. Dan
Yeah,
Dibley.
yeah.
Please.
What are you gonna
He's not
email
going to
him?
expect it. It's not
please
during his
call
show.
Well,
Mike
hey, thank you.
Dunleavy.
And an email.
Junior.
So now the
Just
email from you is based on a
Dunleavy.
Bonte email. So now we're third
No,
generation.
I'm just sending it to tick you off. It's
you
not for
send it.
Anyway, so it's
And
in your
that's-
inbox now.
Yes. And
So now you've received it.
And your commands move
He
me
really sent it. I
rarely.
love
So this would be one of those times where you get sent to spam, And, we're going to move forward.
Remember,
I'm
Patrick
fascinated by that.
Mahomes does not like Pat. And it took him a second before he came out and was like, don't call me Pat Mahomes.
Sure.
He doesn't want to be called Pat Mahomes.
Okay.
His dad was Pat Mahomes. So he's Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Yeah. Fine. You get to be called what you want to be called.
You sure do.
I agree with that.
Yeah. If I call you Dan, you tighten up. And, it's your name. And you tighten up. We have a nickname for it, a Dan Day.
It's because, Mark, and I shared this with you privately and publicly, that when you use my name, it has different implications and ramifications. So when you do that, and you do it with intention, it makes me feel a certain kind of way. And you know that,
and
Mark.
So I
you know that.
And so I don't do it unless I have those intentions, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or unless you're trying to tweak me.
Those are my intentions. That's what I'm saying.
Well, normally the implication is that it's going to be of a serious nature. So when you do it and it's not serious, it kind of dumbs down. It's like The Boy Who Cried Dan in essence. But that's
Junior
okay.
and The Sopranos did it well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Junior.
Yeah.
Yeah, Guru will go with Matt when he wants to try to get under my skin.
Oh, boy. Speaking of which,
it doesn't.
Can we get to the young lady from MLB
Matthew.
Network?
Alana Rizzo.
She is just public enemy number one. How dare her come with this? Okay, first the apology. I'm going to go there. That was a mandate. Stoney's like, Goo, maybe.
Great apology.
Oh, my
How
God.
can you talk
5-star.
about people in the dibs?
She was reading it straight from the BBWAA.
Oh, my good. Somebody got to her. Like, you want to continue
Somebody,
to
about 20 people got to her.
I just couldn't believe the energy she had and the entitlement of how better you are. And you blogger. I mean, can we play it, Steiny?
I can't.
Oh, okay.
But they can probably in there. We're in a new studio, dude. A lot of new
My
things.
bad.
Even though we're in the new studio,
Yeah.
let me do
Well,
it. You're
gotta-
listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch. and
That
YouTube.
offended me, Will.
Powered
Dibs.
by First NorCal Credit Union.
Scripted.
It offended me,
Nice.
man.
It
And the
should've.
apology was just like, get out of here.
Well,
with
and
that.
because we can't,
Yeah.
because Steiny can't play it, just to let people know who don't know what we're talking about, she basically made comments that insinuated this was all based on that Orlando Arcia thing.
Right.
So you have something that's said in open air in
And
a
what
locker
did he
room.
say?
He ripped Bryce Harper for getting too far off the base and getting thrown out. Like he kind of made fun of him.
Yeah,
like, thanks a lot, Bryce.
Atta baby, Bryce.
And-
Way to go.
right,
Way to help
okay?
us out.
So
Like
that gets overheard by reporters on the scene. It gets reported, then it becomes a thing. Now Bryce Harper the next night hits a home run and stares down Orlando Arcia, and the Braves have this feeling like, oh, that ignited the Phillies to take us out 3-1, and it has sparked a debate. Kevin Gausman, in fact, was one of the players cited by Alano Rizzo
saw that.
for
man,
coming out and
KG.
saying, this is a sacred space, our locker room. You should not report something unless it is coming from a direct conversation with you. I love Kevin Gausman, but he's flatly wrong. Like, flatly 1,000% wrong.
What are we doing?
If the clubhouse is a sacred space, then don't invite us in.
Thank you.
It's that simple. And you all, people don't know this, those clubhouses have offshoot rooms that actually are their sacred space. You'll have couches and TVs and lounges for players to have their own time. There's family rooms where the reporters are not allowed. If a professional ball player damn well knows that if reporters are present, you do not say anything that you don't want public unless you specifically say this is off the record. No different than when they go to a bar where phones are present and they know that they better watch their behavior. So for her, the other side to it is this, and maybe our listeners care less.
She belittled everybody.
This is this. Called the guy a jack-off. So listen, for maybe listeners don't care about this, but those of us in the media, I do, because there are times in my life where I have been able to be there on the daily. And then there are times where either I can't / my job doesn't ask me to. So for instance, this became a thing in the Farhan Zaidi conversation in the dugout 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I felt like Bonte got called out by one of the Giants beat writers. We don't need to go too deep into it. But an article the very next day accused certain people in that dugout for grandstanding, showing up once a year in the end to ask pointed questions. Some of our jobs / lives do not call for or allow us to be there on the daily like a beat writer is hired to do. That does not mean that we have not earned our access, that our credential is not totally above board, and that when there is a big moment at the end of the year, we are not invited, fair, and should be able to ask questions. That is absolutely, unequivocally the way this works. I have a show till 6 o'clock, and I'm a single dad of 3 children at home. I can't go to the damn game as much as I want.
But
I'd
you
love
shouldn't
to be
have
there.
to explain yourself to anybody.
And I was not the one being called out, at least I don't think.
Right.
Maybe I was, because the names were left out of the article. But that was an unfair veiled shot. Alana's was an unfair unveiled shot.
So, real quick before I pass it, somebody's going to take the time to do my math, Steiny, on how many times I show up. You know what I do. You know I have a voice. I didn't sneak in here. How dare somebody do my math to tell me how many days of the daily grind I like? What good does that do anybody to do somebody else's math?
The answer is
I'm credentialed
61%. Yeah, if you're not there 61% of the time, you don't get to report on anything that you hear. Wow, man. It's just a joke.
Yeah,
Okay.
the issue, the only real issue is if you would show up, or Mark had shown up at that scrum and asked the first question right out of the gate. Because there are people that are there all the time.
All right, okay, wow.
And so it was but that's just common courtesy. That's not even a professionalism. That's like,
it's a deference.
Exactly.
Right.
And that I did not know.
Yeah,
you agree with that, Willard?
Well,
Like
I think
somebody should go first.
It's
who's been
unspoken.
covering the whole year.
I don't think there's rules about who asks first, but there is a respect in a situation like that. Farhan Zaidi's talking at the end of the year. If Slusser or Bags or Pabs or John Shea, if they're sitting right next to Farhan and they would like to lead the conversation, absolutely the rest of us are going to take a step back because they are the most in the know and the relationship has been built the most. After that, we're all people with credentials.
After that, and in
we're
this
all people with
case,
credentials.
this case is an open forum where
In the
you're-
dugout.
No, you're in the locker room. This
okay.
Arcia thing.
Okay, yeah.
You're in the locker room, and if he's going to shout out or if he's going to talk to where not just the one reporter was the one who heard it, multiple reporters heard what he was saying about Bryce Harper. When you're talking like that in open forum, it is on the record. And if, like Mark said, if you want to go in the private family room or in the back, and if you want to go somewhere else privately and express those feelings about Bryce, you can. But when you say these things in the locker room, when you know reporters are there, it's fair game. That's the way it goes.
I agree.
And it wasn't nothing that
Totally
heavy.
agree.
No,
if you say
it was great,
and you're mocking,
actually.
stand on it. What
Exactly.
And then you're
Put
doing
your
the little
name
Mickey
on
Mouse
it.
last night. And shout out to Ronald Acuna for telling Arcia basically grow
Trying,
up.
yeah.
Quit. Come on, man. We're down. But I just don't get if what Steiny said, if that's how it's done, kind of inside baseball, then everybody would know, okay, I can't ask a question until Steiny goes, who's cut. But if that ain't set in stone, why
It's
are
not set
feathers
in stone, but
ruffled or cheap shots taken?
It's probably set in paper mache, and they're two different things. Like the Arcia thing in a locker room, open season. If you are the Braves reporter and you're there every single day and you hear it, you may not report on it because you have a relationship with him and you know that it might come across as embarrassing, and so you might hold that and you might not report on that. That is journalistic decision making based on you, the reporter. But when you say that in open forum, somebody like a quote-unquote blogger who's there for the first time might take it and run with it. And the thing about the Farhan presser in the dugout, Mark and Bonte and other people who aren't there, like Sam Loveman or whoever,
that was a
you're
big
not
deal.
there every day.
Right.
And like Mark could have stepped forward and asked the first question and tried to like strong arm the whole thing, but he knows better. That's not his role. You know, your role in that spot is you let the people who are there every day lead the way, and then when there's a spot, and Mark waited, I listened to the whole thing, and Mark was like in the 5 hole, and then he asked a question in like the 9 hole, and then he asked another one in like the 14 hole. He picked his spots.
So
It's 'cause
that's why
Mark
the
knows what
cheap
he's
shots
doing.
came because they felt like it was out of sequence.
Oh, no.
Not out of sequence,
No,
just
the
maybe a little
shots.
bit
I'm
strong-handed.
pretty sure the shots
That's
weren't at
weak,
me. I don't
man.
even
That
know
is
if they
so
were
weak.
directed at one individual.
weak.
But this is a thing that to me comes off as elitism and quite frankly, it's just snooty. It's like the idea that my job is to be a beat writer and I'm here every day. Therefore, my credential is more important than everybody else's, or everybody else's. Like, you don't have a right to either be there or report on what you see. Everybody knows that when you get to the end of the year in the playoffs, the requests go up. It's a bigger event. It's more important.
And there was drama going on.
Right. More people are showing up. And Orlando Arcia knows damn well that if there are people present in the locker room, you better watch what you say. I wonder if he felt like it was unfair that videos of him acting like a complete idiot in the dugout last night, egging on fans in Philadelphia.
So yeah.
I wonder if that was fair game.
No.
Because he was acting like an idiot there, too.
Not fair game when you're in the top step and gesturing to fans.
When Ronald Acuna had to come over and calm his own teammate down.
He did it twice.
So, look, obviously this guy is run by emotion, and that's fine. That's wonderful in sports. I love that in a player. He doesn't have anything to apologize for, but he certainly does not have the right to come down anybody's road.
What's funny is he's now making those Mickey Mouse faces today, according to my sources, and it's okay because he's actually at Disney World in Orlando. So,
as somebody who's
it's a long way to get there. I tried hard.
Yeah, and it's just some insight for you guys as somebody who's conquered all kinds of forms of media. There is some acrimony among the radio people, the print journalists, and the television people, and sometimes that can spill over.
Sure.
And luckily for me, I have the respect of all three because, like I said, it's a field that I've conquered.
Yeah. Give us your example that you gave in the break room of Don Nelson, because that shocked me, man.
Well, Don Nelson used to always come out after a game, and he would say, "Beat writers first."
Couple of beers in his hands.
Yeah, and in his pockets. He would. Always a light beer.
Beat writers first.
But he was so savvy that there might be somebody at a game who's doing a feature on Mikel Petrus, France. Yeah. So right after a game, you don't go, "Hey, Don, how's Mikel Petrus been adjusting to life in America?"
It's just totally random.
Oh, well, let's get
Beat writers first.
Yeah.
And then you ask about the game.
Yeah.
And then you come out with a, yeah, Donna,
Nelly was a genius at making you feel about 2 inches tall.
Of all the coaches you covered with the Warriors, from your Cowens to Nelly to E. Muss to, I think you got a piece of Mike Montgomery.
Yeah.
Who gave you the most love and who gave you the least love? Boy, that's a great question.
Nelly was tough. Nelly would always, if any time he didn't like a question.
Brian Winters go in on you?
I love Brian Winters. Worst winning percentage of any coach in NBA history. That's a fact, by the way. Had the unfortunate job of coaching the Grizzlies, Vancouver, and then the Warriors.
Yikes.
Nelly used to always just say, "Did you even watch the game?" Yeah, and here's the worst thing. All the writers then laughing at something that's not funny. All your so-called buddies. Hey, Steinmetz, he got you there.
That's how you do for the
Janie who clowning you?
Yeah. Actually, that Mike Montgomery was, he had a little sarcastic side to him. No doubt about it. But I like Mike a lot. He's a good guy.
Hey, Willard, you're from.
Sorry, I didn't answer you.
Both of you guys from the
of
Bay.
course not.
I was bragging on my city, Union City, and Darren Lewis. How cold of an outfielder was he defensively? Darren Lewis. Well, from Union City, played at Monroe High School. That's my guy.
Wait, he's from the Union, but he went to Monroe?
Yeah, played at Monroe.
Man, the one who got away. Went to Hayward.
But he got to the league.
Yeah.
I telling Steiny he was a bad center fielder.
Yeah? Like bad, like Michael Jackson, meaning good.
Gold glove.
Yeah,
there you go.
Okay.
He was one of the guys. Like we
A's and
we
Giants.
excited about Darren Lewis.
That's
Darren
all.
Lewis.
Put some respect
Darren
on my
Lewis
man's
feels
name.
like that was about the start of the long line of Giants homegrown outfielders who we were excited about that never really turned into much. And I say that with the respect that Darren Lewis actually did do some things.
No doubt he did.
In the bigs. He did better than most.
13 years.
Yeah, but
Marvin Bernard.
But he wasn't a star.
That's all name.
That homegrown outfield star that we've been waiting for.
But to get to the
since
pros,
I was born.
Yeah.
He's fantastic. Fantastic.
Now, you played D3.
Shoulder bags on, huh?
Shoulder bags on.
No, he's ready.
It's payday Friday.
Yeah.
Did you, I'm sorry, though. Did you want to talk about my career?
No, I was saying, well, we're
Did
done.
you have questions about my
I would say
basketball career?
We're done.
Beat writers first, please.
That's a good one. All right, gentlemen, you have a great show. Have a great
Report
weekend.
back on what the all-you-can-drink status is upstairs.
Look at the glow in his eyes.
You guys have a great
Yeah, all right.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we are. Indeed, it is a Friday to all of you people. If you're getting out of work a little early, maybe you never went, a little happy hour action for all of you out there. Hang with us, and we'll get you to the finish line. So a happy Friday to everybody, and a football Friday as well, as the Niners get ready to take on the Cleveland Browns in a game that, quite frankly, Dibs, I never love it when the tone starts to get where I believe it has arrived, which is
where?
Whatever, piece of cake. Niners are going to win this one by 3 touchdowns, maybe 4. They might, but I think what goes along with sort of one of the narratives we've been talking about, which is stop worrying about January, stop even worrying about Philly in December. Go week by week and enjoy the hell out of this ride. I think what goes along with that is don't assume that every week is going to look like the last. And I very much feel that way this weekend. I think the Niners will do great.
Yeah.
But this is a different game. And we don't need to be reminded in the NFL that every single game is a threat. We see it every single week. Every game is a threat. So I'm going to go into this one with the same kind of excitement that I went into the last one with. Maybe not quite that much, but you get what I'm saying.
I get exactly what you're saying, and every game is equally important in terms of 1 out of 17, and it should be a fairly easy game in terms of the point spread, and they've got a third-string quarterback, and their defense is good, but no defense has been up to the task of stopping or slowing this Niner offense. So how would the Niners possibly lose this game? To me, it's 3 turnovers, and they have 2 through 5 games. So are they going to suddenly get sloppy and Shanahan's going to get careless and a lot of penalties and turnovers? I don't see it, but to me, that's the way that this game would go if you were going to find your way on the losing side.
Yeah, no doubt. And then we got all kinds of stuff coming out of last night as well. We were throwing out that idea of who scares you. And I know that as Brock Purdy gets all this national attention and people try to figure out where to put him on the board, a board that, by the way, doesn't even exist. We know who the standard-bearing quarterback is in this league. It's Patrick Mahomes. But if I watched that game last night, and I've watched all the Chiefs games this year, that doesn't look very different than the other games that they've played so far this year. They looked really, really great one time, and it was at home against the Bears when the Bears couldn't even complete a forward pass. I don't know what happened to the Bears the next 2 weeks.
Right.
They've looked a whole lot better.
Well, Justin Fields is channeling Al Davis.
Yeah.
They're running the 9 route every time.
Well, he finally just said, instead, you remember the Rams said F them picks? Justin said F them coaches.
Seriously, F that playbook.
Yeah, we're just hawking it downfield and see what happens. But anyway, bottom line is this. You look at the Bills' injuries and whatever it is that looks like it's lost its dynamic feel in Kansas City, I mean, yeah, who scares you? Not them.
No.
And that has nothing to do with Brock being this, that, or the other versus Patrick. Mahomes is the face of the league, and nothing's changing that. But that team that I watched last night, I'd love it if the Niners play that team in the Super Bowl because the Niners would kick that team's butt.
Well, short week, and ultimately they came out with the victory, and you did what you needed to do to win the game. But that's not a Kansas City offense that I'm familiar with, one that's super vertical and super exciting. And you and I talked about it, and I don't even know if we call it the green room anymore. We were in the Pizza Palace is where we were because shout out our boss. Look, I brought pizza. And I do want to thank him for that because it filled the belly up real nice. But you and I were talking about Kansas City, and this is what you get when you have a quarterback making $45 million or whatever he's making now with his rejiggered contract. He's making that big, big money, and you're left with Rashee Rice, who he did all right for me in fantasy. I was looking for a little bit more.
I was watching.
Looking for a little more.
Wait, you had something else, though, last night, too, didn't you?
Well, and we'll get to that.
Okay.
It was a guy
I can't remember. Oh, was it?
Steve Smith Sr.
Oh, that's right. You had him.
It's a guy that Steve Smith Sr. or Jr., I'm not sure which Steve Smith was coming down his road. But, yeah, my guy is a victim of his quarterback, Jerry Jeudy. We'll get to that. But Kansas City, you pay your quarterback all that money, and you're left with a tight end. I go on too many dates. And thank you. That's what people say. Good to see her in the crowd. And he's amazing. He's a Hall of Famer. Mahomes is a Hall of Famer. And then you got Pacheco, Rice, Kadarius Drop-A-Lot, Sir Drop-A-Lot, and a bunch of nothing. So that's just be careful what you wish for, Niner fans, in terms of your quarterback, because in 3 years, your quarterback is going to be that quarterback, and you're not going to be surrounded by all these baubles.
Well, we'll see what they're surrounded by.
You're right,
because,
cap schmap.
Well, check this out. Let's talk about Jerry Jeudy for a second, who did not do much for your fantasy squad. Thank you, Jerry.
I would have sat him, but Kansas City's defense stinks.
Not last night they didn't.
Well, the problem is Russell Wilson is god-awful.
The Denver Broncos are in a very bad way.
Sean Payton should be fired.
Well, my gosh, he's coached 6 games. You want to fire him already?
I wanted to fire him 2 weeks ago, Mark.
I mean, the funny thing is
he's a fraud.
He's doing a lot better than the last Denver coach did.
Barely.
Well, but
and he mocked the last Denver coach, and he's not doing any better.
And then
they 1-5,
and then they lost directly to him. They gave a game ball to Nathaniel Hackett because Peyton came down his road. But I will say this, as bad as Peyton looks this year and as bad as Hackett looked last year, what do I start to feel when I see one coach go in there and look poor, another coach goes in there and looks poor? What's the common thread here? Maybe it ain't the coach. Russ, you cooked. You cooked.
Man.
I mean.
Let Russ cook?
No, Russ, you cooked.
Let Russ be cooked.
That's the way it looks. But anyway, Jerry Jeudy. Once upon a time, Jerry Jeudy.
A fairy tale.
He was someone you 49er fans really, really wanted. You wanted him with that first-round pick in 2020. That first-round pick that the 49ers received in exchange for DeForest Buckner that sat at number 13 in the draft, and then they moved down so that the Bucs could come up and take Tristan Wirfs. The 49ers ended up with the 14th pick in the draft. And as Commissioner Goodell walked to the podium, and many people went, is it going to be Jerry Jeudy or is it going to be CeeDee Lamb? And the answer was neither. It was Javon Kinlaw. And I know that Kinlaw has had an injury-riddled and disappointing career so far. However, doing some very interesting things this year, and he may finally be getting his career going, fingers crossed. But put that aside for a second. Everybody knew the 49ers needed to address the receiver position. How you like them now? I have heard forever that the 49ers keep whiffing on first-round picks. Oh, they're great in the 4th and the 5th. But, boy, do they mess up that first round, unless, of course, you're talking about Nick Bosa. Okay, let's dive into that first round, 2020.
Javon Kinlaw, come on. Stop defending it.
Followed by?
Jerry Jeudy went next. CeeDee Lamb they could have had.
Uh-huh.
They could have had Justin Jefferson.
They could have had Justin Jefferson.
They could have drafted Brandon
Exactly.
Ayuk.
And so now...
Ayuk? Oh, wait, they did.
No one will question that Justin Jefferson was the best receiver in that draft because he is now the best receiver in the game. No one will question that.
Well, not currently.
Well, he's hurt.
Yeah.
But no, he's definitely the best receiver in the game. But Brandon Ayuk was not just picked 25. Brandon Ayuk was the 5th wide receiver taken in this draft. And I will
6th,
argue.
Actually.
Am I missing someone?
Henry Ruggs behind bars.
Good Lord. Exactly. I forgot the first wide receiver taken in
Ruggs,
this draft.
Jeudy Lamb, Reagor, Jefferson, Ayuk.
Jalen Reagor. Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
The Eagles took him one pick before Jefferson, knowing they needed a receiver.
Oops.
It's worked out. The Eagles have ended up with a great receiving core now.
Yeah.
And Reagor ended up as a teammate with Justin Jefferson in Minnesota. But the bottom line is Brandon Ayuk at pick 25, the 6th receiver taken in this draft, and you can go through the whole draft and look at all the receivers, because I did. Justin Jefferson's the number 1 wide receiver in this draft. Brandon is 2, in my opinion. You can put him up next to CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
And
we did that earlier last week.
I understand where the numbers are there, but I also understand what I think your eyes and your mind tell you about those 2 receivers. CeeDee Lamb is very good, but you're losing nothing in going from CeeDee to Brandon at minimum.
Number 2.
They're pretty much like you. That's if you want to call it interchangeable, go ahead. The Niners nailed that as far as the way they played the wide receiver position. Even if you don't love Kinlaw, they ended up with both. So you look at Judy now, who's a part of former wide receivers, ripping him on national TV. The Niners nailed this. And Dibs, you may forget, do you remember who else they got in this draft?
I'd have to scroll down, but I know they got Javon Kinlaw.
Take you all the way to round 7. You remember who they got?
Oh, I'll scroll. Scrolling.
Anybody remember who they picked in the 7th round that year?
I'll remember as soon as I see it. Oh,
Keep
yeah.
going.
Yeah. Third down and Juwan.
That would be their 3rd best wide receiver on this team.
Yeah.
And if you go through the whole list of everyone who was picked in the 4th and the 5th and the 6th, Juwan Jennings is also a top 10 receiver in this draft with the way that it's played out in their NFL careers. So from that position, which was a position of need that year, go back to also even earlier than that when they got Debo, targeted him in round 2 the year before that. That's one position where the 49ers have drafted their entire core and I would argue have crushed it. Crushed it to the point where they've almost got decisions to make now in terms of how many of them they can keep, because I think they'll probably pony up to keep Brandon next year, but probably not Juwan. They're probably not going to be able to keep them all.
Which is fine. I mean, Juwan Jennings is your 3rd receiver, and if you look at how often they run 11 personnel, which is 1 running back, 1 tight end, and 3 wide receivers, they run 11 probably about 30% of the time, which might be among the bottom 5 in the league. So you really are a 2 wide receiver team in terms of what you're trying to do. And so can you find another guy to replace Juwan Jennings? I think you can. I don't have his numbers in front of me, but I would imagine he's probably got 14 catches this year, maybe 12.
Juwan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd put him in about.
If that.
Yeah, right?
5 games, that's 3 catches a game. I bet he does not have that.
Right. So if I said that he had 12 catches, would you might take the under? And so can you replace a guy who is really not an elite blocker and not that much a part of what you're trying to do on your team in terms of, you run a lot of 21 personnel. He's got 6 catches.
Keep going.
4?
5.
Oh, geez.
5 catches.
Double J's.
But we also know,
Number 5.
I look at it more from the perspective of what we know as 49er fans. He's a good player.
Of
He's
course.
a reliable player. And yes, his stats, he's not going to put up stats because he's WR3.
But if he wants a deal that will allow him to actually be a receiver, he'll get a better deal than what you would offer him.
Totally.
You would probably, based on what you need him to do, you would give him a 3-year, $11 million deal with like $3 million guaranteed, and he can get better than that elsewhere.
Remember, he missed a game as well. He did miss a game as well with an injury.
Sure.
So he's played 4
and that
games.
That would have been a 7-catch game.
He's been, well, you never know. He's played 4 games. He has been targeted 8 times and has 5 catches for 101 yards. And we have not seen a touchdown for 3rd and Juwan as of yet.
And this is no disrespect to Juwan Jennings. You haven't had a lot of 3rd downs. You haven't had a lot of spots where you need to run 11 personnel. You've been in control of every single game where you can use check with the 2 running backs and the 1 tight end, or you can have the 2 tight ends, or you can go 3 wide receivers, and they've used, other guys, Bell, and, even McLeod has been out there catching the ball. You haven't needed Juwan in terms of an actual need.
We got a lot to get to today on a Football Friday. The first thing we always want to do, though, is get to your calls. We got a Chiefs fan on the line, Larry in Lafayette. Larry, stay right where you are. 888-957-9570. Are the 49ers underrated drafters? Who else in the league scares you? What's the list? Oh, and we've got some sound. Today's Brock Purdy-related sound is around the bend as well. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Overdue tolls. Vehicles with overdue unpaid tolls may not be able to renew their DMV registration until outstanding balances are paid. Payment assistance is available. Visit BayAreaFastTrack.org/assistance today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Warrior Summit, people. Warriors freaking Summit. All right? You got one more weekend, and that would be this weekend, to figure it out and get your butt out to San Leandro, Fieldwork Brewing Company, next Wednesday. Make your plans. It's free to be. And if you want to come early and see us do 2 to 4, just me and Dibby over here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's how you get a really good seat. That's how you get the really good selfies. All right? Get there at 2. But if 4 o'clock is your jam, so be it. That's when the rest of the gang all shows up, all open to the public. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. And do not forget the shoe. The shoe might be on the other foot. And that is the signed Kevin Durant framed shoe with other great KD-related memorabilia surrounding it. It's a really nice piece. We'll be giving that away out at the Warriors Summit. So don't miss it. Do not miss it. And I will. I'm seeing and hearing from a lot of our listeners, Dibs. I'm getting a lot of I'll be theirs, which I love. And MDK just said it on YouTube. I'll be there. Okay?
I love it.
Once you say I'll be there, you're confirmed. There's no refunds. You have to show up.
Gotcha.
Even though it's free.
It is absolutely free, and I have a babysitter confirmation. It's a confirmation sensation, so I believe that Supper she will be in the building.
Let's go.
But she will be like hidden away from all of you.
Yeah.
So,
Why?
and
Why?
she's not big on like public adulation.
Oh.
So if you happen to recognize that I'm making eyes with a woman, just leave her alone.
I will be sure to shout her out on air and
Thank
say
you.
she's the one right there. Right
She's
there.
the one.
That's her.
That poor lady.
Go talk to her. Go get an autograph. She loves to take selfies. Okay, here we go. 888-957-9570. How about Larry in Lafayette? Hey, Larry, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Well, first of all, kudos on the gorillas on your bump music, okay? I'm really glad to hear stuff like that.
You're dang right.
I'm a Chiefs fan since like mid-'60s, okay? I'm 70 years old now. I was around for the first Super Bowl loss, and then they won in 1970. And a lot of dry years, so you're right. Chiefs have been the class of the league for a while, but right now, I think that Christian McCaffrey has unlocked the cheat code of things like the screen pass. He's amazing on that. And with his running capability, which is skillful, as opposed to Pacheco in Kansas City, who says he runs with energy. He needs to, develop a little bit of shiftiness at the right moment.
He's good,
And
though.
McCaffrey
He's
has
Larry,
opened up his
Larry,
team.
are you down on Isaiah Pacheco?
No, I just think he's no Christian McCaffrey.
Well,
And I
nobody-
think that's
no-
what changed
nobody
the
is.
49ers. I know, but that changed the 49ers trajectory. They are now the class of the league, and they could be for several years.
Larry, what is it that's missing with the Chiefs right now? If you're a fan, like when you watch it, why does it look like a team that's only going to rock about 20 to 24 points each day?
I think there's a little bit too much reliance on Kelsey, to be honest.
Yep.
He and Patrick have this sort of mind meld where they go out and they don't really have he'll go and settle where he thinks the opening is going to be, and Mahomes is looking for him. So that's really hard then to have a progression to go to that's always there. Plus, they don't have the Tyreek Hill speed anymore. Not signing him was a big mistake.
Larry, if the 49ers played the Chiefs tomorrow, the final score would be?
I'd say 27-17 49ers.
Yeah.
Man. Wow.
I think you might be right. Larry, thank you very much.
Thanks, Larry.
Appreciate the call. Yeah, the Chiefs, look, it's a long season, but the Chiefs don't scare me.
They don't,
The
but
49ers are better than the Chiefs.
I believe it was Herm Edwards who famously said, "You play to win the game."
And they're winning most of the games.
Hello?
Not all of them.
Right, most of them. And yesterday was ugly.
Niners have won all of them.
Right, and you take on Denver and you realize that, unlike last year with the Niners, 11-12 would have gotten it done last year. You lost 11-10. But last night was one of those games where if you're Kansas City, you realize that if you can get to 10, you can win that game 10-8.
Yeah.
Denver is terrible, and I've never been one to call for another man's job. I think it's crass, mean-spirited, and inappropriate. But Sean Payton is an absolute mess. That team is a disaster, and I cannot foresee a way that he and Russ and they get out of this mess. That thing is broken beyond repair.
I don't disagree, except for the part about I don't think you can point necessarily directly at Sean. They were a mess before. He's arrived, and he has not been able to make them not a mess so far yet in just 6 games. I would more look at some of the common denominators, and right now for me, I would start with Russ. This is why this year is really bad for Russ, is last year it all got blamed on Nathaniel Hackett.
Right.
Well, now you brought in an offensive mind with a Super Bowl ring, and you don't look any better. You've scored 8. You scored 8.
Wow. Against a mediocre defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're giving up 70 on one end and scoring 20 when the other team scores 70.
And they just waived Frank Clark after 2 games, and you basically got rid of Randy Gregory after even fewer than 2 games. So you've got a personnel issue in terms of, I'm not saying that Clark and Gregory were going to be world beaters and change everything, but you're bringing in players and you're sending out players just as fast. That's not a good sign.
The Broncos' resume right now, this is a team that lost at home to the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
This is a team that lost at home by double digits to the New York Jets. This is a team that needed a Hail Mary in order to make it even look cute against Washington, also at home. Lost that game, went on the road to Miami and gave up 70. Their one win this year was at Soldier Field against the hapless Bears, and they only won because the Bears coaching staff forgot to kick a field goal with 1.5 minutes left in the game that would have won them that football game. They were down by double digits and rallied back with a little bit of luck. They are an absolute disaster.
You're giving up 33.333333 a game right now.
Yeah.
And that's even after last night where you held the Chiefs down for the most part. And I know part of that's you gave up 70 to Miami, but they're a mess, Coach.
Yeah, Russ does not look like he is that dude anymore. Jonathan in the city, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just working in my yard. To answer your question, Mark, who do I fear in the NFL right now? It's only Patrick Mahomes and Chiefs. And why I say that is because I saw him won the Super Bowl with one leg, which I thought at the time was impossible, and it happened. And 2 things before I go, Dibs, you kind of missed on, you said Pittsburgh won after losing to San Francisco, but you missed on the Giants, the Cardinals, and the Rams. All those 3 teams lost back-to-back games after getting beat up by the Niners.
Yeah.
So I guarantee that Dallas is going to lose Monday night. I guarantee that the Niners are going to win. Take the money line, forget the point spread. And before I go, I have a perfect nickname description for Brock Purdy. Take it from Sade. Brock Purdy is a smooth operator.
Sade.
Wow. Jonathan, I'm going to give you a 9 for hitting those notes.
Really good.
He was on point today. Did you already break him?
No.
Did you already break something?
It's
or
not
just,
broken.
Okay, just unscrewed?
Yeah, it needs to be readjusted.
You almost won the pool.
No. First spill is still Steiny.
I know
This is not a spill.
First spill, but first broken equipment in the new building.
No.
Is actual. You get suspended for the rest of the day.
Oh, then I'll start breaking ass on a Friday, dude. I'll snap
without pay.
Steiny was like a minus 1,000 favorite to be the first to break a mic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is not broken.
It's an upset. This is a major upset.
And
when you did that at the old place, it was broken. Like if
I actually your mic, yeah, exactly.
Not you, a person.
Correct.
When it looked like that meant. Are you telling me it's not broken?
No, it's not. And you can see that the part that you broke and you left for Spadoni, and he and I joked about it because
I didn't break it.
You actually broke it.
Nope. It was hanging.
You
by a
left
thread.
it hanging by a thread.
I knew it was gonna break, but I didn't break it.
And I watched Spadoni the next morning on YouTube, and at like 5:08, he tried to do his readjust.
Yeah. I'm like, that thing's got one more touch in it.
No, and he broke
one more touch.
And I told him, I'm like, oh my God, Mark foretold this at like 5:40 the previous day, and Spadoni's like, yeah, I knew it. So.
All right, so
I'm just waiting for the next Willard soliloquy, and I can fix it, which is not. It's not far away.
You want me to do one right now?
I don't want you to. I know that you're going to do it.
I wasn't going to, but I can. I mean, I've got it in the hip pocket.
You've got it in every pocket.
I think we should send people over to YouTube and see what you look like as a game show host. Because you're cruising around. You look like you got you got like a wireless mic. You're like
it's
Bob
like
Barker
anti-Gene
cruising around.
Rayburn.
Exactly. Look at you. Have your pet
Thank
spayed or
you.
neutered. Look at you over there.
It's Plinko, everybody.
Everybody get over to YouTube and watch Dan Debley, America's favorite game show host. It gets you like a little skinny tie, and everybody can take a look at you. That'd be great. All right.
It's one of those times where righty is not tidy and lefty's not loosey. These things,
you need more.
It's
than
like a counter
soliloquy.
thing.
You need.
Yeah, I'm going to need a classic monologue.
You're going to need more hands.
All right.
You're going to need more
This
hands.
man hates hands. Go ahead, Mark. Tell me how much you like Brock Purdy.
Oh, boy, I do.
Oh, but
I
let me
really
count the
do.
ways.
Oh, so you know how yesterday I pointed out that ripping Brock Purdy is good for business. And then suddenly today it went all the way up the sports media food chain. This person doesn't need attention, so this is maybe not what his intent is. But as you know, I promise we're not getting mad about it anymore. I just think the whole thing is funny. But you want to know who today's Brock Purdy hater of the day is?
Who?
Should be an award that we hand out. His name is Shannon Sharp.
No, he's not an elite quarterback. He's a product of the system. It's more credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's not, and RC, you'll appreciate this. You know, in the biblical term, the devil told God that Job, the reason why he serves you is because you give everything to him. He said if you remove that hedge from around him, he will curse his very maker.
He'll curse you.
He said you can take everything but his life. Took his kid, took his sheep, took all that. Job was still faithful.
Never cursed him.
I'm not so sure that if we remove Debo, we remove Kyle Shanahan, we removed Ayuk, we would still see this Brock Purdy. He's a product of the system. Now, that's not to take away from what he's doing. It's okay for him to be in the MVP discussion and not be Patrick Mahomes or not be Tua or not be an elite quarterback. He still has to go out there and operate. He just doesn't have to do as much as, say, those other guys. If I were to put him in Patrick Mahomes, if I switch places and says, okay, you got to go do what Patrick Mahomes does, or you got to go do what one of these other quarterbacks, I'm not so sure Brock Purdy could do that. But in this system, the ability to run the football with Christian McCaffrey and all the weapons, because all he has to do is just not turn it over. Get it in the Ayuk's hand, get it in Debo's hands, get it in Kittle's hands, and let them do the work. But no, he's not elite. No stretch of the imagination is he elite.
Oh, I'm stretching my imagination.
Yeah.
That's Shannon Sharp first take. And it's a cold take. It's a bad take for 3 reasons. Number 1, you don't sound smart when you say he's not as good as Patrick Mahomes.
Number 1.
That's not a hot take. That's an obvious take. Who the hell said he can do what Patrick Mahomes does? Who the hell can do what Patrick Mahomes does?
Nobody.
Who does that?
Right.
You could argue that nobody ever can do what Patrick Mahomes does. So who said that? That's not a smart take. That does not make you cool if you're like, I got something for you. Brock Purdy's not as good as Patrick Mahomes. Awesome. All right. So that's number 1.
Okay.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Thank you, Grandy. To say, if I take away Debo, Ayuk, Kittle, and the coach, what would be left?
Christian McCaffrey. 39 carries a game.
Is the Bonte Hill stupidest question ever? Because that's true about anybody.
Right.
Stupidest question ever.
What are we doing if we take away the rest of the team? What's left? Nothing. Nothing. That's true for everybody ever. You can't have all of the other good players
Right.
on the team and ask him to be good. By the way, Patrick Mahomes would also not be good if you took away all of the good players around him.
Who's the best quarterback in the NFL without good players around him?
Oh, God.
I mean, I don't want you to search team by team. The answer is maybe C.J. Stroud. I don't know. I don't know how many teams you could look at that are good have only a good quarterback and no good players around him. So that's foolish.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
The whole thing. Now, here's the one, though, that I thought was really maybe worth discussing. And maybe we could play part of it again, Grandy, and just play it until he gets to the point where he mentions the name Tua Tagovailoa. Listen again, and I got a question for y'all.
No, he's not an elite quarterback. He's a product of the system. It's more credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's not, and RC, you'll appreciate this. In the biblical term, the devil told God that Job, the reason why he serves you is because you give everything to him. He said if you remove that hedge from around him, he will curse his very maker.
He'll curse you.
He said you can take everything but his life. Took his kid, took his sheep, took all that. Job was still faithful.
Never cursed him.
I'm not so sure that if we remove Debo, we remove Kyle Shanahan, we removed Ayuk, we would still see this Brock Purdy. He's a product of the system. Now, that's not to take away from what he's doing.
Yes,
it's okay for him to be in the MVP discussion and not be Patrick Mahomes or not be Tua.
Stop it right there.
It's okay, Mark, for him to still be in the MVP conversation if you take those guys away.
Thanks.
It's okay.
I'm so glad you have given permission to Brock Purdy to
and
be
when
in
he
the
refers
MVP
to the book of Job, you have no response. Shout out the Old Testament. Book of Job.
Wasn't that like the password or whatever in Mission Impossible? What was the whole Job thing? Remember there was a Job thing in Mission Impossible. Somebody clue me in on the YouTube feed. But anyway.
I know that Job was a character in Arrested Development.
Okay. I didn't watch that show.
Oh, it's a great one.
I know.
It's worth a rematch.
When I'm 85,
I'll add it to your list of shows that you missed.
Thank you.
I'd put that about 8th on your list of shows you missed.
Oh, okay. I have 432 of them.
Yeah.
So slot that
Breaking
one in the
Bad,
hole.
The Wire, and
None of them.
Better Call Saul, The Sopranos.
Sure, throw them all
Game
in
of
there.
Thrones.
Same.
Then maybe I'd get to a comedy like Arrested Development.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, sure.
Help me with this,
Okay.
everybody. 888-957-9570. Dibs, what do you think? I'm sorry. What is the difference between Brock Purdy and Tua?
Well, one's righty, one's a lefty.
Good answer.
One was really good and successful in college. The other one wasn't.
No, it's not that Brock Purdy wasn't, but I hear what you're saying.
He was all right. He won
good.
the Alamo Bowl, and
Yeah.
he won the Blue Bonnet
It
Bowl.
was good in an Iowa State sort of a
Sure.
way. Not in an Alabama.
7-5 year in and year out,
No,
basically.
but that's like if you want to say Brock Purdy's not Patrick Mahomes, like I said, the answer, well, of course he's not. But then you started to go on a list. You said, now he doesn't do what some of these other QBs do. He doesn't do what Patrick does. He doesn't do what Tua does. Excuse me? What is it that Tua does that Brock Purdy doesn't do? I'm pretty sure that what you just said, a product of the system, Tua's in the exact same system, literally being coached by a Kyle Shanahan disciple, and has the fastest receiving core in the history of the National Football League. And if you did take Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane away from Tua, what do you got? And again, I think it's a dumb question, but he's the one asking it. He's the one who said, if you take all the good 49ers away, what do you got left? Well, you'd have a bad football team, which is true also for the Dolphins and the Chiefs and the Bills and anyone else. But I found it fascinating, Dibs, that he put Tua's name in there. What does Tua do that Brock doesn't? What is that?
Not much. Well, Tua wins, and so does Brock at a higher rate. Tua throws for more yards, but he throws more passes. Quarterback rating, Brock is better. Yards per attempt, I think that Brock is better. And all the metrics that you want to line up, those two are normally 1 and 2 on the list, and yet Brock has won more games than Tua, and he's won 10 in a row as a starter in the regular season. So I don't know what he does, what Tua does that Brock doesn't do. There really isn't anything when you look at it in terms of just the stats or even the eye test. It's not like Tua's going back there and throwing 50-yard bombs and, throwing it against a 7-man pass rush and standing in there and making the tough throw. They're both having very similar years.
Yeah. Oh, except for you forgot. There is one thing that Tua does that Brock doesn't.
Throw picks.
Throws interceptions.
Yeah, I knew it. I jumped the queue.
There's 5 of them.
Yeah.
5 of them. 5 of them in 5 games. 1 a game. Brock throws none a game. Am I missing something here? Like, that was just I know that wasn't even Shannon's main point. His main point is one that's been made many times before.
Brock's a system guy.
And we debunk it on the daily around here, and so that's fine. But the name Tua being the one that he picked to throw in there alongside Patrick really caught my attention because I do think there are quarterbacks who do things that Brock doesn't or doesn't have to do. Jalen Hurts does different things. Josh Allen does different things. Patrick Mahomes does different things. I even think someone like Trevor Lawrence is asked to do some different things athletically than what Brock does. But Tua Tagovailoa, you're going to separate him in some sort of way and say more is asked of him than Brock Purdy when the numbers, as you stated, all match up?
Right.
Completion percentage for Tua, 71.7. How about for Brock Purdy? 72.1. You're right on the yardage, but as you also stated, they throw a lot more.
Right.
It's more about yards per attempt. Tua 9.7, Brock 9.3, 1 and 2 in the league. Touchdown passes 11-9. Quarterback rating, Brock is 1, Tua is 2. Kyle Shanahan's system, weapons running around like fireflies all over the field. What's the difference?
Mike McDaniel's system, fireflies running around like weapons all over the field.
What's the difference?
There's almost no difference.
So you're crediting Tua for being that kind of dude, and he's not a product of the system, but Brock is. Draftism.
It's more than that, but yes,
Draftism.
it's also East Coast bias because Tua plays on the East Coast, and Brock plays out here on the West Coast, and Kyle Shanahan's quarterback, because he was drafted where he was drafted, is always going to be disparaged more so than Tua will be.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Welcome to weigh in. 888-957-9570. Is there a difference between Tua and Brock? And also, who scares you? Because based on last night, and oh, by the way, all of their other games, the Chiefs sure don't, if you ask me. Right now, there's one team and one team only that is the team that would kind of scare me or at least threaten me if I'm the 49ers. We'll get into that. Coming up next, we'll take your calls. It's Willard and Dibs.
When you pick up some scratches, cause you want a fun break, the playful way you scratch is the next choice you should make. You can make your dog's leg kick and scratch with that. You could even grab a laser.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is what we call a Football Friday, and it is brought to you by First Five California.
Yeah.
To learn 4 things that you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I would also start by playing this music.
Yeah.
And sorry, YouTube, I know you can't hear it, but we're bringing it down 1,000 right now.
Yeah.
Little Venus flytrap action.
This is my Sunday morning flow for my baby girl. When we do breakfast, we do a little bit of the acid jazz. We do a little bit of
It feels
yeah.
like I'm in a hotel lobby right now.
Every day,
like a schmancy one.
Every day's a different theme.
Okay.
When I do breakfast for my baby. On Tuesdays, we play Taylor Swift.
Oh.
Fridays, it's normally a flashback Friday. So Daddy will throw on some 80s. Today we went with Tears for Fears.
Nice.
Little shout, eat your damn
Let it on
breakfast
out.
or else. And Saturdays we do jazz, classic jazz. Sundays we try to groove it out with a little bit of either acid jazz or mellow house like that. Something groovy, something to say, hey, it's Sunday morning. You're going to eat your breakfast.
Good for you.
And at 10 o'clock, you won't see Daddy because it's time for the Red Zone, baby. Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
Go on. Although Red Zone starts 7 hours of commercial-free football. The Niners are one of those games. So it's a two-screen Sunday.
It's a two-screener, yeah.
And it's always controversial at the house because my rule, the boys want Red Zone. My rule is when the Niner game's on, the Niner game gets the sound. It gets the big TV.
Yes.
I know that doesn't sound controversial to you. It does to teenagers who have 8 fantasy teams.
For sure.
So, but deal with it.
Yes.
I pay the rent, and therefore my TV is on the Niner game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they should be thankful that they have a dad that not only encourages but allows them to be into fantasy and also provides them with a second screen. For me and baby girl at 14 months, it's the Red Zone is the bed zone. And I need her to go to bed at 10 o'clock, hit that early morning nap so that Daddy can get a full slate of NFL action. Red Zone is the bed zone. And this Sunday is going to be tough because, you lock in on the Niners and you mentioned it. The only problem with the Red Zone is that sometimes it gets ahead. So you're watching the Niner game and it's 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line, and you're also watching the Red Zone, and the Red Zone channel shows you that it's George Kittle in a corner route, touchdown Niners, and the actual broadcast is, a little bit behind. So that is the one challenge, Mark, when you talk about Red Zone and Niners at the same time. The Red Zone might beat you to the punch on a Niner, I'd say, or a Browns touchdown, but let's be honest. We're not doing Browns touchdowns.
That is the good news, is that when the Browns have the ball, hopefully we will not even be seeing the Red Zone coming up this weekend.
The dead zone, am I right?
I would hope.
Christopher Walken.
You know what? I just, and this is maybe the fearful side of me. Sometimes when you get QB8 and he comes in to start a football game for you.
Yeah.
Weird stuff happens. Do you remember Coy Detmer?
Oh, my God.
Do you remember?
One of the lesser Detmers, but I do remember.
I remember that game.
Who are you?
And I remember the fact that everybody kind of had the same feeling. It's like, the Niners get to, and I don't remember how many years ago this was. It's probably at least 20, maybe more.
Yeah, these years,
probably
they
more.
go by
I know,
quick.
they fly by. But Coy Detmer, he was coming in and he was QB2 or QB3 or QB8 or I don't even know what it was. It was a primetime game against the Eagles, and all the Niner fans are like, yeah, we going against Coy Detmer. We're going to get this one. And Coy Detmer didn't just win the game. He started a new dance. He had that whip that horse kind of get on the buggy little dance thing that he did.
Yeah.
That really triggered all of us and made everybody upset. So I'm not saying PJ Walker's going to do that. I just remind everybody, if you're on an NFL roster, you're capable of throwing a pass, You can't go into these things thinking just because this guy's playing, that means that the game's over.
Yes. It was November in the year of 2002. The 49ers at home taking on Koy Detmer and the Philadelphia Eagles, filling in tremendously for Donovan McNabb. Detmer threw for 227 and 2, rushed for a third. It was Eagles 38, the Niners 17
Yeah, it wasn't
on
close.
a Monday night.
Oh.
And it was, not close, 38-17. They scored 21 points in the second quarter. Koy Detmer, ladies and gentlemen.
21-point blowout.
Awkward.
At home.
Yeah.
Koy Detmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not even not the right Detmer.
No, a
So-
lesser Detmer at the
Now,
stick.
And a lesser 49er team for sure. So by no stretch.
The Niners
am I-
still led the NFC West by 2 games, but they lost consecutive games for the first time since early 2000.
Exactly. So I don't think anything like that is happening this weekend, but I do think that sometimes I'll give you another one. How'd you feel on New Year's Day? You're showing up to Vegas. Here come the Niners. They're rolling. Purdy's never lost a game, and you get word Jared Stidham is starting. And the thought was, oh, my gosh, the Raiders are going to get boat raced. I think the spread might have been double digits in that game. I do. I feel like the spread was 10 and a half in that football game. And Stidham torched the 49er defense. Now, Purdy outscored him. They survived in overtime. Nick Bosa finally got through, caused the interception to Sean Gibson, and down the sideline he goes. Yep, shrug him up, and the Niners win 38-35. But Stidham is another one, like a who-knows-who quarterback gets thrown in there, and then, boom, like it just catches fire. So I don't know what to say about these guys. We've even seen P.J. Walker a little bit before.
A little bit.
Right? Play for the Panthers. We've seen him before. He's not doing that to this defense, I don't think. But beware the backup quarterback mentality of thinking, and I hear this from Niner fans all over the place today, of thinking that this game is now not a game simply because Deshaun Watson's not playing.
Yeah, it's true. And I'm looking at the Stidham game, and Devontae Adams gets a 60-yard touchdown pass from Jared Stidham early in the third quarter, and the Raiders go up 24-14, and the Niners had to fight tooth and nail to even get back in and win that game. Stidham threw for 365 and 3 touchdowns.
Dude.
2 picks. Brock Purdy had an INT? What does that mean, Mark? Daddy, what's an INT?
I'd have to go back into
Brock Purdy threw an I and an N and a T.
We'll ask Elias Sports Bureau what that stands for. I don't know. Yeah, dude, that was his last one. That was his most recent
10 months
interception.
and 12 days ago.
January 1st.
That's
2023.
Yeah.
Can he make it to 2024 before he throws his next pick?
Boy, that's a great question.
It's really not. I mean, I think he's going to, but good Lord.
Does he make it to October 21st without throwing a pick?
I don't know.
Does he get through this game? I mean, Cleveland's defense is really
good. Yeah, they could pick him off.
Yeah.
They could definitely pick him off. It could absolutely happen. Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up? Thanks for calling.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate the two of you. The two of you know your stuff, and thank you for always taking my call. So anyway, I disagree with Shannon Sharp, and I disagree with him because you do have to be a top-tier quarterback in any system. I mean, look at Trey Lance. Look what happened to him. He was in the same system, and he failed. And then also, you're always taking a risk anyway when you draft a quarterback from college. I'm not disappointed with the Niners that they drafted Lance because they didn't know. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
All right, Randy, thank you.
Thank you, Randy.
First of all, I mean, it's you can take a shot at them for making the move that they did. It's their job to know.
Yeah.
But you never can know 100%. That's the nature of the draft. We started the show off today talking about what they did with the wide receiver position in 2020, where they moved up, got Brandon Ayuk, got Juwan Jennings in the 7th round, passed on Jerry Jeudy and CeeDee Lamb. I like CeeDee Lamb, not so much Jeudy, but I don't think you lost anything from going from CeeDee Lamb to Brandon Ayuk, and you got him later. So I thought they did a really good job with the way they ended up playing that draft. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some on that one. As you're sitting there, though, talking about Shannon Sharpe and his comments, and, of course, he wins the Ripping Brock Purdy Award of the day. Isn't Shannon Sharpe the one who once upon a time ran on a field, grabbed a microphone, and yelled, Trent Dilfer for president, because of the way that man was playing in a system that ended up winning a Super Bowl, although, by the way, playing statistically and based on our eyes, nowhere near the football that Brock Purdy is playing right now. I know Shannon tried to say it in a way where he's like, I'm not taking anything away from Brock. But yes, you are.
Right.
Yes, you are. And
no disrespect, but that's where that always goes, Not to no disrespect intended, but we had a lot of fun yesterday with the whole butt of it all, and everybody who wants to, I don't want to say that he's not very good, but Brock Purdy's having a nice year, but it's Kyle Shanahan and it's all the guys around him. Thank you, Shannon.
We're sponsored by Lucky California. Your phone calls are always welcome, 888-957-9570. Chris Rose in exactly 1 hour. Coming up next, we have a disagreement here in this room.
You and I?
We have a disagreement.
Oh, boy.
And the whining has got to stop. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef that's tender, juicy, and marbled to perfection. This week, beef tri-tip roast, chuck roast, and more are buy one, get one free. Bring home USDA choice beef from Lucky today.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I got a report for you.
Tell me.
You want to hear a report before we go to the phones?
Would love to.
Mary Kay Cabot.
MKC.
Cleveland. Deshaun Watson could miss multiple more games.
I told you.
With a, listen to this. Ready for it?
Hurt feelings?
Listen to this injury. This is when you know people are like, well, I have a, it's like when you go to the doctor and you're like, Doc, when I go like this, it does a little clicking thing. And the doc's like, what is that? I don't know even know what to tell. What are you saying?
Pay the copay and go home.
Deshaun Watson could miss multiple more games with a strain-like deep contusion in his rotator cuff.
It's not a contusion.
It's not. It's a strain-like deep contusion.
Yeah.
In the rotator cuff.
Do we need an emergency Pandia?
We don't.
Okay.
Because Deshaun does not play for the 49ers, and after Sunday, we really don't care anymore, to be honest with you. But they also say they will not play him until he can throw normally and pain-free.
Right.
So,
okay.
No Deshaun Watson for a little while.
Right. And, man, I'm going to refer you to what I said yesterday or maybe the day before, that I don't think that he wants to play football. And I'm not saying that he is soft or faking it or any other way, because I am not Deshaun Watson and I do not live inside his shoulder. But when you have a strain-like contusion in your shoulder, normally when you are a player in the National Football League and that is your diagnoses, most of them would play, I would imagine. I don't remember.
Maybe.
I don't remember a lot of times where a strain-like contusion, which is basically he's got a bruise. It's probably a really bad Charlie horse.
Like a bruise.
Right. Like a bruisey. Hey.
But I mean, look, it's in his shoulder.
Hurts
and
for the very first time.
You know what I mean? Like if you break a finger, I mean, if you're Ronnie Lott, you cut the finger off. If you're a quarterback, you can't play. You know what I mean? Because so it's his shoulder. I'm not trying to make his. I don't know what it feels like. I don't know what the hell he's got. I just know that it's weird, and it's yet another example of quarterback finances. We could do, and maybe we should do an entire show, a week of shows, a podcast on this topic based on what's happening here in San Francisco right now. The 49ers are Super Bowl favorites. They pay their quarterback $870,000.
Right.
The Browns can't even get their quarterback to play. He's making $230 million guaranteed. The Broncos have paid their quarterback almost $200 million guaranteed, and he is playing, and they don't want him to. The Arizona Cardinals would like to maybe move on at the quarterback position.
Yeah, they would.
Like moments after signing their guy to $180 million guaranteed dollars. Like, it's crazy. Look at the Cowboys. Look at Dak Prescott. Look at Daniel Jones in New York. There are plenty of teams who went and paid the quarterback, and they are not just regretting it, they're stuck. They're stuck for years to come because of it.
Well, Deshaun Watson is only making $1.08 million this year. Now, he's got a signing bonus of 9, a restructure of 9, a cap hit of 19. The dead cap, as we sit right now, $220 million.
Unbelievable.
$220 million. And that's the DC. That's the dead cap.
Yep.
And, I mean, that's if they decide that this contusion is too deep, if the strain-like bruise is so bad that he can't possibly go on and they want to move on, they got to pay him $220 large to say adios.
Yeah, so they won't. So they won't.
Right.
But it's interesting. Look at the quarterback finances around the league, and that is another thing that maybe we haven't talked about with Brock Purdy. Not just that the 49ers lucked into this situation financially, striking gold, or that they need to win a Super Bowl in the next 3 years because the price is about to go up. But the beauty of this is how quickly Brock became the quarterback in year one of his cheap 4-year deal. The reason that's important is it will allow the 49ers, not as if they need more convincing, but if you do want to bring up other players who popped early and then sort of became just kind of like, okay. Grandy threw us a really interesting tidbit out of The Athletic comparing Brock Purdy's start to Dak Prescott's start of his career. And it's actually stunning, the similarities. And so think about that. Like, what if Brock is Dak? Would you want to pay him $50 million? And I know while most fans right now would be like, he's not Dak. It's not that at all. We saw the two of them head-to-head. Dak Prescott's first 10 starts, 9-0. Brock, 10-0. Completion percentage, 68-70. Yards per attempt, 8.4, 9.1. Touchdown to interception ratio. Brock, 20-2. Dak, 17-2. Like, Brock's a little bit better in all of these, but it is a cautionary tale of like, well, is this going to have some sort of a downturn in years to come? Well, the beauty is the 49ers get to see a bunch more football games and results before anybody even has to think about this. You got the rest of this season and all next season too before you're even allowed to think about this,
right?
Which is a real gift for the team.
It's a gift, but it also could be a curse in terms of Dak Prescott. And you look at what Dak did in his early days. He goes 13-3 as a rookie, and he's Rookie of the Year. And like you mentioned, 23 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Then he has 2 really good years, maybe not the same level of elite years, although year 3 he was a Pro Bowler. And then year 4, he was good again. He goes 8-8. He played every single game his first 4 years. And then Dallas was in a spot where they weren't totally sold, so they gave him the franchise tag. So then Dak comes back and gets a franchise tag for $31.4 in that 5th year, and he comes out and he gets hurt.
Gets hurt badly.
Yeah, and so he plays 5 games in 2020, and he was playing, about the same, maybe a little bit worse. And then Dallas is in a spot where either you believe in Dak and you give him the money and you keep him, or you move on. And I'm not saying that Brock Purdy's going to be that same guy, but he's off to the same start that Dak was off to. So the idea that a quarterback can't regress, I think a lot of times we miss out on the reality of what can happen with a quarterback. Brock is amazing, and Dak, for whatever reason, he peaked early, and then he got hurt, and he's never been the same quarterback.
Well, and that's something that can happen to any player. Like, it could also be because of major injury, and you come back and you're not the same. Like, absolutely. Jose in San Jose is with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Jose, thanks for calling.
Oh, thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller to the show.
Thanks.
You guys just said something very important, and nice drop. You said that Dak got hurt. We all remember that, and he's never quite been the same. Purdy got hurt, and, it's to that throwing arm, and he's made this remarkable, I want to call it adaptation, but continued to be an amazing quarterback so far. So, I don't know. There's just something special about this kid that we can't really quite pinpoint. We have a lot of different things we can look at, but I don't know. Maybe it's just my delusional thinking that the shoe's not going to fall. But I feel something different with Brock Purdy. I'll just say that. So to answer your first question about, or earlier you're talking about Shannon Sharp. I don't know what he's smoking, and I love Uncle Shanny. Don't get me wrong, but you can't just put any Joe Schmo in this offense. It's very complicated. You have to be very smart. And the thing that Brock does better that I've seen compared to anybody else before him, in the Shanahan system, is just making those quick reads and being able to adjust and find, the right play. And I don't know, it feels like he hits it at least 80-90% of the time. And then to go back and to end my call on the second part of which team or, who am I afraid of?
Yeah, who scares you, Jose?
Let me go back to 10 years ago. And I'll answer that question with the question. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. And I'm out.
That's a nice uptick,
Nice
too.
job, Jose.
It's a great tick on the way out, Jose. Thank you. Very good with the Harbaugh callback.
I think the Niners can beat anybody, obviously, but the only team right now that I see that I think can really go toe-to-toe and get into an honest-to-goodness matchup with the 49ers is the Philadelphia Eagles. That's all. Like, I'm not saying Detroit can give you a game, Buffalo, Kansas City, Jacksonville, whatever. These teams could all give you a game. Sure, Miami, they could all give you a game. But to me, there's matchup issues that are presented with all of those teams that the 49ers can exploit at a high level, except for Philadelphia. Philadelphia is the team that has everything, if not more, that the 49ers have in the trenches. And the trenches are what creates opportunity for everybody else. The defensive line creates opportunities for defensive backs to make a pick. The offensive line creates opportunities for a quarterback to have time, find open receivers, open holes for running backs, all of that stuff. And the Eagles are elite on the lines. I think the 49ers are too. And, you take a look at a team like Miami, for example. Oh, could Miami outscore the Niners? No, the Niners would completely big brother the Dolphins. They would shove them around. The Dolphins' defense would not stop the Niners not one time, not once. We've already seen it. I know it was a little bit different. It was Brock's first ever game, but we watched it. Miami scored a touchdown on the first play of the game and then pretty much wasn't able to do anything the rest of the way, and the Niners put up a 33 spot. Like, the 49ers, to me, if the game was this weekend, there's only one team that can stay on the field with them, and it's potentially the Philadelphia Eagles.
And the matchup to me is really interesting when you look at how these two teams both go about it. They are number 2 and number 3 in the league in rushing defense. Cleveland's number 1. So I think you're going to get a look this weekend at just how the Niners O-line can do against a team that is very good against the run, and that's going to be the Cleveland Browns at home. You got McCaffrey going up against a great run defense, and the Niners offensive line. Are they going to be able to run their zone scheme and be able to use the pre-snap motion and all of the shifting and all of the tomfoolery that Shanahan likes to employ? Can they keep Cleveland off balance? Can Brock Purdy beat them on early downs with his arm and, put them in short yardage so that they can run the ball? I do think that this is a good way to look at how the Niners will do against Philadelphia in terms of running the football, because Cleveland's run defense is very good. And the big difference between Myles Garrett and Micah Parsons is you can't run at Myles Garrett. Like everyone said against Dallas, well, you can take Micah out of the game by running at Micah Parsons. And he's not a very good run defender. You get him on his heels, and you can take him out of the game. Well, you are not going to run at Myles Garrett. He is Nick Bosa and then some in terms of physicality. So the Niners are going to have to find a way to run to the other side of the formation more often than maybe they would like, because it's going to be, as David Lombardi told us yesterday on this show, 85% of the snaps, it'll be Garrett versus Trent Williams. So you like to run Trent's way because he's a Hall of Famer, but you got Myles Garrett over there. So do you bring the tight end to that side? Do you send Juszczyk that way in a fullback lead to try to double up on Myles Garrett? Do you run away from him? The chess match to me in Shanahan in the run game against the Schwartz, maybe the Schwartz be with you, and the defensive coaching of Cleveland, I'm with you, Mark. This game is not an automatic pushover. I'm going to be really looking at the matchup between Myles Garrett, Trent Williams, but also Shanahan versus Schwartz in the run game.
No doubt. And Kyle Shanahan is obviously brilliant at getting the ball to people in space, and that's what he's going to have to do here and do it quickly. I would predict that what we're going to see next week is another conversation. Oh, see, Brock's dink and dunk, and he didn't score 35 in this one, because my guess would be the 49ers win this like 24-3. That's probably what this thing is going to look like.
Could be 18-7 or something low. I mean,
11-10. I know you love those.
I love an 11-10.
I love those.
I wonder if this might be a scorigami, and I'll see if I can come up with a scorigami, which would
never happened before.
Correct, a score that's never happened before in the NFL. And I know that 11-10 happened already, but there's some weird scorigamis that are still out there.
How about 17-1?
That would be a scorigami.
There it is. I don't even need to look it up.
A couple of teams have actually scored 4 points in a game.
Of course.
I mean, not that many, though.
But not one. Hasn't happened yet.
No.
Not yet. This could be the
teams
week.
have scored every number between 2 and I think 75. Yeah,
I thought it was 73, but yeah, you might be right. Rich in Fremont is next up on Willie and Dibby. Hey, Rich.
What's up, man? How's it going, man? How y'all liking your new gig?
Oh man,
Rich.
Yeah, the AC is on, Rich. That's all I care about. That's it. In fact, I had to come in here. Steiny comes in about whatever it was 2 hours ago. He's like, "Oh, you're gonna love that thermostat in there, Mark." I go, "You damn right I am." And I came right in and looked at it, and it was 74. I'm like, "What are you doing, Steiny? Are you one of these people? He was worried earlier about, what I tuned in and he's talking about hip replacement.
Oh, geez.
Right? I'm like, my gosh, and you're just like my parents already, Steiny. Don't keep the house at 78 degrees. I knocked that thing down to 70 right away, Rich.
Oh, man. I just passed the Drunken Monk right now. The Drunken Monk restaurant in Palo Alto, I just passed it.
You did?
love that place.
Yep. Good spot.
Yeah. It's interesting because tonight, Guru doesn't know, but he's going to that high school football game. I guess it's either his nephew or son. One of them is playing in the game. And that stadium is right down the street from my house. So I'm going to go over there and to surprise him. He is going to be shocked to see me because him and we go way back. But to your point, Mark Willard, I think that when I think of teams that scare me, yes, Philly, but I will say this much. Don't sleep on Seattle. Pun intended.
Yeah, I love the upticks. Pun intended. That was great.
I am sleeping on Seattle. Even though it was a good pun. I'm totally sleeping on Seattle. That team cannot hang with San Francisco 49ers.
Well, they did last year in the playoffs. They hung.
They did?
For a half.
Okay.
I mean, that's hanging. They hung.
No, if everybody can only hang with you for a half, that's not good enough. I'm not scared of teams.
Thanksgiving night, that will be an interesting game, I think. Double short week
they're
at
all
Seattle.
Interesting, yeah.
Well, I know, Mark. You know what I'm saying, though.
But when we do that,
don't minimize my lexicon.
No, it's a short week. Right, for Seattle also.
I told you it was a double short week.
Yeah. So why is that? It doesn't who's that benefit?
This is actually a short week for the Niners only. Cleveland's coming off a bye. So if you want to talk about benefits, yes.
You were talking about Thanksgiving.
I was.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a double short week for sure. And that benefits the home team being at home.
I guess.
You don't have to travel.
I don't really think of this as a short week. The game was a few hours later than it normally is.
Right, but it's shorter than what Cleveland has because Cleveland didn't play football.
Sure. I hear what you're saying. Yeah. No, I've watched all the Seattle games this year, and obviously blown out at home. Thank you by the Rams, and they have a good win. They've got a very quality win. They're the only team to beat Detroit. They went in there and did it. Other than that, it's been two ho-hum whatever wins. Right? They were able to beat the Panthers. They were able to beat the New York Giants. Those two teams can't even think about moving the ball. Seattle's good. They're fine. They may well be a playoff team. They probably are a wild card as I look at it right now. They will be completely outclassed by the San Francisco 49ers. They do not have enough to stay in that kind of a conversation.
Yeah, good defense, but the offense I don't think can hang with what the Niners have been putting up with Brock 30 and all the rest of it. Not elite defense, but a good defense, good solid defense.
What makes you say that? What game did they impress you with their defense?
I'm just looking at the overall numbers. They're fifth in the league against the rush. They've only allowed 350 yards over 4 games. That's good. That's 80. That's basically 85 a game.
They gave up 3 points to the Giants on a night where Daniel Jones couldn't even drop back to throw a ball. Other than that, they've given up at least 27 points in all of their games, including once at home to the Carolina Panthers and 30 to the Rams, when the Rams only had 7 at half. I'm unimpressed. I hear what you're saying based on the metrics.
If you're going to compare everybody to the Niners, then nobody's going to impress you.
No, I'm not comparing them to anyone. I'm looking at the fact that after week 3, they had given up 27 points or more in all of their games. That's not that good of a defense.
Yep.
The Panthers, Andy Dalton went up and down the field on this team.
Don't sleep on the ginger ninja. Okay?
I'm asleep. Don't sleep on this. Don't sleep on. No, I'm asleep. I'm asleep on the Ninja. I'm asleep on Carolina. I'm asleep on Seattle.
Yeah, Carolina, boy.
I'm asleep. I'm not impressed. I'm just not impressed. The Seahawks are good enough to make the playoffs potentially in the NFC. I do not think they are a threat to the 49ers at all. 888-957-9570 is the number. Chris Rose, a little bit over a half hour away. Here's something, in addition to, he's like Cleveland's biggest sports fan, so we'll get into the Niners-Browns situation and Deshaun Watson and whatnot with Chris, but Chris also is so great on baseball. Can we get into this for a second? And I would love also to involve all of our listeners, 888-957-9570. You can keep the chat coming on Twitch and YouTube. We always love looking at everything you're saying there, hopping in there, commenting, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This conversation about the layoff for the top teams being the reason that they've all lost, the Braves, the Dodgers combining for one total win, I really am having a hard time understanding it, and it feels like such an excuse. Now, I know this is not a perfect comp, but the top teams in the NFL do what? They get a week off.
Right.
Now we've got the play-in tournament in the NBA. So if you are a top 6 seed, what do you get when the NBA playoffs arrive? You get a week off.
These are totally different things.
Of course they are, which is why I said they're not a perfect comp.
Okay.
But for a baseball team to take a few days off and then argue that playing 4 games, which lasts another 5 to 6 days, that you don't have your flow by then, I'm sorry, man. This sounds like such sour grapes. And everybody who wants to now change the system because the Dodgers showed up and the Braves showed up and completely flopped, and the Baltimore Orioles, who are so young and so new, I'm not surprised that they got schooled in the playoffs either. I'm certainly mindful that it didn't bother Houston, didn't bother them. I don't know why are we not talking about that? Do you believe that the playoff structure needs to change in baseball because of what we saw this year?
I think it needs to change anyway, but yes, in part because of what we saw this year. And most baseball players would tell you having 4 days off is not a benefit. Like in the NBA, when you get 4 days off between the end of the regular season and the playoffs, and that's every year. Forget the play-in tournament. Before the play-in tournament, which is cockamamie, before they even injected that, every team would get a week off. And in the NBA, it's nice to recharge, and you can replicate what you need to do in an NBA game, in practice, in shoot-around, more than you can in baseball. Football, you can't replicate it, but the body needs a week. If you get that week off, then you're able to recharge and get healthy and get refreshed. Now, is there a little bit of rust in football? Yeah, we've seen it for teams that rest their guys the last week of the regular year and then get a bye. If you don't play for 2 straight weeks, you might get into that rust period. I think in baseball, when you're used to playing every day, locking into the speed of opposing pitching, it's very difficult to replicate. So for me, it doesn't come across as whining. I look at a sport where you play for 6 months and you earn a top seed, and your reward is to be put in a more difficult spot because now you're going to be rusty. I think that hurts you. I don't think that getting the number 1 seed or the number 2 seed, you work all year long to get to that spot, and your reward is it's no reward. Your reward is you get to be rusty when you come out and play the biggest game of the year.
Here's my issue with even the idea that this is not a reward. And because I teach, this is something I tell the people in my class all the time. Okay? If you've got a problem and there's an assignment due this Friday, you need to talk to me before Friday. Don't come to me on Monday of the following week and tell me that there was suddenly a problem. If we had gone to the Dodgers and the Braves prior to the end of the regular season and said, you want 4 days off? Every one of those players would have said, absolutely. 162 games. What a grind. I would love to rest and recharge a little bit, and then we're going to be ready. We'll be sitting there waiting for whoever comes to our ballpark. That's what they all would have said. Then they come out, play like crap, get steamrolled, give up 11 home runs in a series like the Braves did, and we're going to now suddenly say, oh, wait a minute, this is a problem. Too late. Too late. You got to do that beforehand, not after the fact.
Well, they're never going to say it beforehand.
Well,
they're never going to come out
and say,
want it.
Because they didn't want it.
Well, they're not going to ever say that beforehand. That's no player is going to ever come out and say, yeah, we want to play right now. We don't want the bye. It's just they're not going to say that.
Because they shouldn't, and they wouldn't, and they can't, and they're wrong. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Like if it's hitters' timing, why did the pitchers pitch like crap? Why did Clayton Kershaw give up 6 runs without an out? Why did that happen? That's not timing. You just played awful. We can further this conversation. We'll throw it at Chris Rose as well. 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibs.
Here's a message for Bay Area architects and designers. If you're about to start a remodel or
Rose in about a half hour. Niners and Browns this weekend. Taking your calls, 888-957-9570, Willard and Dibbs. Before we go back to the phones, though, so what's the fix? What's the fix? Because I actually would make a tweak, but it doesn't have anything to do with taking away the bye or making players play quicker or whatever. To me, that's an excuse. It's an excuse I didn't hear until after the series were over. It was after all of these teams came out, played very poorly. The Dodgers deserved to lose. They didn't have any good pitchers. And the Braves, they got caught. They got caught up into a big old Philly hurricane. Their pitchers gave up 11 home runs. They got beat.
My heart doesn't break for any of these teams individually or even collectively. I look at a regular season that is 162 games, and you play the regular season, and to me, when you are the best team, you should get a certain benefit. And I don't think that having 4 or 5 days off is actually a benefit. And whether or not it's a detriment, we can debate, and ultimately neither one of us knows because we're not Major League Baseball players. To me, in football, you're the number 1 seed, you get a bye, that's a benefit.
But so did these teams.
But it's not, to me, it's not a benefit in baseball to not play baseball and just get one step further on the ladder.
Interesting. I mean, they're automatically into round 2.
Right.
That's a benefit. That's a big benefit, no?
It's a benefit, but to me, it's not a big benefit because you're then going to play against a team that is hot, a team that just won a series, a team that's been playing baseball the entire time, playing meaningful baseball, and these teams come in with more momentum than you have. They are coming off a series, and in all 4 cases, they were sweeps, and we could talk about that, how baseball wants urgency, and we still haven't had urgency. To me, the fix is simple. It's actually dramatic, but to me, it's very simple. For one, you do away with the divisions. No more divisions. It's stupid. You already go to a balanced schedule anyway. So let's balance it out and have 2 conferences, American League, National League. That's it. And then if you want to take the top 6 teams, then the top 2 teams, if you're going to give them a bye, quote unquote, then you have 3 play 6, 1 game only, 4 plays 5, 1 game only. Those teams advance. Let's play baseball.
People didn't like that either, though. That didn't feel fair to play 162, earn your way into a playoff, and then have it come down to one night, especially if you're the 3 seed.
Right.
You're the 3rd best team in baseball or in your league, and you go play one night. Your pitcher comes out, gives up a few runs in the first inning. Ball game, thanks for your season. I would rather extend it on the other side. Here's the other benefit I would give those top seeds. In addition to moving them automatically into round 2, someone's got to beat them 4 times, not 3. I would make that divisional series, that the ones that we just watched, I would make that 7 games. If the wild card is going to go from 1 to 3, this can certainly go from 5 to 7. And then you're playing a whole week of baseball. You don't really have any. Even if you fall behind at the beginning of the series,
I see that.
You got time to rally back. You've got time to get your rhythm and all of this. You know, again, I already sort of feel that way. The Braves last night, can you say we're out of rhythm? I don't know, dude. You're playing your 4th game in 5 nights. You should be in rhythm by now. But if you want to extend that back to 7 games and make it that much harder to knock that team out, I'd be okay with that. That's the only change that I would consider making.
For me, the change goes the other way. And if you're going to go to a best of 5, then if you're the number 1 seed or even the number 2 seed, you start that series, you're up 1-0. You want to really play the regular season and make it matter.
That's an interesting one.
So you have the best record in the National League. You go into that first series, and even if you want to give them 4 or 5 days off, all right, you're up 1-0. So the team's got to beat you 3 out of 4 in a best of 5. Or you can go the other way and play best of 7, and you got to beat them 4 out of 6. You automatically get game 1 as a win. That would incentivize the regular season and make it worth something to actually play for the top 2 seeds.
Or you can do a little bit more of what they did in round 1. They've had no problem in round 1 saying, okay, higher seed, you get all the games at home. All of them. By the way, that did not prevent certain teams from winning. They're able to do it on the road. The Diamondbacks went to Milwaukee and said, thank you very much. we'll take this. And
Texas at Tampa.
Yeah.
Won them both.
No problem. You want to make, if you want to keep it a 5-game series, just make it all at home.
Yeah, they were 2-2, the home teams.
Yeah,
in that round.
But I mean, if you want to give them a little bit more of a nod, those are the kinds of things that I would look at. I know where you're coming from, but let's also be honest. Baseball's not going back to the 1-game wild card type playoff. And I think in general, this isn't even an opinion. This is just what I think is fact. Anytime you come to the party, and this could be any sport, no matter what, I hear Shasky a couple of weeks ago, gosh, this 162-game schedule, it's too long. The NBA playoffs, they're too long. The wild card round shouldn't be 3, it should be 1. Anything that calls for less sports,
right,
you're going to lose the argument. The only thing that we're ever going to do is more. It's America. It's money, but it's also just America. You ever eaten at the Cheesecake Factory? Okay, more. We love more. Nobody's ever doing less. It's just not the way we operate. Over time, whatever it is that you're given, you're going to get more. Oh, you like Instagram? Cool. Here's TikTok. It's
Nice.
just going to be more. So if your argument about anything in sports is ever, you know what they should do? We should play less.
Never.
See yourself to the door.
Exactly.
Your argument is not going to be heard.
And I get that, but what baseball needs more than ever before is urgency. And right now, we have had no urgency. We've had sweep. And then in round 2, we had sweep, 4-4 sweep. So we haven't had that urgency that baseball wants. The 1-game playoff that we all adore, where it's a double must-win situation. We haven't had that. And now we sit here and we wait, and the NLCS won't even start till Monday.
Well,
what are we doing, baseball?
I do wonder if it doesn't feel urgent to us because our team's not in it. Like, if you watch that Philadelphia crowd, they are not lacking
they
for
don't
urgency.
care. Yeah, they don't care about the urgency.
Exactly. They find it very urgent. You know what I mean? Like, they're all in. All right. Willard and Dibbs, glad you're with us. 888-957-9570. And Chris Rose, 20 minutes away, and he's great on all this stuff. We'll ask him about the playoff format, but also go deep into the Deshaun Watson situation, his view on the Niner-Browns game, Brock Purdy, and more. Let's go to Burns in San Bruno. Hey, Burns, thanks for calling. What's up?
What's happening, boys? Good to hear your voices. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, brother, anytime. So, the conversation that y'all were just mentioning, MLB-wise, I feel like it's the team's responsibility to stay up to par with the competition. Despite what's being pushed out there, it's a system that the teams understand. They got to make sure they're prepared. So those L's are on them, But regarding football, there's no one I fear. Why would we fear anyone? We are so good. Last week, I offered the question, Brock Purdy, what type of dog is he? This week, my question is, what kind of chip is he? Because our team has massive chips on their shoulders. Kyle Shanahan, everyone, you can go to the list. And bottom line is that chip is going to make us succeed. I don't see any other team in this league that is as hungry as us. The Eagles, for sure, but they're behind us. I feel like they're behind us couple years in progression-wise, with their head coach. So why are you scared? Why are you scared, boys? We're going to win.
Well,
we're going to win. I see it. I called it. I called it at the beginning of the year. Love y'all.
Well, Burns, thank you. Burns. You were not alone in predicting a Super Bowl for the 49ers. But that said, we're also not in a position to peacock anything after 5 games. I maybe fear, maybe scared is sort of the wrong way to usher in this conversation. I don't think if you're a 49er or a 49er fan, you need to, quote unquote, be scared of anyone. But where is your healthy respect, I guess, is maybe a different way to ask it. A healthy respect for the competition, the sort of attention to detail that needs to be paid and the visual ability to look at another team and go, you know what, that team's really good too. I have that for the Eagles. When I look at the Eagles play, I'm like, they're good. They're good. I don't think they're as good as the 49ers. Not right now, but they're good. They're good. And I'm not saying that I'm looking at the Chiefs saying they're not good. The Chiefs are good, but they do not look like even their former selves, and they definitely do not look as dynamic as the 49ers. And the Bills actually are the team that I think has the ability on a given Sunday to just be like, wow, they steamrolled you. But they have suffered 2 huge injuries the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I think their defense is going to be broken for the rest of the year because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, Buffalo's the kind of team that can come out and maybe outscore you, but they've been relying on their defense, which has been so good for so long. And I look at the Niners schedule, and you talk about a healthy respect, and we don't really have it for Cleveland. It's a double-digit situation in the spread, and no Deshaun Watson. Minnesota on the road. I don't know if we have a healthy respect for them because there's no Justin Jefferson.
Yep, it's true.
And I'll talk next week about Kirk Cousins, and Steiny going to be crowing about his guy all week. Then Cincinnati comes in with Joe Burrow limping and, you know, a receiver core that hasn't been as good as we thought it would be. And then coming out of the bye at Jacksonville, we might have a healthy respect for because it's a road game, and they've been pretty solid in terms of, you know, the majority of their games, and Calvin Ridley is giving them a shot in their passing game. But
good team.
Yeah, it's a good team, and maybe that's the next time that we have a healthy respect for an opponent.
I mean, look, Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase showed something last week that if they can build on it, can the Bengals start to look like what we thought the Bengals were going to look like? Yeah, sure, that's possible. Obviously, any given week, the 49ers could look different than they do based on player availability. Do they lose someone that kind of changes the calculus? You know, the Minnesota Viking game, man, is there a look-ahead line on that? Is there a look-ahead line on the Minnesota?
Yeah.
Will you I don't even know where you find that. Will you find that? You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know, who knows if anything, something bad's going to happen to the 49ers this weekend. Could change the whole thing.
Oh, yeah.
But Kirk Cousins against the 49ers, this has already been proven, by the way, is a horrible matchup for him. It's a horrible matchup for him. Kirk thrives with downfield passes, is not very mobile. That matchup, and now you take away Justin Jefferson, the 49ers are going to crush the Vikings, assuming they show up to that game healthy.
Well, you wouldn't think so based on the look, a headline.
What is it?
What do you think based on what I just said?
Okay. The look-ahead line, the Vikings hosting the 49ers on Monday Night Football a week from Monday.
Look.
And based on what you said, I say that the 49ers are favored by 4.5.
Grandy? Oh, yeah. Give it to him harder. Yeah.
Yes, it doesn't bother me.
Double up.
Yeah, hit it as many times as you want. Yeah.
Oh, that sweet sound when it goes your way.
It's like being booed on the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buzz his ass.
You fire me up.
Get him.
You motivate me.
Get him, Buzz Aldrin.
Let's go.
It's 1, Mark.
The Niners are only favored by 1?
Number 1.
I was about to do the same thing.
What kind of cockamamie website did you just find?
Lookaheadlines.org.
Do you have money in that app?
No, but I should.
I want to go to where I have money because I will bet the living hell out of that. Are you kidding?
I don't know if you can.
That cannot be true.
Okay.
You're
right.
I'm not saying I'm right, but I'm McEnroeing you. You cannot be serious. The Niners are favored by 1 in Minnesota?
I'll go to another website and
What are
see
you
if I can get
talking about?
corroboration.
Let me look and see what I can find here. Look ahead.
Oh, 7.5 on this site. So
Yeah, I do have it.
Is that coming my way?
Take all those buzzers and send them over to
You
that
said
side of the room.
4.5. You were also wrong there, Buttercup.
That's not even the point. The
It's
point
my
is,
point.
when I said
Don't
you
smile at that, Nick.
You cannot be serious.
Take it on water in
Turns
here.
out you cannot be serious.
Caesars, FanDuel, 7 and a hook.
No,
You guys
actually-
both take L's on this one.
I
Sorry.
actually see it on the site where I do have money.
Which
and,
is?
JaysonBaboop.com.
Okay.
And
Babbity boop boop.
yeah, it's a
.org?
touchdown. It's a touchdown.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm betting it right now. Hang on.
At 7.5.
No, it's at 7 where I am. So I could get it before that half comes
Well.
because I can tell it's coming. They're at -125 at -7. Better get it now. So anyway, I'm gonna log in, just handle some things here for a second.
I would bet it on the alternate line. If you're that confident, I'd bet it up to 9.5. You get better money, you get better price.
Yeah, I didn't,
Tough guy.
Didn't say I was that confident.
Well, they're going to win by 8.
No, they're going to win by no. They will win that game by double digits. But you take your points and avoid backdoor covers and Sean McVegas and things like that when you can. You do, because weird stuff happens in the NFL. But I love the 49ers in that matchup. Love them. With no Justin Jefferson, who exactly is Kirk Cousins going to stand back there and throw the ball to?
Don't they have Addison and Madison?
Yeah, they do. Madison is, gosh, he drops the ball more than he catches it. Addison's an interesting young receiver, no doubt. TJ Hawkinson, very, very good tight end. It's just a bad matchup, man. It's just a bad matchup. So, you look at the quarterbacks that the 49ers have had to face. I mean, maybe that is sort of the discussion we'd love to have. You get to the end of the 49ers schedule, and all of those names that you hear the Shannon Sharps and the rest of the people around the league talk about, the quote-unquote elite quarterbacks, how many of them are even on the 49ers schedule at all this year? Joe Burrow is 2 weeks away, and he was that, but has not been that, at least not this year. So far, they've played Stafford and Dak, but I think most people would put them in sort of the second category. Deshaun Watson, once upon a time, was. He's not anymore. They're not even facing him anyway. Cousins is probably in your Dak category. Then there's Burrow. We'll see where he's at. Trevor Lawrence and Jalen Hurts. Lamar Jackson, I guess. You get to the end of the year, though, no Mahomes, no Allen, and I
you got Howell and Stafford to round it out.
Exactly. So
another round of Dobbs.
I mean,
a couple of doses of Seattle.
That early game on November 12th, coming out of the bye against Trevor Lawrence on the East Coast, that's going to be very interesting. Very interesting to see what they do. Jacksonville looks like they righted the ship with their two-step out in London, and we'll see if they come back to the States and look like themselves. But there's some interesting ones in there. But again, it feels today largely like this 49er defense is going to handle. December 3rd is going to be amazing. Outside of that, if this team shows up with health, I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around anybody else beating them.
Yeah, and I thought the Cincinnati game would be a tough one. You and I bet babysitting on the line, and I'm sure your kids don't want you to win that because then it's Uncle Dibs coming to town. But that Cincinnati game is looking less daunting than it was 7 weeks ago.
That bet actually keeps feeling odder and odder as we go. Like, are you coming over? If the Niners win that, are you coming to my house at some point or something?
Yes.
You are. You're coming to my house to watch the kids.
More likely, the kids and I will go out for mini golf or bowling or pizza or something fun. I'm not just going to sit there.
Abe's like 6'4". You're coming to babysit someone who's 6'4" with a driver's license.
I know Abe very well.
Yeah,
Abe
I know you do.
We're former coworkers.
Yes,
so
you are.
Abe and I have had some time together. We've spent time together. I tried to impart some life lessons. He had his hood on and maybe an earbud in.
Right.
Not sure if he was in the receiving mode.
No, he's not.
Don't know your daughter. Don't think I've ever spoken to your daughter.
Nope.
And little man gives me a little bit of the side eye, kind of like the old man does. Like, I'm not so sure what to make of this guy.
This guy.
Yeah, I'm not totally sold on this guy.
They do love the fantasy names Willard and Gibbs, though.
Okay,
They do love that.
That's what you have in
the family league.
Okay.
Yeah, even though Jahmyr Gibbs is out again. I threatened to change it back. I'm like, Jahmyr Gibbs is out. I got to change my name. They're like, don't do it, Dad. Don't do it. It's Willard and Gibbs. It's great. You got to keep it. I'm like, all right, fine. It matters.
Tell him Uncle Gibbs is coming if Cincinnati loses to the Niners.
Yeah, man.
I'll take him bowling.
The Chiefs are the team, I think, that if you're a 49er fan, you have some of that PTSD. They beat you in the Super Bowl a few years ago. They walked in last year right after the Christian McCaffrey trade, which got everybody, okay, here we go, right? Niners ready to rock. Niners were a little compromised. Charvarius Ward, Trent Williams, dealing with injuries and whatnot. But they came in and they really torched you. They really, really torched you. And so there is this feeling like, well, if anybody around the NFL has the Niners under their thumb, it's Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. I can't quite put my finger on what it is that's different this year. I know the easy answer is to say, well, he's got no weapons. But the receiving core was kind of compromised last year too. And a great quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, the same way Brady did for years before, should be able to make the average receiver look better. I mean, look at the guys that Aaron Rodgers turned into fantasy-relevant players who then weren't really necessarily able to do that anywhere else they go. Have you heard anything from Alan Lazard anymore?
I got him on my bench.
Yeah, he followed Aaron Rodgers, and he would have been relevant if Aaron Rodgers were playing, but he's not.
He's had an okay year.
Yeah.
I mean, considering he's got Zachy throwing to him.
That's
He's
what
been
I'm
all
saying,
right.
though. Like a great quarterback should be able to make a receiver sing statistically a little bit. So when we look at the Chiefs and go, oh, well, he's got Sky Moore and Rashee Rice and Kadarius Toney who can't catch, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Isn't Patrick Mahomes supposed to make those guys relevant? That's what I would have thought. So something's wrong there. I don't exactly know what it is.
This group is not as good as last year's group. Like Juju Smith-Schuster would be the best receiver in this group.
And how good is he? I mean, he's not doing anything anymore
No, he's
either.
not. And I mean, you got Valdez-Scantling last year, Mecole Hardman, and they still have him. Rashee Rice, he had Sky Moore last year.
They still have Valdez-Scantling. I do believe Mecole Hardman has moved on.
Yeah, he has. But they don't have – I don't think that their skill guys this year are as good as last year, and last year they weren't great either.
Yeah.
And yet they came in here and hung 44 on you.
Well, and oh, by the way, won the Super Bowl. They were obviously good enough. But when I look at that team right now, they're not. They're not. And I believe I put it in ink actually 3 weeks ago anyway, that 49ers make the Super Bowl. They're not going to – the Niners aren't facing the Chiefs this year. They're not playing the Chiefs this year.
Yeah, you said that earlier this week.
They're not going to see them. So I don't think you need to worry about them. You do not need to worry about Patrick Mahomes. The 49ers will not face him. And, oh, by the way, if they do, and if they did play this weekend on a neutral field, Niners are a huge and heavy favorite in that game.
Yeah, he threw for 423 and 3 touchdowns last year in that game in San Francisco when they erased a 10-0 deficit. Kansas City did.
Yeah, it started out nice. Remember that?
Yeah, and they put up 44 in that ball game. Jimmy Garoppolo, 2 TDs and a pick. Brock Purdy threw a pick in that game. Brock Purdy can't handle Kansas City.
Did he? When did he come in?
It must have been mop-up. He
Yeah.
was 4 of 9 for 66 yards
I
and a
remember,
pick.
yeah, he hucked it down the field. It was down the right sideline. I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
so, I mean, maybe that's Brock's kryptonite. Andy Reid and company, Kansas City.
Doubtful, but
A different
maybe.
Brock now.
Yeah, all good. Not going to have to play him this year. We're sponsored by Lucky California, and if I were you, I'd stay right where you are. First of all, always welcoming your phone calls, 888-957-9570. But coming up, Chris Rose, through the years, everything from Fox, MLB Network, phenomenal podcast that he now has, can talk about absolutely anything and is a huge Cleveland sports fan. So, Deshaun Watson, the Browns matchup, can it actually be a scary one or not? Oh, by the way, I heard the Cleveland Guardians are potentially interviewing Gabe Kapler for their managerial opening. Should the playoff structure in MLB be changed? All of that with Chris Rose coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
You have a taste for beef with a higher standard? Because Lucky proudly carries USDA choice beef.
95.7 The Game.
I want to shout out San Jose Jazz fan, one of our very faithful listeners and YouTube chatters, because he has just broken the news that the weather report for next Wednesday in San Leandro is 82 and sunny.
Oh, perfect.
So anybody who just was hoping to use that excuse for not showing up to the Warriors Summit, you just lost that as well. It's going to be perfect. So get every single one of your body parts out there to join us for the Warriors Summit Wednesday, October 18th. Fieldwork Brewing Company, San Leandro. We're live at 2. Come get an early good seat if you want. But all the gang's there from 4 to 6, and we talk out preseason Warriors basketball, which, by the way, we've got tonight against the Los Angeles Lakers as well. Willard and Dibbs, so thankful you're with us, and we're always thankful when we get a chance to have this gentleman on. John Boy Media, Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, and Fox and MLB Network through the years for sure as well. Chris Rose joins us now live. Hey, my man, what's going on?
Doing fine, guys. How are you?
We're doing great. We're all sort of curious, even though, this is like we're moonlighting in terms of caring about the Browns, but this Deshaun Watson situation certainly has our attention. What's the larger thing at play here, if there is one? What's going on?
Oh, boy. It's a good question. Yeah, I think it's really confusing, unfortunately, for a lot of people. And maybe even the Browns to some degree, because, 2 weeks ago, Watson missed practice basically the entire week. This is before the Ravens game. And there were a lot of people who thought that he was starting. And Sunday morning, he goes out on the field, really didn't throw many passes, kind of lobbed a couple. And they were like, nope, not doing it. So they had Dorian Thompson-Robinson, the rookie fifth rounder out of UCLA, start on a few hours' notice. And it went pretty much as you expect. And so they were like, okay, well, listen, it's a divisional loss. That kind of sucks. But 2-2 through 4 games, you have the bye week, he'll be ready to go. And he's not ready to go. And now who knows how long they're looking at. But they're going to start P.J. Walker this weekend. And, he's got 7 starts under his belt. Interestingly enough, last year when, the Panthers changed out their head coach, it was now Niners defensive coordinator Steve Wilks who gave him his shot. And he did okay. I mean, he's kind of between a second and a third string quarterback, I think, at best. And going against, in my opinion, the best team in the league. And at this point, I think there's a substantial difference between the Niners and the Eagles. It's not ideal. It certainly isn't great when you're missing your Pro Bowl left guard, Joel Bitonio, and you've already lost your arguably the best running back in the league in Nick Chubb. It's basically, I'm begging for safety, guys, at this point on Sunday as a Browns fan.
Yeah, you sound pretty downtrodden, Chris. I mean, if you're looking at it from the Cleveland side, what do you pin your hopes on in terms of offensive anything?
Well, it's been an uphill battle anyway, right? Even if they have been somewhat healthy outside of Chubb, which they really haven't been. I mean, it hasn't been a good year, and they haven't played well offensively. So the hope is that the defense kind of snaps back into form after getting blasted by Baltimore a couple weeks ago, that maybe they can force a couple turnovers. That and weather are the great equalizers when there's such a huge disparity between the teams. But the Niners don't really turn it over very much either. So that would be kind of out of character for them. So it's just, you hope that you make it through, that you don't expect to win, and you hope that the Niners take care of business against the Bengals and the Ravens out by the Bay when they come calling, and that hopefully Watson can get back to this thing and they start winning games after this one. It's not a great shot. But the Niners will lose to somebody, so maybe it'll be this weekend.
Chris Rose. See, here we were hoping that maybe they wouldn't, Chris. Believe it or not a lot of it, but there's a tiny bit of 17-0 type talk that's already starting. They've looked this good, but focus further on this particular weekend, because among all the sort of Browns followers we've talked to, Chris, they all sound like you do. Like this is a fait accompli. But the defense is so good. What if you just spotlight that and answer it that way? What kind of problems could this defense cause for the 49ers?
Well, I mean, first of all, the front four is really good. And Jim Schwartz, their new defensive coordinator, has made a tremendous amount of difference in this team. They have severely upgraded that front. You know, everybody in the world has known about Myles Garrett since he set foot on an NFL turf, you know, in 2017. They've never had other guys that can help him out. I mean, Jadeveon Clowney, they had him for 2 years, but Clowney's not considered a pass rusher. He just isn't. They traded for Zadarius Smith, the former Viking and Packer and Raven, and he's a legit, you know, like number 2 pass rusher. They brought in Dalvin Tomlinson, former defensive lineman with the Vikings and the Giants. Their linebackers have played really well. In their secondary, their corners are very good. I mean, I think you'd be hard-pressed, to be honest with you, to find another group of corners, top 3, that's as talented as the Browns, between Denzel Ward, a second-year kid named MJ Emerson, and Greg Newsome, who was a former first-round pick. So that's where they can they stop the Niners? No. Can they keep them to 20 points? Maybe. It's not going to be easy, but that's the hope, right? If you're asking for a hope, that's it.
And the hope is for the Browns fans that Myles Garrett continues to beat the drum toward DPOY, which is currently held by Nick Bosa. How much fun is it, especially as a Browns fan, to watch Myles Garrett just wreck shop every Sunday?
Yeah, I mean, when he's, you know, I was at the Tennessee game a couple weeks ago where he basically picked up Andre Dillard, who has not had a lot of success in this league. If people remember, he was a first-round pick of the Eagles and really couldn't get on the field. And now he's a Titan. I mean, but he's still 320 pounds. He would just pick him up and throw him back into Tannehill. And that sort of stuff is freakish, you know. And he's so fast, and he's like Gumby with his ability to bend. Like, you can just throw him any direction, and you just don't expect the human body to move that way. So the Browns defense, I mean, that's, like I said, that's the encouraging sign. It just feels like even if the Browns defense plays great, I'm just curious where the points come from if it's not like scoop and score or a special teams touchdown or something like that.
Chris Rose with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Chris, I hate to ask this. It feels obligatory, though, with the national conversation that has gone on with regard to whether he's good, a product of the system, blah, blah, blah. What's your perspective on Brock Purdy, the player?
I think he's pretty good. I really do. Now, you know, the discussion that some people will have is, okay, how many more teams would he start on, right? Like, that's the fun chatter. Yeah, and I don't know if you could come up, I don't know if the number is 10 teams that he'd have no shot at starting on, but like last week, what would happen if the quarterbacks were changed between Dallas and San Francisco? Is the score closer than 42-10, or is it 50-7? Like, that's the question. I think it's unfair to the kid, to be honest with you. That's how I look at it. He has done everything that the team has asked. And so why are we punishing the last pick of the draft? I mean, the fact that he has started 10 games in the NFL as the last pick of the draft, to me, that's a major accomplishment.
Yeah.
Like, why can't we just accept it for what it is, which is a remarkable story that the kid's way better than we ever thought. I did last week's show with Daniel Jeremiah here at the NFL Network, and Daniel's our draft guru, and we had a discussion about Brock Purdy. I said the question was, and the only two choices are, does he get more credit? Should he get more credit or less credit than he deserves, or that he's getting right now? And he's like, he should get more credit right now. And that's the way he looked at it. And then I said, Daniel, you study everybody that comes into the draft. Did you think there was any way that this is what we'd see? He said, no. He said, absolutely not. He said, well, he talked to his coach, Coach Campbell at Iowa State, and said this guy is just a winner. He is legit, and he throws the ball with accuracy. But still, you don't believe it when he's the last pick in the draft. So I'm just happy for him. I just hate it that we always feel like we need to pigeonhole somebody into something. And they have to be this, and they have to be that. And if they are this, well, then would it work over here and this, that? Let's just accept it for what it is, which is a tremendous ride.
Yeah, my partner actually came up with a term called draftism that he feels like, that we feel like Brock Purdy's being afflicted by, and that's just kind of the nature of being the last pick in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to ask the average NFL fan, did Tony Romo have a successful NFL career? Was he? What do you think most people would say?
They would
yes.
They would say I think no. They would say no because a standard was created that he couldn't reach, or when the lights came on. You know what I mean? Like he didn't get all the way over the top.
Right, and he was a 9-figure quarterback, and he was a quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys. Well, remind everybody what round Tony Romo was taken in.
Yeah,
exactly.
He wasn't. He was undrafted. So all these people were like, "Oh my God, Tony Romo's overrated." Like, are you morons? What are we thinking about here? The guy did not get drafted, and he played for the Dallas Cowboys. You might hate it that the Cowboys ended up giving him a $100 million extension, but so what? Good for him. Jesus, like let's just keep things where they should be.
Chris, who else do you see around the league that you think is on the 49ers level, if anyone?
Well, I do think that the Eagles can get there. They just haven't. They haven't this year, and maybe that's the scary thing for the 49ers and their fans is that we know Philadelphia's got it in them. And they're still 5-0, even though it feels like there's more to give. When I watch the Niners and they're 5-0, I feel like, they've played great football. They really have. So I don't know what week it is, 12 or 13, that game in Philly.
Oh yeah, I think
December 3rd.
It's which I think is week 12.
Week 13.
Week 13.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So we can't all wait for that. Like that's going to be unbelievable. And we're all super excited about it. It could determine, the 1 seed in the NFC, which is going to be huge. But, as much as Seattle, I believe in them. I don't think that they can play with the Niners, certainly record-wise during the season. I certainly don't think Dallas can compete with Philadelphia. So you're looking at the top 2 seeds. Now, the one team I would keep my eye on in the NFC is Detroit. Daniel Jeremiah, I thought, had a great line about them. He called them the Niners JV in terms of the way they're constructed, and I thought that was pretty good. They've obviously drafted a lot of playmakers this particular year, but they have built up their offensive and defensive lines so that they're very much San Francisco-ish. Not saying they're on the same level, but when you play that type of team, like they're not going to be scared. I think they'll end up being that solid 3 seed. It wouldn't shock me if they end up with the largest margin of victory in terms of games as a division champion. And I think they'll be a fun watch in the playoffs.
Anybody in the AFC really got your eye? And Mark and I were talking earlier about Kansas City, and I know they've won a lot of games, but they seem to be doing it in an underwhelming, different sort of way. Who scares you in that AFC, Chris?
Well, Miami's speed does, right? It just feels like, my God, you're going to have to score 40 to beat them. Now, here's the thing. I think you can, because their defense, which should get better as they get some guys back, particularly Jalen Ramsey, but that's going to still be a little bit. Miami's interesting. I wonder if Kansas City doesn't make a trade for somebody to help them at the wide receiver position. It's still amazing to me that Travis Kelce gets as open as he does when they don't have anybody else out there. They do have one kid, a second rounder in Rashee Rice, who I think has got some juice, who's a solid player. Isaiah Pacheco has got some burst to him as well. But they just feel so reliant on that Mahomes to Kelce that at some point feels like they're going to need somebody else to make a huge play. And I don't know if they've got that right now. They still have time to do it.
Chris, go ahead. Yeah.
And one other team I was going to throw out there was Baltimore, because they're like, I hate doing the shoulda, woulda, coulda. Like, we should be this record, but we're actually this record. I think that one actually plays with Baltimore because last week I have no idea how they lost that game in Pittsburgh, and then they lost at home to Indianapolis and Gardner Minshew in overtime. But they're a team that could be dangerous.
Chris Rose is with us. I'd love to hear you expand a little bit on what you mean with regard to the Philadelphia Eagles and sort of their room to grow. And if you see any of that with the 49ers as well.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Mark, is that I feel like Philly, even though they're 5-0, that they haven't played their best football. I just feel like they've gotten so many guys on that roster that have shown it. And, one of the many reasons I love those two teams, meaning Philadelphia and San Francisco, is just how they're built, right? They protect both sides of those lines. That's a big deal for both of those teams. Their executive, John Lynch, believes in it. Howie Roseman believes in it. Their coaches believe in it. So it just feels like Philadelphia hasn't played its best football yet. I don't know how else to explain it other than that. Whereas I feel like San Francisco, like last week, tell me one thing they didn't do great.
Score 50.
Yeah. They had a false start once.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a false start, and their tight end got fined $13,500 for wearing a vulgar shirt.
Yeah, boy, that was so offensive.
And they fumbled at the goal line.
Yeah.
Should have been 49-10.
Yeah, you're right.
They had a delay game in there, too. Hey, Chris, just real quick, from the gridiron to the diamond, who's going to win this thing? And also, more importantly, how do we fix this cockamamie playoff format that is making it too tough on these 100-win teams?
Well,
it's a loaded question.
Yeah, it is. It is loaded.
Thank you.
I don't think. Yeah. So here's the deal. Everybody complains about the time off, and that is a real thing. Like this with baseball players, if you ask hitters, 5 days off between seeing major league pitching as opposed to 3 days off, which is what the wild card winners maybe get, 2 or 3. That's a legit thing. That's not an excuse. That is legit. It can be both factually accurate and I don't give a damn. Like that's okay. So if you were to ask all the teams that receive the buys, would you rather play in the wild card round? They're going to say, heck no, I'd rather have the rest. I'd rather set my rotation, all that sort of stuff. So everybody says, oh, you're just using it as an excuse. No, I think there is some factual basis to it, but I don't see anything around it. If you're going to have 6 playoff teams, you have to have buys, unless I'm no math wizard, but you're going to have 2 teams that have to sit out the first round.
Right.
So, guys, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, can you make the first round a 1-game wild card and then we get going on a Thursday instead? I suppose, but the whole reason they expanded the playoffs was for more money and more games. So that wouldn't make any sense. That's not what they're going to do.
Well, would the fix be to add even more games? What if I simply said that divisional round should be a best of 7? At least make it that you have to beat those teams 4 times instead of 3.
I can't wait for Game 1 of the World Series, November 21st.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be awesome, guys. I love it. And being a native Clevelander, that is perfect because I have been to a World Series game where it snowed.
Colorado or?
No. Cleveland.
Oh, that's right.
Cleveland.
That's right.
Yeah.
In 97 against the Marlins, I was like, I cannot believe this. This is really happening.
Yeah,
and it was snowing.
But I mean, how long till we've got an 18-game schedule in the NFL? It's always going to be more.
Yeah, the difference is that weather factors into one sport and not another.
True. Yeah.
And that's kind of listen. Am I for shortening regular seasons and making playoffs more robust? Absolutely. Will it ever happen? Hell no.
Nope.
Because there's too much money. It's just not going to happen. So
next thing you know, we'll have 64 robots in BattleBots expanding from 32.
Easy now. Come on. Don't be ripping on my show.
I love your show. I'm a huge fan of your show. This year was as unexpected as any I can remember.
We're talking about BattleBots for those of us that don't understand.
Robots fighting,
robot
Mark.
fighting
It's incredible.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great season. I know, listen, in the Bay Area, we have a huge population of people that love it and participate in it. So I know it's a big deal up there, and we love that.
Oh, yeah.
But the broadcasters are still humans, right? It's not AI.
Well, I don't know. Some of my critics might say I'm so generic that I could be a robot.
I know that's a real human in there somewhere, Chris. Thank you so much for hopping on with us, as always.
You got it, boys. Take care. Good catching up.
All right, Chris. Absolutely. That's the great Chris Rose. BattleBots.
Oh, I love it.
John Boy Media. He's got the podcast, which is absolutely fantastic. And you know him through the years, Fox, MLB Network, and beyond.
Yeah.
The great Chris Rose.
We forgot to ask him about I am interviewing for a possible job
They
with
were
the Guardians.
I told you about that interview I did in Cleveland yesterday before the show, and they're like terrified. They're terrified.
Did you do your Kapler for him?
I did not, because I really felt like they would not have understood what the hell was going on. They're like, why did Mark suddenly just change his voice? We don't understand what's happening here. They've never met Gabe Kapler.
Right. Good point.
So anyway, they're interviewing a few people, Abernathy as well, through the Giants system, as are the Giants, by the way.
Who are they interviewing?
A bunch of in-house candidates. Very exciting. Very exciting.
Come on.
Very exciting.
Any names?
Well, Kai Correa.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
Ron Wotus.
Okay.
I mean, you know.
But they are interviewing, like they're starting to get this process going.
Well, the report that came out from NBC Sports Bay Area is that Giants third base coach Mark Hallberg has emerged as the top internal candidate. But once they're done with the internal, then they're going to do the external. And we'll see where it goes.
Yeah.
Very exciting, Dibs.
Well, from the mayor, Otis Bird III, on the YouTube feed, in-house candidates? Come on. And I think that that is echoing what many Giants fans are thinking.
Then he followed up, though, but I'd be okay with Wotus.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, here's the problem, just 30 seconds.
Mark Hallberg?
The problem with this whole deal is that in order to sort of hit the emotional the emotional side of this for Giants fans is going to be viewed, I think, by ownership as sort of counterproductive in terms of what they want to do baseball-wise. Or it's someone who's not available. I don't think Buster Posey wants the gig. And Giants fans all want, right? They want Bochy or Wotus or Buster.
Sure.
Somebody who's attached to back when
Timmy
this was fun.
or Kaner.
Right. All of them.
Mad Bum.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Can you imagine Mad Bum?
He would take every pitcher out after
I was going to say
every pitch.
First borderline call that balls and strikes doesn't go his way.
He'd get thrown
Snot
out.
rockets and oh my God.
Over
he'd be mad.
under 75.5 ejections
over
for the year.
How many times did Booney get thrown out this year? Like 15?
Yeah, quite a
couldn't
bit.
stay in the dugout.
Presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right, we will circle back to the disrespectful Brock Purdy comment of the day. That's our new segment here. We'll get to that. Also, who scares you if you're a 49er fan? We will take your phone calls on in to the 5 o'clock hour, 888-957-9570. That is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs.
Here we go. Here comes the Sandman.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Adam Sandler.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, I got a few things for you, Dibs.
Okay.
I got a couple things for you.
I love it. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. And 888-957-9570. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the final hour of the week.
It's one of my favorite hours.
Here we go, okay? So if you want to get your take off, whatever it is, I don't know, I would do it now. Don't wait, because there's not going to be anybody here tomorrow, okay?
No, get it in. And we got Niner football Sunday at 10. I got a pumpkin patch I'm going to tomorrow.
You're doing the pumpkin patch tomorrow?
Yeah.
It's an early trip to the patch. That thing might be rotten by Halloween.
No, only if you carve it. And I don't think that we're going to get into the carving this year. I think we're going to be carve-free.
I think you've got a baby. I think you're going to be smashing pumpkins is what you're going to end up doing.
No doubt. I saw them in an airport in Vienna a long time ago, but that's a story for a different day.
Airport in Vienna.
Yeah.
I saw them years ago at the Cow Palace. Like I actually meant to go see them.
I'm in Vienna, and I look over and I go, that's that Billy guy.
That's that guy.
That's that guy from the Pumpkins. They're all four of them cruising through.
Did you say anything to him?
No.
Oh, you.
He didn't say anything to me either.
Coward,
so
yeah.
He looked at me, I looked at him, and we both were like,
it's like, hey,
cool.
The Dibbers.
Couple celebs, Game recognized game in Vienna.
I bet.
Totally.
Billy looks like a huge sports fan. Anyway.
Totally.
Anyway. I got a couple things for you, Dibs.
Bring it. Let's go.
Should have seen this earlier. It's from our buddy Slates.
Okay.
Anthony Slater.
Oh, Anthony, not Austin.
Yeah, no, not
Okay.
Austin. Austin had surgery. He's home. He's recovering nicely. Anthony Slater.
Slates.
Before I read this to you, can I ask you a question?
Please.
Do you think Draymond Green's going to be healthy on October 24th?
Healthy as in
ready to play?
Yes.
Cleared to play.
I do.
Okay.
That's 11 days from now.
Mm-hmm. Anthony Slater.
Okay. There's a lot of buildup here.
Chris Paul only played with the Warriors starters in the preseason opener. Steve Kerr said they've had him scrimmage some with the second unit in practice. They would like to mix and match him into that unit during the preseason, though it may not come tonight. Your thoughts?
He's trying to make sure that Chris Paul is ready to play with the second unit because he will play with the second unit as well as playing with the first unit. And this whole thing is fascinating to me because you're going to start an NBA game, and whoever those five individuals are, they're going to play together for about 5 to 7 minutes.
5 to 7, yeah.
And then somebody is coming out of the game. And that person who comes in is going to be a player who comes in off the bench, and that will be a member of the second unit.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Golden State Warriors.
Well, yeah.
Right.
For sure. It might be Kevon. It might be CP3 coming in off the bench. It might be Draymond. It might be Kuminga. Who knows? It might be Dario Saric or Rudy Gay or that other guy that Draymond hates who may not make the team.
Oh, Magruder.
Thank you, Magruder. The crime dog. Tough on crime.
Rodney Magruder.
Yeah. So at some point, you're going to have 3 or 4 guys off of the bench at the same time, and that will be the second unit. So you want Chris Paul to be comfortable playing with them, playing with the starters, everybody comfortable playing with everybody. So I don't really read too much into that at all.
I do.
You think that he's going to be coming off the bench?
I think if everybody's healthy, he's coming off the bench.
Okay.
And I get the larger point that you're trying to make, and I agree with it 100%.
Yeah.
Like, actually, can I take a moment to do this about 2 different topics?
Where are you seeing this, by the way? Is this a tweet?
Yes.
Because I'm looking at The Athletic
No.
for more of an in-depth look at what you're talking about.
At Anthony V. Slater 5 hours ago.
Okay.
So let me say this real quick and just get it off my chest a little bit for a couple different things here, okay? Couple different things. Does it super duper duper matter who starts?
To me?
Or
to the team?
To anyone?
Yes.
Oh, to who?
Chris Paul.
Okay, no. I don't mean like to any individual. I mean in the greater sense of the topic.
No,
Does it super uber duper matter?
No.
Okay, the answer is no. All right, next question.
Okay.
Does it super duper uber matter what people want to use to label Brock Purdy.
No.
Is he elite?
No, it doesn't
Is
matter.
he kind of elite? Is he good? Is he a product?
It matters to us because we have 16 hours of show to fill.
16 hours.
I mean, the Monday show is 4 hours of what'd you think? How was it?
Yeah.
888-957-9570. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, it kind of dissipates. And then you start thinking about, well, geez, we can't do 4 hours of, boy, they're really good.
Well, but I don't even love it when you say it that way because it makes it sound like it only matters to us because we've got time to fill on a radio show. That's not going to be a problem for us. We've been doing this for a billion years.
Yes.
It
matters to us as a collective Niner fan base and an NFL community.
There you go.
Because we as a as a people, we need to contextualize everything, okay? Niners are 5-0. They're in first place. They're undefeated. They're a good team. What does it mean, though? And why are they 5-0? Is it because of A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and we start to go through all the reasons?
Yes, and yes.
Well, and one of those things is it's because of Kyle, the players around Brock, Trent Williams, the schedule, this and that. And, oh, yeah, Brock is pretty good, too. Pat you on the head, tap, tap, tap. And that's what some people want to do in terms of context.
I guess, of course, my larger point is that you'll hear from a lot of people, and we've arrived at this moment, especially with Brock Purdy, and we arrived at that moment with Chris Paul, I feel like maybe 2 weeks ago, when people sort of started to get a little bit tired of it, and they went, guys, why does it matter? Why are we talking about this so much? Okay, I am a big believer that, for instance, ratings on television shows, right? People will say, why do they put this crap on the air? And my answer is the same every time. Because you watch it. The data goes in one direction, not the other. We don't guess. We're not sitting here going, gee, I wonder what everybody cares about. It's our job to know what you care about. It's our job to know what you would like to talk about, what you react to, what gives us engagement. We have 1,000 different indicators in front of us at any moment to tell how much engagement we've got, how interested you may or may not be. None of them are foolproof, but collectively, they all come together to mean something.
Yeah.
So if you are one of those listeners that's going, why are we still talking about labels of Brock Purdy? The answer is because you want us to.
You need us to.
That's the answer. Whether you like the answer or not, that is the truth. And I said it yesterday. Why is there somebody, and we should make a damn open for this and have it be a daily segment. Who wants to be the Brock Purdy idiot of the day? Because I promise you that some media member is going to take the bait every time. Shannon Sharps is the most recent. And I don't mean to call other people idiots. They're not. In many ways, they're being smart because ripping Brock Purdy, even though you think it's not ripping Brock Purdy or you're saying it's not ripping Brock Purdy, it is ripping Brock Purdy, and ripping Purdy is good for business. Shannon Sharp is getting engagement up the wazoo today. Stephen Ruiz got it last week. And who was our guy yesterday?
The 33rdteam.com.
The 33rdteam.com. Ripping Purdy is good for business because there's emotion there. Now, same thing here with Chris Paul and starting. Of course, I've heard all the people go, God, why are we obsessing about this? I don't know. Why does Kardashian's butt get you so excited?
Oh, I'll tell you why.
It just does.
You talk about engagement.
Like it just does. So whether or not Chris Paul starts, does it matter in terms of the outcome of the game against the Suns? No. Is he going to start some games? Sure. Is he going to not start some games? Yes. But it has clearly struck a chord with Bay Area sports fans. So I find it incredibly interesting, and it was made more interesting by you-know-who, Chris Paul, because when he was first asked about it, he snapped. And that means
he didn't snap. That's an overstatement.
Okay, he snapped back. It was a little bit of a snippy, snappy answer.
It was a rebuke
of
a question It was a wonderful answer to a question that didn't need to be asked.
I disagree with the last part.
Sure.
I agree with the first part. It was not that it was a bad answer. It's just we're just sitting here reading people.
He just flicked it away
with emotion.
With a 2-word response.
With emotion. And emotion.
Sneer.
And emotion that's what we do.
Yeah.
We are in the emotion business. That is what entertainment is. That is what.
Yeah. And the fact that he showed that he was annoyed is what definitely fueled this.
That's an emotion.
From then on,
so,
absolutely.
That's why I've said a bunch of times, if you want to know why that became a subject, ask Chris. He's the one who made it a bigger subject than it was.
Yeah.
And the second he came to media day and went, I don't care who starts. Oh, lo and behold, what happened?
Well, and now you see
Air
the
was out of the
reports
balloon.
of him flying up at 6 a.m. on the day that Steph Curry was going to be in town to work out so that he could work out with Steph Curry. So the positive spin machine around Chris Paul from the Golden State Warriors and Chris Paul himself, and the reports are that Chris Paul got the internal email about the trip to Alcatraz, the annual trip where they go there and they take on the inmate basketball team, and Chris has already signed up and volunteered to be a part of it. So he's ingratiating himself, and he's doing everything he can to inject himself into the fabric of the team and the organization. And, there might be a time this year where he has to come off the bench, and that's going to be a story if he ever does play in a game where he doesn't start, because he's never done that before.
I read into it because it feels to me like as we get close to opening night, the Warriors are preparing to play like they're going to play. And if Draymond Green was going to miss the first 2 weeks of the season, I don't think that, A, Steve Kerr spends that much time mixing Chris Paul into the second unit in practices, and B, Anthony Slater doesn't tweet about it. There's a reason that was tweetable. He went to his computer or his phone, and he said that for a reason. There's another preseason game coming tonight.
Yep.
And
7 o'clock right here on 95.7 The Game.
And Slater's point is, Chris Paul, you may see him start, but in practice, that's not really what they're doing. And there's a reason for that, in my opinion. So if you want to call that reading into it, go right ahead. I'm comfortable with that.
Well, and they're also priming the audience for what's going to be happening and whether or not it's when Draymond is healthy, or if it's 10 games in and they realize that the best thing for this team is for Chris Paul to come off the bench. It's going to happen at some point. Whether or not it happens in the opener or when Draymond comes back healthy or not, I think you're going to get to a point where Chris Paul starts the game on the bench, and they're just preparing everybody with tweets like that and with messages that, look, Chris Paul's a great player, but we do want him to elevate and unlock Jonathan Kuminga.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, in HD1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And a reminder that it is a Football Friday, Niners and Browns this weekend, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. I got another reason why the Chiefs aren't going to go to the Super Bowl, but let's get to that in a little bit. Let's go to the phones. David in the city is on here on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, David. What you doing?
Hey, what's happening, man? Just working on my cousin's boat right now. It's like right outside the Giants ballpark.
Oh, lucky you.
I didn't tell this to your guy, but I work Giants games, Warrior games, Niner games and stuff. I either cashier or bartend and stuff. So, I've been watching them. I've been watching actually the Raiders and the Niners since I was a little kid, man. My dad used to take me to the ball games. And so I remember, a lot of people don't realize or remember that Jimmy Plunkett played for the Niners for 1 year before he went to the Raiders, right? In that year, and watching the games, I would tell my dad, I go, look, Pop, look at what happens when Jimmy gets pressure, because I was following him since, Stanford. I'm from San Jose originally, He's from James Lick. Orale. Anyway, I would notice things, right? I told my Pop, I said, Pop, if Jimmy Plunkett had the Raiders offensive line, he could take the Niners to the Super Bowl. And then what happened? Next year, boom, I was overseas, bet my whole month's pay on it, and won. 2 years in a row, because first it was the Raiders, and then it was the Niners. Anyway, I was watching the game last season when Brock Purdy went in, right? And one of the first things I noticed, right off the bat, before that game was over, I was like, I was calling my son. I was like, Theo, are you watching the game? Yeah. Are you seeing this kid Purdy? Are you seeing how he moves his head? Who does that remind you of? And he's like, huh? And then I realized, oh shit, that's right. You weren't even born.
All right. That was heading somewhere, and then it wasn't.
It was heading the same way the whole time. South is where that thing was heading. I mean, we were heading toward Mark Grandy in the best of any minute now. Anyway.
I think I know where he was going, and there is a fair point in there somewhere. He never really got to it. But I feel like I've said this before. I guess maybe today's the day to say it again. Nobody is arguing that Brock Purdy's not in a great situation. Nobody's doing that. But I don't know why the energy has to be so firm behind the idea of Brock as a product of the system. That is an absolutely defiant, disrespectful, and in my opinion, a provably false statement that is being made, unless you'd like to make that statement about everybody.
Thank you. I don't know what that means, that you're a product of the system. I mean, what you're telling me is that the system is so good and the players are all so great and the play calls and the scheme that virtually any other human being, any other quarterback could go there and do as well as Brock Purdy. That's what I hear when I hear product of the system, which I do think is grotesquely unfair. So if you could take Zach Wilson or you could take any other quarterback, pick the worst quarterback that you think is around.
Mac Jones,
in the
thank
NFL.
you, Dan Orlovsky.
Right. So Mac Jones could step in and he would have 0 interceptions and they'd be 5-0 and he would be the leader in the NFL in QB rating. I don't see that. And that's unfair.
No, I agreed completely. And oh, by the way, look at it from a different perspective as well. You've seen the New York Giants play football. They played here. We watched it live one time. Do you think there is a quarterback in the NFL who could succeed behind that offensive line this year? Any of them? Give me one.
Well, by succeed, you mean be better than Daniel Jones, or you mean actually put out a winning product?
Play winning football and put up good numbers.
Man, even Lamar Jackson himself, who has the ability to be elusive and run, he probably would have them playing better, but I don't think the Giants are 4-1 instead of 1-4. That offensive line is pathetic, and they're all injured, and he's got no time to throw.
Right. But, like, the offensive line does not exist. You cannot play quarterback in the NFL if you do not have time. So if you want to start acknowledging the level to which every quarterback is a product of the system, let's go ahead and do that. I find it to be super boring and irrelevant, but if you want to do it, that's great. If you want to pick out one QB who's playing well and say he's a product of the system, but then not attach that to any other QB and forget Mahomes and Allen, but to literally do like Sharp did and point out Tua as someone who's doing something other than what Brock is doing, I don't know. You just have you have a blind spot. You have a blind spot. It doesn't mean there aren't points on both sides of the ledger. Everybody will be like, look, he's playing good. Okay, that's true. Look, he's got a good thing going around him. Also true. But you're shoving it all the way into one direction when you use the phrase product of a system. And it's provably false. Because like you said, there's a line of QBs who've tried to do it, who have been unable to, and furthermore, all the QBs who are playing well in the NFL, you can sit there and go, look at all the stuff they have around them. I mean,
and can you start with Tua? Because that to me is the most offensive part of this, because isn't he more a product of the system than any other quarterback in football? Because you look at Tua Tagovailoa and the quarterback he has been since Mike McDaniel went there, since the system got better, since they got more weapons, since they have evolved into an elite offensive operation, his numbers have gone up. His TD percentage is up. His quarterback rating is up. He led the league last year in quarterback rating, even though he didn't play all 17 games. So isn't he the epitome of being a product of the system?
Do you all, and I'm clearly stating it in a way where I know you don't, do you all remember what happened when Mike McDaniel got that job? and the famous conversation that he had with Tua saying, my man, I know your confidence is shot right now, but we think you're the guy. I want to show you. Do you remember the story of how McDaniel grabbed Tua and called a meeting and had put together a highlight package of all the good things that Tua had done in the NFL? And he showed it to him. And he's like, see that? You have it in you. We can do this. We can do this if you just let me build something around you that puts you in your best light and in your best situation. There were rumors that Brady was going to Miami.
Right.
Brady was going because Tua was not the dude. And then McDaniel gets the job, and here we are. Tua's an MVP candidate, and Shannon Sharp's like, boy, if that Brock guy could be more like Tua and put the whole team on his back and do all the stuff by himself, then maybe we'd give him some credit. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I appreciate what you just said. If we do want to figure out, if you want two names who I would say product of the system, it's Tua, and get ready to really get mad, it's Jalen Hurts. That's a non-first rounder who's got the best offensive line in football in front of him, and anytime he needs a first down from a yard away, they put him in a cocoon and carry him there. So you tell me, go look at his numbers. I don't use that label on anyone because I think it's a stinky way to say it. But if you want to do it, those are the guys.
Right.
Not Brock Purdy and all of his advanced analytics that show you that he's throwing the ball downfield.
Well, you could look at any quarterback and say they're a product of the system, and Jared Goff is another guy who is a product of the system. And when he went to Detroit, and you didn't have Dan Campbell yet there, and you didn't have Amon-Ra, St. Brown, and all the rest of the weaponry that Detroit now has, he was better than he was in Los Angeles, but he still wasn't the quarterback that he became last year and trending toward the quarterback he's going to be this year. It's because the system got better, meaning the coaching got better, the scheme, the players around him. So now Jared Goff is again playing like a guy you look at and go, yeah, I can see why he was the number one overall pick in that draft. He's balling out. He's a Pro Bowler this year. Is he a product of the system? You're damn right he is.
I got no issue with this if you want to hand it to everyone.
Sure.
I got no issue with this if you want to tell me Kyle Shanahan's got a hell of a system and a bunch of good players. I'm pretty aware of that. I'm pretty aware of it. I got no issue with it. But if you want to say Brock's the only one where that's the case, you have a blind spot. Or, as I said, ripping Purdy is good for business.
Yep.
So you're just trying to get attention.
Exactly.
You're just trying to get
it's
attention.
easy to do it for a guy who was the last pick in the draft, for a head coach that is everybody's QB whisperer and the hottest thing going in football, team's undefeated, surrounded by Pro Bowlers and maybe Hall of Famers. So it's easy to look at the quarterback. And, you know, I said in the summer and long before that I thought that he was the sixth most important player on this offense. And, you know, that's changed in terms of how he's played. He has earned that in my eyes to where, even though I do think if Sam Darnold had to come in and play quarterback, you're not missing that much. I still think with the talent around Sam, you win games. If you had Sam Darnold on Sunday.
This is our argument that I hope we never get an answer to.
Right.
That's all I'll say.
Well,
I think there's such a drop-off, and I hope we never, ever,
if
ever
Sam
find
Darnold
out.
quarterbacks on Sunday, if Brock misses the flight,
Yep.
let's just say Brock misses the flight, and they're probably flying out today. They're probably already in the air, quite frankly.
Are they flying tomorrow morning, or do they fly
Well,
tonight?
it's with an early Sunday game. You would figure they might
Well,
try to. Anyway,
I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
let's say they flew today and he missed the flight. And he can't, darn it, he can't get himself on another plane. And Brock Purdy go miss the game.
Okay.
Niners are still beating Cleveland. And they're still beating Minnesota.
Yeah,
with Sammy D.
Brandon Allen might beat P.J. Walker.
Right?
I mean,
Battle
yeah.
of threes.
Yeah. 17-6. Final score. If you haven't heard what Shannon said, and then we'll go to the phones because some of you, Gene, Joe, some of you guys are lining up. We'll come to you here in a sec.
I'm at the dog park.
But if he might already be there.
Yeah, thank
might be on his way home. But here's what Shannon said on First Take earlier today.
No, he's not an elite quarterback. He's a product of the system. It's more credit to Kyle Shanahan and what he's done. He's not, you know, and RC, you'll appreciate this. You know, in the biblical term, the devil told God that Job, the reason why he serves you is because you give everything to him. He said if you remove that hedge from around him, he will curse his very maker.
He'll curse you.
He said, you can take everything but his life. Took his kid, took his sheep, took all that. Joe was still faithful.
Never cursed him.
I'm not so sure that if we remove Debo, we remove Kyle Shanahan, we removed Ayuk, we would still see this Brock Purdy. He's a product of the system. Now, that's not to take away from what he's doing. It's okay for him to be in the MVP discussion and not be Patrick Mahomes or not be Tua or not be an elite quarterback. He still has to go out there and operate. He just doesn't have to do as much as, say, those other guys. If I were to put him in Patrick Mahomes, if I switch places and says, okay, you got to go do what Patrick Mahomes does, or you got to go do what one of these other quarterbacks, I'm not so sure Brock Purdy could do that. But in this system, the ability to run the football with Christian McCaffrey and all the weapons, because all he has to do is just not turn it over. Get it in the Ayuk's hand, get it in Debo's hands, get it in Kittle's hands, and let them do the work. But no, he's not elite. No stretch of the imagination is he elite.
Super, super, super cold take.
All he has to do is get the ball in their hands,
It's
Mark.
a super cold take.
I don't know why you're getting so upset.
I'm not upset.
They run the ball and Kyle Shanahan, and all he's got to do is get the ball in their hands.
How much do you get paid to say that if you asked blank to go do what Mahomes does, it wouldn't look the same? Because you can plug any name in the world in that blank, and it remains a true statement. So, Shannon, how much are you getting paid to say, if you put blank on the Chiefs and asked him to be Mahomes, I don't think it would look the same? Right. Put Joe Montana's name in there. Go ahead. If you put Joe Montana on the Chiefs, which once upon a time we did.
Yeah, we did.
And you asked him to be Mahomes, I think it would look different, Dibs. If you put Tom Brady on the Chiefs and you asked him to throw no-look around the back passes on the Chiefs, I think it would look different. Great. They give you 7 figures for that? That's the stupidest easy take in the history of ever. Nobody's going to look like Patrick Mahomes. That's why he's the face of the league. And his wife is hugging Taylor Swift whenever they score.
Yeah, even on completions.
Jeez. That's not a take. That's an obvious A to B sentence that anybody could utter. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Hey, Gene, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up, Gene? How's the dog?
Hey, Phil. Haven't got her yet. I'm going to get her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm a little late today. Anyways, okay, so I'm seeing the Brock Purdy thing and the CP3 thing quite a bit differently as far as fandom and national narrative and all that. First of all, with Purdy, a week ago I argued with you. You probably don't remember, Mark.
I remember all of our interactions, Gene, each and every one of them. I have a log actually here in my computer, so watch what you say.
Got a log.
Uh-oh. Well, I disagreed with you then, but I agree with you now. Okay, I totally agree that these guys are they're looking for hits. They're looking for, and the reason I've made my change is, well, I'm getting solicited to go to my 60th high school reunion next year.
Woo!
The reason I bring that up is, every time I think about my high school reunion, I go back to the valedictorian and the little speech he made back then. He was kind of an oddball in the age of oddballs, 1968. Anyways, he said, if you can't be the best, be the worst. And that's really stuck with me all these years. I didn't know what he meant at first, and then I came to realize over the years, I think that applies here. I think these guys, they realize, either they weren't on board early enough, or maybe worse than that, they said, hey, this guy's, he's not going to make it. And now, they're embarrassed, or, that they don't want to just come out and say, he's an average quarterback. I was wrong, and he is good. They get buried. Nobody's going to pay attention to that. So anyways, I think you're right on that case. So now turning to CP3, give me a moment here.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, and Warriors, go.
Okay. The CP3 thing, and the reason I think the fans are concerned is because, let's face it, last year we went through a whole season of dysfunction, right, where things didn't work together. All right. And I think the notion or the fear that, Chris Paul is going to come in here and he's going to kind of disrupt things because he's not going to want to play, not as a backup or do what he needs to help us win. He's going to let his ego is going to get in the way. I think that concerns fans. It doesn't concern me. I really think he's the ultimate professional. I believe him totally when he says he's going to do whatever he needs, to win. I mean, but any case, I think that maybe what's bothering people until we actually get out there and he plays and, maybe we try different things early on and maybe they don't work out well, but early on is not a big deal. They'll work it out and I think he'll be just fine.
Gene, I think you're exactly, thank you so much for the call. Enjoy the dog park. I think he's exactly right on Chris Paul. You watch how the discussion just quieted down the second Chris, I know it's cliched, and I don't know why we do this, but we do. The second he came to a microphone and said, all I want to do is come here and win.
Right.
That's all I want to do. The second he did that, everyone went, okay, we welcome you. Here's your jersey, and we will now cheer for it. That's all people needed. And maybe they shouldn't have needed that.
Yeah.
But they did.
Well, it's pretty obvious.
He finally gave it to him.
It's obvious that he would feel that way, but to hear him say that definitely assuaged a lot of Warrior fans, including your own, own fear and your own sense of not wanting to accept him to the fold. And when he came out with you coaching and he was abrasive at the Kendra Andrews question so many weeks ago, it rubbed many of you the wrong way. And so you already were hesitant to bring him into the fold. And when he did that, it's like, oh, here comes this guy again. He's never going to be a Warriors. And now he goes to media day and, he's all buddy-buddy and everyone's saying great things about him. And he's giving humble answers in the right way. And now here we sit. And we are now just 11 days away.
Can't wait.
From the opener.
I can't wait.
Preseason hoop tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on 95.7 The Game, right after Grandy and the best of.
Oh.
We go right to tip-off, so another chance to see the Dubs. Preseason game. I'm sure LeBron's not playing. And I don't think, Anthony Davis, even if he is playing, it doesn't mean he's actually playing.
Load management night for both of them.
Yeah, well, Anthony Davis a lot of times load manages even when he's on the floor. But it'd be fun to watch actual basketball tonight.
Yeah, definitely will. And then his Purdy point, listen, I get it. I think many of us can explain this. Watch this. I'll give you what's the accurate Purdy take, and then you'll be able to hear why nobody does it. Okay? Here's the accurate Purdy take.
I know why. Yeah.
Look, this Brock Purdy guy, give him credit. He's a 7th rounder. Nobody saw this coming. He certainly outdid his expectations, and he is a really solid quarterback. Now, he's still a young guy, so we're still figuring things out in terms of sort of like where he sits in all of this, but he's definitely better than we thought he was going to be, and he's doing a great job. Meantime, they've got a really good coach, really good running back, really good receivers, a really good left tackle, a really good tight end, and a really good defense. So, that factors into, and it all works together,
What? Huh? I'm sorry. You
you
lost me.
Nothing to chew on.
You lost me about 45 seconds ago.
Way better to come in and be like, I know he's got the best QB rating in football, but he's not really all that. He's not all he's cracked up to be.
If you look at the numbers, Mark, the numbers inside the numbers, you can see that he's a system guy. Okay? If you talk about intended air yards per attempt, he's 17th. All he does is really check it down, just gets the ball.
What did you say?
Intended air yards per attempt.
How do you know what he was intending to do?
Well, you can tell by where the ball flies.
Okay.
That's the intention. When you throw the ball,
right?
That's and basically, if you have a guy running 10 yards down the field, and you throw it 35 yards, you don't get 35 yards. He intended to throw it 10 yards. So
you don't know that.
He's 17th, Mark. He's captain check down is what he is. And I don't want to have somebody come in here and blast me as being a Radnich lackey for calling him captain check down.
Yeah, that got hot the other day.
That was on Wednesday as we were leaving the old building. But a lot of the metrics will tell you that he is kind of a system guy. So
I know you're being sarcastic.
I am. 21st in completions. They don't throw it that often.
Because they sit the fourth quarter out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's because, they're not racking up big numbers.
Tua throws more because he has to. And I know, and there are people giving Tua credit for that. Well, he's got a crappy defense. Okay. Half of Tua's numbers were built because they kept throwing when they were up by 50 against Denver.
Well, they took him out when they got up by 50.
So but that game, stop telling me that they're like, well, Tua needs to do it in the fourth quarter. They scored 70, and half his numbers are from that game. And you're going to tell me, oh, well, it's because Miami, they're locked up in close games. They scored 70 against the worst team in the NFL.
He only threw for 309 in that game.
Okay. How many touchdown throws?
4.
Okay.
23 of 26.
So 4 of his 11. So 40% almost of his touchdown passes came in that game.
He's got 11. Is that the number?
He's got 11.
Okay. 4 of his 11.
Yeah.
And Brock had 4 of his 9.
Against the supposed top-ranked defense in the NFL.
Well, and again,
I know they're a fraud, but numbers are numbers, I thought. You're over here with intended flight
17th, Mark.
69 Southwest. You're now free to throw about the country or whatever the hell you just said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he benefits from a lot of yak yards, too, Mark.
Oh, and Tua doesn't.
Yeah.
Here, Tyreek, run. Anyway.
Tua's first in the league in yak per completion. Brock Purdy is 6th.
Oh, so Tua gets more yak than Brock.
Yes.
Fascinating.
Mahomes has the most yak yards, but he's played an extra game. So among quarterbacks who've played just 5 games, Tua is number 1. Brock Purdy he's 10th. I'm sorry, he's 8th in overall yak yards. So
all right.
He just throws it out there and they do the rest.
he just throws the ball. He's one of those quarterbacks,
I think I need more Shannon Sharp.
Yeah. Just throws the ball. And, that's all he does.
I mean,
it's the other people who catch it. If they don't catch it, what good is the throw? Am I right?
And, I mean, he said, no, he is not elite. And then he went on to detail why he is not elite. Pretty funny.
It is. Let's go to Joe in Sacramento. What are you doing, Joe?
I'm driving home from work. How are you guys doing?
Couldn't be better, brother.
Yeah.
So my take was that the reason why they give Brock Purdy such a hard time and they're so hard on him and trying not to give him praises, because I feel like Brock Purdy is an attack on them. They all rated this guy like he wasn't going to do anything, the last pick of the draft. We'll probably never see this guy on the football field. Here he is starting on the best team in the NFL right now. And for them, it's an attack because now they have to rethink how they rate quarterbacks, how they rate just what they see now. And so I feel that's why he doesn't get the credit. That's why they always trying to they're digging for something to knock him down. It's because they did not, like you said, Mark, they did not see this coming, but they spent the whole time telling everybody why it wouldn't come.
I tell you what, Joe, as we're sitting here, and thank you for the call.
It's a denigration sensation, Joe, is what it is. They have to denigrate him.
I was just thinking about this, and someone sent me this direction on YouTube like an hour and a half ago. So whoever it was, thank you. This was a good thought. Shannon Sharp, who has done a great job building his media career. Never would I take away any credit from Shannon for what he has achieved in the world of media. He's earned it.
Okay.
And I feel the same way about his NFL career.
Okay.
I do wonder.
Okay. I thought a butt was coming.
I wonder what his Hall of Fame status would have been if not blessed with John Elway. I'm curious. I wonder what his Super Bowl record would have been if not for Ray Lewis. I do wonder. I wonder these things.
Are you saying he's a system tight end?
I mean,
are you saying he's a product of his environment?
I would never suggest something that disrespectful.
Don't be disrespectful
to a Hall of Fame athlete. I wouldn't do that.
Don't be disrespectful.
I'm simply asking questions. This isn't a hot take because it's not a take at all. It's just a question. I wonder what Shannon's career numbers would be if he played with Nathan Peterman. I wonder what his numbers would be if Zach Wilson or Mac Jones were his quarterback as opposed to John Elway
Trent Dilfer.
I wonder. Well, I wonder.
You got to put some respect on him winning with Dilfer now.
And I wonder what would have happened that year if the greatest defense I've ever seen outside of the Monsters of the Midway, I wonder what would have happened that year if that defense didn't keep giving Dilfer and Sharp a short field. I wonder. That's all I'm asking. It's not a take, Dibs. Don't take anything from this. I think you can hear my voice. I'm not even trying to make a point at all. I'm simply
making a point that he's a
question.
system tight end.
No, just asking. I wonder what it would be. What would Shannon Sharp's numbers be if he played with a system bad quarterback?
Well, I wonder what his numbers would be if he had better quarterbacking over the tail end of his career. He did wind up with 815 catches, and he is in Canton with the gold jacket.
Good player.
3 rings.
Great player.
3 Super Bowls.
He's a great player. He's doing a great job with what is being asked of him. You know, go out there and get hit in between the numbers by a Hall of Fame quarterback, or get the ball in the red zone because the greatest defense ever gave it to you there. And he's doing what he's asked to do. So I'm not taking anything away from it. It doesn't mean he's not doing a great job, Dibs. That's to take nothing away from Shannon Sharp's Hall of Fame resume.
Well, he didn't always have John Elway.
I'm
looking at a healthy dose of Tommy Maddox back in 1992.
1992.
He had
Okay.
to deal with Tommy Maddox
That's
now.
when-
Let's be fair.
When he had 640 yards receiving.
Yeah, he's a system guy.
Yeah.
Tommy Maddox.
Yeah.
He did get a healthy dose of John Elway.
Right.
That's true.
Oh, that's when he had the 1,000-yard seasons, all 3 of them. That was with John Elway. What a coincidence.
99, Brian Greasy was his quarterback.
Oh, when he had 224 yards receiving. I wonder what happened to the great Shannon Sharp the year that Brian Greasy was his QB.
98.
Why did he have 900 fewer receiving yards?
Oh, he got hurt.
Same player.
He got hurt.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
98, he had 4 games of Bubby Brister.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
12
that
Elway.
He did have, and somehow had 400 fewer receiving yards that year than the year before. I wonder what happened.
Bill Musgrave started a game in 96.
Yeah. I did just questions. No takes here.
Oh, I'm giving you answers.
Just
here.
questions. Just questions. I wonder what happened.
Elvis Gerback and Randall the Dandle Cunningham in 2001, and he managed 73 grabs with that tandem.
Shannon Sharp's a great player.
Hall of Famer.
Hall of Fame. He's an absolutely phenomenal player.
Better player or commentator?
Well, for my taste, player.
Yeah.
But he's achieved a lot at both.
He sure has.
He's achieved a lot at both, and you know me, I would never take away from what someone has achieved in this world, because achieving things in this world is hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. And no matter what's around you, because I do believe there's not a damn thing that we can achieve without help from other people. Not a damn thing. Not a damn thing. You cannot have clothes on your back. You cannot be in the car you're driving right now. You cannot have the home that you're on your way to or the job that you are driving from if you didn't have a ton of help. But it still means that you need to go do a great job with what you're asked to do.
Yeah.
And when you do, I hope there's a bunch of people there to say thank you and give you credit.
Give you credit,
That's
yeah.
what I hope.
His last 2 years in Denver, Brian Greasy and Jake the Snake. And he put up back-to-back 60-catch years at 34 and 35 years of age.
For 680 yards and 770 respectively, just an average of about 400 to 500 less than he would do with Elway. And he was older.
Yeah.
You know, he was older.
Sure.
So, no, the absolutely phenomenal player. And I would never take anything away from him just because he had a great quarterback throwing him the ball.
Yeah. His best years were with a Hall of Fame quarterback,
John Elway.
to your point.
Yeah. Diego.
Not that you were making a point.
I was just asking some questions over here.
Yeah.
You know me, just throwing stuff out there. All right. Diego in Marin. Hi, Diego. What you doing?
Hey, you guys. Just getting off work. I would like to say that I think if you polled all the former players that are now analysts giving an opinion about everything having to do with the NFL, I bet the quarterbacks are the ones that are praising Purdy, and the non-quarterbacks are the ones that are talking crap about him.
That's kind of an interesting idea, and I can't say that I disagree with you, Diego, because I can't think of any quarterbacks who have sort of denigrated Purdy. And let's think about the list of those who have come out with major praise. Diego, thank you.
Dan Orlovsky.
That's actually a good one. Yeah, Orlovsky is the one who did
Sorry,
it.
Diego,
But-
I didn't mean to.
Well,
like,
but Aaron
poo-poo.
Rodgers, heaping praise on Purdy.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner went on a social media binge, basically discrediting the idea of dink and dunk. Steve Young has been a huge backer of Brock Purdy, and I'm sure I could come up with more names, but it does feel largely like an Orlovsky, really good analyst, was not the quarterback that those other guys are by any stretch. Most of the quarterbacks have been very, very complimentary of Brock Purdy, and Rodgers, for one, is one who is like, there's no such thing as going out there and having it easy. There's no such thing as going out there and having quarterbacking be easy because of what's going on around you. That doesn't exist. So what he's doing is hard, no matter the scenario.
Yeah, no matter the system. When you're playing quarterback in the NFL and you have 9 touchdowns and no picks, and your team is 5-0, and you had a game where you go 20 for 21, I don't care how good your system is or how elite the players around you are, that still is a very impressive feat to quarterback your team to 5 straight wins, make that 10 straight going back to last year's regular season. He's won 12 of his last 13. The only game he lost, he got knocked out of in the first quarter due to injury. He hasn't thrown a pick since January 1st of this year. All these things are real things at the highest possible level. So even if you say unbelievable system, elite coach, laminated play sheet, 21 personnel, Hall of Famers around him, he still is doing things that are almost unheard of in this league.
You know, and it's also happening at a time when I feel, and maybe I'm wrong, you tell me if this is your perception too, we're at an unprecedented new level of former athletes joining the media and torching current athletes on the air. Maybe that's just the tone that's been set in our country, the divisiveness of everything now.
It's tremendous.
I don't really know, but the latest example, Steve Smith.
I love it.
Last night, and that one was really weird. By the way, do we have that, guys?
That was
the
personal.
Steve Smith, Jerry Jeudy thing. I'll just give you a quick synopsis of it, but it was weird because I guess Smith had said on his podcast he'd been critical of Jerry Jeudy. And then it sounded like he was ready to sort of say he was sorry. He's like, look, I came down a little hard. So he went to go find Jeudy on the field yesterday and be like, look, young fella, I said some things on the pod. I don't want to be getting in the way of anybody thriving in this league. So I just want to say I'm sorry. And Jeudy was not about to accept the apology. Jeudy blew him off. So Smith then goes to the microphone and torches Jeudy again. So it's like, wait, did you want to apologize or not?
Apology not accepted.
So now that the apology is not accepted, you take it back? I don't know if there are any take-backs. And this is on the heels of Dante Whitner being like, Dak Prescott sucks. It's just like, and we've kind of reached a new spot with the way some of these players, former, are talking about players current. For me, it's a little hot. It's a little much.
Yeah,
to be honest with you.
Well, for me, I get that it's a little hot, but it is where we are in terms of our society and the news cycle and how you stand out. Because if you would have told me Steve Smith Sr., I think is
I
the
think
moniker,
you're correct. Yep.
If you would have told me that he is doing a pre-post or analyst or whatever role, I wouldn't have told you or been able to tell you what network, what show, what broadcast. But now I know. Now that I know that he's firing away, I know he's on the Amazon thing.
And I love Steve Smith, too, by the way. It's an unbelievable story. The guy worked at Taco Bell years ago.
One of 14 players ever to have 1,000 catches in this league.
He's incredible.
And he might be 5'9".
Oh, he's a tiny little guy.
Mighty
And
Mouse.
Fantastic player, fantastic story, great dude. I'm just like, if you want to apologize. Don't take your emotion back just because somebody wasn't ready to hear your apology. And to Dante Whitner, I would say, like,
who did he lambaste?
Dak Prescott. He said he sucks right after the game. And I'm like, look, you can say whatever you want about it. It was a bad night for Dak.
Called the man a vacuum cleaner.
He doesn't suck. It's not like he's one of the worst QBs in the league. And even if you did feel that way, it's sort of an interesting time and place to take it in that direction. I get it. I never put on a uniform. I bet if I did, it would be hard to go to these games and not act like you're still on the team. But that's kind of what it felt like. It felt like Dante still thought he was a 49er, and he was almost doing what Kittle did by lifting the jersey up and having a T-shirt on that says Dak Prescott sucks. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, that's not what it's not what I'm a fan of in analysis after the game. Dak Prescott sucks. I'd rather hear a little bit about what the 49ers did to make him look like that night.
Exactly, or analyze why you feel like Dak Prescott fell short of the player that he should be. He's 9th in the league in QBR. He's thrown 5 touchdowns and 4 interceptions. He's not having a great year statistically, and his team looked really, really bad on Sunday night against the 49ers. Now, would you take Dak Prescott over 10 quarterbacks easily if I rattled them off? Absolutely.
Easily. Probably, maybe even 15 or 17.
Right. So that, to me, is the point. So if he's the 15th best quarterback in the NFL, and that's about where I would put him right now.
Probably.
I don't think that you could say that he sucks. But again, we're in an era where you say something strong and hot takey, and it gets traction, as opposed to, I think Dak is mediocre. I think he's struggling a little bit this year.
To the point. Exactly right.
Yeah, so.
All right, defensive play of the week, the pick of the weekend, and more of your calls. Peter, stay right where you are. You're first up. Coming up next, it is a Football Friday, brought to you by First 5 California. To learn 4 things you can do to overcome toxic stress, go to first5california.com. Also sponsored by Lucky California. It's Willard and Dibs.
Do you have a taste for beef?
minutes is hosting the Cardinal.
Jeez.
Look out.
Yeah.
Look out.
Friday night, Pac-12 after dark.
Fantastic.
It's like Friday night news dump of a game.
I mean, well, I love what Coach Prime came out and said. He's like, this is stupid.
Totally.
Why do they do this? And I was like, welcome to the Pac-12, Coach. We've been dealing with this crap for years. Friday night, 7 o'clock, Colorado, Stanford. Get out of here.
Right.
Like, figure it out. And they won't, and they didn't.
And
gone.
Totally.
Exactly. Yeah.
Totally.
How about Peter and Millbrae? Hey, Peter, what's up?
Not much. How are you guys? How you going, fellas?
We're great, man.
So we have all these experts. First we had Nick Wright. Then we had Mike Florio. Now we have Shannon Sharp. To them, I say, thank you. Please, keep going. Because all this kid has is the biggest chip on his shoulder in the world. And the more you do it, the more he's going to prove you wrong or want to prove you wrong. And he's doing great, and he has a great head on his shoulders. He knows where to throw it, where to put it. And Kyle's telling you it's the kid, because we could have just ran the ball down Dallas's throat. It was, what? That was their biggest weakness, right? They can't stop the run? Okay, we'll just throw it anyway. And blow them away with 4 touchdown passes, 3 of them to George Kittle. So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. Like, you want to keep down them? Do it. You're doing us a favor. He is going to prove you wrong, and that's all I got to say, guys.
Peter, thank you very much. There's a point there. I think Brock Purdy, all athletes do this. Oh, I don't hear the noise. I don't pay attention to any of that.
Right.
Yeah, they do. And Brock looks like a guy who's unaffected by it. I do think he's unaffected by it in any sort of a negative way, but I think it's impossible to not have that stuff sort of create a fire in your belly, and he's got much more fire than he looks like from the outside.
Yes, and part of that is what we perceive him to be, God-fearing Christian, babyface kid, aw shucks, and all the rest of it. Doesn't really bark at anyone or get too emotional, but you're right, Mark, when you watch him live or when you watch the All-22 and the camera cuts to the guy who scored the touchdown, you don't often get to see Brock's reaction. A lot of good reactions.
Yeah, man.
There's some fist pumpery. There's some heck yeah going on. I don't know if he's a cursor, but he definitely will show some emotion when good things go his way.
No doubt about it. Absolutely. Speaking of some emotion, how about a little defensive play of the week action, which is brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. When you need the best defense, you need to call the Bay Area's top criminal defense attorney. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Chris Forrester is the 49ers O-line coach and run game coordinator. He was asked yesterday about how much the 49ers are using Christian McCaffrey. Is it too much? No. Forrester defended CMC's workload.
I've been a big believer in you have a 2 running back system. I've always talked about, you have the great run team you've seen. LaDainian Thompson had some. There was always another guy that was pretty good with him. We've got other good players, and you want to give them those reps so you don't tear your guy down. Now, I said it to Christian. He's like, I'm fine. And he feels he can carry the load and do all that. He does carry the load on third down. That's very important. So you do have to be careful that Mace or Elijah or one of those guys gets in there and does spell him some. I mean, is it concerning? We've had a lot of plays, too. I don't know how much of that is like, it just kind of happened. Christian's out there a lot. I don't know. I think you just always have to be careful with anybody that's in harm's way. With running backs can be receivers, tight ends. You just got to be careful at times to see if you're overdoing it. But if you told Christian that, he'd say, no, I want every touch, every carry, every pass. I want to be out there every snap of the game. Oh, it's really tough. Yeah, he doesn't want to come off. I mean, he didn't want to come off after that big hit on Sunday. I think part of that was he wanted everybody to know he's okay, because I think the officials were like, dude might have, concussion or something like that. But he's like, no, I'm fine. And then we were going well, let's get him out for a play. And he shook, said, no, I'm not coming out of the game. And because they just did that to me, I'm going to make sure I have a chance to get back at him right now. That was kind of his mentality, I think. So that's Christian, man.
Hey, Chris, stop doing my bit, huh? Listen to that guy. Listen to that voice. You got a voice like that, they automatically give you a job in football.
Yeah.
You show up to the interview, they're like, don't say another word. You're our offensive line coach. Get the hell in here and yell at some people.
Yeah.
Christian's fine. We're doing just fine here as a football team.
And I love how he had to defend the approach. And part of that is dealing with a player like that who does want every touch. And you see Jordan Mason come in for 2 snaps, and he gets the ball twice, and it's 3rd and 1, and here comes 23 trotting right back on the field. Sorry, Jordan. It's my time.
Yeah, Defensive Play of the Week brought to you by East Bay Law Practice. East Bay Law Practice knows how to go the distance for you by providing the defense you need to help reduce or eliminate your penalties. Visit eastbaylawpractice.com today. Yeah, I sort of have reached, I don't know if you want to call it a peace or whatever with the whole workload thing.
Yeah.
Like it just, it's not as simple as to say, well, Christian wants to be in there. Yeah, of course he does. But okay, fine. I'm glad he wants to be in there. Doesn't mean he should. Kyle Shanahan for years has shown he's going to do what he thinks is the best thing for his football team to win, and that means that people are going to be taking physical risks. Deebo Samuel plays like a crazy person, and he ran Trey Lance up the middle all day long, or what have you. Like, there's a bunch of examples. I think that we're extra tuned to it this year, A, because it feels like we've got something to lose because they are so good, and B, it feels like, don't know if it's true, but it feels like injury might be the only thing that can get in their way.
Exactly. And it also feels like, because it is, but it feels like Christian McCaffrey touches the ball more than any other player, not only on the team, but in the league, and he does. And so when that happens and he's so successful and you realize, my God, this guy's unstoppable. Forget Deebo and Brandon and George and Kyle and the rest of the fellers. When Christian McCaffrey has the ball, running it, he hits the hole aggressively. In the pass game, when he catches it, he's incredibly effective. He's a matchup nightmare. When you have him on the field, good things happen. So when you use him that much, you can't help but hold your breath and hope that bad things don't happen.
Well, and the thing that I sort of have arrived at is there's no way to protect him anyway. So we're just going to have to settle our stomachs during these Niners games. You're just going to have to. Somebody might get hurt with a 20-point